Eternal Life Chapter 126 to Chapter 154. The pure fox demoness thought herself to be cunning and scheming, but when she met someone like Feng Han, she was completely at his mercy. Every single one of his thoughts had been thoroughly penetrated, and then stripped clean. If she couldn't win in a fight, then that was another matter altogether. Even the stratagems she was good at were useless in front of Feng Han. This caused her to be both angry and enraged. Her eyes darted around as she tried to think of a way to regain her freedom. This demon ceiling ridge is actually hiding such a powerful treasure. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. If I tell the Fox Clan's Fox Venerables and unite with the Demon Dao's experts, I'm sure they'll be able to obtain this treasure. At that time, I'll have made a great contribution. I might even become the saintess of the Demon Clan. But how can I trick Feng Han into leaving? Don't think about it. If you can trick me, then you can trick anyone in the world. Just follow me obediently and you won't be at a disadvantage. But thank you for reminding me. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to the Dashuan Empire first. I'll think about it after I buy the Nirvana pill. Feng Han seemed to have seen through the pure fox demoness thoughts. There was a kind of majesty in his words that suppressed the pure fox demoness, causing her to feel a little terrified. He was now a character who could call the wind and summon the rain in the Ascension Gate. How could he not take care of a little fox demoness who had just stepped into the divine realm? But then again, this pure fox demoness did indeed need to be on guard. He couldn't let his guard down. Of course, if he killed her to silence her, then everything would be over. But Feng Han didn't need to kill for no reason. The people he killed were either tyrannical and domineering, a great threat to him, or they were killed in a fair duel on the spot. There was no need to be so serious about a little fox demoness. A pill like the Nirvana pill is more precious than the 9 orifices Jing Dan, Yin Yang longevity pill, and Thunderbone relic. It's probably even more precious than the Great Brahma Radiance ship. It's impossible to get it in an auction. You're clean now. Yen suddenly said. To buy and sell treasures in the Dashuan Empire, one would need to bring a lot of pills. Now, Feng Han had given out all the Yuanying pill he had. 1 million each for the elders of the 3 major sword sects, and 1 million for Feng Qingxue. Basically, there wasn't much left. Moreover, every day, he had to channel a large amount of Immortal World's vital qi from the World Tree into the Kunping Dome. Basically, he wouldn't be able to produce many Yuanying pills. That's not a problem. Xingyun Baby's Sun Moon 5-star bracelet still has more than 1 million Yuanying pill. At most, I'll stop infusing Yuan Qi into the Kunping Dome for the next few days and use it all to refine the Yuanying pill. Most importantly, I'm not necessarily poor. The magical treasure pouches of the 6 divine monarchs that I killed were all taken by me. There were many treasures inside, but they weren't money. And, look. Feng Han waved his hand and took out 3 sparkling talisman cards. The 3 sparkling cards were divided into 3 colors, red, green, and blue. On the red card, there were 2 big words, Heaven Dao. On the green card, there were 2 big words, 6 Dao. On the blue card, there were 2 words, 9 Cauldrons. These were the cards used to store the pills of the 3 major chambers of commerce, Heaven Dao Pavilion, 6 Dao Alliance, and 9 Cauldrons Pavilion. Feng Han's greatest gain from killing the 6 divine monarchs wasn't their Dharma treasures or pills. Instead, it was their storage space. After searching, he found a total of 3 crystal cards. The lines on each crystal card flashed with the word 100 million. It was obvious that the limit was 100 million pills. Obviously, the 6 divine monarchs were a small group. This small group fanned the flames everywhere, bought people's hearts, and stirred up trouble in both the immortal and devil worlds. They needed money. The 300 million pills were the funds for this small group's activities. When he thought of this, Feng Han's heart was filled with passion. He couldn't wait to kill a few more small groups of the divine race. Oh, I didn't expect there to be such good stuff. Yen was also excited. 300 million pills can buy quite a few good things. Let's go. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Feng Han flew quickly. However, he used the sea glutton Qigong to change his form in the air. Now, he had become the biggest enemy of the Tai Gate. If he didn't hide it, he would be targeted the moment he entered the Dashuan Empire. Then, people from the Tai Gate would swarm out to find trouble with him. Of course, he decided not to go to the Gemini Gate first. He wanted to raise Xingyun baby to the heavenly human realm and cultivate himself to Jing Dan. Then, he would go to the Gemini Gate. That way, he would have more say in the matter. The matter of the joint law enforcement team would also be more assured. Now, although he was very powerful and could kill Jing Dan, he wasn't the strongest person below the immortal realm. If he went to the Gemini Gate, there would definitely be some brilliant disciples who would not be convinced. When he cultivated Jing Dan and refined the primordial spirit of the 9 ghosts, that would be different. Hua Tiandu could really compete with him. After turning around, Feng Han flew again. In less than a day or two, he passed by countless countries, rivers, mountains, plains, and forests. Once again, he saw the prosperous territory of the Dashuan Empire. There were high-rise buildings, city walls, and fortresses everywhere. It was magnificent and stretched for thousands of miles, or even 100,000 miles. This time, he didn't enter from Taibai City. Instead, he went directly to the core of the Dashuan Empire, the Xianhuang City. It was the largest city in the world. The Taibai City he went to last time was just one of the thousands of major cities in the Dashuan Empire. Although it was prosperous, it couldn't be compared with the Xianhuang City. Rumor had it that the Xianhuang City was a heavenly palace. It was unimaginably prosperous. All the treasures in the world could be bought here. All the secrets in the world could also be found here. All the delicacies in the world could also be tasted here. When mortals came here, they could even be favored by the cultivators and be enlightened to cultivate the way of immortality. The Xianhuang City was also the center of the Xianhuang Great World. Originally, the thousands of giant cities in the Dashuan Empire were vast and boundless, so it was not easy to find. However, there was a map in various worlds, so he could know the location of the Xianhuang City. With Feng Han's supernatural power and cultivation, he wouldn't get lost. While flying, Feng Han sighed at the prosperity of the Dashuan Empire. Suddenly, he saw countless bright yellow mountains rising from the horizon in the distance. They were thousands of feet high. When he took a closer look, he found that they were actually castles. Between the castles, there were yellow dragon-like walls surrounding them. All kinds of cultivators, either flying lights, flying swords, or using their own supernatural powers. They flowed into the city in an endless stream. Looking from a distance, it felt like a place where immortals lived in heaven. It was the heavenly court, not an empire in the human world. The Dashuan Empire is no longer an empire in the human world. If it continues to develop like this, it will sooner or later become an empire like the heavenly court, which dominates all the cultivators. Such an idea came to Feng Han's mind. With this idea in mind, he silently landed in the Xianhuang City. The Xianhuang City was many times larger than Taibai City. The bricks and stones on the road were all golden and spotless. There were splendid palaces and pavilions everywhere, as if the palaces of thousands of empires in the secular world had been moved to this big city. In this Xianhuang City, every courtyard seemed to be taller, wider, and deeper than the palaces of any country. It even made people like Feng Han feel dizzy. However, he still slightly used the 5 emperors' great demons to sense the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. After a brief exploration, he felt something strange. He knew where the aura was the strongest and where it was the weakest. After sensing for a long time, he had a rough idea in his mind. Suddenly, he sent out a crystal light and intercepted a cultivator flying across the sky. What's wrong? The cultivator flying across the sky was a disciple who had not reached the divine realm and was still in the physical realm. He was flying with his Taoist robe, but his Taoist robe was a middle-grade precious weapon. Obviously, he was a disciple of a prestigious sect. Being intercepted, he looked a little angry. However, when he saw Feng Han's cultivation, he restrained his anger. Because he could see that Feng Han was at least an expert in the celestial being realm. He was an expert in the 5th level of the divine realm. The aura released by Feng Han was not very powerful. It was just at the level of the celestial being realm. It could form a large formation. By maintaining such a level, he could not only win the respect of others, but also not be too conspicuous. "Senior, may I know why you stopped me?" the cultivator asked. "I don't mean anything else." I just want to ask, is there a treasure auction in Xianxia City recently to sell the legendary Nirvana pills? Fang Han asked. Oh, I see. The cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. In 3 days, 9 Cauldron Pavilion will be holding a grand event. Nirvana pills will be sold there. Senior, you can go and take a look. It's east of Xianxia City. Go 1,500 miles from here. Okay. Thank you. As Fang Han spoke, his body moved slightly and suddenly disappeared without a trace. After flying for more than 1,000 miles to the east of Xianxia City, he saw 9 palaces that were built like cauldrons. They were all made of metal, and a strong golden aura soared into the sky. A large number of cultivators went in and out. Fang Han looked over and saw some Jindan-level giants. There were even stronger auras. 9 Cauldron Pavilion. It's one of the 3 major chambers of commerce. Although the treasure auction will only start in 3 days, I want to go in and see how it compares to the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Fang Han landed in front of 9 Cauldron Pavilion and walked in. No one came to receive him. With his level 5 divine power, the aura of a heaven being seemed very ordinary here. From what he could tell, among the cultivators coming and going, only a few gold core experts would be welcomed by the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's people and warmly invite them in. Those below the Jindan level were all ordinary customers. In the Heaven Dao Pavilion of Taibai City, Fang Han's cultivation was 100 times lower than his current cultivation. However, he was still a VIP back then. Now, he was just an ordinary customer. The difference was so big that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, Taibai City could not be compared to Xianxia City. The Heaven Dao Pavilion in Taibai City was at most a small shop in a small town. However, as soon as he walked into the main hall of 9 Cauldron Pavilion, he realized that the space inside was very vast. It was like another world. Someone with great divine power had expanded the space by a lot. A dazzling array of elixirs and magic treasures hung everywhere. Thousands of cultivators were wandering around, looking at them. Suddenly, Fang Han realized that in the depths of 9 Cauldron Pavilion's main hall, there was a group of cultivators exuding a strong aura. He was shocked. It was Wang Tianyi, Zhu Yangyi, and the others from Tai Gate. There were more than 10 Jindan experts surrounding one person. That person was wearing a long green robe. It was Hua Tiandu. Fang Han did not expect to meet Hua Tiandu here. Furthermore, he was surrounded by a group of Jindan giants from Tai Gate. Although his powers had improved greatly, it was definitely not the right time to meet this person. This is the biggest city in the world. There are countless magic treasures and even ancient secret manuals here. As long as you have enough elixirs, it's not strange to meet Hua Tiandu. You should know that he also needs the Nirvana elixir to break through to the next realm. Now that he has reached the 10th level of the Abhijna realm, he has a high chance of breaking through to the immortal realm and becoming an ancient giant if he takes the Nirvana elixir. Yandi's voice suddenly sounded. The two of them were communicating telepathically. Of course I know. However, although my illusion technique is brilliant, if I meet this person, he might see through me and cause a huge commotion. Humph. When I become a Jindan, I'll teach him a lesson. Fang Han laughed coldly. He turned around and retracted all of his energy and went to the other side. The main hall of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was equivalent to another space. It was extremely vast, no less than a city. Many cultivators came and went. It was the best place to hide. Even Fang Han couldn't take it all in. If it weren't for the strong aura of Hua Tiandu's group, he wouldn't have noticed. When he turned around and hid, Hua Tiandu and the other greater one-sex Jindan little tycoons had already been taken to a deeper place by the people of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to see better treasures. One must know that this group of people could be considered as real VIPs. Naturally, they would be highly valued by the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. As for the others, they would not receive such treatment. Of course, if Fang Han revealed his identity, he would definitely be treated as a VIP, but it would be very troublesome. Fang Han, are you afraid that Hua Tiandu will see through you? That's not a big deal. The Acheron map has the ability to change aura. You can use the Avicii devilish chi to disguise yourself as someone from a demonic sect. He won't be able to see through you. Of course, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this city. There might even be experts from the secret realm of immortality. If I can absorb more pure yang qi and 9 solar holy water, I can open the bridge of forgetfulness in the Acheron map. Not only will it be more powerful, it will also be better at hiding. Even experts from the secret realm of immortality won't be able to see through me. Moreover, even Feng Qingxua's inextinguishable lightning talisman won't be able to do anything to me. I'll be able to fight evenly with her. Yan Di spoke frankly with assurance. What? The Bridge of Forgetfulness? How many grand formations are there in the Acheron map? Feng Han was interested. There are millions of grand formations in the Acheron map, but there are only 3 grand formations. The first is the Avicii Gate, the second is the Bridge of Forgetfulness, and the third is the Rebirth Wheel. If all 3 grand formations are activated, I'll be able to recover my full strength and kill gods and demons. I'll be invincible. The Emperor Brush won't be able to do anything to me now. You have to know that the Emperor Brush and the Sky Emperor Mirror aren't immortal weapons anymore. They're just Supreme Tao weapons like when I was at my peak. I'm not afraid of them. Yan Di spoke as if there was a possibility of a rematch with the Emperor Brush and the Sky Emperor Mirror. It seems like I'll have to buy you some pure Yang Dharma treasures to increase your strength. Feng Han laughed. Why don't you discuss with the sect master of the Gemini Gate and let me eat the Sun Moon Pentagram bracelet? Yan Di salivated. Hoshi Chan, the weapon spirit of the Sun Moon Pentagram bracelet, trembled in fear when he heard this. Don't be afraid, Yan Di is just joking. Xingyun Baby hurriedly comforted him. He wasn't afraid of Yan Di at all. Fellow Daoist, are you satisfied with the flying swords here? This is a set of sword formations with 36 high-grade spiritual weapons, silver snake swords, and an array diagram. If you buy it, you can set it up as the Silver Snake Swallowing Moon Great Formation. It can absorb the essence of the moon and automatically activate to kill your enemies. A voice sounded in Feng Han's ears while he was communicating with Yan Di. He quickly focused his eyes and realized that he had arrived at a sword pavilion. In the sword pavilion, a sword boy dressed in white was introducing to him, hoping that he would be able to buy a set of treasured swords. In this sword pavilion, there was a dazzling array of treasured swords. It was unknown how many treasured swords there were. It was as if he had arrived at a world of swords. There were individual treasured swords, but there were more sets of treasured swords. Feng Han even saw a set of treasured swords. There were more than 3,600 of them, and all of them were low-grade treasured weapons. There was also an array diagram. If it was activated, its lethality would be comparable to his derived moon sword formation. This is really one of the top 3 chambers of commerce in the world. A set of 3,600 sword formations is hung here for sale. This is a good treasure. I wonder who put in so much effort to refine 3,000 swords for a sword formation. This is the first time I've seen such a thing in my life. Feng Han praised in his heart. He didn't look at the silver snake sword formation that the sword boy introduced to him. What was so good about a high-grade spiritual weapon? It was only used by ordinary inner disciples. Now that his standards were high, anything that wasn't a peerless treasure wouldn't be able to catch his eye. Moreover, he was very familiar with the silver snake sword. In the past, Yuan Jiankong had one and was very arrogant. But now, this place was selling sets of treasured swords as ordinary goods. If I have enough pills, I can buy all the sword formations here and give them to both inner and outer disciples. Then the battle strength of the Ascension Gate will increase by at least 10 times. But I don't know how many pills it will cost to buy all the treasured swords here. Oh? Fellow Daoist, are you interested in this set of 3,600,000 in black sand sword formation? It's worth a lot. It's the most precious treasure of my sword pavilion. It's worth at least 80 million pills. The white-clothed boy seemed to think that Feng Han couldn't afford it and said lazily. However, he didn't dare to be too negligent. Although he could see that Feng Han was a 5th-level Transcendent Realm expert, there were many such experts in Xianhuang City. They could move unhindered in the world, but it was impossible to take out nearly 100 million pills. He would only pay attention to Jingdan experts. Hee, boy, you look like you can't afford it. However, 3,600 sword formations are nothing. The mountain-guarding sword formation of the Sun and Moon Kenshu is made up of 810,000 Sun and Moon swords. Once activated, even the immortal body of the secret realm of longevity will die in the sword formation. However, the power used to activate it is also huge. Each time it is activated, it needs to accumulate 60 years of Sun and Moon essence, Yen said disdainfully. What? A sword formation made up of 810,000 flying swords? Fang Han was shocked. The power of a normal sword formation was great when a few swords cooperated with each other. It was rare to see dozens of swords working together, but hundreds of swords working together was a treasure among treasures. It was Fang Han's first time seeing thousands of swords working together. He was a little tempted. Although he didn't need it, this good thing could be given to others. As for the tens of thousands of flying swords working together, he hadn't seen it yet. Even if he did, he estimated that he couldn't command or activate it with his cultivation base. He had never heard of a sword formation with hundreds of thousands of swords. Yen said, the Heavenly Sword School's mountain-guarding sword formation has 1,080,000 swords. The Danding Sword School's disintegrating sword formation has 640,000 swords. They can kill immortal secret realm experts. The Ascension Gate also had the Great Boundless Sword Formation with 540,000 swords. However, these sword formations are too terrifying. When activated, even the immortal secret realm experts will be sucked dry. Basically, they can only be activated once every 100 years. They can only be used when the sect is in a life or death situation. Other than sword formations, there are no good swords here. There are no supreme grade artifacts. These sword formations are far inferior to the Ghost Snake Sword and Soul Sword. The real good stuff should be at the auction. I'd better go check out the pill furnaces and buy a few of them. I'll give them to Princess Red Joy and Crane Fairy. They need them to suppress the mountains. Fang Han thought. Just as Fang Han was about to leave the sword pavilion and look elsewhere, a voice sounded, I'll buy this thousanding black sand sword formation and formation diagram for only 80 million pills. Fang Han quickly turned around and saw a man in an imperial robe and a jade crown walk in with a few attendants. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a prince from the mortal world, but his strength was extremely tyrannical. He was actually a 5th-level celestial realm expert. Even his followers had a strong explosive force surging from their bodies. Their magical power was faintly discernible. Unexpectedly, they were all experts of the divine realm. Could it be that he's a prince of the Dashuan Empire? The royal family of the Dashuan Empire was many times more precious than the royal families of other countries. In comparison, the royal families of the Great Li Dynasty, Great Sun Dynasty and other empires were like country bumpkins. An expert of the transcendent realm could be domineering in other countries, but in the imperial city of the Dashuan Empire, he could only behave himself. Fang Han thought. Sure enough, when the sword boy saw the man, he immediately nodded and bowed. Oh, it's Prince Yi. I knew you wanted to buy this sword formation, so I kept it. Why? Are you buying it as a gift? That's right. In half a year's time, it will be Venerable Ling Long's 4,000th birthday. I have to prepare some gifts. Of course, this set of sword formations was only given to some female disciples, senior and junior sisters to use. It's just to please them. The man called Princey said. Of course, of course. Venerable Ling Long is an eternal giant. If Princey can marry one of her senior sisters who has cultivated the Jin Dan, it will be very helpful for Princey to compete for the throne. While flattering, the sword boy put away the set of treasured swords and handed it to Prince Yi. Venerable Ling Long's 4,000th birthday? In half a year's time? I wonder if the Ascension Gate will do anything? Fang Han heard a lot of useful information. However, he was puzzled. Exquisite Paradise and the Tai Gate were at loggerheads. If this Princey fawned on Exquisite Paradise, wouldn't it cause dissatisfaction from the Tai Gate? After all, the Dashuan Empire was under the control of the Tai Gate. Fellow Daoist, are you here to buy a flying sword as well? Just as Fang Han was about to leave, Princey spoke up. Yes, but I didn't pick a good flying sword. Fang Han nodded. A good flying sword will only be available in the treasure trading assembly 3 days later. I don't think fellow Daoist is a VIP. It's hard for you to find a good seat. why don't you join me? Fellow Daoist's cultivation base isn't weak. Can you accept my invitation and sit down? Princey said casually. Obviously, Feng Han's cultivation base was worthy of his invitation. At first glance, one could tell that this Princey was very ambitious. He liked to recruit all the experts in the world for his own use. Although Feng Han's current cultivation level was not as eye-catching as that of a golden core cultivator, he would be a distinguished guest wherever he went. However, no one would look down on him. Of course, I'll gladly accept Princey's invitation. However, I'm a member of the Devil Dao. Feng Han revealed a trace of Avici Devil Qi. The Dashuan Empire is under the jurisdiction of the Tai Gate. If I encounter some expert slaying demons, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist, you must be joking. Immortals and demons come from the same source. Even if you're a member of the Devil Dao, as long as you don't violate the laws of the Dashuan Empire, kill people for no reason, break the rules, and abide by the law, you can come to the Dashuan Empire to play and live. The great demon emperors of the Devil Dao often come to the markets of the Dashuan Empire to buy and sell things. Princey chuckled. So that's how it is. It seems that I've been ignorant. Feng Han thought to himself. In an instant, he had a plan. If he wanted to buy Nirvana pills, he would definitely attract the attention of Hua Tiandu and the others. He had to find a disguise, which was just right for him to be with Prince Yi. Secondly, the Dashuan Empire was extremely mysterious. Moreover, it was inextricably linked to the Tai Gate. If he could get in touch with the higher-ups, it would be of some help to him in dealing with Hua Tiandu. Thirdly, Princey had actually taken out 80 million pills to buy a sword array. It was clear that he was rich and imposing. Perhaps he had some good treasures. In any case, it was definitely not a loss to form a relationship with him. In that case, fellow Daoist, please follow me to my residence. Although there are some treasures outside the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, they aren't the best. The real treasures will only appear at the treasure auction in 3 days. However, I have some treasures in my residence. If fellow Daoist is interested, I can give them to you. Princey said generously. However, Feng Han knew that this person was shrewd and wouldn't give away treasures so easily. He had to do something for him. Fellow Daoist, please. Princey stomped his feet and a white cloud rose into the air and flew out. This kind of flying technique was a combination of wind and water magic. It was extremely wondrous. Feng Han's body moved, and followed him silently. Huh? Princey flew out of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion and discovered that Feng Han had disappeared. Prince, please take care. I'm right behind you. I'm just using a divine ability to hide myself. Feng Han's voice came from behind and shocked Prince Yi. Only now did he realize the power of Feng Han's divine art. So Dao Friend is at level 6 consolidation. An expert who has successfully cultivated the natal talisman. You're right, Prince. I've already reached the peak of the consolidation realm and formed my void core. He was only half a step away from condensing the gene down and reaching the heavens in a single bound. I came to Mysterious Yellow City this time to buy Nirvana pills. If you can help me, I'll naturally be very grateful. Feng Han slightly revealed his strength, and Prince Yi's entire body trembled. The few followers beside him also showed expressions of respect. An expert at level 5 of the Transcendent Realm was only worth roping in, but a gene down expert was different. He was definitely worthy of respect. Moreover, he had to be incomparably respectful. Feng Han was about to cultivate the Jin Dan. He could be said to be half a big shot. Of course, Princey didn't know that Feng Han's natal talisman had 55 divine abilities. If he knew, he would probably jump in fright. So Dao Friend is about to cultivate the Jin Dan. Sorry for the disrespect. Princey quickly changed his tone and became much more amiable and respectful. He came out this time to buy the 1000-shade black sand sword array and saw that it seemed to be Feng Han's first time in Mysterious Yellow City, so he tried to recruit him. He didn't expect to pick up a treasure. The Nirvana pill is a sacred medicine. Many factions are eyeing it covetously when the Nine Cauldron Pavilion put it up for auction this time. Even my big brother, the Crown Prince, needs this pill to push his magic power to the next level. Gaia and many other princes need it. Only those with great wealth can bid for it. If Dao friend really needs it, then we'll have to discuss it carefully. Princey didn't even call him this prince. Wealth isn't a problem. I can bid for it. Fang Han sneered. But I have a few enemies during the auction. I don't want them to know my identity, so I asked for your help. May I know who your enemy is? It's not convenient to tell you, Fang Han said. That's fine. Since Dao friend doesn't want to reveal your identity during the auction, then just bid in my name. Princey didn't mind at all. Before long, a huge palace towered in front of them. The horizontal board above was as big as a house, and the words Summer Palace were written in large letters. Thousands of guards stood at the foot of the wall at the entrance. They were all experts at the 9th level corporeal body spirit communication realm. They could see through any minute changes and immediately be on guard. None of them were ordinary people. As soon as Princey landed, all the guards immediately knelt down. Their momentum shook the ground. Fang Han also silently revealed himself and observed the gate of Summer Palace and the endless palace walls. Not bad, not bad. Your Highness's palace is almost comparable to my mountain gate. Oh? Which demonic sect's true disciple are you? Princey was surprised. After I finish cultivating the Jing Dan, I'll naturally tell you the truth. Fang Han smiled mysteriously. At that time, I'll be of some help to your plan for the throne. Moreover, aren't you going to send gifts to Exquisite Paradise half a year later? I have some friendship with Fairy Piayun and Fairy Lianyun of Exquisite Paradise. Are you serious? The E-Prince hurriedly invited Fang Han through the gates of the prince's mansion. There are some cultivators in the prince's mansion. Some of them are itinerant cultivators, but there are also some experts. There will be a banquet today. Would you like to join us? Forget it. I'm not used to interacting with people. Besides, I'll be meditating these days to prepare to break through the Jing Dan. Your Highness just needs to prepare a place for me to meditate. Of course, if you run into any trouble, I can lend a hand. As long as it's not an eternal giant of the longevity secret realm, I can kill anyone for you. Fang Han laughed. He could feel that Princey was eager to expand his strength to contend with the other princes and seize the throne. The more he performed, the more he would be valued, and the more benefits he would receive. The position of Emperor of the Dashuan Empire was truly one of the 9 cauldrons under the heavens. It was not inferior to the head of an immortal Dao sect. Just look at the prince, who took out 80 million pills to buy the sword formation. He was richer and more resourceful than the Jing Dan experts of the Ascension Gate. What? Hearing Fang Han's arrogant words, Princey was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and thought that Fang Han was crazy. What did he mean by saying that as long as it wasn't an eternal giant of the longevity secret realm, he could kill anyone? One had to know that the level 7 Jing Dan, level 8 tribulations of wind and fire, level 9 dharmic characteristics, and level 10 defying the heavens and changing fate were already the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Although Fang Han was about to break through to the Jing Dan and could be considered a powerful figure, he hadn't broken through yet, had he? Even if he had broken through, his words were still crazy. A few of his followers almost burst out laughing. They thought to themselves, so your Highness brought back a lunatic. Your Highness, who's spouting nonsense here? He actually said that anyone below the longevity secret realm can be killed by your Highness? We'd like to see what kind of expert your Highness has roped in. How dare he say something like that, and it's not even the Jing Dan. At this moment, more than 30 cultivators walked out of a hall in front of them. They were all Divinity Secret Realm experts. Of course, if they weren't from the Divinity Secret Realm, Princey wouldn't accept them. Fang Han could tell at a glance that among the 30 cultivators, more than 10 had cultivated True Qi, another 10 had cultivated Earth Qi, 5 to 6 had cultivated to the Yin-Yang realm, and 3 were Divinity Level 5 Divinity Realm experts. There was also one who was Divinity Level 6 Divinity Realm expert who had condensed a natal talisman. Oh. Fellow Taoists, this fellow Taoist was invited by your Highness. It was just a joke. Princey hurriedly said, then introduced them to Fang Han. This is Xianxia Mountain sect leader, Taoist Xianxia. He's one of the best among the rogue cultivators. His cultivation is the same as fellow Taoist, Divinity Level 6 Divinity Realm. He's about to condense a Jing Dan. The other three are also sect leaders, Daoist Xianxia, Daoist Liangshan, and Daoist Xihua. They're all famous rogue cultivators. Your Highness, this man is spouting nonsense and arrogant words. It would be bad if he causes trouble and affects your Highness's plan. Among them, enlightened Master Xiaoyu, who was the most powerful, looked at Feng Han and suddenly pointed at him. Impudent. A bunch of rabble. Prince Yi, you want to recruit these rabble rogue cultivators to plot a grand plan? What a joke. Let me kick them all out first. A bunch of rogue cultivators? I thought they were from the 10 immortal sects, the 5 demonic sects, and the 7 demonic sects. Feng Han rolled his eyes and suddenly attacked. With a wave of his left hand, the heaven-covering sky demon hand danced. As large as a mountain, dense demonic chi enveloped more than 30 cultivators present. Feng Han's heaven-covering sky demon hand had been transformed by the 5 emperors' great devil mystique, the lightning bone Saraira, and the yin-yang longevity pill. It had become even more powerful. Moreover, he cultivated both immortal and devil mystiques. It was no longer the kind of mystique that the Ghost Emperor cultivated. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dense demonic chi covered the sky and earth. More than 10 true chi and aura chi cultivators had their dharma treasures shattered. They couldn't withstand the demonic chi and fainted on the ground. As for the 4 yin-yang realm experts, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What a devil art! The faces of the 3 experts of celestial realm changed abruptly as well. Each of them brandished their most powerful magic treasures. At the same time, Reverend Xiaoya patted his head, causing the heavenly gate to open wide. A natal talisman rose up, flashing with 12 kinds of brilliance. He had actually condensed 12 kinds of divine abilities. He was worthy of being an expert among the rogue cultivators. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Feng Han retracted his devil hand. Crack! Crack! The Dharma treasures of the 3 Deva realm experts shattered, and Daoist Master Xiaoya's natal talisman was slapped back into his head. Blah! More than 30 cultivators fell to the ground like dead dogs. Your Highness, Daoist Master Xiaoya said, sweep these people out of the door. They aren't of much use. I'll introduce you to a few of them. I guarantee that they can help you ascend to the throne of the Dashuan Empire. Feng Han retracted his hand. He had defeated the combined forces of more than 30 cultivators. Even Jing Dan experts didn't have the ability to do so. Prince Yi's cultivation base wasn't low, and he could be considered a Daoist master. Naturally, he could see how terrifying Feng Han was, and his face turned green. More than 30 divine ability realm cultivators, 3 of whom were at the 5th level of the Deva realm, and 1 of whom was at the Unity realm and had refined a natal talisman, were completely powerless against Feng Han. They were all knocked unconscious with a single slap. If it had been a one-on-one defeat, Prince Yi wouldn't have found it strange at all. In fact, he could have accepted it. But to knock them all down like trash without any resistance was a bit too ridiculous. You. Prince Yi stared at Feng Han, speechless. After a while, he said, fellow Daoist, your divine abilities are truly unparalleled. Please tell me where you came from. If you can help me, I will do my best to support you. If you have ulterior motives for coming to this king, then please leave. I can give you a treasure as compensation. I don't think I can control someone like you, fellow Daoist. If you want to use me, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. I'm a prince of the Dashuan Empire. Even the ancient giants of the longevity realm can't control me to carry out their schemes. As expected of an expert who has cultivated a divine ability to the heaven realm, and as expected of a prince of the Dashuan Empire. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. But I won't harm you in any other way. To be honest, I just want to borrow your name and identity to buy nirvana pills. Because I have some grudges with the Tai Gate, if my identity is exposed, I will be hunted down. Of course, I'm actually a cultivator of the immortal Tao, not the demonic Tao. My background is strong, and I don't fear the Tai Gate. It's just that before I reach the Jing Dan level, I don't want to cause too much trouble. If your Highness can help me, I will naturally repay you handsomely. When Feng Han saw Prince Yi's reaction, he knew that this prince felt that he couldn't control himself anymore and changed his tone. Thus, he decided to be frank. This was because he saw that this prince didn't seem to be the strongest among the princes of the Dashuan Empire. If he was the strongest, he would definitely be able to recruit Jingdan experts. Oh? Fellow Daoist is actually a cultivator of the immortal Dao? That's easy. Although it's troublesome to have a grudge with the Tai Gate, our Dashuan Empire isn't completely a vassal of the Tai Gate. There are rules that state that the Tai Gate can't forcefully interfere with the affairs of our Dashuan Empire's imperial family. This is a decree passed down from the immortal world tens of thousands of years ago. No one dares to openly violate it. As long as you are in my residence, the Tai Gate won't dare to forcefully capture you. Princey calmed down when he heard this. That's good. These cultivators have some use. They can be of service to your highness. I'll save them. Feng Han opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green mist that fell on the 30 cultivators like raindrops. These 30 cultivators were all rogue cultivators. They didn't have any backing. Feng Han naturally wasn't afraid that they would come looking for trouble if they were taken advantage of. This was one of the benefits of being a direct disciple of the Ascension Gate. Sometimes, being one of the 10 great immortal Dao sects was very useful. This breath was a mixture of Azure Emperor Wood Qi, Immortal World Essence Qi, and a few types of water-type healing mystiques. Although it couldn't be said to have the effect of regrowing flesh and bones, it greatly replenished Essence Qi. These 30 cultivators were only injured. Feng Han didn't kill them. Thus, when the green raindrops fell on them, they immediately woke up. When these cultivators woke up and saw Feng Han, they looked at each other and stared at his left hand. They felt a terrifying aura that could wipe them out at any time. They couldn't help but shiver. After a moment of silence, enlightened Master Xianxia said awkwardly, "Senior's magic power is boundless and vast. You will definitely be able to help your highness achieve great things. Our magic power is too weak to be used. We feel ashamed and can only go back and cultivate in seclusion. Your highness, this one will take his leave." With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. The others also said, "Your highness, this one will take his leave." Everyone took to the air. Of course, they didn't have the face to stay any longer. Fellow Taoists, please stay. Your highness's great cause naturally depends on your support. I'm just the icing on the cake. Feng Han waved his hand and a golden light blocked everyone, preventing them from flying out. These cultivators flew in all directions. No one could stop them if they wanted to leave. However, Feng Han's golden light blocked everyone's path. This showed his terrifying cultivation. Especially enlightened Master Xianxia. The golden light in front of him forced him to fall continuously. In the end, he had no choice but to land on the ground. His expression changed. He felt the terrifying killing power in the golden light. Even the experts of Jingdan couldn't compare to it. Only now did he truly understand the power of Feng Han's divine ability. Although enlightened Master Xianxia wasn't a disciple of the 10 immortal sects, he was still a famous sect leader of a rogue cultivator. Xianxia Mountain was quite famous in the rogue cultivator world. They had thousands of disciples, and some of them were in the divine ability realm. The sect had been established for hundreds of years. After experiencing ups and downs, they slowly expanded and painstakingly managed to achieve their current status. He had also seen the experts of Jingdan, but they were far from the overwhelming pressure that Feng Han gave him. He knew that this person was too powerful. Killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. He didn't know how Princey invited him. Feng Han naturally wouldn't let these rogue cultivators leave. Just now, he had taught them a lesson. These rogue cultivators could still help with some chores. Moreover, he wouldn't really help Princey. If these rogue cultivators all left and he left, Princey would be alone. Then, he would lose his value in the future. His instincts told him that the prince would be of use to him. Moreover, he wanted to subdue this group of rogue cultivators for his own use. Everyone, there's no need to regret. Look at what this is. Feng Han took out the Sun Moon pentagram bracelet and waved it. It's normal for you to be defeated by me. Dao artifact. Dao artifact. You're from Gemini Gate. This looks like the Sun Moon pentagram bracelet. Rumor has it that it's on the young master of Gemini Gate, Xingyun baby. Could you be Xingyun baby? Gemini Gate, one of the 10 immortal sects. There was a flurry of discussion. It seemed that the name of the 10 immortal sects still had a lot of pressure among the rogue cultivator sections. It was like a group of bandits hearing about the imperial army. Everyone, you have the heart to leave this prince? This prince provides many pills to the disciples of each sect every month. Now that this prince has the help of this senior expert from Gemini Gate, I have more means to fight against the other princes. In the future, I will have more confidence in seizing the throne. When this prince succeeds, everyone will also be able to bring glory to your sections. Prince Yi's words were soft but firm. In order to recruit these rogue cultivators, he had spent a lot of resources. If all of them ran away, then wouldn't his efforts be in vain? His anger was boiling, and his words were somewhat sinister. When a few rogue cultivators with weak magic power who had only cultivated to the true Qi level heard this, they immediately realized that Prince Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with. His methods were ruthless, and his cultivation was also a perfected person. If they really left just like that, they were afraid that their fate would be. I'm not from Gemini Gate. I'm just Xingyun baby's big brother. Fang Han said indifferently, from today onwards, we will work together to help Prince Yi ascend to the throne of the Dashuan Empire. When the time comes, we will have endless treasures and pills to enjoy. As for today's matter, don't spread it. Do what you need to do. Of course, if you work for Prince Yi and encounter any troublesome characters, such as Jin Dan experts under the other princes who are harmful to you, feel free to tell me. I will naturally go and kill them. After speaking, Fang Han said to Prince Yi, arrange a place where we can talk. Let's discuss. I want to hear what kind of opponents His Highness is facing now. Everyone, please go about your business. Good. Let's go to my study. Prince Yi was overjoyed. The study was very large. Everywhere, there were gold beds and jasper floors. There were also some secret formations and precious ancient jade slips. Fang Han looked around casually and even saw a jade book called Myriad Worlds. He didn't know where it had come from. After the two sat down, there were no outsiders. Prince Yi's face suddenly flickered with a trace of seriousness. If my guess is correct, fellow Daoist is the peerless genius of the Ascension Gate who recently rose to fame in the cultivation world, Dao Master Fang Han. Oh? Prince Yi is actually so powerful that you guessed my identity so quickly? Fang Han didn't seem surprised. It seemed that this Prince Yi's ability wasn't shallow. He was very well informed. As expected, it's Dao Master Fang Han. I only thought of it after seeing the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet. Prince Yi only guessed. Seeing Fang Han's tacit agreement, his heart thumped fiercely. It seems that my luck is pretty good. I recruited a great expert like you as soon as I went out. A peerless expert rarely seen in 3,000 years. This is much better than me recruiting 3 to 5 Jindan little tycoons. I didn't expect Prince Yi to have such means to recognize me, Fang Han smiled faintly. It seems that I was right to test your eyesight with the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet. If you can't recognize me, then there's no need for you to fight for the throne of the Dashuan Empire. Your information is too outdated. He did it on purpose just now. It seems that I passed Dao Master Fang Han's test. Dao Master Fang Han is one of the most famous talents of the 10 immortal Dao sects in recent years. His fame is comparable to Venerable Ling Long from 3,000 years ago. As a prince of the Dashuan Empire, I can't ignore such important information. Rumor has it that you and the young master of the Gemini Gate did something big in the depths of the starry sky in the land of 5 elements. When I saw the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet, I naturally guessed it. Prince Yi said, however, you have offended the Tai Gate too deeply. You really can't reveal your identity in this Shanhuang city. So you know that I killed the 2 Jin Dan experts of the Tai Gate, Zhao Xuani and Song Wei? Fang Han asked. That's right. Last month, I used 1 million pills to buy this big news from the 6th Dao Union. What? This news actually cost 1 million pills? Fang Han almost cursed in his heart. He never thought that the Dashuan Empire would not only sell pills and magical treasures, but also information. Moreover, they were selling his information. Just thinking about it made him very uncomfortable. If that's the case, then do you dare to let me help you? Why wouldn't I dare? If Hua Tiandu can support my big brother, then I can also make you support me. Right now, my dynasty has more than 100 princes. I've cultivated to the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm and am ranked in the top 20. It's not like I don't have any hope of seizing the throne. Prince Yi's expression changed. The corners of his mouth curled up, looking somewhat sinister and ruthless. Since I've confirmed your identity, I'll believe you. Tell me, if you fully support me, what do you want? What do I want? Naturally, I want to buy rebirth pills first. However, in these 3 days, I need a large amount of 9 solar holy water. A large amount. Do you understand what I mean, Prince Yi? Fang Han licked his lips. His eyes were full of craftiness. A large amount of 9 solar holy water? Prince Yi hesitated after hearing Fang Han's words. How much do you want? If it's 1 or 2 gourds, it's not hard to get. I usually use it for my cultivation. But from the looks of it, you seem to want a lot. Don't tell me you want as much as a river. Unless one went to the starry sky to find the pure Yang River, it was impossible for any sect to have so much 9 solar holy water. Even the Tai Gate's pure Yang Dragon Transformation Pond, a place where heavenly dragons are born, has a limited amount of 9 solar holy water. The existence of a river of pure Yang in space was only recorded in the various worlds. However, he didn't have the ability to travel through space to find treasures. Even an expert of the longevity secret realm would find it difficult. Only those who completely grasped the mysteries of space and time could rely on magic treasures to travel through space and reach the depths of the universe to find treasures. As for the Tai Gate's pure Yang Dragon Transformation Pond, it was rumored to be a place where true dragons are raised. It was incomparably mysterious and even true disciples couldn't enter. It was equivalent to the Ascension Gate's Grand Elder Seclusion Place. How much can you get? Get me as much as you can. I have a magic treasure called the Acheron Map. You should know it, right? It was left behind by the demonic sect's great emperor. If it needs to recover its strength, it needs 9 solar holy water. If I can recover this magic treasure's strength, I can unify the Acheron evil sect. When the time comes, I will support you. What do you think the result will be? Fang Han smiled faintly. Alright, then please cultivate in my study for the next 3 days. We'll discuss the specifics. With that, Prince Yi prepared to leave. Wait. Fang Han flipped his hand and threw out 6 magic treasure pouches. There are some treasures inside. Help me sell them. I want to bid for Nirvana pills and lack funds. However, these things are too eye-catching. If I sell them myself, it will attract attention. I have to go through your hands. So many treasures. Talismans, all kinds of medicinal pills, are you really going to sell them? At first, Prince Yi didn't think there would be anything good inside, but upon closer inspection, he found a dazzling array of prized treasures. Each prized treasure formed a formation, and he couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't help but be tempted. The 6 magic treasure pouches were left behind by the 6 Sir Gods. This time, Fang Han had to prepare enough funds to auction off the Nirvana pills in one fell swoop. What's more, this god race's item was spread through Prince Yi's hands. In the future, if the god race knew about it, they could only look for Prince Yi. Moreover, if so many treasures were sold together, it would cause quite a stir. His operation would definitely attract a lot of attention. Perhaps it would even reach the ears of the Tai Gate. Of course we have to sell it. Otherwise, how would we be able to get the Nirvana pills from the auction? Could it be that Xianxia wants to pay for me? Fang Han smiled faintly. I've been preparing a birthday gift for Venerable Immortal Ling Long recently, and the expenses are huge. Prince Yi hurriedly said, since you want to sell these, I'll naturally help you. Indeed, only through me can you sell them at a high price. Otherwise, if you sell them yourself, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, 6 Ways Alliance, and Heaven Dao Pavilion will definitely take a cut. Then I'll leave it to you, Xianxia. Fang Han nodded and watched as Prince Yi walked out of the study. Fang Han, are you going to let him leave just like that? What if? Yan spoke. Of course I have my ways. I've attached the vital chi of the 5 emperors to him, and I can sense his every move. Do you think I'll trust him so easily? However, since he knows that I'm Fang Han, he should know how I killed the Ghost Emperor. I even dared to kill the Jin Dan disciples of the Tai Gate, and I'm still free and unfettered now. He's just a prince of the Dashuan Empire, and he's still a little weaker than a Jin Dan expert. Furthermore, offending me will only bring him more harm than good. With his shrewdness, he won't do such a thing. Fang Han said slowly. He waved his hand, and a five-colored halo appeared, and Prince Yi's shadow could be seen in the middle. Although Prince Yi's cultivation was at the fifth heaven of the Abhijina realm, he was no match for Fang Han. Naturally, he didn't realize that he had been planted with a trick. After meditating for an entire Tiani night, Fang Han spent his time in the study, comprehending the magical effects of Xian techniques. Occasionally, he would get up to flip through the books in the study, and he saw many good things. For example, the Tai Gate's Heaven Sanctum Secrets, the Black and Yellow Exotic Treasures Record, the Immortals Abode of Heaven and Earth, the Atlas of the Immortals Abode of Heaven and Earth, the Atlas of the Ancient Ruins, the Atlas of the Endless World, and many other things that had never been recorded in the various worlds. Just how many worlds was that mysterious sinkhole connected to? What dangers are there in some worlds? They were all recorded in detail. How many relics were there in the Xianhuang Great World? Which ruins had been excavated and which had not been excavated yet? How many hidden immortal mansions were there? Every single one of them was recorded. Fang Han even saw a map of the underground demon race, which introduced the 3 demon emperors of the earth demons, some great Asuras, and many other experts. These things were really too much for the eyes to take in. Just as he was reading, Prince Yi came back. This time, he had 3 crystal cards in his hand. The talisman in each crystal card formed the number 100 million. Clearly, he had sold all the items in the 3 magic treasure pouches and then came back. Fellow Taoist Fang Han, here are a total of 300 million pills. You are really rich. I spent 80 million to buy the 3,600,000 in black sand sword array. That cost me close to 3 to 4 years of savings. You can easily take out 300 million pills. Prince Yi shook his head. Your Highness is also not an ordinary rich person. You can get 80 million pills in 3 to 4 years. Even the great Jin Dan experts in my Ascension Gate could only get this much after 100 years of savings. Fang Han naturally knew that Prince Yi's wealth was much greater than the average Jin Dan expert. After all, he was a prince of the Dashuan Empire. Also, this is all the 9 solar holy water I could get. While speaking, he took out a small gourd. It was only the size of a palm and seemed to be only enough for 1 drink. However, Fang Han could feel that this gourd contained an extremely powerful spatial energy. It was at least 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary magic treasure pouch. It seemed like this gourd was refined from many spatial crystals. The space inside must be very big and could hold a lot of 9 solar holy water. There are 1.5 million gene of 9 solar holy water inside. Return this gourd to me after you use it. I used 50,000 spatial crystals to refine this Qiankuan gourd. Although it doesn't have any offensive or defensive capabilities, the space inside is very big. Prince Yi didn't forget to add this last sentence. It would have been better if he hadn't added this sentence. Now that he did, Fang Han's heart stirred. In that case, Your Highness, give this gourd to me as well. I owe you a favor. I cultivate a peerless demonic art called the Great Cleaving Technique. It requires a large amount of spatial crystals to refine it quickly. After refining it, its power is boundless. You should know how powerful this art is. While speaking, Fang Han grabbed the gourd in his hand. This. Prince Yi's face contorted with pain. He trembled a few times before regaining his composure. Since that's the case, I won't be stingy. I've heard of the Great Cleaving Technique. It is indeed a peerless demonic art that is extremely difficult to cultivate. If fellow Taoist can successfully cultivate it, I'll be able to rely on you in the future to get rid of scum. Then this Qiankuan gourd will die a worthy death. Fellow Taoist, you can cultivate in peace. I'll come to you in the future when the Qiankuan gourd is ready. Apparently, he couldn't bear to see his beloved gourd destroyed, so he left in a hurry. Fang Han didn't say anything. Instead, he sent the gourd into the Acheron map with a single punch. Then he clenched his fist. Bang! It immediately exploded. Boundless spatial energy and 9 solar holy water poured down like raindrops. Ha ha ha. Yan Huanqi snorted. He opened his mouth wide and sucked in all the 9 solar holy water. A total of 1,300,000 jin of 9 solar holy water was swallowed by him in one gulp. His body immediately swelled up again. Feng Han's method was much gentler than his. The talisman above his head moved and flew into the diagram of the underworld. The great cutting skill continued to operate and absorbed all the power of space into a few dancing black lines. Originally, his great cleaving technique had been nothing more than a few faint black lines on the surface of his natal talisman. They weren't very eye-catching, and couldn't even compare to the splendor of other flame divine abilities. But now, after absorbing so much spatial energy, the black lines became thicker and thicker. Then they began to twist and turn, like snakes or earthworms. Finally, they formed a character. It was impossible to tell what kind of ancient magical symbol it was, but it was completely different from the characters of the mortal world. However, it contained an incomparably ferocious intent. Good. Although I didn't manage to cultivate the great cleaving technique to perfection, I managed to condense my own magical symbol formation. My natal talisman's power has increased by a lot. Feng Han's heart was moved, and he turned to look at Yan Huanqi. He discovered that after absorbing the 9 solar holy water, Yan Huanqi's body had twisted into a strange shape, and he was chanting a desolate incantation that only existed in ancient times. Along with this incantation, the Acheron map trembled as if it was splitting the heaven and earth apart. Some of the fog dispersed, and the Acheron River also sank down. On top of the surging river, an incomparably mysterious bridge was faintly discernible. What kind of bridge was this? Stone stains and blood stains were everywhere, as if countless ancient gods and devils had fought countless battles on this bridge, witnessing the history of ancient times. Looking at this bridge, one could feel endless sighs. Many gods, devils, immortals, Buddhas, humans, ghosts, Yikshaws, dragons, phoenixes, countless creatures were all saying one word: what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? This stone bridge connected all the things that couldn't be changed in life. It had an aura that was even more terrifying than the door of Avicii. It seemed both real and illusory as it spanned across the Acheron River. Feng Han, quickly give me the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet, then I can truly summon the Bridge of Helplessness. My current strength is not enough to summon it. Yan Huanqi roared. The stone bridge was faintly discernible, as if it was going to hide again. Clearly, his strength was not enough. Even 1,300,000 jin of 9 solar holy water was not enough to manifest the Bridge of Helplessness. Forget it. Why do you always want to eat the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet? I'll buy you a few pure yang magical treasures in this treasure trade assembly. Feng Han shook his head. He watched as the stone bridge gradually disappeared. The Acheron map had returned to its original state of power. Although the Acheron map hadn't manifested the Bridge of Helplessness, Feng Han was pleased to find that Yan Huanqi was much stronger than before. Yan Huanqi could now unleash even more minor magic and devil arts, such as those that could help him hide his true identity. Although Feng Han had admitted to being Yan Huanqi, he still used the Sea Glutton energy art to disguise himself. He didn't want to reveal his true face to Imperial Prince Yi. If he did, Imperial Prince Yi would use a water-type divine ability to record his face. Of course, he had to be very careful. Time passed very quickly during this period of cultivation. It was already the 3rd day. Early in the morning, Imperial Prince Yi led the 30 or so cultivators he had recruited to his study. Enlightened Master Xiaoyu, Enlightened Master Xianji, Enlightened Master Liangshan, and Enlightened Master Xihua were all very polite to Feng Han. On the one hand, it was because of Feng Han's powerful strength. On the other hand, it was because of his solid background. The 10 immortal sects were like towering mountains to rogue cultivators. They were so powerful that they didn't have the slightest intention of provoking them. Fellow Daoist, today is the 3rd day of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's treasure trade assembly. We have to hurry over. Not only do you have to buy Nirvana pills, but I also have to buy some precious gifts for Venerable Ling Long's birthday. This time, a few of my sworn brothers will be there as well. Fellow Daoist, you have to help me when the time comes. Help me maintain my reputation and teach someone a lesson. Imperial Prince Yi said as soon as he saw Feng Han. Of course. I'll help you when you pay me. Of course, I'll help Imperial Prince win face. Feng Han stood up and flapped his sleeves. His body was shrouded in a layer of faintly discernible devil chi and a trace of pure star energy. It seemed both righteous and evil at the same time. No one could tell which sect he belonged to. Everyone in the Imperial Prince's mansion flew towards the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Although there were many cultivators in the sky, they all made way when they saw such a powerful aura. Anyone who had stayed in Profound Yellow City for a while would know that this was Imperial Prince Xi's grand arrival. Suddenly, a seven-colored rainbow flew towards them. Its aura was so powerful that it actually surpassed Imperial Prince Xi's aura. There were 40 to 50 cultivators standing on this rainbow. Jin Dan experts. Ah, these are the Jin Dan experts, the eternal overlords. These are the experts from Sa Prince's mansion. It seems like they're also here to participate in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's treasure trade assembly. Let's get out of the way quickly. If we touch them, disaster will befall us in an instant. Some of the weaker cultivators saw the seven-colored rainbow and quickly landed on the ground. They didn't dare to fly high in the sky, as if they were afraid of being killed on the spot. Feng Han had been in Profound Yellow City for a few days now, and had been secretly observing it. The largest city in the world was so vast that it left him speechless. For example, Imperial Prince Xi's mansion and the Nine Cauldron Pavilion were in the same city, but were separated by several thousand kilometers. Most of the people in the city were rogue cultivators, inner sect disciples from various great sects, martial arts grandmasters from the mortal world who had come to seek immortality and the Tao, as well as all sorts of natives from the Dashuan Empire, nobles from the Dashuan Empire, and merchants from the mortal world. There were even some Sky Demon King and Earth Devil Grand Azuras who were hiding their auras. The population structure was incredibly complex, and rarely seen. However, law and order were excellent, and fighting was rare. There were some hidden experts from the Dashuan Empire guarding Profound Yellow City, and all of them were terrifying characters. Ha ha ha, Imperial Prince Yi, my 24th brother. You've become more energetic recently. You've recruited a lot of experts, and you're going to Venerable Ling Long's birthday celebration in 3 months. I wonder what kind of gifts you've prepared. Can you let me take a look at them? By the way, Imperial Father and the elders of the Imperial family will open an ancient ruin 10 days later to test the ability of us princes. I wonder if 24th brother can find any treasures in the ruin? The seven-colored rainbow stopped in front of Imperial Prince Yi. The leader of the group was a man in a yellow robe. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he had the temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. Feng Han observed him for a moment. He was actually an expert at the 6th level of the Divine Ability realm, and seemed to be even more powerful than Daoist Xian Tai from the Ascension Gate. What was even more terrifying was the old man behind him. He had a goatee, and he was thin and capable. His aura gave off a sense of roundness. This old man was actually a little overlord at the 7th level of the Divine Ability realm, Jin Dan. 18th brother, old ancestor Xianxia, I trust you've been well since we last met. Imperial Prince Yi greeted them casually. I've already known about Imperial Father and the elders of the Imperial family opening the ancient ruin. Sooner or later, we princes will go there to search for treasures. However, rumor has it that the ruin is very dangerous. I only hope that 18th brother won't die there. Ha 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 ha. A sharp laughter sounded. It was the goateed old ancestor Xianxia. With me accompanying Imperial Prince Sa, how can there be any danger? Moreover, Imperial Prince Sa has already cultivated to the 6th level of the Divine Ability realm, and is only one step away from condensing the Jin Dan. This time, he came to Nine Cauldron Pavilion to buy the Nirvana pill. After consuming it, he'll reach the heavens in a single step and become a Jin Dan. At that time, he'll be one of the top 10 princes. Imperial Prince Yi, I thought you've recruited some new experts, but it turns out you're just a bunch of mobs. Little you. Come quickly and submit to Imperial Prince Sa. Otherwise, don't blame my Qingyang sect for finding an opportunity to destroy your Little You mountain. Old ancestor Qingyang's words were a naked threat. He actually dared to threaten his subordinate in front of Imperial Prince Yi. He was simply arrogant to the extreme. However, it was reasonable for him to use his status as a Golden Core expert to threaten them. There was no other reason. A golden core expert was one of the best even among the 10 immortal sects, not to mention a rogue cultivator sect. Daoist Little Yu's expression changed instantly. She looked pleadingly at Feng Han. Fellow Daoist Feng Han, help me regain some face. Imperial Prince Yi transmitted his voice to Feng Han. Humph. You're just a goat demon. Instead of hiding and cultivating after obtaining a great opportunity, you come out to show off. You're courting death. Feng Han snorted and walked out. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body. This black cloak was formed by the Avicii demonic chi. It looked eerie, but there were specks of stars on it. There were many star patterns condensed on it, which made it look like an immortal. Junior, you're courting death. Old ancestor Qingyang flew into a rage. He was a top figure among wandering cultivators, a Jin Dan expert who founded his own sect. He was a renowned patriarch in the world of wandering cultivators. Ordinary disciples of the 10 immortal sects didn't dare provoke him. He had always been respected. How could he tolerate being scolded by a junior? Feng Han's aura hadn't reached the 7th level of Jin Dan. Many people could see this. Those who had reached the golden core realm had a perfect and flawless aura all over their bodies. It flickered and flickered unpredictably. It was as glaring as a diamond pearl spinning under a lamp. As he spoke, old ancestor Qingyang flicked his 5 fingers. 5 blue balls flew out like lightning and hit Feng Han's face. This was the blue spiritual thunderball technique that he had painstakingly cultivated. It condensed Gang Chi into pearls and exploded at will. When they hit someone, the enemy's Dharma treasure would shatter and their body would turn into mud. Unexpectedly, Feng Han waved his sleeve, and the 5 pearls immediately disappeared into his sleeve without a trace. Then Feng Han's body disappeared with a whoosh. In a thousandth of a second, he silently appeared beside old ancestor Qingyang. Slap. A slap came out. Old ancestor Qingyang's huge body was sent flying. He didn't even have time to activate his protective Dharma treasures. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood, along with a few teeth. He had never expected to be humiliated like this. Old ancestor Qingyang was thoroughly enraged. Junior. You're courting death. You're courting death. Who's courting death? Slap, Feng Han's voice rang in his ears. Old ancestor Qingyang saw a hand appear on the other side of his face and slap him hard. However, he couldn't dodge because the other party was too fast, much faster than his reaction time. He was heavily slapped in the face again. Blood flowed out of his nose, and he saw stars. The bodies of Jin Dan experts were extremely strong. It was unbelievable that he was slapped like this. Old ancestor Qingyang was thoroughly enraged. He was a Jin Dan expert, an eternal magnate. How could he be slapped repeatedly? If this spread out, he would be embarrassed to death. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from his body. A Jin Dan rose from the top of his head. It contained a total of 13 kinds of divine powers, and its aura was overwhelming. First, he protected his body. Then, he activated his divine powers and Dharma treasures to kill. But it was useless. Feng Han silently appeared beside him again. His left hand, which was burning with pitch-black devil flame, lightning, starlight, and 5-colored light, directly broke through the Jin Dan's divine powers and directly grabbed the Jin Dan's body. In a flash, the Jin Dan was in his hand. The Jin Dan seemed to have sensed something. It desperately expanded, but it was useless. Under the influence of the infinite pain demonic chi, it completely lost its senses. It was like a pearl in Feng Han's hand. Whoosh! After seizing the opponent's Jin Dan, Feng Han instantly teleported back to the Yi Prince's side. He played with the Jin Dan in his hand. What a piece of trash. Only 13 kinds of divine powers. And 6 of them were cultivated after cultivating the Jin Dan. It hasn't undergone any transformation. Even if it explodes, it won't be very powerful. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Han put the Jin Dan into his Dharma treasure pouch. Ah! Old ancestor Qingyang screamed and fell. Fortunately, he was supported by the rainbow. Otherwise, he, who had lost all his divine powers, would have fallen to the ground and died. After losing his Jin Dan, he couldn't even activate his Dharma treasure. Everyone was shocked. A Jin Dan expert, an eternal magnate, and the famous ancestor of the Qingyang sect in the wandering cultivator world, was crippled just like that. Who was this cloaked person? A 10th-stage divine ability secret realm expert who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years? Feng Han's moves seemed casual, but they were actually his strongest moves. His most powerful move now was to activate the bitey Golden Emperor Chop, teleport, and then use the hand that covers the Sky Demon to kill his opponent. He was as swift and violent as wind and thunder, silently killing in an instant, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Although old ancestor Qin Yang was a Jin Dan expert, he was many times weaker than Zhao Xuani and Song Wei. It wasn't strange for his Jin Dan to be seized in an instant. Moreover, Feng Han didn't care for this Jin Dan. 18th brother, Prince Sa. The eternal magnate you recruited, old ancestor Qin Yang, has been crippled. It seems that your taste isn't very good. Seeing this, the prince was stunned for a moment before he managed to maintain his composure and speak. Inside, however, he was overjoyed. How can this Feng Han be so powerful? So powerful to this extent? He killed Jin Dan in an instant with a wave of his hand. And he hasn't even cultivated the Jin Dan yet. Could it be that he's the reincarnation of some ancient demon god? He was born with great divine powers. That must be it. Indeed, only the reincarnation of an ancient demon god, who was born with a strong talent for cultivation and a strong soul, could have such great abilities like Feng Han. This was the only explanation that made sense. Princey had no choice but to confirm his thoughts. He secretly felt fear towards Feng Han. What he didn't know was that Feng Han relied entirely on his own luck and fortuitous encounters. If he was the reincarnation of an ancient demon god, his ancient memories would have been awakened long ago. Even a Jin Dan expert was crippled in one move, and he seized the Jin Dan. If I keep such a person by my side, I'll get great benefits, but he's also a double-edged sword. If I don't use him well, I'll hurt myself as well as others. But I can't not use him now. Fortunately, he has a grudge with Hua Tiandu, and Big Brother's supporter is Hua Tiandu. I can use this person to suppress Big Brother's forces. Prince Yi's thoughts raced like lightning. He thought of many things, but more than that, he felt elated. Although he was in the upper echelon amongst the 100 over-princes of the great Xian Empire, there were 10 princes who had cultivated to the Oris core stage, firmly suppressing him. Usually, he had his hands tied, but now that he had Feng Han's help, his strength had greatly increased, and he was no longer afraid of others. Old ancestor Qin Yang. Old ancestor Qin Yang. The 18th prince, Prince Sa, also recovered from his shock. He shouted twice, but to no avail. He could see that old ancestor Qin Yang had turned into a pile of trash and was completely useless. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. What? Prince Sa, are you going to attack me? Feng Han chuckled sinisterly, sizing up Prince Sa like a hungry wolf sizing up a lamb. His ferocious intent caused Prince Sa's heart to turn cold. Feng Han had killed the Ghost Emperor, the Piercing Moon Bandit, the Galactic Destroyer Bandit, Zhao Xuani, Song Wei, and other experts before defeating Meng Xiaobai. He had been through hundreds of battles, and his aura had been cultivated. His every move was enough to suffocate others. Prince Sa knew that he couldn't afford to provoke someone who could cripple a master of Jin Dan in one move. But when he remembered that he was in the Xianhuang city of the Dashuan Empire, his aura became strong again, and he was unwilling to show weakness in front of everyone. Haha, Prince Sa, you don't have to worry. Old Ancestor Green Goat is a rogue cultivator without any backing. Prince Sa is a prince of the Dashuan Empire. If I want to cripple you, I have to think twice. Although the consequences are still within the scope of my responsibility, I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble today. Feng Han laughed again. When Prince Sa heard this, his expression changed again. From these words, he could tell that Feng Han also had a solid backer. Otherwise, what did he mean by "the consequences are still within the scope of my responsibility"? His expression changed again, and he finally snorted coldly. Humph. I didn't think that 24th brother would be able to recruit such a powerhouse. Now that you've destroyed one of my great helpers, Old Ancestor Green Goat, it seems that you're about to rise. But don't say that I didn't warn you. A tall tree attracts the wind, and the other princes will also target you. When the time comes, I hope that you and this expert will be able to survive. You don't need to worry about that. Princey laughed. Let's go. This battle was very quick. There wasn't any earth-shattering momentum, and it didn't spread far. It was almost like a cat toying with a mouse, and it didn't attract the attention of any powerful existences. Moreover, this was a confrontation between the princes of the Dashuan Empire. It wasn't an ordinary disturbance, and no one cared. If it were an ordinary fight between experts, it would have attracted the attention of experts long ago. After winning this battle and completely crippling old ancestor Green Goat, Princey knew that he'd gotten rid of a powerful enemy. He couldn't help but feel somewhat pleased. However, when he thought about how it would attract the attention of other powerful princes in the future, which would be very troublesome, he couldn't help but feel uncertain. Princey, you're afraid that you'll attract the attention of other princes in the future. That's nothing. Although the princes of the Dashuan Empire are honorable, they're still a bit inferior to the Jingdan powerhouses of the Tai Gate, Zhaoshuani, and Songwei. I can kill them without any repercussions. What are you afraid of? Fang Han was incomparably calm. That's true. Although our princes are honorable, they're still a bit inferior to the disciples of the Tai Gate's powerhouses who were given the name One. Princey nodded and landed on the cloud. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion's main gate was in front of them. As soon as they entered the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, the treatment was indeed different from last time. Immediately, more than 10 white-robed sword boys came forward to lead the way. They brought Prince Yi's group to an incomparably spacious VIP room. This VIP room was an independent space. Through the window, one could see the huge marketplace outside. Countless cultivators of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion shuttled back and forth, greeting and sending off customers. They were extremely busy. Below, there were many cultivators who came to buy treasures. It was the first time Fang Han had seen so many cultivators gathered together. Fortunately, this princey gave me the opportunity to sit in the VIP room. If it was crowded below, I would have definitely been noticed when I was buying rebirth pills. Fang Han thought to himself. He knew that his plan wasn't bad. Eh? The one presiding over this treasure market is actually the Nine Cauldron Immortal Sovereign's personal disciple, Yu Jizi. It seems that there really is something good to sell. After Princey sat down, his entire body shook. Fang Han also saw a person standing in the middle of the marketplace below. He looked very young and wore a black jade Taoist robe. He was directing all the people of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion to set up the marketplace. This person didn't have any terrifying aura, but he gave off a feeling as vast as the sea and bright as the moon. Fang Han had seen many experts. With one glance, he could tell that this person's cultivation wasn't below that of the Ghost Emperor. This was a peerless expert. Divine Power Level 10, Heaven-defying fate, the kind of person who cultivated painstakingly in seclusion, the personal disciple of the Nine Cauldron Immortal Sovereign, Yu Jizi. Fang Han knew a bit about the Nine Cauldron Immortal Sovereign. He was a mysterious ancient giant of the Immortality Secret Realm. He lived in seclusion in a secret place in the Xianxia Great World. He didn't establish a sect, but he did establish the enormous Nine Cauldron Pavilion. This Yu Jizi is ranked very high on the Immortality Substitute list. But fellow Daoist, you've also made it onto the Immortality Substitute list in the past 6 months. Suddenly, a spiritual intent was transmitted to Fang Han's mind. It was Prince Yi's spiritual intent. What's the Immortality Substitute list? Is it a list of experts who have a chance of reaching the Immortality Secret Realm? Is there such a thing? Fang Han knew what it was as soon as he heard the name. So you don't know about this? This is a secret of the Six Ways Alliance. It's a list that's ranked every 3 years. It lists the experts of the Xianxia Great World, immortals, devils, rogue cultivators, and demons. Since it's the Immortality Substitute list, it's a list of experts who have reached the Immortality Secret Realm and heaven-defying fate. Of course, there are also some amazing new talents. For example, Yu and Fang Qingxue and Meng Xiaobai from the Ascension Gate are all on the Immortality Substitute list. Do you want to take a look? Here's the latest update from Six Ways Alliance. Princey passed a jade booklet to Fang Han as they communicated telepathically. Fang Han took it and found that there were no words on it. He used his spiritual power to activate it, and a list of names appeared in his mind. He had never heard of the names of the first two people, but when he saw Hua Tiandu, he realized that he was actually ranked third. Fan Qingying was ranked first, and Yan Shui was ranked second. Both of them seemed to have feminine names. That Yan Shui seemed to be a disciple of the Tai Gate. Hua Tiandu received the legacy of the Panwu Immortal and has several Dao treasures. Why isn't he ranked first? Then how strong is the other person? Or an antique? He continued reading and found that Yujizi was ranked 9th. He even found that the Elder of the Ascension Gate was ranked 37th. As for him, he was ranked over 100 places behind. Behind him was Meng Xiaobai, and Fang Qingxue was ranked ahead of him. How is this list ranked? If I fight with Fang Qingxue now, I definitely won't lose. I might even win. But maybe Fang Qingxue is the reincarnation of the goddess of lightning, and has a higher chance of reaching the immortal secret state than me. After Fang Han finished reading it, he returned the longevity candidate list to Prince Yi. He thought about the names one by one. Although the Six Ways Alliance, 9 Tripod Pavilion, and Heaven Dao Pavilion all sell magic treasures and elixirs, they each have their own strengths. If you want to buy magic treasures, you should go to the Heaven Dao Pavilion. If you want to buy elixirs, you should go to the 9 Tripod Pavilion. If you want to buy information and secrets, you should go to the Six Ways Alliance. Just as the E-Prince was explaining, a fiery red box was opened in the marketplace below, and a round pill appeared. The pill's medicinal qi was like flames, burning slowly. Multicolored light filled the sky, and the red glow on the pill seemed to transform into musical notes, emitting a beautiful sound. An extremely powerful elixir. A miraculous elixir. Nirvana elixir, this is the Nirvana elixir. It's rumored to be a peerless heaven-level elixir that can break through bottlenecks. I didn't expect this to be the first auction. So this is what the Nirvana elixir looks like. As expected of the king of elixirs, its aura is extraordinary. I wonder what the starting bid for this elixir will be. Let's not think about it. This elixir is definitely not something that we can obtain. It's definitely going to be an immeasurable amount. Countless gasps of shock, jealousy, envy, and possessiveness could be heard. So this is the Nirvana elixir? This elixir is only worth it when you're breaking through the final bottleneck. Xingyun baby and I have both reached a bottleneck and are unable to break through. However, there's only one elixir, so I'll buy it for Xingyun baby. When he breaks through to the heaven human stage and refines the Jin Dan, I'll be able to extract the great divine seal technique. It's best if he breaks through to the Jin Dan on his own. With the help of the elixir, he won't be able to comprehend much. Fang Han calculated in his heart. Everyone, this elixir is the legendary elixir, the Nirvana elixir. I don't need to explain its effects. If an expert at the pinnacle of the heaven-defying fate-changing stage consumes this elixir, there's a high chance that he'll break through and become an ancient powerhouse. Of course, this only increases the probability, but it's not 100%. Yujizi's gentle voice resounded throughout the entire shopping mall. The starting price for this elixir is 400 million. Every time someone calls out, the price will increase by 10 million. Everyone, please begin the bidding. 400 million. This Nirvana elixir actually cost 400 million. And it was the starting price. When Fang Han bought the Great Brahma Radiant ship, it only cost 260 million. That was a pure Yang peerless artifact, 400 million, this was practically the price of a low-grade Dao artifact. Fang Han was also shocked by this price. A Nirvana elixir with a starting price of 400 million was enough to bankrupt a Jin Dan expert. At the very least, the Jin Dan experts of the Ascension Gate, Callan, Wanro, Ling Xiao, and Yao Guang could not afford it. Moreover, 400 million was far from enough to obtain this elixir. It wasn't impossible for the final bid to double the price. However, this elixir could help a person break through a bottleneck. It was a priceless treasure. 400 million pills is not a small number. Fortunately, I had Princey sell off the God Race's items. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford the starting price. This Shanhuang city is indeed the #1 city in the world. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is also worthy of being one of the top 3 merchant guilds in the world. Now that I have a crystal card with 600 million elixir, I wonder if I can obtain this elixir. Feng Han secretly calculated in his mind, but didn't call out a price first. Right now, all the treasures of the 6 divine sovereigns had been sold. Although they were worth 600 million elixir, it was still unknown whether he could obtain the Nirvana elixir. After some thought, he asked Prince Yi, "Your Highness, can you call the people of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion over? I want to sell something." "You don't have enough funds, right? However, this Nirvana elixir's price is a bit outrageous. I didn't expect the starting price to be so high." The Yi Prince furrowed his brows. To him, 400 million was a huge sum of money. "What treasure are you trying to sell?" "Actually, we can settle the bill after the auction. You know what I'm selling. It's a treasure I just got. It's just a Jin Dan from forefather Qin Yang." Feng Han said. "What? You're selling something like this?" Princey was shocked. His expression changed. "I've never heard of or seen someone selling a Jin Dan directly. However, there are some lucky people who can find the remains of fallen Jin Dan experts in ancient ruins. They can find Jin Dan that hasn't decayed yet. However, they can refine it themselves, saving thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Why don't you give me forefather Qin Yang's Jin Dan? I'll pay a high price. Don't sell it to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion." Princey was a celestial realm expert. He could refine the Jin Dan and obtain the divine abilities within. "Oh? How much are you offering, Princey?" To be honest, forefather Qin Yang's Jin Dan contained 13 divine abilities. None of them were very powerful. For someone like Feng Han, who owned 2 Tai Gates Jin Dan, it was of little value. He might as well sell it. Of course, he might be the first person to sell a Jin Dan. "How about this? You auction this Nirvana pill. I'll make up for the shortfall. How about that?" Princey thought for a while and said with clenched teeth, "I still have some spare savings. I'm going to use it as a birthday gift for Venerable Ling Long and the other female disciples. At most, I'll give a few fewer female disciples. It's a deal." Feng Han thought for a while and threw forefather Qin Yang's Jin Dan to Prince Yi. The Yi Prince happily put it away. With this Jin Dan, his strength would definitely improve greatly after refining it. His cultivation would reach a terrifying realm. Forefather Qin Yang's Jin Dan might be of little value to Feng Han, but it was a treasure among treasures to others. Nirvana pills could still be bought, but the great Jin Dan, which contained divine abilities, was nowhere to be found, for 150 million. During this transaction, the bidding for the Nirvana pills had reached the 5th round. The price had increased by 50 million. This kind of madness was really hard to control. 500 million. Feng Han signaled Prince Yi to call out an astronomical number. Sure enough, the moment the bid was called out, everyone in the hall went silent. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feng Han felt many powerful divine senses sweeping over. Fortunately, this VIP room had the function of blocking divine senses. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Of course, this had its pros and cons. Feng Han couldn't see the people in the other VIP rooms. 510 million. At this moment, a voice rang out from a VIP room in the distance. No one knew who it was, but they actually dared to bid. 550 million. Feng Han gestured for him to bid again. Who's in that VIP room? How dare they bid with me? Check. Go out and check. They actually increased the bid by 50 million. At this moment, a man wearing an imperial robe was sitting in another VIP room. This man was actually a Jin Dan expert. Obviously, he was one of the top 10 princes of the Dashuan Empire. Mr. Hua, I originally wanted to buy this Nirvana pill for you, but I didn't expect to meet someone competing with me. I have to see who increased the bid by 50 million. The man in the imperial robe said to a man in green beside him. This man in green was Hua Tiandu. This Nirvana pill is so magical. If you can buy it, Brother Tiandu will be able to break through to the immortal secret realm and become an eternal giant. At that time, we'll have to go to the Ascension Gate to congratulate you. A Taoist beside Hua Tiandu smiled. It was Wang Tianyi, the eternal giant of the Tai Gate. I don't need this Nirvana pill. At least 3 years, at most 5 years. I'll definitely enter the immortal secret realm and become an eternal giant. I'll have to carefully savor and comprehend this breakthrough. Hua Tiandu indifferently said, I'll give this nirvana pill to junior sister Yin as a congratulatory gift. Ah, it's rare for senior brother Tiandu to have such thoughts. When these words reach the ears of our Tai Gate's female disciples, they'll be so envious of senior sister Yan Shui. Zhou Chui said, senior sister Yan Shui is a genius among our disciples. She's already reached the 10th level of the God realm, the heaven-defying realm. She's a well-known figure who has a high chance of entering the immortal secret realm. Among the 10 immortal sects, there are very few who can contend with her. This time, she received a decree from our sect's grand elder, Tai Huang Tian, to let senior sister Yan Shui and senior brother Tiandu get engaged. When both of you reach the immortal secret realm, it'll be the time to marry. Right now, there's only one nirvana pill, yet senior brother Tiandu is willing to give it to senior sister Yan Shui. It can be seen that he's sincere. During the assembly of immortals, perhaps it'll be the time for the two of us to reach the immortal secret realm together. Hua Tiandu calculated. Senior brother Tiandu, you have to be careful of Feng Han. This kid's progress is very fast, and this time, he killed two of our Tai Gate's junior brothers. Tai Huang Tian wanted to kill him, but he was stopped by the ancient demon Venerable sealed in the 5 elements ground. Obviously, he's a chess piece of the demon Venerable. We have to be careful. Zhou Chui said. No matter, I'll let him jump around for now. When we reach the immortal secret realm, I'll kill him with a flip of my hand. Right now, there are many elders in my ascension gate who still have expectations for him. I'll kill him now. Feng Baiyu, the sect leader, will have something to say. Once I reach the immortal secret realm, I'll be strong enough to kill him. A cold smile appeared on Hua Tiandu's face. Of course, Yang Qi said. Once senior brother Tiandu reaches the immortal secret realm, his words won't carry as much weight as they do now. Wang Tianyi knew some of the profundities of the immortal secret realm. After all, the power of the immortal secret realm and the power of the immortal secret realm couldn't be compared. Furthermore, senior brother Tiandu cultivates the coiling warrior strength divine ability, which is extremely profound. Once he reaches the immortal secret realm, he'll be able to reach the 2nd level of the undying body. That's indeed the case. The coiling warrior strength divine ability is the pinnacle of strength. After cultivating it, one's intelligence, physical strength, magical power, Dao force, mental strength, Yuan force, foundation force, desire force, wisdom force, determination force, and many other forces will have a breakthrough. Of course, it's 10 times harder to cultivate it compared to ordinary divine abilities. It has already been many years since I entered the divine ability 10th heaven-defying fate-changing realm. The reason I haven't broken through is because I am accumulating. Once I reach the peak and break through the gate of long life, I will be like a surging heavenly Tao. No one will be able to stop my meteoric rise. I feel that day is not far away. From Hua Tiandu's words, it was as if he was looking down on the world and was unstoppable. Naturally, he had a domineering aura. Report. The one who increased the price by 50 million seems to be Prince E. Just as Hua Tiandu was speaking, a cultivator who went out to investigate returned. Prince E? Since when did this trash have such a strong financial power? 500 million pills, Recently, this trash has been preparing a birthday gift for Venerable Ling Long. I'm afraid 500 million pills is his limit. Moreover, what does he want these pills for? To break through from the heaven realm to the unity realm? That's too much of a waste. He might not even be able to break through. 580 million. In the time it took to speak, the price had increased by 2 rounds. Hearing that it was Prince E, the prince who had reached the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm felt relieved. 600 million. Feng Han shouted. He was determined to get this nirvana pill. After reaching the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm, the Jing Dan, he had reached the heavens in a single bound. He could also completely refine the 9 ghost primordial spirit. At that time, he would be the #1 expert under the immortal secret realm. What was 600 million pills to him? Even 6 billion was worth it, 610 million. The prince next to Hua Tiandu shouted. At this time, the price had reached 600 million. Only a few people were shouting. 620 million. Princey didn't dare to raise the price anymore. Prince Feng, raise it to 700 million. Since I want to support you, I definitely won't ask you to spend money. Hua Tiandu looked at the prince next to him. With a wave of his hand, 7 crystal cards flew over. It was actually 700 million pills. This? Since Mr. Hua has said so, I will do my best. This prince was Prince Feng. He was the oldest among the many princes and was the eldest. However, he wasn't the most powerful one. Among the princes of the Dashuan Empire, the one with the most unfathomable cultivation was the 4th prince, Prince Yi. It wasn't that Prince Feng couldn't take out 700 million pills, but it was a huge burden on him. After that, he would be stretched thin. 700 million. Prince Feng shouted. How many pills can you take out? Feng Han had already spent all the 600 million pills he had. So he asked Prince Yi. I can take out 200 million at most, Prince Yi said. In fact, he could take out 500 million, but he played a little trick. That's good. Bid 800 million. Feng Han's expression didn't change. 800 million. When this price was shouted out, even Prince Feng was shocked. Not only him, even Wang Tianyi and Zhou Chui, who were sitting in the VIP room, almost stood up. They were the little tycoons of the Supreme Sect, but it was impossible for them to take out 800 million pills at once. This was already a method of the secret realm of immortality. This? Mr. Hua. Prince Feng stared at Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he suddenly said, 900 million. Everyone, take a guess. Will Hua Tiandu's fiancé, Yan Shui, suffer a tragedy? If it's a tragedy, everyone should vote red. 900 million, a single Nirvana pill had reached a price of 900 million. Not only was everyone shocked, even the seller, Yu Jizi, was taken aback. Then, he waved his hand, and the 2 experts beside him immediately disappeared behind the scenes, flying towards 2 different VIP rooms. The price is too high. It's not worth it. Logically speaking, this Nirvana pill can only be sold for 500 to 600 million at most. Now that the price has increased like this, it's simply burning money. I'm about to go bankrupt. Princey was also trembling in fear. 1 billion. Feng Han laughed coldly, and shouted a number that made everyone's jaws drop. 1 billion. A total of 1 billion pills. Rumor had it that the barbaric emperor had forged 5 or 6 extremely powerful supreme-grade weapons, and sold them to the Heaven Dao Pavilion for 1 billion pills. Although this Nirvana pill was a legendary peerless-grade heaven-level pill, it was not an immortal pill. It could not be sold for 1 billion. Hua Tiandu was slightly taken aback, and he frowned. He did not expect the other party to raise the price so high. Although he could afford 1 billion pills, the other party seemed determined to get it, and seemed to want to increase the price. If this were to continue, it would probably reach a terrifying number. He was not someone who spent money every day. Although he had received the inheritance of the Panwu Immortal, he had spent a lot of resources on his own cultivation to win over the Tai Gate. This Nirvana pill was not worth it. Of course, he did not know that the other party was Feng Han. If he did, he would have continued shouting. Mr. Hua. Prince Feng looked at Hua Tiandu's expression. If you insist on buying this pill, I can. No need. Hua Tiandu said. If you continue, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion will benefit for nothing. Your brother, Prince Yi, is very bold. 1 billion pills at once. He's comparable to the giants of the longevity secret realm. You have to be careful. There are still some good pills coming up, especially at the end. There's an immortal pill. I'll save some money so that I can buy the last treasure. At the treasure trading convention, the first good treasure was a good start, and the last treasure was the grand finale. Indeed. I also heard that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's treasure trading convention is the last one. It was the legendary elixir. I wonder what kind of medicinal pill it is, Wang Tianyi said. Save your money to buy the last immortal pill. That's the right way to go. Immortal pill? It was said that only those in the secret realm of immortality could consume it. I would like to take a look. Hua Tiandu calmed down, after the auction is over, I will go see Prince Na and see what use he has for the Nirvana pill. Thus, Hua Tiandu stopped bidding. The Nirvana pill in the first round was bought by Feng Han for a sky-high price of 1 billion. In Feng Han's VIP room, a man dressed in white and wearing a white cloak came up with a box containing the Nirvana pills. Prince Yi, these are Nirvana pills. Please take out 1 billion pills. Fellow Taoist. I only have 200 million on me. With your 600 million, I only have 800 million. Prince Yi transmitted his voice to Feng Han. He didn't want to take out more pills. Prince Yi, I know you have 400 to 500 million in savings. However, I won't take it for free. You should know that I can refine the Yuanying pill. However, it's not good to reveal this. Feng Han smiled coldly and communicated with Prince Yi telepathically. All right then. Prince Yi clenched his teeth and took out 4 crystal cards. Together with Feng Han's 6 cards, he handed them to the man in white. The man in white checked the cards and handed the Nirvana pill to Prince Yi. Prince Yi, the last treasure of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion is the legendary elixir. If you are interested, you can participate. Alright, you may leave. Prince Yi waved his hand, feeling the pinch. Feng Han took the Nirvana pill. Prince Yi, let's leave immediately. What? Leave now? Don't tell me we can't wait for the elixir at the end of the auction? Although we can't buy it, it's still good to see it. That's the legendary elixir. Prince Yi was stunned. What's there to see about the elixir? Even if we get it, we won't be able to swallow it. Instead, it'll be a disaster. I can say with certainty that the elixir will fall into Hua Tiandu's hands this time. However, he won't be able to consume it. He'll be killed by me sooner or later. The elixir is also mine. What's the rush? Once I get this Nirvana pill, I'll most likely be able to reach the 7th level of the transcendent art, the Jin Dan. Moreover, after Hua Tiandu buys the elixir, he'll definitely come to investigate you. If he discovers any clues, it won't be good for us to get into a conflict. I can't do anything to him now. Once I reach the Jin Dan level, I'll make him beg for death. Feng Han's powerful spiritual thoughts poured into Prince Yi's mind. Prince Yi thought about it and agreed. Thus, he stood up and said, let's go. After leaving the 9 tripod pavilion, the group hurried back to the prince's residence. Feng Han got Prince Yi to find a private room and began to cultivate in seclusion. This was a secret room that was more than 300 meters deep underground. The walls were made of metal and iron that were several meters thick. On the walls were carvings of talisman figures that hid their auras. This was the secret room that Prince Yi used to cultivate his transcendent art. It was under the study. It was said that no matter how big the commotion, no aura would be detected. Feng Han was cultivating here, preparing to reach the Jin Dan level, the 7th level of the transcendent art, the level of the Jin Dan seed. This was also the beginning of his meteoric rise. With more than 50 transcendent arts, he could transform into the Jin Dan. During the transformation process, his physical body would also be strengthened to an unimaginable level. The more transcendent arts one had, the harder it would be to cultivate the Jin Dan. However, once it was cultivated and transformed, the chi of the transcendent arts would combine with the physical body, greatly increasing the lifespan of the physical body. If one cultivated the transcendent arts after reaching the Jin Dan level, their power would remain the same, but they would no longer have the effect of increasing one's lifespan. For example, forefather Qin Yang's Jin Dan had 13 transcendent arts. However, 6 of them had been cultivated after reaching the Jin Dan level. In other words, when he reached the Jin Dan level, he had transformed with 7 transcendent arts. His lifespan wouldn't increase by much, only a few hundred years. Fang Qingxue had transformed with 24 transcendent arts. That would increase her lifespan by a lot. It wouldn't be strange for her to increase it by 3,000 to 5,000 years. Although Zhao Xuani and Song Wei's Jin Dan both had 27 transcendent arts, most of them had been cultivated later. They didn't have many natal transcendent arts. The transcendent arts before the Jin Dan were called natal transcendent arts. Why were they called natal transcendent arts? It was because when the Jin Dan was transformed, these transcendent arts and the physical body exchanged chi of vitality and became one. In the future, it would be extremely flexible and changeable. It was equivalent to being a part of the body. That was why it was called natal transcendent arts. Transforming the Jin Dan was an extremely important process. It was a cornerstone of the path to immortality. The stronger the foundation, the more chances one would have to cultivate to the immortal secret realm and become an eternal giant. However, ordinary experts didn't have much lifespan before reaching the Jin Dan level. They wouldn't be able to cultivate many transcendent arts. They could only quickly transform into the Jin Dan and live for a few more years. They would see if there were other opportunities. Most of these experts had no hope of reaching the immortal secret realm and couldn't become eternal giants. I have 55 transcendent arts. If I cultivate the Jin Dan, will I directly transform into 9,000 years old? A strange thought rose in Fang Han's heart, and then he smiled. Xingyan baby. This time, I spent 1 billion pills to buy a nirvana pill. I'll let you eat it. If you still can't break through to the celestial realm, I'll eat you. Fang Han waved his hand, and Xingyan baby came out of the sun and moon pentagram bracelet. He opened his eyes in a daze. He had eaten the transcendent fruit and yin-yang longevity pill. He had also been tempered by Fang Qingshua's inextinguishable lightning talisman, but he still hadn't broken through to the celestial realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Fang Han knew that the future constellation grand art that Xingyan baby cultivated was a supreme transcendent art. It was very difficult to break through. Although it wasn't as good as his 5 emperors' great demonic art, the accumulation required was also frightening. Eat. 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 I'll eat this pill first. Xingyan baby grabbed the nirvana pill and chuckled. He spat out a gust of astral power to envelop it and swallowed it into his stomach. Puff. 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 As soon as he swallowed the nirvana pill, his whole body spurted out flames. An extremely strong force seemed to be calcining every inch of his body, like a phoenix rising from the ashes and being reborn from the ashes. Even the astral chi of his future constellation grand art was being calcined. Wisps of starlight became even more dazzling and bright. Like a galaxy vortex, they kept flowing, showing the wonders of the universe. I was born lazy, and I dreamed for 1,000 years. Suddenly, I comprehended the wonders of heaven and man, the future starry sky great law king. Xingyan baby seemed to be reciting a gatha from the future constellation grand art. As he recited, a nebula above his head kept flowing, condensing into a wonderful array. Below his feet, a nebula also rose. The astral chi of his future constellation grand art had finally condensed into an array. It turned out that when he activated this supreme transcendent art, he was like a holy infant in the starry sky. But now, he vaguely had the aura of a starry sky great law king. The future starry sky great law king. Yan waved his claws and kept slapping. What a powerful aura, damn it. You didn't disappoint me. You've cultivated to the celestial realm. The 1 billion pills weren't spent in vain. You get what you pay for. If you still don't break through, I'll even have thoughts of suicide. Fang Han breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the magic of the nirvana pill. Xingyan baby's breakthrough was related to his big plan. With this breakthrough, Xingyan baby could also go to his Gemini gate to show off. Zhao Xuani, oh Zhao Xuani, your Jin Dan can come in handy. Fang Han chuckled, took out Zhao Xuani's Jin Dan, and punched out. The Jin Dan immediately shattered, and in an instant, it turned into 27 transcendent art arrays, spinning everywhere. Fang Han spat out vital chi in succession, stabilizing these transcendent arts and preventing them from dissipating. Xingyan baby, hurry up and devour these transcendent arts. Xingyan baby had just cultivated to the celestial realm, and her 5 internal organs had undergone earth-shaking changes. Her body was strengthened, and her lifespan had increased. She was savoring the aftertaste. Hearing Fang Han's words, she opened her mouth and ate without thinking, swallowing the transcendent arts one by one. 26 transcendent arts in a row. Only one transcendent art was left, and that was the Divine Seal Art Array. Fang Han nodded. As soon as his natal talisman flew out, it circled around the Divine Seal Art Array and condensed. Gradually, the Divine Seal Art Array turned into 6 streams of vital chi and was absorbed into his 6 internal organs. The 6 Divine Seal monuments also flew out, and as Fang Han spat out vital chi, they kept shrinking. 6th Divine Seal Monument. Fuse into my 6 internal organs. Make my body incomparably strong. Whether it's condensed or not, it'll become the Jin Dan, reaching the heavens in a single step. It's all on this. This was a crucial moment. The huge sum of 1 billion elixir pills had bought a nirvana elixir. At the same time, Feng Han's little treasury from the 6 godly lords was completely bankrupt. However, in exchange, Xingyun Baby's magical powers had greatly improved. She now possessed 27 types of transcendent arts. Now, she could even fight against a Jin Dan expert. Furthermore, she had allowed him to extract the divine seal art from the Jin Dan. This transaction was still worth it. If he hadn't met the Emperor Brush in the Demon Sealing Ridge, which had pushed him to the peak of the consolidation realm and condensed the false core, Feng Han would have definitely eaten the nirvana elixir. However, now that he had cultivated the void core, he was only half a step away from condensing the real Jin Dan. Feng Han decided to increase his strength and rely on his own comprehension to break through to the 7th level of the transcendent arts, the Jin Dan, and not rely on the nirvana elixir. This way, his foundation would be more solid, and he would have a deeper understanding of the essence of cultivation. Condensing the Jin Dan required a lot of vital energy. Especially for someone like Feng Han who had cultivated 55 types of transcendent arts, the amount of vital energy required to transform the Jin Dan was much more than that of an ordinary expert. Therefore, Feng Han's idea was to use the Divine Seal art and the 6-eyed Divine Seal monument to integrate into his 6 organs. This would allow the Qi of the 5 elements and the Qi of the 6 organs to condense together. This would push the strength of his physical body to a terrifying level. Only with this kind of vital energy could it be possible to transform the Jin Dan. Under Feng Han's breathing, the 6 god-sealing tombstones became smaller and smaller. In the end, they turned into 6 eyes. The mysterious eyeballs kept blinking and emitting god-sealing rays. They were swallowed by Feng Han in one gulp. He circulated his dermic powers and transferred them to the 6 organs: large intestine, small intestine, bladder, gallbladder, and stomach. The 6 divine seal monuments turned into eyes. Inside the 6 organs, they intertwined with the divine seal art that Zhao Xuani had painstakingly refined. Gradually, they became one. When Zhao Xuani had refined the divine seal monuments, he had hoped that one day he would be able to absorb them into his body and strengthen his fleshly body. He wanted to transform his fleshly body to an extremely powerful level and increase his lifespan and vital energy absorption abilities. But now, all of this had benefited Feng Han. Divine Seal, Eternal Youth. Feng Han continued to meditate on the secrets of the Divine Seal art. The Divine Seal art in his 6 organs was brewing and wriggling. First of all, the power of his stomach was increasing. As it wriggled, it seemed like it could even digest a mountain. Feng Han knew that at this point, even if he swallowed something as hard as diamond, metal, or iron, his stomach would be able to digest it. His 6 organs gradually strengthened and strengthened, leading to the strengthening of his body. The vital energy of the immortal world absorbed by the world tree also washed down in large amounts, washing every inch of his flesh and skin. Then, it rushed into his 6 organs, activating the Divine Seal art and the Divine Seal monument. Goo-goo. Goo-goo, after an unknown period of time. Feng Han's 6 organs began to cry out. The Divine Seal art and the Divine Seal monument finally combined and merged into his flesh and blood. At this moment, whoosh! Feng Han felt that there was an extra eye in each of his 6 organs, illuminating everything inside his body. He had never seen anything like this before. His understanding of his body was so clear. His body was made up of many tiny particles. These particles could not be explained how small they were. Even if he used a spell on them, he would not be able to see them clearly. There were hundreds of millions of these small particles, and they were arranged according to the laws of heaven and earth, forming an endless array. Feng Han felt that if he familiarized himself with the characteristics of the hundreds of millions of small particles that made up his body, he could cultivate an undying body. Of course, that wasn't possible. But that was enough for him to touch upon the quintessence of life. The profundity of the fleshly body. 5 viscera, 6 bowels, 5 phases, God sealing. Become one. Transform the fleshly body. As the Divine Seal art and the Divine Seal monument merged into his 6 viscera, 6 new eyes appeared, illuminating his entire body. Then, Feng Han drew on the 5 phases energy in his 5 viscera to combine them. It was like pouring a ladle of oil onto a raging fire. Rumble. Feng Han's roots twitched, and his fleshly body seemed to be on fire. His flesh and blood wriggled, as if millions upon millions of tiny worms were rearranging themselves. It was like steel being ground into slag, then sent back into the furnace to be burned. Immense vital energy seethed, as lightning, devil flame, 5 phases energy, and God-sealing energy swirled around him, causing the metal floor in the room to collapse and melt. Heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. Feng Han's fleshly body was undergoing heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. Before, his fleshly body had been incredibly powerful, but now, he was advancing on a path of even greater power. Crack. Crack, even as his fleshly body grew stronger, it reached a certain peak, where it suddenly stopped. Then, cracks spread out across Feng Han's skin like porcelain. Blood oozed out of those cracks, shocking to the eye. It was a sign that his fleshly body was about to collapse. Not good, Yan said. You can't just randomly temper your fleshly body. You have to have a fixed technique. For example, the Yama golden body, or the coiling martial god strength divine ability, or the sage body of the ancient warrior. But Feng Han doesn't have a fixed technique. He's just trying to get stronger. How can he do that? If things go wrong, his fleshly body will collapse. He could tell that Feng Han was trying to get stronger, and was doing everything in his power to transform his fleshly body. Apparently, he had already broken away from the Yama golden body, and was trying to find his own way to cultivate his fleshly body. As Feng Han circulated his vital energy, he alternated between the Yama golden body, the sage body of the ancient warrior from the coiling martial god strength divine ability, and the other secret techniques of body refinement. Obviously, he was looking for the best way to get stronger. Feng Han had plenty of experience, especially considering that he had spent 18 years in the Prime Supreme Immortal Abode, where he had received constant instruction from that mysterious person, and had built a solid foundation for his cultivation. In fact, his experience with cultivation surpassed even that of Hua Tiandu's. Feng Baiyu, the sect leader of the Ascension Gate, hadn't spent 18 years teaching Hua Tiandu. Moreover, that mysterious person was much stronger and more knowledgeable than Feng Baiyu. The reason why Feng Han's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and why he was able to cultivate in the land of the 5 elements, and become the Destiny Talisman, was mostly because he had spent 18 years in the Prime Supreme Immortal Abode. However, no matter how rich his experience was, he couldn't simply temper his body without following the techniques of his predecessors. After all, his predecessors were much more experienced than him, and he was only a small fry at the 6th level of the divine power consolidation realm. Just as Yan was about to ask Feng Han to stop, the vital energy in Feng Han's body suddenly started to condense. It was 1,000 times more concentrated. At this moment, Yan realized that Feng Han's body seemed to be similar to the chaotic whole state created by the Emperor brush when it shrunk. The moment his vital energy condensed, the cracks on his body disappeared, and all the blood essence retreated back into his body. Moreover, his body became even more compact and sturdy as it collapsed. This was especially so for his left hand. As his left hand caved in, a strong pressure of essence crushed several black runes like eggs, completely fusing with his essence. The Sky Demon's hand has completely shattered. It has merged with the body. Yen saw all this. So you were prepared. You actually comprehended this move from the Emperor brush. You purposely destroyed it first before creating it. Shoo, Feng Han let out a long breath. His body moved slightly, and a beautiful heavenly sound resounded from within his bones. His muscles squirmed, and the sounds of blowing the great Dharma conch and beating the great Dharma drum could be heard from his pores. This wasn't the sound of a talisman, but purely the sound produced by his body. Your body can actually cultivate to the level of blowing the great Dharma conch. The level of beating the great Dharma drum. Yen exclaimed. Oh my God! How strong is your body? Lord of the Bloody Night. Slash me with all your might. Feng Han didn't answer Yan's question. Swish, the Blood Night King flew out, transforming into a blood-colored blade of light that swirled through the air, causing numerous blood-colored magical symbols to appear. His energy surged as he built up power. After a few breaths of time, his energy reached its peak. A buzzing sound could be heard as the Blood Night King vanished. In a thousandth of a second, he was right above Feng Han's head, where he slashed out with his blade. Clang, just as the King of Bloody Night slashed down, it came into contact with Feng Han's flesh and was stuck, unable to continue. It actually bounced back. It transformed back into a young man in a blood-colored cloak, his face filled with shock. I'm a Tao item. I can kill gods and slay Buddhas, but I can't hurt your body. Just how strong is your body? Oh my god, it's comparable to a Tao item. My current body is actually like a magic treasure, but it isn't. It is fused with the six-eyed god seal monument and the sky demon's hand. These two magic treasures were originally created by Zhao Xuani and the Ghost Emperor to increase their lifespan and strengthen their bodies. However, they couldn't completely fuse with their bodies because they didn't understand certain things. It was only when I saw the Emperor brush that I understood the principle of man and treasure as one. Although my body isn't immortal, ordinary people can't kill me. Feng Han said, now that my body has undergone this round of refinement, my vitality is surging, and my blood essence has reached an unprecedented peak. It's time to cultivate the Jin Dan. As he spoke, the talisman above his head flew out. Immediately, celestial sounds could be heard. Blow the great Dharma conch and strike the great Dharma drum. His body also responded with blow the great Dharma conch and strike the great Dharma drum. Feng Han had made ample preparations. He was determined to cultivate the Jin Dan in one go and defeat all the experts in the magical secret realm. He was completely confident now. Without hesitation, Feng Han breathed out primordial qi and infused it into his powerful life talisman. Instantly, this natal talisman, which contained 55 types of magical powers, turned into an illusory Jin Dan. Moreover, under the continuous infusion of Feng Han's vitality, it had a concept of materialization. Others had to be careful and extremely difficult to cultivate the Jin Dan. However, Feng Han was doing it with ease. There was no other reason. He had made ample preparations. The strength of his body gave him enough vitality to transform the Jin Dan. At the moment when the Jin Dan was about to be formed, the entire space trembled together. Surging vitality seeped into the Acheron map. At this moment, the Kuanping Dome and the Acheron map seemed to feel an unprecedented surge of vitality. The great engulfing demonic formation on it started to operate violently. The surrounding vitality was swept away. Even the giant egg flew out automatically and swallowed the void core formed by Feng Han's natal talisman. Not good. In an instant, a large amount of vitality was swallowed. Feng Han saw that the Jin Dan that was about to be formed became a void core again. Feng Han did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. When he was condensing the Jin Dan, the intense primordial qi that erupted had actually alarmed the Kuanping Dome, which was engraved with the great devouring demonic formation. It automatically flew up and devoured his primordial qi. The great devouring technique was one of the supreme divine abilities of the demonic sect. It was extremely powerful and extremely difficult to cultivate. Now that it had been stimulated and devoured, it had almost destroyed Feng Han's cultivation plan. You're courting death. Feng Han was furious. He was about to condense the Jin Dan, but it was actually destroyed by this huge egg. How could he not be angry? He waved his hand and grabbed the huge egg. The false Dan on his head gradually turned into his natal talisman and returned to his mind. There was no room for error when condensing the Jin Dan. Now that he had been disturbed and his primordial qi had been devoured, he would definitely not be able to refine it. Fortunately, I didn't let this huge egg really destroy my foundation. The primordial qi that was consumed can be accumulated again and condensed into the Jin Dan in no time. Feng Han checked his talisman and body. There were no major problems. With the existence of the world tree, it would not take long for him to accumulate the primordial qi of the immortal world to the fullest extent and transform into the Jin Dan again. Holding the Kuanping Dome in his hand, Feng Han pondered for a long time and realized that the huge egg had become slightly illusory. How much primordial qi would transform after he cultivated the Jin Dan? If it was all absorbed by the Kuanping Dome, the chances of this huge egg evolving into the great devouring demonic formation would be much higher. Moreover, Feng Han had a feeling that he was connected to the Kuanping Dome by flesh and blood. This strange feeling was that this egg seemed to have been born by him. However, this was not strange. The primordial chi that the Kuanping dome had just absorbed from the Jin Dan's transformation contained his own essence. Looks like I'm going to become the Jin Dan with 56 divine abilities? Instead of 55 types of plants. Perhaps this Kuanping dome will hatch into the great devouring demonic formation. At that time I will have another great devouring demonic art in my natal talisman. This is not bad. It's even more powerful than Meng Xiaobai's Kuanping primordial spirit. Fang Han thought about it and suppressed the regret of not being able to refine the Jin Dan. Once the great devouring demonic array was activated, it was no match for the great cleaving technique. Instead, it was a true consummate supreme divine ability. Adding it into the natal talisman would make it even more powerful. In the future, the condensed Jin Dan would be even more powerful. Forget it, Fang Han. Although I wasn't able to refine the Jin Dan due to this incident, it's just a matter of time. Moreover, it's not like you didn't gain anything this time. Your strength has increased greatly. Just the strength of your physical body alone is terrifying, said Yan Dao. Although that's the case, if I don't refine the Jin Dan, I won't have any hope of refining the Ghost Emperor's 9 Ghosts primordial spirit. It's still very difficult to truly be on par with Hua Tiandu. Fang Han knew that the Ghost Emperor's 9 Ghosts primordial spirit was at the 10th tier of the Abhijna realm. After refining it, it would be on par with Hua Tiandu. Otherwise, no matter how many divine abilities he cultivated, the difference in cultivation level between him and Hua Tiandu was too great. It would be difficult for him to compete. The 9 Ghosts primordial spirit is all demonic Dao mystiques. Its power is immense. Even if you refine the Jin Dan, the chances of refining it are only 80%. However, if you can integrate the great devouring technique into the talisman and transform it into the Jin Dan, there won't be any problems. After refining the great devouring technique, you can increase your strength without limit. Yan Dao. Yes, this is indeed the safest way. Fang Han nodded. Just as he walked out of the secret room and flew all the way to the study on the surface, he saw Princey organizing a pile of secret documents. When he saw Fang Han come out, he immediately asked, "Fellow Daoist, have you refined the Jin Dan?" "I'm still a bit short of maturity," said Fang Han. Hearing this, a trace of obvious disappointment appeared on Princey's face. "This is?" He then saw a giant infant walking out with Fang Han. This giant infant's cultivation level was actually at the 5th level of the Abhijna realm. Moreover, waves of terrifying aura emanated from his body, many times more terrifying than that of forefather Green Goat. It made him feel as if he was facing a small tycoon of the Tai Gate's Jin Dan. "This is the young master of the Gemini Gate, Xingyun baby. I used the power of the Nirvana pill to help him step into the Abhijna realm, and he also refined Zhao Xuani's Jin Dan. Now, he has 27 Abhijna realms and possesses boundless power," Fang Han introduced. "So that's how it is." Hearing this, Princey let out a sigh of relief. If Fang Han hadn't refined the Jin Dan after taking the Nirvana pill, then he would have doubted whether Fang Han would be able to step into the 7th level of the Abhijna realm in this lifetime. But since Fang Han hadn't taken it, it meant that he wanted to rely on his own abilities to cultivate. Zhao Xuani's Jin Dan has been refined, and Xingyun baby has also broken through. Then it seems that he has a great chance of inheriting the Gemini Gate's position. It seems that Fang Han's methods are extremely powerful, and he wants to reap the greatest benefits from the Gemini Gate. Princey thought of many problems in an instant. At the same time, he stood up and called out to Xingyun baby. He was well informed and knew the major events of various sections. He naturally knew Xingyun baby's position in the Gemini Gate, and he also knew why Fang Han gave him the Nirvana pill and didn't take it himself. "You've been in seclusion for 2 days. In these 2 days, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's treasure market has already ended. In the end, there was a legendary elixir called the Pill of Eternal Creation. It attracted a lot of attention, and the price kept rising. In the end, it was bought by Hua Tiandu for 3 billion elixirs. A few mysterious powerhouses at the 1st level of the Longevity Secret Realm also participated in the bidding, but they weren't able to buy it," Princey said. With just a few words, one could imagine the fiery scene at that time. The Pill of Rebirth? That's what Longevity Secret Realm experts use to break through to the immortal body. I knew why Hua Tiandu was willing to buy it at all costs. He wants to take it after he breaks through to the longevity secret realm. He wants to cultivate to the second level of the longevity secret realm, the immortal body. That way, he'll be practically invincible in the Ascension Gate. Even if he kills you, Feng Baiyu won't be able to say anything. Yan Dao. How can I not know this? Feng Han said telepathically. Hua Tiandu cultivates the Panwu Great Strength God Art. It's extremely difficult for him to break through to the longevity secret realm, but once he does, he can quickly cultivate to the immortal body. Now that he has the pill of rebirth, I'm sure he'll have a 100% chance of becoming an immortal body once he breaks through to the longevity secret realm. Then, he'll have a lot of say. His wishful thinking is brilliant. There's another piece of bad news. Prince Yi's tone was heavy. What is it? Secret news from Six Ways Alliance. The Grand Elder of the Tai Gate, Tai Huang Tian, has issued a decree. Hua Tiandu and Yan Shui are engaged. They'll officially become Dao partners once they reach the longevity secret realm. Yan Shui? I've seen her name on the longevity substitute roll. She's ranked second, ahead of Hua Tiandu. Who is she? Feng Han thought of the longevity substitute roll. She's one of the strongest true disciples of the Tai Gate. Her cultivation is unfathomable. Rumor has it that even the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm can't deal with her. However, she went into seclusion 300 years ago. If she marries Hua Tiandu and becomes Dao partners, their power will be indescribably terrifying. Prince Yi licked his lips. Among all the princes, the fourth prince, Prince Yi, has the highest cultivation. Hua Tiandu's eldest brother, Prince Feng, may be the eldest son of the emperor, but he's far inferior to Prince Yi. However, now that this news has spread, Prince Feng's power has greatly expanded. 300 years ago, Yan Shui fought with Xing Wuxue, an elder of the Sky Extreme Devil sect who had just reached the first level of the longevity secret realm. She was trapped by his demonic formation for 3 days and 3 nights, but he still couldn't deal with her. Instead, she used her abilities to tear the demonic formation apart and escaped. She even destroyed a few of Xing Wushue's magic treasures. From then on, she became famous. So powerful. Even the experts of the longevity secret realm can't trap her. Yan Shui thought to himself. Humph. So Hua Tiandu went to the Tai Gate to get engaged. Fiancé. Yan Shui. Pill of eternal creation. This thing will be mine sooner or later. Whether it's the person or the pills, I'll take them all. Feng Han sneered. This news is very good, very good. Very timely. Hearing this, Prince Yi shuddered. This person is really audacious. What does he mean by whether it's the person or the pills? Does he want to snatch away his love? Does he want to snatch Yan Shui? This woman is close to the ancient giants. Forget it, forget it. This person's methods are heavenly. It's great that he can help me. Also, fellow Taoist Feng Han. In order to help you buy the Nirvana pill, I spent 400 million pills. I spent all the money that was supposed to be spent on the birthday gift 3 months later. You said that you can refine the Yuanying pill. I wonder. You don't have to prepare the gift. Feng Han thought for a while. You and I will go to Venerable Ling Long's 4,000th birthday celebration together. I will prepare the gift. I will present a gift that no one else can match. I guarantee that Venerable Ling Long will have a whole new level of respect for the two of us and will treat us well. This? Prince Yi hesitated when he saw that Feng Han wasn't willing to give anything substantial. He naturally didn't want to believe these empty words. Humph. Feng Han waved his hand and took out a dazzling Jin Dan. 27 types of divine abilities were operating on it, emitting powerful energy. It was Song Wei's Jin Dan. This is the Jin Dan of a disciple of the Tai Gate. How about I give it to Venerable Ling Long as a birthday gift? This birthday gift. Prince Yi swallowed his saliva. Venerable Ling Long and the Tai Gate are mortal enemies. If you give her the Jin Dan of a disciple of the Tai Gate as a birthday gift, Venerable Ling Long will definitely be very happy. However, this golden core is a priceless treasure, a priceless treasure. This is nothing. how powerful is Venerable Ling Long? If we give her this gift, she will definitely give us a generous reward. We will set an example for all the cultivators in the world. When the time comes, you and I will have unimaginable benefits. Perhaps Venerable Ling Long will be happy and consume her magical energy to forcefully raise your cultivation to the Jin Dan. It's not impossible, said Feng Han. However, this will offend the Tai Gate too much. After all, our Dashuan Empire is still within the Tai Gate's territory. Prince Yi was a smart man. He naturally knew the complexity of this matter. Now that the Tai Gate doesn't support you, what are you afraid of? Besides, even if you can't become a prince, you won't suffer any losses by relying on Venerable Ling Long. If you don't find a backer now, you won't be able to become an emperor. It will be worse when you are purged in the future. I'm preparing a way out for you. Feng Han's plan quietly took shape. A way out. Prince Yi's heart palpitated when he heard Feng Han's words. In fact, he wasn't considered outstanding among the princes. This time, he was eager to give Venerable Ling Long a birthday gift because he wanted to curry favor with Exquisite Paradise. If he could marry a female cultivator of Exquisite Paradise as his consort, his status would soar rapidly. However, he didn't dare to offend the Tai Gate openly. Now, Feng Han actually said that the gift he was going to give to Venerable Ling Long was the Jin Dan of Tai Gate's Xiao Xuani. This would certainly make Venerable Ling Long happy, but it would offend the Tai Gate greatly. However, Venerable Ling Long was famous for being protective of her own people. No one could touch the people she protected. If he could get her protection by offering the Jin Dan, he would be safe for the rest of his life. By offering the Jin Dan, you can completely rely on Venerable Ling Long. However, you will have to offend the Tai Gate. There are risks. However, Your Highness's current force is too weak. Even if I help you, you won't be able to seize the throne. Wealth comes from danger. I'm giving Your Highness a chance this time. It's up to you. Anyway, I must go to Exquisite Paradise and give the Jin Dan to Venerable Ling Long. Feng Han kept the Jin Dan. He didn't intend to refine Song Wei's Jin Dan. Firstly, he already knew all the divine abilities inside. There was nothing special about it. Secondly, he couldn't refine it now. Even if he cultivated the Jin Dan, he would still need to refine the 9-ghost primordial spirit. Thirdly, if he offered the Jin Dan to Venerable Ling Long, he would have a huge backer. Venerable Ling Long would certainly give him more benefits than the Jin Dan. This was a profitable deal. Maximizing the benefits of his item was Feng Han's usual method. Let me think about it. Let's talk about something else. Prince Yi thought for a while and couldn't make a decision immediately. 7 days later, our prince will be exploring an ancient ruin. I wonder if fellow Taoist can lend me a hand. I know about this. Is it the ancient ruin that Prince Sa mentioned that your royal family's elders opened? What kind of place is that? What's the danger? Feng Han knew that the Dashuan Empire's royal family was very powerful. They were different from ordinary dynasties in the secular world. They couldn't even afford to offend a divine ability secret realm expert. Even though they were under the jurisdiction of the Tai Gate, the Dashuan Empire's royal family had their own autonomy. Of course, they had to offer countless pills and magic treasures to the Tai Gate every year. It's on an extraterritorial star. Our royal family's elders found an ancient teleportation array in an underground ancient battlefield. Hence, they used a lot of vital chi to activate the teleportation array. As a result, a space-time door was opened. It led to an extraterritorial star in the extraterritorial star. However, there were also many powerful demonic beasts, the Sky Demon, and other strange secrets. This time, the royal family's elders wanted our prince to explore. It was also a test, a trial. Oh? Feng Han thought to himself. Then it must be a place similar to the 5 elemental lands. Actually, there were many ancient ruins and teleportation arrays in the entire Xianxia Great World. The ruins of End was a special example. Of course, the main temple of the godly temple in the wilderness that led to the 5 elemental lands was also a teleportation array. Every time they discovered this place, they would be able to obtain great benefits. This is a good opportunity to increase my strength. However, my strength is still weak, so I won't be able to obtain any benefits. I originally planned to go with enlightened Master Xiaoyu and the others, but now that I have Feng Han's help, I can travel lightly. Will Hua Tiandu escort Prince Feng there? Feng Han asked. It's possible. Since that's the case, I'll go with you. Feng Han decided. Originally, he wanted to rush to the Gemini Gate to deliver the letter. However, after thinking about it, it might not be a bad idea to escort Princey into the ancient ruins first. Who knows, he might be able to find some treasures there. Right now, he was clean and had nothing. All right. Princey slammed the table and stood up. I've already sent people to secretly monitor the movements of Prince Feng's residence. If there's any news about Hua Tiandu, I'll let you know. Feng Han nodded and closed his eyes to rest. The next few days were peaceful. Every day, he silently circulated his qi and accumulated his spirit. At the same time, he channeled his qi into the Kunping Dome. Because the day of the Great Devouring Demonic Formation was not far away. Once he mastered the Great Devouring technique, not only could he absorb energy endlessly like Meng Xiaobai, but he could also do it even better. 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. Feng Han didn't condense a yuanying pill. Instead, he stored the vast immortal world's qi in his meridians and acupoints, slowly nourishing and gathering it with his own blood. Once he had enough qi and blood, he could once again attempt to break through the Jing Dan. Yen. Now that we're working together, will Hua Tiandu be able to recognize me? He definitely won't. I swallowed 1.5 million caddies of 9 solar holy water. Although it didn't evolve the Bridge of Forgetfulness, it activated many hidden auras and shape-shifting demonic techniques. The Tao of Devils has always been mysterious and ever-changing. Hua Tiandu isn't in the secret realm of longevity, so he won't be able to recognize me. Come, shapeshift, shapeshift, shapeshift. Ha ha ha. The Acheron map has a spell formation called the Art of Reincarnation. It can change one's appearance, temperament, and form. Basically, after you go through this transformation, you'll be reincarnated. Infinite transformations. Suddenly, the Acheron map transformed into a magical robe, not yellow, but emerald green, which draped over Feng Han's body. Feng Han's entire demeanor changed, as if he were a frail scholar. At the same time, his face twisted and changed, giving him the air of a scholar from the mortal world. He was completely reborn, and no one would be able to recognize him. When Emperor Huangquan established the Tao of Reincarnation, he traveled the world for hundreds of years, taking on all sorts of appearances. Scholars, farmers, peddlers, officials, generals, and all sorts of other people. No one was able to see through him, and I gained a lot of experience. Now, all you have to do is dress up a little, and you'll be able to hide it completely. I'll give you a name. You'll be called. Yeah, let's call you Life-Stealing Scholar. That's the nickname Emperor Huangquan used to play with the world. Life-Stealing Scholar? Won't some old-timers recognize you? It's just a nickname for playing with the world. The cultivation world doesn't know about it. That's good. Where's Xingyun baby? Do you want to disguise yourself? Disguise my ass. Just hide in the sun-moon pentagram bracelet and sleep. That's the right way to go. As soon as he finished dressing up, Princey rushed in. As soon as he saw Feng Han's appearance, he said, "You." He couldn't believe that this was Feng Han, and assumed that someone else had run in. Princey, starting today, I'm the life-stealing scholar, a rogue cultivator who's neither righteous nor evil. As Feng Han spoke, the Avicii devilish chi circulated in his throat, and even his voice changed. It was no longer the same as before. It had changed so much that it didn't even exist. This art of reincarnation is truly wondrous. The effects of the Acheron map are truly marvelous. Feng Han couldn't help but rejoice as he sensed the changes in himself. The art of reincarnation was actually a technique that could conceal and transform. Indeed, this transformation was similar to being reincarnated. Everything that had existed before would no longer exist. This sort of transformation and concealment technique was truly terrifying. Good, good, good. With this kind of concealment, no one will be able to see through you. Princey knew that this was Feng Han, and was both surprised and delighted. Today is the day of the Imperial Clan's gathering, and we're heading to the ancient ruins underground. We'll be heading out together. No problem. Let's go. At the very center of mysterious Yellow City was a vast square. In the center of the square stood a towering magnificent tower. At this time, there was a constant stream of light falling from the sky. They were all the royal disciples of the great Xian Empire. Those who wore yellow robes were the direct descendants of the royal family. There were also some who wore coiling dragon belts around their waists, which were distant relatives of the royal family. Almost all of the imperial clan members of the Dashuan Empire were cultivators. Some of them had unfathomable cultivation bases, comparable to those of a major immortal Dao sect. This also ensured that they had enough power to rule over large territories and tens of billions of people. What did it mean for an empire to have tens of billions of people? 13th brother, I heard that 24th brother recently recruited an expert who crippled 18th brother's subordinate, forefather Qingyang. I wonder if it's true. Among the imperial clan members, the one who attracted the most attention was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was young yet steady, dignified yet amiable, and had an otherworldly temperament. This was Prince Yi, the one with the highest cultivation base in the imperial clan of the Dashuan Empire. He was surrounded by a group of princes, who were like stars surrounding the moon. It's true. This person's attacks were as fast as lightning. He seems to be an overlord of the demonic Dao. He crippled forefather Qingyang with a single move. Although forefather Qingyang's Jin Dan isn't very powerful, it's still a Jin Dan. He didn't even have time to self-detonate. I wonder what kind of demonic arts he cultivates, one of the princes said. This prince was extremely bold and powerful, with a tiger's head and a swallow's forehead. His eyes shone brightly, and his slightly curled lips showed that he was daring to fight and kill without losing his deep personality. Moreover, his aura was very smooth. He was also a prince who had cultivated a Jin Dan. This prince was the 13th prince, Prince Zhan. Oh? There aren't many arts in the world that can prevent Jin Dan experts from self-detonating. Will we be able to find any clues from it? Grand Prince Yi's eyes flashed. He's here, 24th brother is here. Prince Zhan nudged Prince Yi. Let's go. Let's go up and take a look. Prince Yi's body floated up of its own accord. Prince Yi is here. He's unfathomable and the strongest among the princes. We need to be careful. Prince Yi's heart trembled as he saw Prince Yi fly over. He seemed to fear the fourth prince. Don't worry, this person is indeed difficult to deal with. Fang Han also saw it. He secretly sized up the flying Prince Yi and found that this person's temperament was like a book that could never be read, rich in content. He couldn't even see through his cultivation. Of course, if they fought, he would know. I heard 24th brother recruited an expert. This must be him. Prince Yi stopped in the air and suddenly spoke after seeing Fang Han coming closer. I'm life-stealing scholar, I've heard a lot about you, Prince Yi. Fang Han opened a jade fan and calmly fanned himself. This fan wasn't a treasure. He took it from the mansion temporarily to match his scholar appearance. Seeing Fang Han's appearance, Prince Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt as if he had guessed wrong. Fourth brother, how have you been? You entered the ancient ruins with 13th brother? You didn't bring any guards? It seems that you're really confident in your cultivation. It's a pity that I haven't reached the Jin Dan realm yet. Otherwise, I could be as cool as you too. Prince Yi calmed himself down and stepped forward to answer. Not at all. With this life-stealing scholar as your guard, you'll definitely be safe. You'll definitely find peerless treasures in this exploration. Prince Yi looked at Fang Han's face, as if he was trying to figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, Fang Han had used the art of reincarnation with the help of the Acheron map. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Someone who hasn't reached the 7th level of the transcendent art, Jin Dan, can actually defeat forefather Green Gazelle. I never believed it. Let's see what kind of treasure you have. Come, life-stealing scholar, let's exchange some pointers. The 13th prince, the warlord prince, stared at Fang Han for a while. His eyes suddenly burst with unprecedented fighting spirit and light. His body slightly moved and disappeared into thin air. Then, Fang Han saw a huge fist growing bigger and bigger in his eyes. It was as big as a mountain. The title of warlord prince was indeed worthy of the word war. He attacked without any scruples. In fact, he didn't need to worry about anything because no one dared to hurt him in Shenhuang City. He could quickly find out Feng Han's origin. What was more amazing was that he was one of the best princes of the Dashuan Empire. His cultivation was unfathomable and could even be compared with the small Jin Dan of the Tai Gate. He wasn't a useless Jin Dan like forefather Green Gazelle. This punch was his signature divine ability, the Cloud Push Palm. It was swift like a bolt of lightning, and like the white clouds in the sky, it surged over and enveloped the surroundings. Whoosh, his fist landed on Feng Han's head, but Feng Han's head disappeared into thin air. His fist missed. Not good. He hurriedly turned around and retreated. But it was too late. A voice came from behind, "You're too slow. I have 100 ways to kill you with that one punch of yours. However, I'll teach you a lesson now. Don't act recklessly in the future. If you provoke an expert, you'll die a horrible death." This voice was not a sound wave, but a thought. "You're courting death." Prince Jean's body shrunk, and all the divine arts in his body condensed. He used several great divine arts in a row, and his entire body flickered like a shooting star. No one could guess which direction he was flying in. Ancient Ape Hunter transformations. However, how could his speed surpass Feng Han's? By the time the six-eyed God Seal steel had completely fused with his body, Feng Han's body had already surpassed that of a Dao artifact. His speed and strength were unparalleled. The warlord was indeed very powerful. However, in Feng Han's eyes, he was like a child. When he used the Ancient Ape's Hunter transformations, Feng Han mysteriously appeared behind him and grabbed him with one hand. With this grab, space collapsed and condensed. Prince Jean was instantly immobilized. He was shocked as he watched Feng Han, who had appeared behind him, grab at his head. It was as though he wanted to break through the heavenly gate in his head and grab his Jin Dan. He wanted to rush out of the Jin Dan, but Feng Han's demonic hand exerted great pressure. It was as though a lid had been placed over his head. The Jin Dan could not rush out. 13th brother, watch out. Seeing this, Prince Yi's eyes flashed. A burst of will burst forth, and a sword-shaped rune appeared between his brows. It flew out at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was behind Feng Han. Sword of God's will? Something as miraculous as the Sword of Soul? Feng Han casually grabbed. Without using any spiritual power, the sword-shaped rune was caught in his hand. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't fly out. As for his other hand, he grabbed the Prince Jean by the scruff of his neck and lifted him into the air. The Prince Jean was an outstanding figure among the princes of the Dashuan Empire. He was comparable to the Jin Dan of the Tai Gate, but he was captured in one move, unable to move. 10,000 Immortals' Formless Sword. Prince Yi's face flashed with anger. Suddenly, a ripple appeared around Feng Han. More than 10,000 swords twisted in the air, forming a sword formation. It was as though assassins who had been hiding for a long time had suddenly appeared. 10,000 sword formation, and these swords were all formless swords. They were invisible. Their sudden appearance had already formed a killing move. He is indeed powerful. No wonder he is the most powerful prince. With a thought, Feng Han disappeared without a trace. As the sword formation closed in, he was already out of the range of the killing blow. The warrior prince was also put down. He could already tell that the distorted sword shapes in the air were all bejeweled weapon-grade shapeless swords. It was the legendary shapeless sword of 10,000 immortals, a sword formation with tens of thousands of swords. It was refined by the ancient immortals and was formless and formless. It was once the ultimate technique of an ancient sword sect, the shapeless sword sect. Although he could break this sword formation, he didn't want to show his true strength. Thus, he teleported away, causing the 10,000 immortals' formless sword to miss. Life-stealing scholar, good move. Given your cultivation, you should be famous among the cultivators in the world. How come I've never heard of you? Seeing Feng Han dodge, Prince Yi's eyes flashed. The sword-shaped ripples in the air disappeared without a trace. The Prince Jean also calmed down and flew back to Prince Yi's side. Prince Yi was shocked. His 10,000 immortals formless sword formation was an extremely powerful move. It silently set up a sword formation to kill. Even Jin Dan experts would die in it. Feng Han was able to teleport away and was not afraid of being surrounded by the sword formation at all. That was terrifying. Feng Han, this princey seems to have inherited the legacy of the ancient formless sword sect. The two most famous sword sects of the ancient times were the lifeless sword sect and the formless sword sect. The lifeless sword sect had only one disciple who ruled the world, while the formless sword sect had many disciples. Moreover, each of them refined a flying sword formation with a unique method. It was invisible and unparalleled. His 10,000 Immortals formless sword formation had more than 10,000 formless flying swords. It's much stronger than your unfolding moon sword formation. Although the Lord of the Bloody Night is a Tao treasure, he is no match for it. Yan said in Feng Han's mind. Of course. Even if Feng Han is powerful now, 10,000 celestial realm experts can form a large array and beat him until he runs everywhere. The Lord of the Bloody Night looked down indignantly and hurriedly roared, "Enough ants can bite an elephant to death." I knew it, but I don't know how he can activate 10,000 flying swords. It seems this princey has many hidden tricks. His cultivation is above Jin Dan's. But he's still no match for me. I can kill him in the blink of an eye. As for that Prince Zhan, I can kill him 10 times in an instant. Feng Han calculated in his mind. Princey couldn't activate the thousandine black sand sword formation of the 3,600 flying swords he bought. Although Feng Han could activate it at will, it wasn't worth it. But now, this princey was even more outrageous. He actually had the 10,000 Immortals formless sword. I've been cultivating in the mountains for many years and only recently emerged. It's normal that you don't know me. Feng Han waved his fan at the prince's question. Good. No matter who you are, this is enough to earn my respect. The Prince Zhan seemed to have recovered from the shadow of defeat. He didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation, which surprised Feng Han. He felt this prince wasn't simple. It's a pity we didn't find out what this person's cultivation method is. Fourth brother, what do we do next? 24th brother actually recruited such an expert. When we explore the ancient ruins, I'm afraid he'll have the upper hand. The Prince Zhan communicated with Princey through his consciousness. Although this person is strong, it might be our chance. In this exploration of the ancient ruins, the strongest force is actually Big Brother Prince Feng. I don't know what method he used, but he actually managed to invite Hua Tiandu. Perhaps we can join forces and use this person to deal with Hua Tiandu and the others. Princey calmly exuded his consciousness. 24th brother, eldest brother is here. Let's go welcome him. At this time an earth-shattering aura came from afar. It was actually the first Prince Feng and a blue-robed man. This blue-robed man was none other than Hua Tiandu. This alarmed many princes and they all flew over. Some looked nervous, some wanted to curry favor, while others looked on coldly. They all seemed to have their own plans. Greetings, Mr. Hua. Princey was the first to fly over. He cupped his hands towards Hua Tiandu. I heard Mr. Hua is only half a step away from entering the immortality secret domain and becoming an eternal powerhouse. 10 days ago, you bought a pill of rebirth. Presumably, you'll be able to reach the second stage of the immortality secret domain. I'm here to congratulate you. I even prepared a generous gift. Princey is too polite. Hua Tiandu smiled, entering the immortality secret domain is only a matter of time. However, it's still too early to prepare a generous gift. Today, I'm here at Prince Feng's invitation to protect him in the ancient ruins and search for treasures. Oh? Let me introduce to Mr. Hua. This is my 24th brother, Prince Yi. This time, he invited a hidden expert to help him in his training. Perhaps he's Mr. Hua's rival. Prince Yi suddenly pointed at Feng Han and Prince Yi. Is that so? Hua Tiandu immediately looked towards Feng Han. Humph. Feng Han immediately felt a burning gaze. It was as if Prince Yi wanted to see through his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and every thought of his body. He coldly snorted in his heart and looked back, waving the fan in his hand. Hua Tiandu is strong, but he can't see through my art of reincarnation. I still need to confuse him. Feng Han secretly activated a trace of Song Wei's Jin Dan aura. He wanted to create the illusion that he was a Jin Dan expert. Hua Tiandu must know that he cultivated 55 great divine abilities. If he succeeded in cultivating the Jin Dan, it would be world-shaking. Mr. Hua, what's the cultivation level of this life-stealing scholar? Did he really not cultivate the Jin Dan? How could he cripple forefather Qin Yang without cultivating the Jin Dan? That's a bit too outrageous. The eldest prince, Prince Feng, suddenly communicated with Hua Tiandu telepathically. This person has cultivated the Jin Dan, and his divine abilities aren't small either. Although he tried his best to conceal his Jin Dan aura, how could I not detect it? His Jin Dan is close to 30 divine abilities. He's an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, this person's body has cultivated some kind of secret art and fused with some magic treasures. His killing power is terrifying. No wonder he could cripple forefather Qin Yang. However, this person's cultivation level as a Jin Dan expert is nothing in my eyes. I can turn him into ashes with a flip of my hand. Hua Tiandu keenly sensed a trace of Jin Dan aura from Feng Han's body and immediately felt relieved. He thought that Feng Han was indeed a hidden Jin Dan magnate. Even if you, Hua Tiandu, are as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with. Feng Han sneered in his heart. At this moment, another powerful aura broke through the air and flew over. Its second brother, third brother, fifth brother, and seventh brother. Where did they find so many experts? These auras were all princes, and they were all princes who had cultivated the Jin Dan. In the entire Dashuan Empire, there seemed to be more princes who had cultivated the Jin Dan than there were true disciples who had cultivated the Ascension Gate. These princes had more or less recruited experts by their side. Among them, there were a few who had extremely powerful auras. Feng Han looked over and discovered that there were experts who had cultivated the 9th level of the Abhijna and Cosmic Manifestation. There were even some like Hua Tiandu who had cultivated the 10th level of the Abhijna and defied the heavens and changed fate. He didn't know why these princes had recruited them. My second brother actually recruited the Dark King of the Acheron evil sect. Although he hasn't cultivated for as long as the Ghost Emperor, he's one of the top experts in the Acheron evil sect. He's been famous for more than 1,000 years. Princey secretly said to Feng Han. Feng Han also saw that beside one of the princes stood a man with a cold expression wearing a tight black suit and carrying a treasured sword on his back. This man's aura was as powerful as Elder Swordmania and the others. He was actually an expert who had cultivated the 9th level of the Abhijna. Yen, do you know if there's such a person in the Acheron evil sect? I don't know. Maybe he's a rising star. After all, it's been 3,000 years. There will be many people who will emerge from it. The Ghost Emperor is from the older generation. This Dark King must be a rising star. He's been famous for more than 1,000 years. He can't be considered a rising star. Feng Han pondered. Our royal family's elders are here. At this moment, a boat-shaped clear light appeared in the sky. Figures flickered within it, and a powerful aura spread out. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. This time, we, the Dashuan Empire's royal family members, will be exploring the ancient ruins. The ancient teleportation array in the ruins is underground. In order to prevent the underground demons from destroying the teleportation array, our elders will be guarding the surroundings. The exploration mission will be handed over to you. There are treasures everywhere in the ancient ruins, but it's also extremely dangerous. You must be very careful. Set off now. With a shout, thousands of royal family members flew up and followed the boat-shaped clear light into the distance. This ship is a Dao treasure. The Dashuan Empire is indeed powerful. Looking at the boat-shaped clear light, Feng Han knew that it was a treasure of a higher level than the Great Brahma ship. This is a supreme treasure of our royal family, the dragon whale ship. It's made of the skin of the primordial dragon whale mixed with countless treasures. After thousands of years of refining, it's a middle-grade Dao treasure. This time, the teleportation array is underground. In order to prevent the underground demons from disturbing it, our royal family's elders will be guarding it outside. Princey and Feng Han followed behind. A huge airflow rolled above Xianhuang City. After flying for a few hours, Feng Han saw a large plane in the distance. A pitch-black craggy crack appeared in front of him. It was bottomless and looked like the mouth of an ancient giant. The ship of the royal family's elders flew down first. Thousands of royal family members immediately followed. All kinds of sword lights, magic treasures, and divine abilities lit up the underground. Feng Han felt that at this moment, there was strength in numbers. Facing such a torrent, even the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm would have to avoid it. Looking at the familiar faces of the royal family members, Feng Han knew that the royal family of the Dashuan Empire often organized such expeditions and treasure hunts. First, it was to promote martial arts and conspire for wealth. Second, it was to train the disciples. It was similar to how royal families in the secular world would hunt and practice martial arts. Once they reached the underground, they entered a vast and boundless world. However, they didn't encounter any underground demons or demon beasts. Obviously, they had all been cleaned up. After flying for a while, an ancient teleportation array appeared in the distance. This ancient teleportation array was very large and filled with an ancient and vast aura. Piles of magic crystals and jades were piled up around it. Obviously, they were used to activate the ancient teleportation array. Seeing so many magic crystals and jades, Feng Han felt a little envious. Open! Several experts on the dragon whale ship shouted. Immediately, the magic crystals and jades piled up like mountains around the ancient teleportation array were all set ablaze. A huge amount of magic power completely activated the teleportation array, and a vast amount of spatial power spread out. Okay, now everyone enter the ancient teleportation array. Go to the ancient ruins, search for treasures, and kill the sky demon and demon beasts. But remember, you must come back after 24 hours. Yes. As the brilliance continued to flicker, the royal family members entered one after another and disappeared into the teleportation array. Seeing Hua Tiandu and a dozen other powerful princes also disappear into the ancient teleportation array, Feng Han and the E-Prince looked at each other and also disappeared with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the royal family members disappeared into the teleportation array, leaving only a dragon whale ship to the side. Several royal family elders were chatting with each other. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter these princes will encounter on Coiling Dragon Star this time. A royal family elder said, this Coiling Dragon Star is the place where the ancient dragons lived. Many Dragonians built a powerful empire on it. Later, it was attacked by the Sky Demon. After thousands of years of war, it was completely abandoned. There are still some demon beasts raised by the dragon clan left behind. There are also many Sky Demon ruins and treasures. There are many good things. Another elder said, I wonder if they will encounter any danger this time. The ancient celestial dragon clan is best at collecting treasures. This time, so many of our royal family members have entered. There will definitely be immortal opportunities. There is basically no danger. Didn't you see that Hua Tiandu and some other experts have gone in? Among our group of princes, there are quite a few capable people who were actually able to recruit experts of this level, said another elder. It's a pity. If we can find a human dragon descendant, it will be easier to find the ancient celestial dragon's treasures on Coiling Dragon Star. It is rumored that a true disciple of the Ascension Gate named Long Xian is a human dragon descendant. It would be great if she could be married to one of our princes. I heard that her cultivation base isn't very high. She hasn't even reached the Jin Dan level. If one of our princes went to ask for her hand in marriage, he would definitely succeed. That's not necessarily true. According to the rumors, she's working for one of the top geniuses in the Ascension Gate, Feng Han. She's Feng Han's exclusive property. Feng Han is a walking disaster. He even dared to kill a Jin Dan disciple from the Tai Gate. We can't have any ideas about her. One of the imperial elders shook his head. It's too bad there are many ruins on Coiling Dragon Star that can only be opened by people with human dragon blood. If Feng Han and Hua Tiandu fight, it's highly likely that he'll be killed. If that happens, Long Xian won't be able to survive. Once Hua Tiandu takes control of the Ascension Gate, we can marry Long Xian. Let's wait and see. The main reason we're guarding this place is to keep the subterranean devil folk from causing trouble. The teleportation portal spun, and Feng Han felt like heaven and earth were spinning as he found himself in a primeval forest. It looked like a wildland forest, except that the trees here were much taller and taller. Furthermore, there was a primeval aura that seemed completely uninhabited. In fact, Feng Han could sense an oppressive aura in the air. It was almost as if there were some sort of primeval beast on this planet that would awaken at any moment to devour any invading enemies. This is a dragon lair, Fang Han. A dragon lair. The lair of a primeval celestial dragon. Who would have thought that the imperial clan of the Dashuan Empire would be looking for such an ancient ruin? Yan Yan sniffed the air and said, "This is the aura of a dragon. There's no mistaking it. It's definitely the aura of a primeval celestial dragon. I wonder which mysterious planet in the universe this is. Why would a celestial dragon choose to live here? Does that mean a celestial dragon lives here?" Fang Han knew that celestial dragons were experts from the secret realm of forever immortality. Furthermore, celestial dragons were far more powerful than ordinary experts from the secret realm of forever immortality. After all, a dragon's body was vastly different from a human's. "That's not necessarily true," Yan Yan said. Maybe not. But I'm pretty sure there are treasures here. After all, dragons love to roam the universe in search of precious materials and treasures, and then store them away. Of course, celestial dragons also love to raise powerful demonlings in the universe to guard their treasures. Fang Han, if we can find a celestial dragon's treasure trove, we'll hit the jackpot. It'll be like finding an immortal mansion. Flying swords and magical treasures are worth at least 10 billion, maybe even 100 billion medicinal pills. Yan Yan couldn't be more excited. And most importantly, if we can find the remains of a celestial dragon, we'll hit the jackpot. The remains of the primeval sky dragon were all pure yang dharma bodies. After I devour them, I'll have a corporeal form, and my power will increase. We'll hit the jackpot this time. To think that we could follow the imperial clan of the Dashuan Empire to the dragon lair. We'll have to find it first. Even if we find the treasure, we won't be able to take it all for ourselves under the watchful eyes of so many people. Don't forget that Hua Tiandu is here too. Fang Han wasn't optimistic. "Let's go." "They've all left," Princey said. It turned out that the moment those princes came out of the teleportation array, they formed groups of 2s and 3s and flew away to explore the surroundings. "Since that's the case, let's go." Fang Han opened his mouth and spat out a green stream of air. It wrapped around Princey and disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had merged with the trees, making it hard for anyone to detect him. The 13th prince, Zhang Qinhuang, had been closely watching Fang Han and Yi Qinhuang's movements. Fang Han disappeared in such a short time, and he couldn't help but be shocked. "Fourth brother, that life-stealing scholar is very powerful. I couldn't even detect how he left. This time, I'm afraid he'll help 24th brother obtain some good stuff. If his strength increases greatly, he'll be a serious threat to us." "It's fine. This place is called the Coiling Dragon Star. It's a lair of the primordial sky dragon. The dragon men also built a huge empire here. There will definitely be a lot of treasures. But once we find them, there will definitely be a fight. Let's not kill each other first. Let's wait for the experts we invited to finish fighting. Then we'll take advantage of the situation." The 4th prince, Prince Yi, smiled. "Just follow me. I'll use the shapeless sword evasion. No one will be able to detect our presence. We just need to keep an eye on Hua Tiandu. He's very powerful. Who knows, he might be able to find some of the primordial sky dragon's treasures." As he spoke, invisible sword energy flashed in the air and wrapped around him and the 13th prince, Prince Zhan. It also disappeared into the airflow without a trace. Shapeless sword evasion. "Mr. Hua, this is a lair of the primordial sky dragon. Can you find any treasures in the information I gave you?" Hua Tiandu and the first prince, Prince Feng, were currently in the teleportation array. They hadn't come out. Hua Tiandu clasped his hands behind his back and seemed to be sizing something up. "Prince Feng, these brothers of yours have found a lot of helpers. Especially that second prince. He even found an expert from the Acheron evil sect, the Dark Underworld King. These evil sects have attached themselves to the imperial family. They might cause chaos in the Dashuan Empire in the future. There's also that life-stealing scholar. I don't know where he came from. Since I'm here today, I might as well help you get rid of him. I'll get a lot of treasures after killing them." Hua Tiandu said leisurely. "Thank you, sir. With Mr. Strength, of course you can kill all of these people. In any case, if they are not rogue cultivators, then they are from the devil sect. Taking this opportunity to get rid of them is exactly what I want. Prince Feng was overjoyed. After killing them, there will be very few princes who can contend against me. However, can Mr. help me plot against the fourth prince? I don't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the royal family, and I can't meddle in it either. You can deal with the prince yourself, I won't interfere. Hua Tiandu said slowly, go and kill the Black King by the second prince's side first. In my hands, it's useless for him to escape. I just have to prevent him from self-destructing his primordial spirit. After killing the Black Underworld King, he would go and kill the life-stealing scholar. As for the people around the third prince, the fifth prince, the seventh prince, the eighth prince, and the ninth prince, I can deal with them all within 12 hours. As for the rest of the time, we can slowly search for the treasure. With that, Hua Tiandu and Prince Feng disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why are there so many spirit medicines on this planet? At this time, Feng Han had flown several thousand kilometers away. He used his verdant emperor wood art to merge with the endless forest and immediately found many rare spirit medicines. Some were not even found in the Xianhuang Great World. For example, the 10-colored dragon grass. It was a panacea that could increase one's lifespan. When refined into a pill, it could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. It was incomparably precious. However, this grass had spirituality and could burrow into the ground or merge with a few large trees. Ordinary experts would have a hard time finding it, and even if they did, it would be difficult to capture it. However, Feng Han had no trouble at all. He channeled his abilities and gently absorbed dozens of spirit medicines into his body. Prince Yi's eyes were filled with envy. However, he also picked up a few spirit medicines. This planet is the lair of the heavenly dragon, so of course there are many spirit medicines. The heavenly dragon coiled on this planet and breathed. Blood and chi surged, and any plant that came into contact with it would develop spirituality. If the heavenly dragon shed its skin on a mountain and sprinkled its blood on it, the mountain rock would turn into a blood dragon crystal. With the blood dragon crystal as a material, one could even refine a peerless treasured flying sword or a heaven-grade pill. Yes. If the Lord of the Bloody Night ate the blood dragon crystal, his strength would skyrocket. His speed would be faster and his blade would be sharper because he had the strength of a dragon. Humph. The strength of a dragon is equivalent to the strength of tens of millions of galloping horses. Yan said to Feng Han, these herbs are not easy to find. Let's search for the big treasure. You have the world tree now, what treasure can't you buy? You want to pick up this junk? That's true. Let me sense where there are strong ores of treasures. Feng Han casually tossed all the herbs to Prince Yi. Then, he used the 5 Emperor's demon mystique to sense the 5 elemental yuan qi in the air. In a trance, his thoughts swept across 1,000 miles. Some of the stronger ores of treasures could not escape his senses. Rise. His body was as fast as lightning. He flew thousands of miles in an instant. Wherever he sensed strong ores of treasures or spiritual power fluctuations, he would fly over. Rumble. All of a sudden, he sensed a heavy aura coming from the southwest of him. It was like a mountain of treasures. A lake hundreds of miles wide appeared in front of him. In the center of the lake stood a lone mountain. This lone mountain was actually blood red. In the vast lake, the water rippled. It was unknown how deep it was, but there was a ferocious aura hidden in it. By the time Feng Han arrived, some powerful members of the royal family had already arrived. They flew to the surface of the lake. Blood Dragon Crystal. This is a Blood Dragon Crystal mountain. The primordial sky dragon shed its skin here. If we can get this mountain. If we extract the dragon blood from it, our lifespans will be increased by at least 1,000 years. Our spiritual power and cultivation will be greatly enhanced. It's actually a Blood Dragon Crystal mountain. Let's go. None of us can take this Blood Dragon Crystal mountain for ourselves. Let's use our spiritual power to shatter the mountain and split it evenly. All right. Several members of the royal family flew toward the mountain peak. However, at this moment, the vast surface of the lake suddenly surged. As the waves splashed, countless pitch-black behemoths flew out from the water. Immediately, dark clouds covered the sky, and pillars of water rose into the air. More than 100 black pythons were faintly discernible within the dark clouds. Black water kingsnake. It's a primordial mutant, the black water kingsnake. And there are so many of them? Fang Han also saw it. The giant black pythons that flew out of the lake and spat out dark clouds and thick fog were the blackwater kingsnakes that he had met at sea. However, the blackwater kingsnake he encountered at sea had only just broken through to the divine realm, so there was nothing special about it. However, the blackwater kingsnakes here were 10 times stronger than the ones he encountered at sea, and the blackwater kingsnakes in the deepest part of the dark clouds were even more unfathomable. They vaguely had the aura of a dragon. Every black water kingsnake was a treasure. Even the skin, blood, and flesh of those that had not reached the divine realm were treasures. Not to mention these black water kingsnakes that had been tainted with the dragon chi of the primordial sky dragon. Fang Han's eyes lit up. His eyes lit up, but the royal family disciples were troubled. Just as they flew over the lake, hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes suddenly drilled out. Each of them had monstrous magic power and surrounded them. Seeing this scene, all of them screamed in fright and immediately fled back the way they came. However, there were a few blackwater kingsnakes that were the closest to them, and when they roared, they spat out countless translucent water droplets that transformed into flying swords. Each flying sword had musical notes attached to it. It was none other than the 8 sounds of Heaven Dragon. 8 sounds of Heaven Dragon. How could these black water kingsnakes know something like that? And how could they have divine abilities? Who taught them supernatural powers? Fang Han was taken aback. When the demon race advanced to the divine arcane realm, it was their instinct to possess spiritual power. But after that, they wouldn't be able to advance any further. After all, they didn't know any cultivation techniques. Only great sages of the demon folk, or the legacy of the Tao of demons, or the apprenticeship of someone else could. Logically speaking, even if these black water kingsnakes had reached the divine realm because of the dragon blood crystals, they shouldn't have been able to cultivate true energy or Empyrean energy, or gain enlightenment of yin and yang, or break through to the Deva realm. Without guidance, not even 10,000 years would have been enough. But now, the water droplets that the black water kingsnakes were spitting out were like flying swords, complete with musical notes. Clearly, they were extremely intelligent, and had cultivated their water-type divine abilities to the 4th division of the yin-yang level. That was terrifying. They weren't demonlings, but rather, demon cultivators who were even more terrifying than humans. Demon cultivators. What's so impossible about that? That's the cultivation technique of the primordial sky dragon, Yin Water Talisman Sword Energy. The divine abilities of the primordial sky dragon could shake immortals, devils, and all the other heavens. I'm 80% sure that these black water kingsnakes are descendants of the primordial sky dragon's demonic beasts. That's why they have divine abilities, and why they might have treasures and secret manuals. Secret manuals from the primordial sky dragon? I wonder what kind of divine abilities they are. Fang Han knew the power of the heavenly dragon's 8 notes. Even in his physical body, he could go against the sky demon king of the mystic realm. While the two were communicating telepathically, the few royal descendants couldn't escape the black water kingsnake's Yin Water Talisman Sword Energy. They were dismembered by the flying swords formed from true water, and their blood rained down. Even the treasures on their bodies were sliced apart. These royal descendants were from the side branches of the imperial family, so their divine abilities weren't that strong. They were all at the 1st or 2nd tier. How could they compare to the black water kingsnake, and Fang Han couldn't save them in time. They were too deep. How dare you, demon! At this moment, 2 streaks of light, one black and one gold, flew over at lightning speed. Their powerful auras shocked the black water kingsnake in the dark clouds. It was a Jin Dan expert at the 7th tier of the divinity. Fang Han saw that it was the 2nd prince, and there was an even stronger expert beside him. It was the dark underworld king of the Acheron evil sect, who was at the 9th tier of the divinity. The moment the 2nd prince and the dark underworld king of the Acheron evil sect flew over, the dark clouds above the lake were swept away. At the same time, the eyes of the 2 experts lit up. There were so many black water kingsnakes, and each of them was very powerful. Their skin, tendons, bones, and blood could all be refined into treasures. There was also the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain. Its value was immeasurable. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to find so many treasures. The Dark Underworld King didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, and a black light burst out. It turned out to be a huge net. It caught 2 black water king snakes, and they couldn't move. Then, he took out a treasure that looked like a fish tank and threw it up. A tornado-like current shot out, and the 2 black water king snakes were swept into the fish tank. Suddenly, the enormous blackwater king snakes, which were hundreds of feet long, began to struggle in the fish tank like 2 black loaches. Obviously, it wasn't that the blackwater king snakes had shrunk, but that the fish tank was a powerful treasure made of void crystals. There was a huge space inside. After capturing 2 blackwater king snakes, even more blackwater king snakes were enraged within the rolling dark clouds. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Hundreds of blackwater king snakes opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and spat out their own natal primordial water, which condensed into primordial water talisman sword chi. They formed a sword formation, and trapped the Dark Underworld King. The earth-shattering water swords crisscrossed, slicing, and vibrating. Coupled with the thunderous roars of the blackwater king snake, it was soul-stirring. The heavens and earth shook. Evil creature! You think you can hurt me just because you've cultivated the primordial celestial dragon's primordial water talisman sword? Gloomy dark primordial spirit. Seeing this, the Dark Underworld King knew that these black water king snakes were powerful, and their water mystiques were powerful. Although their realms were far from his, he couldn't let his guard down. When the primordial water talisman sword formation came for him, he summoned his cosmic form, the gloomy dark primordial spirit. A dark shadow, like a demon king from the depths of the underworld, rose from his head, and many demonic mystiques revolved around him. There were a total of 29 mystiques, and they exuded a powerful aura. The demonic claw was the size of a mountain, and when it exhaled, the demonic clouds exploded, and more than half of the primordial water talisman swords were destroyed. After all, these water swords were just mystiques, and not real flying swords, so they were easily destroyed. Although the blackwater king snakes were powerful, most of them had only cultivated Xianxia to the 2nd tier of the divinity secret realm. Only a few of them had reached the yin-yang realm, and none of them had reached the celestial realm. The formation they formed was not much of a threat to those who had reached the 9th tier of the divinity secret realm. The demon race's comprehension was much weaker than that of humans. Basically, demon cultivators who had cultivated to the celestial realm had a harder time than humans who had cultivated to the 7th level of the divinity realm, Jin Dan. The dark primordial spirit of the dark underworld is far weaker than the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts primordial spirit, and its power is at most half of the Ghost Emperor's. But it's still a top expert. If we fight, I'm confident I can defeat him. When Feng Han saw the Dark King unleash his natal heaven and earth dharma form, the dark primordial spirit, he had a rough idea of his strength. It was only half of the Ghost Emperor's strength, and not as good as Meng Xiaobai's. With his own cultivation, he could defeat the Dark Underworld King without the Acheron map or the Lord of the Bloody Night. When Feng Han fought Meng Xiaobai, he had used the Acheron map, the Lord of the Bloody Night, the Ghostly Serpent Sword, the Mind Sword, and many other powerful Dharma treasures. He even had the Purple Cloud Thunderbolt Seed. But now, Feng Han was much stronger than when he had fought Meng Xiaobai. Without the Dao treasure, he could defeat the Dark Underworld King. Just as he was thinking about how to kill the Dark Underworld King, seal him, and subdue hundreds of blackwater king snakes to take the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain, Princey could not wait any longer. Feng Han, there are so many blackwater king snakes, and they're all experts in the divinity realm. If we capture all of them, they'll be worth at least millions. If we capture all of them, they'll be worth at least a nirvana pill, and the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain is even more valuable. And there might be treasures of the primordial sky dragon under the lake. We have to make the first move to prevent others from getting there first. What a fortune this is. If someone else gets it, the consequences will be unimaginable. If I get it, my wealth will increase. I'll be able to recruit at least twice as many rogue cultivators for my use. Humph. How could I not know that? I also want the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain to refine my blade of blood. But to defeat so many blackwater king snakes, the Dark Underworld King will have to expend some energy. The Dark Underworld King is a Divinity Realm level 9 expert. It's easy for me to deal with him, but he can run away. It's better to catch them all in one go. Besides, I can't hurt the second prince. I have all kinds of concerns. Feng Han was thinking about how to make his move, and at the same time, was waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, the hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes were intertwined in the dark clouds, their heads and tails connected, forming a pattern. The magic power connected together and suddenly transformed into the image of a dragon. It was fighting with the darkness primordial spirit. Coiling dragon formation. This is also a divinity of the immemorial celestial dragon tribe. It seems like there's indeed a treasure under this mountain. The second prince didn't make a move. Instead, he stood behind the dark underworld king, watching him fight with the hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes. He was on guard duty, preventing any sneak attacks. The second prince had also cultivated to divinity realm level 7, Jin Dan. He was one of the most outstanding figures in the royal family of the Dashuan Empire. He was called the true prince. These beasts are really hard to deal with. It seems like I'll have to expend some vital energy and a magic treasure. The dark underworld king's expression was serious, and he was about to use his trump card. Suddenly, the situation changed again. In the distance, an earth-shattering force descended from the sky. This force took advantage of the gap between the Dark Waters Kingsnake and the Dark Underworld King's battle to land on the peak of the Blood Dragon Crystal. It transformed into a giant hand and viciously pulled the peak upwards. It was actually trying to take it away, the power to pull up a mountain, although this Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain wasn't as big as the Emperor Brush Mountain that Feng Han saw underground, it wasn't even 1/10 of the size. That was also because the Sky Crystal Mountain formed by the Emperor Brush was really too big. It was as big as a continental plate. However, this Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain was on par with his Reincarnation Mountain. How powerful was this person to be able to uproot it just like that? Feng Han felt that it would be difficult even for him to pull it off. Only those who had cultivated to Jin Dan would have the power to pull up a mountain. Hua Tiandu is here. Feng Han, who was about to make a move, immediately knew who was coming. Only Hua Tiandu, who had cultivated the coiling dragon divine art, would be so arrogant as to pull up a mountain. Hua Tiandu. How dare you steal the treasure? The second prince, the real prince, was enraged. A Jin Dan flew out from the heavenly gate above his head. It spun and shot out 15 types of mystiques. Second brother, don't keep the treasure to yourself. Hundreds of Black Waters kingsnakes and the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain are worth billions of dollars. Moreover, there might be relics of the immemorial celestial dragon below. At this moment, a prince flew over from the sky. It was Prince Feng. He also flew out of his Jin Dan and forced the second prince's Jin Dan back. At this moment, Hua Tiandu's body suddenly appeared on top of the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain. Ignoring the battle between the Dark King and the hundreds of Black Waters kingsnakes, he used his mystique to pull up the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain. The lake water shook and the earth cracked open. In the distance, birds and beasts ran away in a frenzy. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. As for the giant lake that was hundreds of miles wide, all of its water flew up. Countless fish, prawns, and water monsters were all shaken to pieces, revealing the muddy bottom of the lake. What was moving mountains and filling seas? What was mystique? Boundless mystique, Hua Tiandu had given the best explanation. Uprooting a mountain and turning all the water in a lake into water clouds, this kind of divine ability was simply appalling. Feng Han knew that he could not do it with his current ability. Only after cultivating the Jin Dan and refining the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghost primordial spirit would he be able to do so. At the bottom of the lake, he could see that there was something strange. In the mud, there was 1,000 Zhanglong corpse covered in white bones. It exuded heaven-shaking pure yang qi and a powerful aura. It was the corpse of an immemorial celestial dragon. Bones, especially when the immemorial celestial dragon seemed to be holding a jade manual in its mouth. Feng Han. Take the corpse of the immemorial celestial dragon. Hurry! The Blackwater Kingsnake did not even want the Crimson Dragon Crystal Mountain. This corpse must be mine. Although the immemorial celestial dragon's yuan qi has dissipated, its bones are a pure yang treasure. If I can refine it, I can use this skeleton to regenerate into a dragon. My strength will increase greatly and I can truly evolve the Bridge of Helplessness. I might even evolve the Wheel of Rebirth. Yan Zhan saw the 1,000-zhang-long dragon skeleton lying in the mud at the bottom of the lake and could not help but roar. I can't believe I really found the corpse of an immemorial celestial dragon. Dragon bones. My luck is too good. We can't let Hua Tiandu get it. Otherwise, if he refines it and fuses it with his body, he might be able to use the dragon power to break through to the immortal mystic realm. Is that so? Fang Han's heart skipped a beat. I can't believe there really is an immemorial celestial dragon corpse under this mountain. In the dragon transformation pool at the Tai Gate, the bloodlines of the dragon species are all mixed up, and they are not true celestial dragons. Only dragons that have cultivated to the immortal mystic realm can be called celestial dragons. This is really my chance. With this immemorial celestial dragon corpse, I can cultivate diligently and absorb the dragon power to break through to the immortal mystic realm. Hua Tiandu looked at the 1,000-zhang-long dragon corpse in the mud at the bottom of the lake and was overjoyed. When the Crimson Dragon Crystal Mountain was uprooted, an underground cave appeared at the bottom of the mountain. In the cave, there were flashes of various colors. Clearly, this was the treasure that the immemorial celestial dragon had collected. Mountain Peak, Dragon Corpse, Treasure. It was extremely tempting to experts at the immortal mystic realm. Hua Tiandu uprooted the mountain and forced the lake water away. The discovery of the celestial dragon's corpse and the underground treasure almost made the dark underworld king spit out a mouthful of blood. He was fighting with hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes here, but Hua Tiandu had the upper hand. Dark primordial spirit, capture the dragon bones. At this moment, he made a prompt decision and shrunk his body into the mud below the lake. The dark primordial spirit flew down and turned into a stream of demonic chi, intending to take away the celestial dragon skeleton and the secret manual in its mouth. The hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes that were fighting against the dark primordial spirit suddenly lost their pressure and saw the mountain they were guarding being uprooted, revealing the cave inside. At the same time, the immemorial celestial dragon's corpse was also exposed. They were furious and split into two groups. One wave of attacks headed towards Hua Tiandu, while the other wave of attacks headed downwards. Dark Underworld King. You're courting death. Hua Tiandu waved his sleeve and a flying sword flashed out. It turned into 1,000 feet long and sharp sword chi that seemed to be able to cut the heaven and earth apart. Coiling Martial Divine Sword. The Dark Underworld King was shocked. He didn't expect Hua Tiandu to be able to split the lake water and uproot the mountain to deal with him. He immediately waved his hand and a long banner flew up in an attempt to block the sword chi. However, it was useless and the banner was immediately shredded to pieces. Hua Tiandu's coiling Martial Divine Sword was a Dao treasure and its power was above the blade of blood. Especially with Hua Tiandu's spiritual power, it had the power to split the heaven and earth. He had no choice but to unleash his dark primordial spirit to forcefully grab the flying sword and fight it out. Only his own cosmic form could withstand the power of a Dao artifact. Although he was a 9th-level divinity expert, he didn't have a Dao treasure. Even the Ghost Emperor didn't have a Dao treasure, so how could he have one? I don't want to kill you Blackwater Kingsnakes. Take all of you in and help me guard my capital Sky Peak. Hua Tiandu was actually still able to make a move. With a flick of his sleeve, a pill furnace flew out from his sleeve. Immediately, auspicious clouds and auspicious chi filled the sky. The Blackwater Kingsnakes were unable to move, and all of them flew into the pill furnace. This pill furnace was also a Dao artifact. It was much more powerful than the Five Hells Royal Cauldron. Hua Tiandu had used 2 Dao artifacts all of a sudden. It seemed like he was determined to obtain this treasure. This time, the treasures were very plentiful. There were heavenly dragon skeletons, blood dragon crystal mountain, and a cave under the mountain. There was also a faint aura of powerful magic treasures. If he could obtain all of them, they would be worth more than 10 billion pills. This was an incomparable windfall. The Blackwater Kingsnakes were about to be sucked into Hua Tiandu's pill furnace. Beside the heavenly dragon skeletons, countless sword-shaped air rippled, and 2 princes appeared. It was the 13th prince, Prince Zhan, and the 4th prince, Prince Yi, who had the highest cultivation among the princes. Heavenly dragon skeletons. As soon as Grand Prince Yi appeared, his eyes twitched violently, and an invisible force rushed out of his head. It was like a god hiding in a parallel space, and in the blink of an eye, the heavenly dragon skeleton was taken out of his body. I didn't expect the fourth prince to be able to cultivate an invisible primordial spirit, cosmic form, and reach the 9th level of the divinity realm. You are indeed one of the best among the princes. However, the heavenly dragon skeletons and the heavenly dragon secret manual are things I must obtain. However, I won't let the fourth prince lose out. There is a dragon palace in the cave under the blood dragon crystal mountain. There are many powerful treasures in the dragon palace, and more than 10 supreme treasures. How about you and Prince Feng split them equally? Hua Tiandu grabbed the blood dragon crystal mountain with one hand and used his spiritual power to force the lake water away. With the other hand, he used the coiling martial sword to trap the Dark King. At the same time, he used the pill furnace to collect hundreds of blackwater king snakes. At this moment, he could still deal with Prince Yi, who had suddenly appeared. He shouted loudly, and his cosmic form rose from the top of his head. His primordial spirit coiling martial primordial spirit. It immediately pressed down. Crackle, with this, the bottom of the lake was once again shaken to the point that cracks appeared everywhere, and an earthquake occurred. Both Prince Yi and the 13th prince, Prince Zhan, were forced to retreat. Hua Tiandu's coiling martial primordial spirit moved, and the heavenly dragon skeletons were extracted. Although there are some Dharma treasures and pills in the cave dragon palace, there are no powerful supreme heaven-class pills or Tao treasures. They are useless to me. Only the heavenly dragon skeletons and the heavenly dragon secret manual are useful to me. Mr. Hua, let me have them. Prince Yi's face flashed with intense anger. Suddenly, the air within a radius of more than 10 li resounded with the sound of a sword. His formless primordial spirit slashed at Hua Tiandu. He dared to attack Hua Tiandu. Haha. Prince Yi, if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you might be able to fight me. But now, you can't. Although Hua Tiandu spoke, his hands did not stop. The coiling martial primordial spirit continued to expand. With a grab, it grabbed an invisible ball of air in the void, causing Prince Yi to spit out a mouthful of blood. Prince Yi's formless primordial spirit was invisible and could kill without a trace, but Hua Tiandu saw through it. Heavenly dragon skeletons, rise. After controlling everyone, Hua Tiandu no longer hesitated. He used the great strength art to pick up the heavenly dragon skeletons. It danced in the air like a huge white bone dragon that exuded a pure yang aura. At this moment, an extremely fine golden light flew to the side of the bone dragon at an unparalleled speed. A black chi flickered and forced away Hua Tiandu's dermic power. Then, the shadow of a yellow flood dragon sank into the body of the heavenly dragon skeletons. Then, the heavenly dragon skeletons actually had spiritual chi. Its eyes flickered with yellow light. Yellow flames burned, as if it was possessed by some powerful magic creature. Roar! Roar, roar! The heavenly dragon skeleton suddenly released a huge force. With a shake of its body, the surrounding air exploded and it broke free from the restraint of Hua Tiandu's coiling martial primordial spirit. Demonic dermic arts? Demonic spirit possession. Hua Tiandu was furious when he saw this. He immediately knew that this was a powerful demonic spirit looking for an opportunity to possess the heavenly dragon skeletons. It wanted to seize control of the heavenly dragon skeletons. This was also taking advantage of his loophole, if not for the fact that he had to control the blood dragon crystal mountain, force the lake water away, and deal with the Dark King and Prince Yi, who were both level 9 abijnas, and capture hundreds of blackwater king snakes. This powerful demonic spirit would not have been able to take advantage of his loophole. One had to know that his dermic power was comparable to the ancient giants of the longevity secret area. It was just that he had not taken the crucial step yet. In its rage, the coiling martial primordial spirit spat out a flame that wrapped around the heavenly dragon skeletons. The flame was a chaotic color that was neither black nor white. Oh no! Natal elemental fire. This powerful demonic spirit was naturally yin. It had used a demonic dermic mystique to possess the heavenly dragon skeletons. Although it could not completely refine it, it could still control it. However, it had not expected to completely enrage Hua Tiandu, who had spat out his own natal elemental fire to burn it to death. Feng Han, it's up to you now. Restrain Hua Tiandu. Yen shouted in its heart. Whoosh, just as Hua Tiandu spat out his natal elemental fire, a light that was not inferior to his coiling martial sword appeared above his head. So fast. Instant kill technique? No, it's a killing technique that's even more advanced than the instant kill technique. Hua Tiandu's telepathy was extremely strong. When the light was about to reach him, his dermic power surged out again, and he took the attack head-on. Wung, 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 wung. Like thousands of bees flying together, countless sword lights once again burst out from the void, stabbing towards the major acupoints on his body. These sword lights seemed to be the sharp fingernails of a human, but they were even more powerful than flying swords. The one who had attacked was naturally Feng Han. He had used the bitey Golden Emperor Chop, a killing technique that was even more advanced than the instant kill technique. Moreover, he used his body as a flying sword, which was even more powerful than a Dao treasure like the Lord of the Bloody Night. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hua Tiandu was multitasking, and he had used more than half of his dermic power. This was the most suitable time to assassinate him. There was no better opportunity than this. What a thief! Hua Tiandu's body suddenly shrunk, and he disappeared without a trace, allowing the sword chi to cut through the void. It was actually a teleportation technique, but it was not his own strength. It seemed to be a teleportation treasure on his body that could teleport. This was because Feng Han had discovered that the moment he disappeared, a jade pendant on his neck flashed, and it emitted a mysterious spatial power. What a pity! This is Hua Tiandu's weakest moment. If I had cultivated to the level of a Jin Dan expert, and refined the 9 ghosts' primordial spirit, my dermic power would be 10 times stronger than now. With this, I could have killed Hua Tiandu. What a pity! What a pity! Feng Han was also very regretful. It was as if he had lost a treasure right in front of him. However, his mind was firm, and he did not stop. In an instant, he circled around the fallen blood dragon crystal mountain and absorbed it into the Acheron map. Then, with a speed that could not even be described as fast as lightning, he released a gust of demonic chi. The door of Avicii appeared faintly, and it sucked in hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes. Originally, hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes were not easy to collect. However, Hua Tiandu's Dao treasure pill furnace had gathered them together. Therefore, Feng Han activated the door of Avicii and absorbed them in an instant. He did not collect Hua Tiandu's Dao treasure pill furnace, because it was impossible. Even if he forcibly absorbed them, they would only wreak havoc in the Acheron map. By the time Hua Tiandu adjusted, they would all be finished. Seeing Hua Tiandu's methods, Feng Han knew that he was no match for him. Only by cultivating the Jin Dan and refining the 9 ghosts' primordial spirit could he stand a chance. After collecting the blood dragon crystal mountain and hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes, Feng Han's body spun again. In an instant, he was in front of the immemorial celestial dragon skeleton that was possessed by Yen. The door of Avicii opened again, and Yen cheered as he rushed in. In an instant, the outcome was decided. The celestial dragon skeleton, the blood dragon crystal mountain, and hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes were all absorbed into the Acheron map. From this, one could see how powerful the Acheron map was. Other spatial treasures could not even collect a mountain. Of course, this was because Hua Tiandu had uprooted the mountain, and Feng Han had landed on it. From below, he opened the Acheron map and let the mountain fall in. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to collect the mountain. In less than the blink of an eye, he had collected so many treasures. Feng Han was giving it his all, and did not hold back. The natal talisman amulet revolved crazily, increasing its speed. His strong physical body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the high-speed revolutions. He had never thought that he could be so fast at this moment. This was the limit of his power. Feng Han, let's go. After collecting hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes, the blood dragon crystal mountain, and the immemorial celestial dragon skeleton, we have become the target of everyone. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Once Hua Tiandu recovers, we will not be able to stop him with our current strength. He is not like the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor is nearing the end of his lifespan, and his spiritual power is waning. Hua Tiandu alone is equivalent to more than 3 Ghost Emperors. Furthermore, he actually has 2 Dao artifacts in his hands. Xianxia used the devil spirit possession technique to seize the immemorial celestial dragon skeleton. He entered the Acheron map and immediately sank to the bottom of the Acheron River, as if to refine it. At this moment, Xingyun Baby and Princey were also in the Acheron map. Only a magic treasure like the map of the underworld could be so miraculous and contain so many treasures at once. Hundreds of blackwater kingsnakes, a mountain peak, and the skeleton of a celestial dragon that was thousands of zhang long. No treasure pouch could contain them. Wealth comes from danger. Enter the dragon's cave. At this moment, Feng Han's body flashed as he activated the mighty golden emperor chop. Using his body as a flying sword, he directly entered the cave under the suppression of the blood dragon crystal mountain. The entrance to the cave was originally suppressed by the blood dragon crystal mountain, but Hua Tiandu used his boundless spiritual power to forcibly pull it up, revealing a dragon palace inside. As for why the skeleton of the immemorial celestial dragon was outside the dragon palace, no one knew. Perhaps it was molting on the mountain peak, and then met with some mishap and died. The blackwater kingsnake in the lake was a demon reared by the immemorial celestial dragon. The blood dragon crystal mountain was extremely heavy. Even with Feng Han's current spiritual power, it was difficult to pull it up directly. He could only use brute force to break it and then collect it. From this point, he knew that there was still a gap between him and Hua Tiandu. After all, there was a gap of 4 realms, and he had not cultivated the Jin Dan. Oh no! Someone beat us to it. Where did this expert come from? So fast. So fast that I can't even react. Fourth brother, how can this be? After him. This person must be the life-stealing scholar, but I did not expect him to have a Dao treasure. And it must be a very powerful Dao treasure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to collect the blood dragon crystal mountain. That mountain is so huge that no treasure pouch can collect it. Grand Princey only saw a flash of yellow light, and all the treasures in the sky disappeared. Then the yellow light burrowed into the underground dragon cave. The experts present, whether it was the second prince True Grand Prince and the Black Underworld King, the 13th Prince Zhang Grand Prince, the 4th Princey Grand Prince, or even Hua Tiandu and the 1st Prince Feng Grand Prince, were all stunned. No one would have thought that in the midst of the intense battle, there would be someone who would be able to seize the opportunity and obtain the treasure at such a fast speed. And so thoroughly, not a single treasure was left for them. It was as if he had broken into the underground dragon palace to collect all the treasures inside. Roar! Hua Tiandu was the first to react. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the coiling martial divine sword that was trapping the Black Underworld King, as well as the floating cauldron. He turned into a rainbow and burrowed into the underground cauldron. He was also furious, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the shadow that had snatched the treasures burrowing into the underground cauldron. If this person had snatched the treasures and left immediately, it would be troublesome to chase after him. However, he was insatiably greedy and still wanted to collect the treasures in the underground cauldron. That was tantamount to entering a prison. Whoosh! 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 The moment he chased, the King of Darkness and Grand Prince he chased after him. One of them was a demonic Dao Grandmaster, while the other was the strongest prince. They were both experts at the 9th level of the divine power and the heaven and earth manifestation realm. With their cultivation, they were not willing to just drink the soup. No, not the soup, but the dregs. Everything was collected by Feng Han. Not even the dregs were left for them. Whoosh! In an instant, Feng Han burrowed into the underground cauldron and landed in the dragon palace. With a sweep of his spiritual force, he discovered that this was a majestic palace. It was richly ornamented and magnificent. It was actually built with the essence of the 5 metals and the essence of the true water. It showed the extravagance and fastidiousness of the dragon clan. However, he could not take away this palace. However, with his powerful spiritual force, he discovered that some places in this palace contained powerful treasures and elixirs. His body flashed like a ghost. In the center of the dragon palace, a pillar was directly cut open by the mighty golden emperor chop. A lattice on the pillar was directly opened. An emerald green gourd filled with elixirs could be seen. This gourd of elixirs disappeared immediately. At the same time, in one of the elixir rooms in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, a crystal-like elixir furnace emitted powerful spiritual energy. It was engraved with many heavenly dragon patterns and dragon clan runes. At the same time, in a secret room, the wall was forcibly vaporized by the Fire Emperor Qi of the Red Emperor. A ruler-shaped Dharma treasure appeared and was directly collected. At the same time, a small copper bell and a large drum that were hanging in the middle of the hall were also collected. In the blink of an eye, 9 places in the Dragon Palace that emitted powerful auras were instantly destroyed by Feng Han. All the Dharma treasures were collected. 9 elixirs and Dharma treasures that emitted powerful auras were all collected by Feng Han. Without a doubt, these 9 Dharma treasures were all supreme-grade treasures. The elixirs were also heaven-grade elixirs, on the same level as the Yin-Yang Longevity Elixir. An emerald green gourd elixir, an elixir furnace, an ancient ruler, a small copper bell, a large drum, a string of coral prayer beads, a crystal ball engraved with dragon clan runes, a huge heavenly halberd, and a steel wheel axe. Elixirs, elixir furnace, ruler, copper bell, large drum, coral prayer beads, crystal ball, heavenly halberd, and steel wheel axe. All 9 items were collected by Feng Han in the blink of an eye. He only collected those with powerful auras. Besides, there were other treasures in the Dragon Palace, many treasures. But there was no time, this was because Hua Tiandu had already rushed in from behind. The moment he entered, a powerful force circled around, as if to seal the entire Dragon Palace and prevent Feng Han from escaping. Because the Dragon Palace was built underground, there was no way out. Once someone entered, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. But Feng Han was different. After collecting the 9 powerful Dharma treasures and elixirs, a talisman flew out from the top of his head and turned into a beam of light that shone on the ground. In an instant, the ground melted into something like flowing water. His body sank into the ground and disappeared. He had used the 5 Emperors' Great Demon Mystique to escape. The 5 Emperors' Great Demon Mystique specialized in the 5 elemental escape techniques. The Dragon Palace was built with the essence of 5 metals and water. It was difficult to destroy or penetrate. But after using the Mighty Golden Emperor Chop and the Black Water Emperor Fist, one could melt it directly and escape into it. Once the Dragon Palace was penetrated, it would be endless soil and earth. At this time, Huangdi's Earth Emperor Dao came in handy. The 5 Emperors' Great Demon Mystique was one of the highest mystiques of the demon sect. It grasped the extreme mysteries of the 5 elemental origins of heaven and earth. It was used to protect oneself from all evils. It was used to kill enemies. It was also an extremely brilliant escape technique when used for escape. Feng Han did not escape after collecting the Dharma treasures. Instead, he entered the dragon cave. It was not because he was blinded by greed or walking into a trap. It was the best way to escape. If he escaped from the sky, he might not be able to outrun Hua Tiandu. He would definitely be caught. And if he escaped from the ground, he could rely on Huangdi's Earth Emperor Dao. No one could catch up. Thief, trying to escape. As soon as Hua Tiandu entered the Dragon Palace, his powerful spiritual will enveloped the entire palace. He sensed that all the places with powerful auras had been opened. Some powerful Dharma treasures had been taken away. The speed was shocking. He was really angry that someone dared to take away so many things in front of him. Although they were not supreme treasures, immortal elixirs, or Dao treasures, the heavenly dragon skeleton, supreme grade treasures, and the blood dragon crystal mountain were all rare treasures and rare materials. The pile of treasures that Feng Han had taken away was worth at least billions. It could be even more. This wealth was enough to make the ancient giants of the longevity secret territory feel heartache, let alone him. He was prepared to catch a turtle in a jar. But he did not expect Feng Han to have such a mystique. He could split the ground of the Dragon Palace and escape underground. Mountain splitter and earth splitter. Under his roar, the entire underground Dragon Palace trembled and cracked. The ground that Feng Han had just burrowed into collapsed and a deep crevice appeared. He used the mountain splitter and earth splitter of the Panwu Great Strength Mystique to attack Feng Han directly. Imperial Prince Yi and Dark King saw the furious Hua Tiandu and the mountain splitter and earth splitter mystique. They could not help but feel fear in their hearts and wanted to retreat. Imperial Prince Yi, you can leave, but Dark King must stay. The coiling martial primordial spirit emerged from Hua Tiandu's head and transformed into a giant hand that grabbed at the cracked ground. Hua Tiandu clasped his hands together and slashed at the Dark King with the coiling martial divine sword. The Dao treasure cauldron also soared up and aimed its mouth at the Dark King. It emitted a suction force that resembled a whirlpool to forcibly suck the Dark King into the cauldron. My cauldron is called the Great Ancient Cauldron of Desolation. It was used by the Panwu Immortal Venerable to refine pills. It is an upper-grade Dao item. After Dark King absorbs you, even if you self-destruct your cosmic form and dark primordial spirit, it will be useless. The remaining essence can still be used to refine many pills and nourish many treasures. Hua Tiandu brazenly made a move, speaking as if he was the ruler of the world. He was going to suck Dark King, a 9th-level astral power expert who had cultivated his cosmic form, into the cauldron and use him as a material to refine. What a domineering mystique. Moreover, his Panwu primordial spirit was going to chase after Feng Han. This person. Truly strong. His moves are domineering and forceful. If it's not uprooting mountains, it's cracking the earth. He even blasted away the water in the lake. His strength is too great. Imperial Princey was shaken. He gritted his teeth and retreated. At this time, Feng Han had already burrowed 1,000 feet into the ground. However, he suddenly felt a terrifying force seeping out from the earth behind him and grabbing onto him tightly. In the face of this terrifying force, the earth behind him continued to crack. This Hua Tiandu is either uprooting mountains or tearing the earth apart. His spiritual power is 10 times stronger than mine. In a head-on clash, I am indeed no match for him. Feng Han could feel the ground behind him being torn apart, and the surging power was closing in on him, not giving him any chance to breathe. He knew that Hua Tiandu had set his eyes on him. This time, he had taken the heavenly dragon skeleton, the Blackwater kingsnake, the blood dragon crystal mountain, and the powerful immortal medicines and magic treasures in the dragon palace. How could Hua Tiandu not be enraged? Although the gains this time were worth billions of immortal medicines, he had to be able to escape first. Natal Talisman, Great Cleaving Art. A twisted black light shot out from the natal talisman. Wherever it passed, the hard rocks were all reduced to powder. Under the light of Huangdi's Earth Emperor Dao, they were all melted into water, allowing Feng Han to drill through without any effort. At this point, he was using the Great Cleaving Art and the 5 Emperors' Great Demon Mystique together, cutting through the rocks and melting the earth. They complemented each other, and he ran even faster. Gradually, he reached a depth of 10,000 feet, trying his best to avoid Hua Tiandu's pursuit. His Great Cleaving Art had already been cultivated to its true form. Although it was still far from the greater mastery and the great circle of the void lightning, it was still enough to cut through the hard rocks. With this combination, his drilling speed increased, and he was no slower than some cultivators flying in the sky. However, he still could not shake off Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu had used the Panwu immortal spirit and his cosmic form to catch him. When the cosmic form was condensed, it was solid. When it dissipated, it became air currents that could drill into the cracks in the earth. However, it was not as convenient as Feng Han. You dare to steal the immortal treasures and the heavenly dragon skeleton in front of me? You are courting death. A thunderous voice came from behind. Within the cracks in the earth, Hua Tiandu's sound waves could be heard everywhere. As the sound waves vibrated, the earth in a radius of 10 li became extremely hard. It became a congealed earth that was thousands of times stronger than steel. Drink ground steel. Feng Han's drilling was hindered, and he couldn't help but slow down. However, he did not expect that Hua Tiandu would still be able to use all kinds of divine abilities under such circumstances. This was an earth-type god art, drinking the earth to steel. Using magic power, it could turn the earth into something even harder than steel. He set up a restriction so that no one could pass through the ground. Break for me! Feng Han roared and tore at the ground with his palm. Devil flame surged, and in conjunction with his innate talisman, he was able to forcibly tear open the ground. He was using both the power of his physical body and the power of the talisman. His current physical body was no weaker than a Dao artifact. He had fused 6 God Seal monuments into his 6 organs. Moreover, the Sky Demon Hand and the Sky Demon Technique had all fused into his bones. His organs, bones, flesh, meridians, and acupoints were all filled with astral energy and demonic treasures. They were extremely powerful. At this moment, if an expert were to kill him and extract each of his bones, they would be able to be refined into an extremely powerful flying sword. His tendons could be refined into treasures even more powerful than the heavenly Falxiang rope. It could be said that although Feng Han's current physical body was not as valuable as the immemorial celestial dragon's skeleton, it was not far off. Eh? Such a powerful physical body. Alright, since you snatched my immemorial celestial dragon's skeleton, I'll capture you and refine your body into a magic treasure. Do you think that you can escape my control with just a little drilling divine ability? Law of the earth, heed my command. Amnesty. Hua Tiandu's voice sounded from the ground again. His voice seemed to be the voice of the extraterritorial sky demon, but also seemed to be the voice of the earth itself. As he spoke, the earth resonated, and the plates shook together. The terrain distorted, as if trying to push Feng Han out. In that instant, Feng Han felt the energy of the earth surging wildly. It was repelling him, as if he was a sinner that heaven and earth could not tolerate, and wanted to expel and kill him. What Dao technique is this? This is the great chaos reversal of the 5 elements. An extremely advanced mystique of the immortal Dao, and Hua Tiandu has actually cultivated it. It can reverse the 5 elements and throw yin and yang into chaos. It's extremely powerful. Originally, the 5 Emperors' great demon mystique could suppress the energy of the earth, but your cultivation level is too far from Hua Tiandu's. The great chaos reversal of the 5 elements can suppress your 5 Emperors' great demon mystique. Yan Di transmitted his thoughts. Unfortunately, it will take a long time for me to fuse with the celestial dragon skeleton and reveal my true form. I can't help you now. It's all up to you. Whoosh, Feng Han's body was repelled by the energy of the earth. He paused for a moment, and the ground behind him split open again. The surrounding soil formed a cave, and from within the cave, a huge hand reached out. This huge hand had purplish gold skin, and was extremely noble and powerful. It was Hua Tiandu's coiling Wu primordial spirit. This power was a level higher than what Feng Han had seen in the Taiyuan immortal abode. Clearly, Hua Tiandu had improved even more, and was one step closer to the longevity secret realm. As the huge hand reached out, air currents surged, and space itself seemed to solidify. The surrounding soil turned into a purplish gold color, forming a sturdy cage that Feng Han could not break out of. Although Feng Han knew that Hua Tiandu was difficult to deal with, he did not expect him to be this difficult. He had escaped into the ground, and not only had his opponent chased after him, but he had also used his mystiques. He was more proficient in manipulating the energy of the earth than he was, and the 5 elements reversal was as easy as looking at the lines on his palm. However, he was not particularly flustered. Although Hua Tiandu was strong, and he could escape, it would be difficult for him to not let Hua Tiandu know his true identity at the same time. With a wave of his hand, a few twisted black runes cut towards Hua Tiandu's huge hand. At the same time, Feng Han's body shook slightly, and golden light surged from his body. He used the mighty golden emperor chop, and went around Hua Tiandu's huge hand. The purplish glowing huge hand flicked its fingers, and instantly exploded the great cutting spell. At the same time, it changed its hand gestures a few times, and clashed with Feng Han a few times. It was not afraid of the mighty golden emperor chop at all. With these few clashes, violent shockwaves shook the surroundings, and the small cage in the depths of the soil showed signs of collapsing. Feng Han's body suddenly moved, and he spun at high speed like a top. He found a loophole, and burrowed into the ground again, disappearing without a trace. Hua Tiandu's purplish glowing huge hand did not give up, and pointed at the ground where Feng Han had burrowed into. Instantly, there was a loud explosion, and the ground split open again. The huge hand flew down, and chased closely. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, gradually escaped into the depths of the ground. I don't believe that Hua Tiandu's breath is so long, and can withstand endless energy consumption. As they gradually went deeper into the ground, Feng Han thought to himself. Using the heaven and earth dharma to travel underground consumed a lot of mana. He had the support of the world tree absorbing the celestial world's chi of vitality, but his opponent did not. However, Hua Tiandu cultivated the Panwu great strength theurgy, and his mana was innately long. Once, there was a disciple of the Panwu immortal who continuously used his mana for 10 years without exhaustion. 3,000 feet underground. 5,000 feet underground. 8,000 feet underground. 10,000 feet underground. Fang Han kept going deeper, and he fled in a straight line. Hua Tiandu's huge hand followed closely behind, and from time to time, a whirlpool-like suction force would be released from the palm of his hand, trying to pull Fang Han over. It was unknown how much magic power he had expended during this chase. However, the two of them did not seem to be exhausted, and seemed to be full of energy, and were still in their peak condition. The crust of the coiling dragon star was different from that of the Xianhuan Great World, and it was not as thick as that of the Xianhuan Great World. At 10,000 feet underground, they seemed to have reached the core of the planet, and the temperature gradually rose, and the soil showed a crimson color. At this moment, Fang Han suddenly felt that a powerful aura seemed to be vaguely transmitted from afar. Could it be that I found another treasure while escaping? It's also very possible that this coiling dragon star is a dragon's den, and many immemorial celestial dragons once lived and bred here. It's not strange to find another treasure. With a thought, Fang Han flew in the direction of the powerful aura. The soil was constantly being separated and melted, and Fang Han fled with all his might. The soil in front of him disappeared, and a huge underground lair suddenly appeared. This lair was completely made of a type of crimson fire crystal, and it was extremely hot, and the temperature was extremely high. There were no Dharma treasures in the lair, and there were only a total of 7 huge eggs lying quietly. That's right, there were 7 huge eggs, and they were eggs the size of the Kunping Dome. However, the aura that leaked from them was the aura of an immemorial celestial dragon, and they were clearly dragon eggs. The 7 dragon eggs were in the underground lair, and they were absorbing the power of fire continuously, as if they were hatching. So they are dragon eggs. However, although these things are rare, they can only be sold for tens of millions of elixirs in an auction. However, they are rich in essence. Fang Han took a look, and did not think that they were some kind of peerless treasure. However, since he had found them, he had to collect them. The value of 7 dragon gallbladders was worth hundreds of millions of elixirs. A Kunping egg was auctioned for 50 million, and it was bought by Meng Xiaobai. The value of a dragon egg was actually this price. It was just that it was sometimes difficult to buy them. His body flew over, circled around the dragon eggs, and collected them all into the Acheron map. However, this delay allowed Hua Tiandu's huge hand to fly in. This time, he did not immediately attack Fang Han. Instead, he flicked his fingers, and millions of purple talisman flew out, forming a huge array, and trapped Fang Han within. You are indeed blinded by greed. Although dragon eggs are good, you need to be alive to get them. After Hua Tiandu set up the array, his palm transformed into the appearance of the Panwu primordial spirit, and he looked at Fang Han with dignity. Nonsense? Fang Han rolled his eyes, and his body flew up, turning into a golden light, and was about to break through Hua Tiandu's array. However, Hua Tiandu's body moved, and the purple talisman flashed everywhere, and a series of dense lightning exploded, forcing Fang Han to retreat. This is the mystic demon refining thunder talisman array. You can't escape. You took the dragon egg and gave me time to set up the array. You are courting death, and no one can save you. Hua Tiandu's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Fang Han did not answer Hua Tiandu's words, and directly responded with action. His body swayed, and he disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside Hua Tiandu. His fingers were like swords, burning with devil flames, flashing with lightning, and the 5-colored light was constantly circulating, and a powerful penetrative force slashed down. Hua Tiandu did not move, and his body emitted millions of purple talisman, which still turned into divine lightning, and poured out. He did not compete with Fang Han in speed, and directly bombarded the ground with divine lightning. It was a bit like the battle between Fang Han and Meng Xiaobai. At that time, Fang Han and Meng Xiaobai were fighting. Meng Xiaobai flapped his wings and flew everywhere, while Fang Han used the 5 elements divine lightning to cleanse the ground. Now, the roles had been reversed. In the cave, there were lightning talismans everywhere. This was Hua Tiandu's mystic demon refining thunder talisman array. First, he had to trap Fang Han. After dealing with the dark underworld king on the surface, he would use all his means to kill Fang Han. This time, he had not used his full strength to chase his Dharma idol underground. He had left a part of his essence energy in the Dragon Palace on the surface. If he wanted to kill the other expert, the Dark Underworld King, then only he would be able to fight on both sides. He had the upper hand. This divine lightning array is really powerful. If I force my way out, I can do it. But if I reveal my true strength, Hua Tiandu will immediately recognize me. But I'll just do it. An idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately had a plan. Shuttling through the divine lightning, Feng Han's will enter the Acheron map, and suddenly activated the 7 dragon eggs he had just obtained, and approached the Kunping dome. There seemed to be an extremely dangerous thought coming from the 7 dragon eggs. It was as if the little dragon hatched in the dragon eggs had some thoughts. They knew that they were about to be devoured by the devouring demonic array on the Kunping dome. They couldn't help but struggle. But how could Feng Han let them struggle? The dragon eggs contained rich life essence, and it was a good opportunity for the Kunping dome to devour. The Kunping dome seemed to be on the verge of hatching because it had devoured his essence energy to transform into the Jin Dan. However, it still needed a lot of vital energy. Although Feng Han poured in vital energy from the immortal world every day, it would take a long time for it to truly evolve. It would take at least half a year, and at most a year. But since he had obtained the 7 dragon eggs, Feng Han naturally wouldn't give them up. He fed the enormous amount of life essence to the Kunping dome first. As expected, when the dragon eggs approached the Kunping dome, they felt an incomparably strong life essence. The devouring demonic array on the Kunping dome began to operate vigorously, emitting waves of demonic energy that directly absorbed the 7 dragon eggs. Then, the demonic patterns on the Kunping dome's eggshell became 10 times clearer. The devouring demonic array began to operate again, transforming all of the Kunping's life essence and essence energy into demonic energy. Feng Han had been studying the demonic patterns for a long time, and he had a little understanding of the Great Devouring Technique, a supreme demonic ability. In addition, the Kunping dome had absorbed the vital energy from his Jin Dan transformation. Although he couldn't condense his Jin Dan, it had connected him to the Kunping dome by flesh and blood. He was very familiar with all the changes that were happening inside. Kacha, the huge egg of the Kunping kept disintegrating and breaking apart. A vague image of a Kunping appeared inside. It looked like a fish, but it was not a fish. It looked like a bird, but it was not a bird. It could soar for thousands of miles. However, at this moment, it was trapped by the demonic formation and gradually turned into countless talismans. These profound and mysterious talismans all revealed an eternal mystery of the universe. They kept devouring and were never satisfied. After absorbing the life essence of the 7 dragon eggs, the Kunping egg finally evolved the Great Devouring Demonic Array. This was one of the demonic Tao's supreme divine abilities. It was as famous as the Great Obliteration Art and the Great Cleaving Art. Moreover, it was even more mysterious and rare than these 2 divine abilities. On the Acheron map, a demonic array slowly rose from the bottom of the Acheron River. What kind of demonic array was this? It wasn't very big, only about 1 mu in size, but it was pitch black and deep, leading to an unknown place. It truly displayed the concept of a bottomless pit that could contain the entire world. A bottomless pit that could never be filled. The talisman inside was spinning like a star, constantly deducing the mysteries of heaven and earth. In the depths of the bottomless pit, there seemed to be a giant beast that specialized in devouring stars, swallowing and rotating. The Great Devouring Demonic Array was finally completed. This represented the birth of a new supreme divine ability of the demonic sect. As soon as this supreme divine ability of the Tao of Devils was born, Feng Han felt as if he had a flesh and blood connection with it. He didn't even need to refine it. It shrank into a palm-sized spell formation that fused into his body. It rose up into his mind, where it rotated continuously, causing his mind to expand even further. His first and second sea of consciousness expanded by a full fold. Now, Feng Han felt that even if he couldn't refine the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts' primordial spirit, he could still accommodate the mana of a Jin Dan. After expanding his sea of consciousness, the Great Devouring Demonic Array automatically found Feng Han's natal talisman and merged into it. The natal talisman trembled and immediately accepted this demonic ability. The natal talisman, which originally contained 55 types of abilities, now had 56 types of abilities. Once the great devouring demonic array flew into the talisman, the devouring demonic chi wrapped around the natal talisman, causing the talisman to become even more compact and sturdy. There were signs of it condensing into a Jin Dan. However, this was definitely not the time to condense a Jin Dan. With an additional ability, the amount of Yuan Qi required for the talisman to transform into a Jin Dan would increase by an unknown amount. Moreover, the transformation of a Jin Dan couldn't be disturbed. Now that he was trapped by Hua Tiandu, transforming into a Jin Dan would be courting death. Humph. This great thunder talisman array is a joke. Watch how I break it. Hua Tiandu, if you were to use all your strength to kill me, I would have some reservations. You want to kill me with only a small portion of your strength and without any Dharma treasures? That's too naive. Feng Han wandered around the thunder talisman array. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and swallowed a large amount of the thunder talisman array. Immediately, a large portion of the thunder talisman array's power disappeared. His body flew out and disappeared without a trace. Devouring the dragon egg from the Kuanping Dome, evolving the great devouring technique, entering Feng Han's mind, and fusing with the talisman was a long process. In fact, it all happened in the blink of an eye. This was all within Feng Han's calculations. Hua Tiandu's thunder talisman array could be forcefully torn apart if he charged out with the natal talisman. However, if he did so, Hua Tiandu would know that he was Feng Han and would be in a lot of trouble. Using the great devouring demonic array to break the thunder talisman array and confuse Hua Tiandu even more was a necessary move. Now, Hua Tiandu wanted to kill him. It wouldn't be that easy. Great devouring technique. Feng Han suddenly used the great devouring technique and ate a hole in the thunder talisman array. Hua Tiandu was also shocked. He didn't expect that the most mysterious mystique of the demonic sect could be used by the life-stealing scholar. Originally, he had some doubts that the life-stealing scholar was related to Feng Han. However, now it seemed that Feng Han couldn't possibly know the great devouring technique. Therefore, when Feng Han left, he didn't have time to chase after him. The great devouring technique. Even I would have to cultivate it for hundreds of years before I could master it. This Dao technique is the most difficult to cultivate, but this person actually succeeded. Could it be Crown Prince Sky Demon? Hua Tiandu withdrew the thunder talisman array and saw that the cave was empty. Feng Han was nowhere to be seen. Humph. Since he knows the great devouring technique, my 30% strength isn't enough to capture him. I'll go back and kill the Dark Underworld King first. This kid can't run away. Hua Tiandu's body moved and disappeared as he drilled into the ground. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace in the lake, the Dark Underworld King, a 9th-tier Transcendence Law expert, was fighting with Hua Tiandu at a critical juncture. Hua Tiandu used 2 Dao treasures consecutively, wanting to take this expert down. One had to know that Jin Dan experts could make the ancient giants of the longevity secret territory apprehensive because of Jin Dan's self-destruction. A 9th-tier Transcendence Law expert was even more terrifying. When he self-destructed, the power was even greater, enough to sweep away everything. Normally, in a battle between such experts, they would be very cautious and would not go for the kill. They would stop when it was appropriate. However, today, Hua Tiandu wanted to kill a 9th-tier Transcendence Law expert by force. This showed that he was even more domineering than a longevity secret territory expert. However, he had 2 Dao treasures to rely on. The Coiling Martial Sacred Sword and the Great Baron Ancient Furnace. The Coiling Martial Sacred Sword was a middle-grade Dao treasure, and its power was needless to say. The Great Baron Ancient Furnace was an upper-grade Dao treasure. It was on the same level as Feng Qingshua's inextinguishable lightning talisman, and could refine almost anything. When the Coiling Martial Immortal was still alive, he had refined the demon god and the sky demon. Hua Tiandu. I'll fight you to the death. The Dark Underworld King was completely trapped, and several of his treasures had been crushed. No matter what kind of treasures he had, including supreme treasures, they couldn't withstand the sharpness of the Coiling Martial Sacred Sword. A middle-grade Dao treasure wasn't something a low-grade Dao treasure like the Lord of the Bloody Night could compare to. The only thing the Dark Underworld King could contend with now was the dark primordial spirit that he had painstakingly cultivated. He had trained hard for 1,000 years, and its power was boundless, so it could withstand the coiling martial sacred sword. However, it had expended a lot of yuan qi. Moreover, the great barren ancient furnace had trapped him. He now knew that even if he used his final move and self-destructed his cosmic form, it would be useless. He wouldn't be able to break the great barren ancient furnace, and he wouldn't be able to hurt Hua Tiandu. The remaining essence of the self-destruction would also be sucked away. With such thoughts in mind, he didn't even have the intention to self-destruct his cosmic form. One had to know that once his cosmic form self-destructed, he would die. There was no chance at all. He was still holding on bitterly, looking for an opportunity. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from underground. It seemed like the other half of Hua Tiandu's cosmic form had returned. No, I can't care too much now. The Dark Underworld King made up his mind. Suddenly, one of his arms shook violently. Bam! His entire arm turned into a rain of blood, and the wails of demons could be heard. Dark clouds rolled and merged with the dark primordial spirit. This was a method of self-mutilation by sacrificing his body. It was called the evil demon sacrificial art. The evil sacrificial art was a Dao technique of self-mutilation in the demonic Dao. It was used to stimulate the body's potential and maximize its power. However, the body of a cultivator was the most precious thing. It was related to one's cultivation achievements. Once one lost an arm, there would be no hope of achieving the great Dao. If Feng Han sacrificed an arm, he would not be able to cultivate the Jin Dan for 60 years. This was because he would lose too much yuan qi. However, the situation was urgent. If the Dark King did not sacrifice himself, he would die. In desperation, he could only sacrifice a part of his body to increase the power of his dark primordial spirit. He would escape first. Indeed, an arm exploded into a rain of blood and fused with his cosmic form, the ghastly dark immortal soul. The power of the demon-like immortal soul immediately increased by 10 times. The pitch-black demonic claws slashed horizontally and immediately blocked the Panwu celestial sword. At the same time, it blocked the suction power of the great barren ancient furnace. Then, it flew back and fused with the body. It turned into a black light and broke through the Dragon Palace crypt and escaped. Hua Tiandu, I have a grudge with you in this life. You forced me to sacrifice myself. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes to ease my hatred. The Dark King escaped like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. No one knew where he went. He actually mutilated himself. A part of Hua Tiandu's coiling martial primordial spirit emerged from the ground. He frowned when he saw the Dark King fly away. He did not get anything this time. Although the heavenly dragon skeleton, the blood dragon crystal mountain, and the magic treasures in the dragon cave were not good for him, they were still worth billions. Especially the heavenly dragon skeleton, which could be fused with his body to increase his strength. With dragon power, it would be easier for him to break through to the immortal secret realm. Great Baron Ancient Furnace, take this dragon palace for me. Hua Tiandu did not chase after the Dark King. Instead, he spat a mouthful of yuan qi on the Great Barren Ancient Furnace. Suddenly, the dragon palace trembled violently. The palace made of the 5 metal essence and water essence gradually shrank. Finally, it was taken in by the Great Barren Ancient Furnace. The entire dragon palace was taken in by the Great Barren Ancient Furnace. This was the power of a Dao artifact, especially a high-grade Dao artifact. It was even more powerful than the current Acheron map. At best, the current Acheron map's power was close to a middle-grade Dao item. It was far from being a match for the Great Desolation Ancient Furnace. There were also some magic treasures inside the underground dragon palace. They were the leftovers left behind by Feng Han. Additionally, the materials used to construct the entire underground dragon palace were extraordinary. Only cultivators at the Longevity Pocket Zone would have the energy to craft such a luxurious item. Hua Tiandu was incapable of finding any other magic treasures. Thus, he collected the entire underground dragon palace. Great Desolation Ancient Furnace, come with me to hunt down the Dark Underworld King. This devil has crippled one of his arms, and his vitality is greatly damaged. I must kill him. After putting away the dragon palace, Hua Tiandu rose into the air and gazed into the distance. All of a sudden, he sensed something and flew off into the distance. Fourth brother. Hua Tiandu had taken away the entire Dragon Cave palace. We don't even have soup to drink. That's too vicious. As soon as Hua Tiandu left, the sky full of lake water fell back down. The dragon cave at the bottom of the lake also collapsed. The ground within a radius of more than 10 miles caved in. The sky was filled with storms and water vapor. It was as if doomsday had arrived. After a long time, it finally calmed down. The center of the lake had changed. It was empty and had become a pile of ruins and mud. There was no spiritual chi of hidden dragons or crouching tigers. The 13th prince, Prince Zhan, and the 4th prince, Prince Yi, left. Their faces turned pale when they saw the changes in the center of the lake. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to do such a thing. Even if they were 10 times stronger, it would not be possible. Let's go. This coiling dragon star is the lair of the immemorial celestial dragons. Other than this place, there should be some hidden dragon palaces. Let's search everywhere. Even if we find dragon eggs, this trip will not be in vain. The 4th prince, Prince Yi, flew away. Boom. Some distance away, in a primeval forest, the ground suddenly split open. The ancient trees were uprooted, and a figure emerged from the ground. It was Fang Han, who had mastered the great devouring art and escaped from Hua Tiandu's restraint. Hua Tiandu, no matter how many mystiques you have, you still can't figure me out. You let me take advantage of you, and I've also mastered an unparalleled mystique. Now, my sea of knowledge has doubled. The talisman also has 56 mystiques. After mastering the Jin Dan, it will be even stronger. Let me accumulate enough yuan qi first. Fang Han checked his cultivation and was very satisfied. A natal talisman floated in his sea of knowledge. 56 mystiques circulated endlessly, especially the newly mastered great devouring art. It condensed into a demonic formation that looked like a bloody mouth, swallowing large amounts of yuan qi from the outside. It seemed to be able to neutralize all mystique attacks. I wonder if I'll be able to devour Meng Xiaobai if I use the great devouring skill when I fight him now. Fang Han thought to himself. Fang Han, I'm trying my best to merge with the celestial dragon skeleton and transform into a real body. During this period, I can't use any of my dermic powers. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. During this period, you will be in charge of the Acheron map. Yanxing said with difficulty. Fang Han hurriedly used his divine thought to look into the Acheron map. He saw that on the rolling waves of the Acheron River, a bone dragon that was thousands of feet long was coiled around a blood dragon crystal mountain. It let out a deafening roar that swept through the space of the Acheron map like thunder. The immemorial celestial dragon skeleton is rich in pure yang qi. If you forcibly occupy it, you can indeed transform into a real body. However, the skeleton lacks vitality now. I'd better lend you a hand. Seeing Yanxing in such a difficult situation, Fang Han suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of cyan yuan qi. It turned into a cyan cloud and scattered over the blood dragon crystal mountain. Then, it began to rain. As soon as it landed on the bone dragon's body, it was immediately filled with powerful vitality, as if something like flesh and blood was being born. Good, good, good. The Wood Emperor's Gang Qi of the Eastern Wood Emperor can help me form a wooden body. However, I don't want to become a blue dragon. Yen roared, and large amounts of holy water of the underworld surged into its body. It was unknown what kind of magic it was using. Come out, Prince Yi. As soon as Fang Han saw Prince Yi, he pulled him out of the Acheron map. At the same time, Xingyun Baby flew out of the Sun Moon pentagram bracelet, and the pure fox demoness said something to Xingyun Baby. Unexpectedly, they flew out together. That was close, Princey said. That was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Although Princey was experienced and knowledgeable, he still couldn't help but sigh in amazement. I never would have guessed that you would be so strong, Fang Han. You actually snatched the treasure from Hua Tiandu's mouth. That said, I got some good stuff this time, Yang Qi said. In addition to the corpse of the primeval celestial dragon and the mountain of blood dragon crystals, I also got a bottle gourd of medicinal pills and 8 consummate treasures. Fang Han first took out the small emerald green gourd elixir that he had obtained. He opened it with a wave of his hand and found 9 elixirs inside. Each of them was emerald green in color and was covered in a layer of talisman clothing. Inside, a powerful dragon's breath was inhaling and exhaling. Feng Han, these are Dragon God pills, concocted by the primeval celestial dragon to cleanse your body and cleanse your bones. Each one of them is incredible, no less than the Yin Yang longevity pill, the 9-orifice Jin Dan, or the lightning bone Saraira. They're all heavenly class medicinal pills. Oh, right. The book in the corpse of the primeval celestial dragon is one of the dragonfolk's 99 heaven dragon secret tomes. It's called the Equipment Refining Manual. It's not for cultivating divine abilities, but rather, for refining powerful magical treasures of the dragon folk. Yan Zhang spat out a secret tome into Feng Han's hand. Feng Han opened it and sent his divine sense inside. Sure enough, it was a book about equipment refining. Inside, there were many methods to refine powerful magical treasures. Heaven Splitter Halberd. Bright King Axe. So, those 2 consummate treasures, the heaven-piercing halberd and the wheel-shaped axe, were only half-finished products. He had collected several magical treasures from the Dragon Palace, the most domineering and powerful of them all being the heaven-piercing halberd and the wheel-shaped axe. Glancing at the equipment refining manual in the Heaven Dragon secret tomes, he realized that these 2 magical treasures were only half-finished products. If they had been refined for 1,000 years, they could have become Tao treasures. As for the coral prayer beads, the small copper bell, the ruler Dharma treasure, and the large drum, they were all recorded in the Heavenly Dragon secret manual. They were all semi-finished products. However, they were also very powerful and very valuable. If taken out, they would be worth hundreds of millions of pills. The experts of the Jin Dan were also fighting over them. However, Feng Han didn't have the energy to refine them one by one. Not to mention that it would delay his cultivation, he didn't have the ability to do so. Only someone who had cultivated to the level of the Tai Huang Tian, the 5 elements realm, or the archaic devil sovereign would have the energy to refine magical treasures. Increasing one's cultivation base was the right thing to do. So many consummate treasures. The pure fox demoness looked on enviously. She wanted one, but couldn't bring herself to ask. Therefore, she stared at the Xingyun baby, hoping to get one through her. However, the baby ignored her. Instead, she took a divine dragon pill from Feng Han and waved it in front of the pure fox demoness. Do you want it? Give it to me. The pure fox demoness looked at the divine dragon pill, her eyes rolling. You want me to give you something fun to play with? Heh heh. If you want it, I won't give it to you. The Xingyun baby swallowed the pill and chewed loudly. You. The pure fox demoness stamped her foot. Humph. She already knew that the Xingyun baby wasn't a simple baby. After eating the divine dragon pill, the nebula baby's body swelled up, and scales seemed to grow on its giant baby-like skin. Her fingernails became sharp like dragon claws, and as she breathed in and out, she emitted a powerful draconic aura. She looked like a young dragon that had just hatched. She doesn't look good. I'll just refine her. The Xingyun baby looked at her. Starlight flowed down from the top of her head, and before long, the scales on her body were completely refined. She once again looked like an enormous baby with delicate skin. However, her life force essence had risen to another level. It was at this point that Feng Han saw a black beam of light flying toward him. The Dark King? The Dark King actually managed to escape from Hua Tiandu? It seems that this person's demonic arts are really profound. However, why is he missing an arm? Looking at the black beam of light flying over in the sky, Feng Han saw the Dark King's body hidden in it. He looked like he was greatly injured, and he couldn't help but admire him. To be able to escape from Hua Tiandu's pursuit, this person could be considered to have a lot of means. However, behind this black rainbow, there was a vague surge of magical power that covered the sky and covered the earth like a surging tide. An enormous illusory image of a pill furnace appeared on the horizon. It was like a mirage, as if it was going to squeeze through space and come to this world. In an instant, a thought rose in Feng Han's mind. His body flew up and blocked the Dark King's black beam of light. You're courting death. The Dark King was desperately trying to escape. His spiritual power was at its strongest state, but he still couldn't escape from Hua Tiandu's pursuit. He couldn't help but feel anxious. At this time, there was still someone in front of him. He couldn't help but roar and open his mouth to shoot out an arrow of blood. This arrow was formed from his own blood essence. It was a divine ability called the blood-rending thunder arrow. It was extremely powerful and was used in desperate situations. However, every time it was used, it would consume 30 years of his life. Humph. A talisman flew out from Feng Han's head. The great devouring demonic formation on the talisman transformed into a bloody mouth. In just a moment, it directly swallowed the blood arrow and disappeared without a trace. The blood arrow that was swallowed by the great devouring demonic formation turned into pure blood energy. It was absorbed by the demonic formation, increasing the power of the demonic arts. The great devouring technique could devour all spiritual attacks and transform them into pure demonic qi. After swallowing the blood arrow, Feng Han grabbed with both hands and exhaled. Once again, a burst of demonic qi erupted and wrapped the Dark King in it. He was going to capture him as one. What? The Dark King was shocked. He did not expect that the blood-rending thunder arrow that he had used up 30 years of his life would be swallowed just like that. How powerful was this demonic art to have such a divine ability? At least, he could not imagine it. However, he did not know that Feng Han's great devouring demonic art was evolved from the Kunping Dome. It not only contained the characteristics of Kunping's life, but also the supreme demonic Tao technique of devouring heaven and earth. When the two of them combined into one, their might was much stronger than some great heavenly demon kings or even demon gods who cultivated the great devouring technique. However, the Dark King was a 1,000-year-old demon. The demonic arts he cultivated were extremely profound. Although he was not as experienced as the Ghost Emperor, he was full of vitality and had great potential. He was not at the end of his road like the Ghost Emperor. Immediately, the dark primordial spirit changed again. He used the all-directional demonic transformation technique to create a diversion and escape in another direction. However, just as he flew out, bang! He was punched hard in the stomach. His whole body was in intense pain. It was as if he was breaking apart inch by inch like porcelain. Tears and snot flowed out. Die. This was something the Dark King had never encountered before. The dark primordial spirit revolved violently, as if it wanted to self-destruct. However, Feng Han punched again. A powerful wave of Avicii demonic qi blasted over and contaminated the dark primordial spirit. Suddenly, he felt as if he had fallen into a boundless hell, unable to extricate himself. Come. In just one move, Feng Han had pulled the Dark King into the Acheron map. His body quickly drilled into the ground and disappeared. Originally, with the Dark King's strength, Feng Han wouldn't have been able to deal with him so easily. However, the battle with Hua Tiandu had greatly damaged his vitality and forced him to mutilate his own body in a panic. This allowed Feng Han to take advantage of the situation. After Feng Han drilled into the ground, the clouds in the sky were scattered with a loud boom. Hua Tiandu flew out with a great desolation ancient cauldron. His eyes scanned the sky and earth with a deep frown. Does the Dark King also have a technique to drill into the ground? Why did he disappear for no reason? However, whether it's the Dark King or the life-stealing scholar, you won't be able to escape. I'll use a secret art to calculate where you are. Hua Tiandu opened his mouth and spat out a watery cloud. It constantly changed and eventually turned into a mirror. Inside, many people and things were constantly changing. This was a calculation method that consumed a lot of yuan qi. It was called the Great Heavenly Cycle Arithmetic. It was a divine ability that did not have any offensive or defensive capabilities. However, it was able to predict everything, including the movements of the enemy, and the movements of the enemy within a radius of 100,000 li, being able to see through everything. It would always be in an invincible position. Hua Tiandu sat cross-legged in the sky and used the grand heavenly cycle arithmetic to calculate everything. With the great desolation ancient cauldron protecting him, he displayed the majesty of conquering the heavens. Feng Han, on the other hand, drilled into the depths of the earth for a full 10,000 feet before stopping and finding a crack in the ground. Who is it? Who sealed me with great magic power? At this time, the Black King was pulled into the underworld diagram by Feng Han and was not hurt. He used the gloomy primordial spirit to protect himself. At the same time, he took out a few healing elixirs from his Dharma treasure pouch and swallowed them. Humph. You can't do anything in the Acheron map. I am the successor of Emperor Huangquan and a direct disciple of the Ascension Gate, Feng Han. I am the archenemy of Hua Tiandu. As a disciple of Acheron's evil sect, why don't you kneel before me, the future master of the evil sect? Feng Han appeared in front of the Dark King. You are Feng Han? The Feng Han who killed the Ghost Emperor? Humph, you killed the Ghost Emperor with a trick. My Acheron evil sect went to the savage forest to check the battlefield. It was clearly you who detonated an extremely powerful Jin Dan to trick the Ghost Emperor. Otherwise, with your cultivation, you wouldn't have been able to kill the Ghost Emperor. You want me to kneel? You are courting death. The Dark King was surprised to see Feng Han. Then, his eyes flashed with a strange ruthlessness. He moved his body and attacked Feng Han. He wanted to restrain Feng Han and obtain the Acheron map. Stubborn fool, you are courting death. Courting death? Do you know? Feng Han's body didn't move. A talisman appeared above his head. This natal talisman contained 56 types of abilities. Originally, he had 2 more abilities. One was the Divine Seal art and the other was the Cover the Sky Demon art. However, these 2 abilities didn't fuse with the talisman. Instead, they fused with his body. His body was now equivalent to a magic treasure. 56 types of life talisman amulets were summoned, the Great Dharma drum was beaten, and the Great Dharma conch was blown. The tyrannical power pushed the Dark Underworld King back. No amount of mana could get close to Feng Han's body. 5 Emperor's Great Demon Mystique. You can actually cultivate the 5 Emperor's Great Demon Mystique to perfection. The 5 Emperor's canopy is protecting your body. How powerful is your 5 elemental essence? 56 types of mystiques. How can you cultivate so many mystiques? The Dark King, who had wanted to attack Feng Han, was pushed back by the immense pressure. Seeing the 5-colored canopy floating above Feng Han's head, he was shocked. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. The natal talisman above Feng Han's head spun slightly and condensed into an illusory Jin Dan, rumble. Boundless airflow and pressure came crashing down, wah. The Dark King crawled down like a toad. He was suppressed by the illusory Jin Dan to the point that he could not breathe. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Although his cosmic form was powerful, how could it compare to Feng Han's illusory core formed by the natal talisman? Half-step Jin Dan? It's only a matter of time before you cultivate the Jin Dan. 56 types of mystiques to cultivate the Jin Dan. Heavens! How powerful is that? The Dark King screamed in despair. He was a disciple of the Acheron evil sect and knew the terror of the 5 Emperor's Great Demon Mystique. Now that his dark primordial spirit had exploded, he was afraid that it would not pose a substantial threat to Feng Han. Jin Dan? Of course, it's only a matter of time before I cultivate the Jin Dan. However, the amount of Yuan Qi needed to transform 56 types of mystiques into the Jin Dan is too great. I have to save up for a few months before I can cultivate the Jin Dan. Moreover, I captured the Ghost Emperor's primordial spirit and refined it in the Door of Avicii to remove the impurities. Once I cultivate the Jin Dan, I can use the demonic devouring technique to devour it completely. Feng Han laughed heartily. The Ghost Emperor's 9 Ghosts primordial spirit contains more than 30 types of demonic Dao mystiques. After I devour it, the Jin Dan will have more than 80 types of mystiques. At that time, who will be my match? What do you think? Who will be my match? As he spoke, the Door of Avicii slowly rose behind the Dark Underworld King. Door of Avicii. The Dark King screamed in pain. Although he had never seen the Acheron map, he was a member of the Acheron evil sect and had read many of the sect's books. Naturally, he knew what the Door of Avicii was. Dark King, your primordial spirit is not as strong as the Ghost Emperor's, so I don't plan to refine you. Moreover, your lifespan is still long, unlike the Ghost Emperor's decline. You still have a lot of value to me. So now, I'll give you a way out. Submit to me. Become my loyal servant and assist me in unifying the Acheron evil sect in the future. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also give you the Water of Oblivion. It will allow your cultivation to progress further. Now that you have lost an arm, I can capture a powerful sky demon king, cut off his arm, and reattach it for you. I also have a divine dragon pill here that can increase your lifespan. It will make up for your lost Yuan Qi. Feng Han looked down at the Dark King. Follow me and cultivate with the water of oblivion. Your demonic Dao mystique will reach great success. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to enter the secret realm of immortality. Do you know? You will never have the chance. Now, you can either die or submit to me. You choose. My patience is limited. The Dark King looked at the illusory Jing Dan above Feng Han's head. Although there was a difference of 3 levels between them, he would be the one to die if he fought recklessly. He had no choice. Feng Han could kill him as easily as blowing off dust. Master. I, the Dark King, am willing to submit to you. I will never betray you in this life. Otherwise, I will die under my own inner demons. He was a decisive person and immediately swore the great inner demon oath. Oaths are like toothache curses. I have never believed them. Now that you have submitted to me, there is no guarantee that you will not betray me in the future. Before I gain enough trust, I have to plant the Avicii demonic chi in your dark primordial spirit. Feng Han's mind raced. The Avicii demonic chi drew a talisman and entered the dark primordial spirit, the dark primordial spirit. Feng Han did not believe in vows. He only believed in reality. Therefore, he had to use the Avicii demonic chi to restrain the dark primordial spirit of the Dark King. If the Dark King had any other thoughts in the future, he would be killed immediately. Back then, when he subdued the Great Azure Witch, he also used the Indifference Talisman. But now, the Dark King's strength was far above the witch's. The Indifference Talisman could not restrain him. Only the talisman formed by the Avicii demonic chi could restrain him. Seeing the Dark King allow the Avicii demonic chi to enter his dark primordial spirit without any resistance, Feng Han nodded in his heart. If this person resisted, he would not hesitate to kill him immediately. Lest he raised a tiger. After subduing the Dark King, Feng Han did have the intention to establish his own power and subdue the Acheron evil sect in the future. After he became the sect leader of the Ascension Gate, he would lead the Acheron evil sect into the righteous path. Even if he failed to become the sect leader of the Ascension Gate, he could establish his own sect and become the great emperor of the demonic sect. The Dark King was familiar with everything about the Acheron evil sect. Subduing him would be of great benefit to him. Feng Han still did not know what the Acheron evil sect was like after it split up. Alright, I have already injected the Avicii demonic chi into your dark primordial spirit. But this will not hinder your cultivation. It will also help you comprehend the essence of the demonic sect. But you cannot betray me in the future. You should know my methods. I have killed the 2 Jing Dan experts of the Tai Gate, Zhao Xuani and Song Wei. Although your cultivation is higher than theirs, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Of course, in the future, if you show enough loyalty, I do not mind taking back the Avicii demonic chi. Feng Han's expression did not change. This is a divine dragon pill. I just got it from the Dragon Palace's treasury. It can increase your lifespan by a few hundred years and replenish your lost blood. Take it now. Prince Yi, you take one as well. Inside the jade gourd, there were a total of 9 divine dragon pills. Xingyun baby took one. Now, Feng Han threw one each to the Black Underworld King and the Yi Prince. He also took out one for himself and swallowed it to refine its medicinal strength. This divine dragon pill was also a heaven rank pill, although it was not as good as the Nirvana pill. However, it was on the same level as the 9 orifices Jing Dan, the Yin Yang longevity pill, and the Thunderbone Saraira. They were all medicinal pills that could strengthen one's foundation and nurture one's vitality. One divine dragon pill could increase one's lifespan by 500 years. Furthermore, Feng Han had just read the Jade Scroll of the Heavenly Dragon Secret Manual, which was used to refine magic treasures. There were also alchemy methods recorded inside. The medicinal effects of this Dragon God pill were extremely miraculous. After consuming it, not only would it increase one's lifespan by 500 years, it would also allow one to utilize the power of the pill to form a layer of dragon scales on the surface of one's skin, granting one incredible defensive prowess. One wouldn't be afraid of being burned by fire, drowned by water, or killed by flying swords. Even flying swords at the level of precious weapons wouldn't be able to cut through it. As soon as Fang Han consumed it, he immediately felt a violent energy of a different nature fusing into his bloodline. This energy was neither demonic nor demonic. It was extremely majestic and carried a wild and ancient aura. Utilizing this energy in his bloodline, he transferred it to his skin. As expected, dense dragon scales appeared all over his skin. They were extremely sturdy, and the strength of his entire body increased by a few notches. Good pill, but this is also the icing on the cake. My body has fused with the Cover the Sky Demon technique, the Devil Hand, the God Sealing Steel, and the Divine Seal art. It's unbelievably strong. Now that I've gained a surge of dragon power, a few hundred years of lifespan isn't that important to me. Of course, it's better than nothing. After concealing this surge of dragon power, the scales on the surface of his body shed off as expected. Fang Han's entire body was filled with essence qi, and he had the urge to condense the Jing Dan. However, he wasn't prepared to condense the Jing Dan now. Firstly, the time wasn't right. Secondly, he hadn't accumulated enough primordial qi to condense the Jing Dan from 56 types of supernatural powers. Among them, the Great Devouring Technique was even more unpredictable. If it didn't work, it would be a pity to fail at the last step. Thirdly, the newly subdued Black Underworld King might not be loyal enough. If he was angered, blood would splatter everywhere. That wouldn't be worth it. One of his fingers was more precious than the lives of millions of people. He couldn't take the risk. On the other hand, after Princey consumed the Divine Dragon Pill, his qi and blood roiled. The dragon power clashed left and right, and sweat poured down like rain. The powerful medicinal primordial qi rushed into his mind, and for a moment, his dermic powers increased greatly. I'm actually going to condense the golden talisman. That's right, I gave him forefather Qin Yang's Jing Dan, and he broke down the supernatural powers within and refined them into his body. Now that he's reached the critical point, a single divine dragon pill catalyzed him. Seeing this scene, Fang Han blew out a breath, and 5-colored primordial qi entered the other's mind. Immediately, the heavenly gate opened above Prince Yi's head, and a natal talisman with 22 types of supernatural powers formed, emitting a powerful force. A natal talisman with more than 20 types of supernatural powers was indeed a top-notch expert in the cultivation world. Of course, this wasn't because Princey was powerful, but because forefather Qin Yang's Jing Dan had 13 types of supernatural powers. Princey himself had also cultivated 9 types of supernatural powers. In total, he had 22 types. Thank you, Fang Han, for your 5-elemental primordial qi. Otherwise, I would have needed a few more years of bitter cultivation to reach the 6th level of the divine power realm. Princey was overjoyed when he saw that he had reached the 6th level of the divine power realm and cultivated the natal talisman. There's no need to thank me. Your great improvement in cultivation is also beneficial to me. However, you have to work hard to cultivate the Jing Dan. Only then can you stand out among the many princes and occupy a position. Otherwise, you'll always be at the bottom. Fang Han said, you have to know that the 4th prince, Prince Yi, has cultivated the 9th level of the divine power realm and the Dharma idol of heaven and earth. Of course. I've already thought about it. I'll take Song Wei's Jing Dan with you and give it to Venerable Immortal Ling Long as a birthday gift. When the time comes, I'll ask Venerable Immortal Ling Long to help me condense the Jing Dan. Princey seemed to have made up his mind. Dark King, what do you think? Turning his head, Fang Han looked at the Dark King, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the medicinal efficacy. After taking the Divine Dragon Pill, his face was no longer as pale as before. It was ruddy as if he had never been injured. However, his broken arm was still empty. Although the Divine Dragon Pill was powerful, it didn't have the miraculous effect of directly growing an arm. What he needed now was to find an arm and reattach it with the bone-connecting pill. Then, he would circulate his spiritual power and cultivate the arm until it was as strong as his body. However, it would take a long time of hard work. Thank you, Sect Master, for the pill. I've already recovered my primordial qi. There are also benefits. However, my dark primordial spirit was injured by Hua Tiandu's Panwu divine sword. I hope Sect Master can give me some emotion for getting water to cleanse it. The Acheron evil sect's members' desire for emotion for getting water was equivalent to a lecher's desire for beautiful women. Since you've joined me, I naturally won't be stingy. Feng Han made a grabbing motion. A large amount of Acheron's holy water flew up and merged with the Dark King's body. Suddenly, the Dark King's dark primordial spirit had a faint feeling of demonic chi fading away. The ruthless chi also gradually turned into pure dark chi. It had the taste of the origin of darkness when the heavens and earth were first created. Wonderful. This is turning demonic into Tao. It's close to the origin. The Acheron's holy water has cleansed your natal demonic chi. There will be no more obstacles for you to advance bravely in the future, Feng Han praised. Now, tell me about the recent situation of the Acheron evil sect. When I unify the Acheron evil sect in the future, your contribution will not be small. Yes, sect master. After receiving so many benefits in a row, the Dark King also swept away the pent-up frustration of losing an arm. He said respectfully, the Acheron evil sect is now divided into 10 factions. They are called the 10 Halls. 3,000 years ago, the 10 elders of the Acheron evil sect split into 10 factions. Every palace had one or a few elders from the immortal secret territory. I'm the direct disciple of Ba Liming, the lord of the secluded hall. I was accepted as a disciple 1,000 years ago. The Ghost Emperor is the vice lord of the secluded hall. The 10 halls are the secluded hall, the Sunluo hall, the underworld hall, the shady hall, the demon hall, the poison hall, the Paluo hall, the ghost hall, the butcher hall, and the last one is the Yama hall. The Yama hall was under the control of the Emperor Huangquan in the past, and it was the most powerful. The lord of the Yama hall used to be Master Yan, the spirit of the Acheron map. However, after Master Yan's death, the 9 hall masters all wanted to send someone to take over the Yama hall. Later, a new talent rose up in the Acheron evil sect 2,000 years ago, so he's now in charge of the Yama hall. His name is Su Shui. He joined the sect 2,000 years ago and reached the immortal secret area in 300 years. However, he has never fought outside. He's now in secluded meditation to comprehend the way of heaven. It seems that he's going to amaze the world. If you want to take back the Acheron evil sect, you have to be careful of him. He's the most powerful master of the Acheron evil sect. What? It only took him 300 years to reach the immortal secret area? He's been in secluded meditation for 1,700 years? How could he be so fast and powerful? What kind of adventure did he have? Didn't they say that without the forgotten love water, those who cultivated the magic skills of the Acheron evil sect couldn't break through to the immortal secret area? Did he have another adventure? Feng Han knew that some of the elders of the Acheron evil sect who had reached the immortal secret area were still able to cultivate because they had followed the Emperor Huangquan 3,000 years ago and obtained the forgotten love water. However, those who came after couldn't cultivate it anymore. This person had an adventure, but he didn't cultivate the magic skills of the Acheron evil sect. It said that his most powerful magic weapon is a book, which he named the Book of Life and Death. It's a powerful Taoist instrument. It's even close to a fairy instrument. However, this person never showed off, so there's no news about him. However, many of the hall masters are somewhat fearful of this person. The Black Underworld King said, "My master, Ba Liming, has already cultivated the immortal body. However, he warned me not to provoke the people from Yen Luo Dian. As for the people from the Tai Gate, they didn't do anything to the Acheron evil sect because of this person. I know about this. I didn't know that the Acheron evil sect had such a huge force. It seems like I won't be able to control such a huge force if I don't cultivate to the immortal secret area, let alone open the Acheron's treasury." Feng Han knew what the Acheron evil sect was like now. That Yen Luo Dian master, Su Shui, has a book? It's called the Book of Life and Death? Could it be the Earth Emperor's book? A thought came to his mind. There is actually someone like Su Shui, and he even has a book treasure, the Book of Life and Death. If it isn't the Earth Emperor's book, then it's fine. If it really is the Earth Emperor's book, then I can only hope to resist it by seizing the Emperor brush. But now's not the time to think about these meaningless things. Feng Han heard about the Acheron evil sect's current situation from the Dark King and had some plans. Now that you're under my command, will your master, Ba Liming, come to cause trouble? Feng Han asked. Although my master is powerful, compared to the Supreme Emperor Heaven, his realm is still tens of thousands of miles away. Since the Supreme Emperor Heaven failed to kill the sect master, my master wouldn't have rashly come here, Black Underworld King said respectfully. You know that Tai Huang Tian wants to kill me? Oh, the second prince must have told you. Even Princey knew about it. As a powerful master of Jin Dan, it was impossible for the second prince not to have bought the information. You're right, sect leader. I even know that you have a spiritual talisman that leads to the 5 elements. It's something that all the big sects of the immortal Tao want, the Dark King said again. Okay, from now on, you'll follow me. Don't get involved with the second prince. Fong Han waved his hand. Let's leave Panlong Star now and go back to the ancient teleportation formation. There should be many treasures and even some dragon eggs on Panlong Star. Are we not going to look for them? This is a good chance to make a fortune, Princey said hesitantly. He had spent a lot of money recently. Although there are many good things on Panlong Star, we can't be too greedy. Hua Tiandu has his eyes on us. He won't stop until we're dead. Leaving here is the best choice, Fong Han analyzed. Even if we find treasures, we won't be safe. Alright then. Let's head back first. In any case, we've managed to find the Divine Dragon Pill, 8 powerful supreme grade artifacts, and hundreds of Blackwater king snakes. This can be considered as a great harvest. After thinking about it, Princey had no choice but to follow Fong Han's wishes. His strength had greatly increased this time, and his greatest gain was cultivating a personal talisman. His ranking among the princes was probably going to rise up again. Looking into the distance, in the torrential Yellow Springs River, there were hundreds of Blackwater king snakes that were hundreds of feet long. Some were even hundreds of feet long, rolling in the St. River. His eyes were filled with greed. Each of these Blackwater king snakes could be sold for a few million in an auction. Some of the stronger ones could even be sold for tens of millions. One had to know that these Blackwater king snakes were all demon cultivators who had cultivated mystiques. He was not an ordinary primordial mutant. Shrinking his body and keeping everyone in the Acheron map, Fong Han activated his personal talisman and traveled to the surface. Currently, he had 56 types of divine abilities in his natal talisman amulets, and the Great Devouring Devil art was even more powerful. Whenever he encountered some hard rocks on the ground, the Earth Emperor's righteous energy would not be able to melt them in a short period of time, and they would be devoured by the Great Devouring Devil formation. Then, they would be transformed into devilish righteous energy, and the remnants would be turned into ash. With the Great Devouring Demonic art, Fong Han's drilling speed was many times faster than before. In a short while, he swept out of the ground, concealed all his aura, and flew towards the teleportation ancient formation. When he reached the surface, his speed was even faster. With the personal talisman circulating in his body, he activated his physical body. The Great Devouring Demonic art was constantly devouring the airflow obstructing him. In a flash, Fong Han disappeared into thin air. At the place where he disappeared, a huge black hole appeared, sucking in all the airflow around him. Even the rocks, soil, and some towering trees on the ground were sucked in. Then, the black hole quietly dispersed, and the formless airflow swept across the ground. Those rocks, soil, and towering trees that were sucked into the black hole were all turned into dust. What was the biggest obstacle to human flight? Naturally, it was the airflow. The faster one flew, the greater the obstruction of the airflow. For example, Fong Han was flying hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. The airflow vibrations were shocking. Although he had learned some tricks, such as using the spiritual power around his body to counteract the airflow obstruction, it was not the best effect. Now, with the Great Devouring Demonic art, it directly devoured the airflow in front of him, allowing Fong Han to fly without any obstruction. It was as though he was flying in a vacuum. Such a speed was abnormally terrifying. It had completely surpassed the average Dao treasure. With his current speed, using his physical body to attack, even if there was a Jin Dan expert in each of the 4 directions, he could kill them all in the blink of an eye. At this level, any of his mystiques, such as the Vedra Metal Bone Palm or the Black Sun Hurricane, were useless. This was because the speed of his mystiques was too slow. His strongest move now was to use his physical body as a weapon, and the personal talisman as the driving force for his physical body to fly. Any mystique, whether it was fire elemental, astral power, or serpent sparrow roaming divine chi, was only used to assist him in an instant kill. Now, what Feng Han wanted to do the most was to meet the immortals. Moreover, if it was a group of immortal lords, he would rush in and kill 100 of them in an instant. All of them would be converted into mystique fruits. Rumor has it that in ancient times, when the immortals invaded the Xianxia great world, they would send an army of hundreds of millions or even a billion. Why is it so difficult for me to meet immortals now? Feng Han sighed in his heart. In the distance, the ancient teleportation array to the celestial dragon star appeared. After passing through the ancient teleportation array, one would return to the underground of the Xianxia great world. At this moment, suddenly, in the void, a strong force shrouded the entire teleportation array in all directions, preventing anyone from entering. Then, an elixir furnace appeared above the ancient teleportation array. It was an upper-grade Dao treasure. The Great Desolation Ancient Furnace. Hua Tiandu's treasure. How powerful was an upper-grade Dao treasure? Its power was much greater than the current Acheron map. Moreover, it was an elixir furnace. Elixir furnaces were the kings of magic treasures. A Dao treasure elixir furnace took much longer to refine than flying swords, dermic robes, and other magic treasures. An upper-grade Dao treasure elixir furnace would require an unimaginable amount of spiritual power to refine it. Back then, Master Xianxia and the others had refined the Lord of the Bloody Night into a Dao treasure for Feng Han instead of the 5 Hells King Cauldron. This was because they did not have the strength to refine an elixir furnace Dao treasure. Even Feng Baiyu would take a long time to do so. The Great Ancient Desolation Furnace. Hua Tiandu, how bold! You actually dare to envelop the teleportation array. Could it be that he dares to destroy the teleportation array? Indeed, if I destroy the teleportation array, I will have to stay on the celestial dragon star forever. However, I have the talisman of the land of 5 elements. At most, I can go to the land of 5 elements and come out from there. I will still be able to reach the Xianxia great world. The Great Desolation Ancient Furnace appeared above the teleportation array. Feng Han almost rushed into it. If he entered this upper-grade Dao treasure, then his current mystique would definitely be refined and absorbed by Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu's arrangement could be said to be ruthless and sinister. Fortunately, Feng Han was able to control it freely. It was not as bad as when he could not restrain the 5 Hells King Cauldron and killed people. It stopped in the air and shook the talisman of the land of 5 elements. At this moment, a shocking black gas emerged from the teleportation array. It seemed to want to rush out of the teleportation array but was blocked by the Great Desolation Ancient Furnace. What is that? This shocking black gas was extremely powerful. Once it was blocked, it seemed to be despised. It suddenly expanded by 1,000 times and collided with the Great Desolation Ancient Furnace. An expert of the immortal secret territory has made his move. An ancient tycoon, definitely an ancient tycoon. He is even stronger than Master Xianxia. Feng Han was shocked when he saw this power. Originally, if Hua Tiandu had cultivated to the immortal secret territory, he could use the Great Desolation Ancient Furnace to sweep away everyone. However, he had not taken the first step and was far from being able to unleash the full power of the Great Desolation Ancient Furnace. Therefore, he was not able to deal with the experts of the immortal secret territory. However, ordinary ancient tycoons could not kill him. Boom! The shocking sky demon Chi finally blasted the Great Desolation Ancient Furnace away. Then, a dense Azura army came out of the teleportation array. At this moment, Feng Han had never seen so many Azuras. Powerful Azuras filled the sky like locusts and termites, filling the entire sky with a dark mass. Moreover, among these Azuras, there were many great Azuras who were equivalent to divine secret territory experts. This was the underground devil tribe. The terrifying black chi just now was actually an attack from the underground devil tribe's devil emperor experts. Earth devils who had cultivated to the divine secret territory were called great Azuras. Those who had cultivated to the immortal secret territory were called devil emperors. Currently, there were 3 great devil emperors in the underground devil tribe who were as famous as the 7 great devil emperors. However, there were still some hidden devil emperors in the earth devil tribe. The Earth Devil tribe was not inferior to the humans on the surface. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers among them. The 3 dominant devil emperors had cultivation bases equivalent to the sect masters of the 10 immortal Tao sections. As for the other devil emperors, they were prime chief elders of the Council of Elders. Yes, this teleportation array is underground. The Dashuan Empire's elder group was guarding outside in order to prevent the underground devil tribe's attack. Unexpectedly, the underground devil tribe still managed to break in. Could it be that the elder group was annihilated? It should be impossible. The Dashuan Empire also has immortal secret territory experts. Feng Han had a general idea of what had happened. The Dashuan Empire had discovered an underground teleportation array that led to planet Coiling Dragon. Naturally, the underground devil tribe had learned of it and had come to seize control of the teleportation array. A war had broken out, and the Dashuan Empire had lost control of the teleportation array to the Earth Devil tribe. This is a good opportunity. I'll go take a look. Feng Han wasn't afraid of the azuras that filled the sky. They were nothing more than appetizers for him. Soon, Hua Tiandu had appeared above the teleportation array, and was working with the Great Wild's ancient furnace to fight back against the black energy. Inwardly, he thought that this was a good opportunity. Shrinking back, he passed through the teleportation array. Heaven and earth spun as he left planet Coiling Dragon and returned to the underground devil tribe in the Xianxia Great World. However, as soon as he emerged, he saw an even larger army of earth devils. Rumble, Feng Han had just emerged from the teleportation array, and before he could even see what was happening, he was attacked by countless saber lights. Deafening sonic booms resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. More than 1,000 demonic sabers formed a large formation, forming a net of sabers that enveloped him. Each of the devil sabers was a consummate spirit item called the Soundkill Devil Saber. The Soundkill Devil Saber was a typical weapon of the Earth Devil tribe. Back when Feng Han had encountered the witch in the underground devil tribe, she had used it as a treasure. Although it wasn't a magical item, its lethality was far greater than that of ordinary magical flying swords. Only the most powerful of the Earth Devil tribe could use it. Now, there were over 7,000 Soundkill Devil Sabers, and they formed a saber formation that could crush a mountain. Even an ordinary Jin Dan expert would have to avoid them. However, Feng Han was much stronger than the Jin Dan experts, so he wasn't afraid of the devil sabers. Devour. Streams of devouring demonic chi burst out of his body and devoured the demonic sabers that were flying toward him. The demonic sabers vanished without a trace. Then, a rain of explosions erupted as thousands of flying Yikshaws, more than 100 white-haired zombies, azuras, and even a few grand azuras who had reached the divine ability level exploded into a rain of blood. Then, this massive blood rain essence was drawn by a mysterious force into a black hole. A moment later, the black hole vanished, and a person walked out. It was none other than Feng Han. Feng Han had attacked more than 1,000 times in one move, killing thousands of subterranean devils. At the same time, he had plundered all of their essence, blood and vitality chi, which were all devoured by the great devouring demonic formation and turned into the purest life essence to accumulate strength for his own golden core cultivation. After a successful attack, Feng Han finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. Sure enough, the underground devil clan had seized control of the teleportation ancient portal. Outside the teleportation ancient portal, there were many devils, Yiksha, flying Yiksha, Azura, white-haired flying zombie, great Azura, and even human practitioners. Feng Han knew that there were also human countries in the underground. Among them, there were some grand Azuras with unfathomable magic power. Faint magic power fluctuations could be felt from them. Some of them had cultivated into the Jin Dan of the devil sect. Ancient overlords. There are so many underground devils, and there are even Jin Dan and Jin Dan overlords. There are also devil emperors from the immortal secret realm. I'd better get out of here quickly. After killing the devil army and devouring thousands of sonic devil blades, Feng Han didn't want to continue fighting. It was better to run away quickly. If there were only Jin Dan experts among the devils, he could still kill them and take their cores to increase his strength. However, with the ancient overlords of the immortal secret realm, it was better for him to run quickly. Otherwise, he would be killed by others. With his current strength, even if he cultivated into the Jin Dan and refined the Nine Ghosts' primordial spirit, the Acheron map, the Lord of the Bloody Night, and the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet, he wouldn't be a match for the ancient overlords of the immortal secret realm. At most, he could escape with his life. Crown Prince. An expert has appeared. And an expert from the Tao of Devils at that. What do we do? Feng Han's actions immediately attracted the attention of the experts in the Devil Army. In the middle of the Devil Army, beneath an imperial canopy, stood a group of handsome young men and women, all of whom possessed powerful devil energy. Clearly, they were important figures among the Devil Army. After all, the imperial canopy above their heads was a low-grade Tao item on the same level as the Lord of the Bloody Night. It was a low-grade Tao item, and was covered with engravings of devil gods. Each devil god was so lifelike that it seemed they might leap out of the canopy at any moment. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some had wings, some had the heads of humans, some had the bodies of birds, some had the heads of snakes, and some had the bodies of dragons. This low-grade Tao artifact's defensive power is astonishing at a glance. I wonder if it can compare to the 5 sovereigns' imperial canopy, which is formed from the divine abilities of the 5 sovereigns' devil gods. Feng Han was just about to leave the battlefield when he saw the location in the middle of the Devil Army. It was an imperial canopy embroidered with thousands of devil gods. Although Feng Han coveted the item, he had no intention of taking it for himself. After all, there were several extremely powerful devil gods standing beneath the Tao item. Of course, he didn't want to provoke the leaders of the Devil Army, but the same couldn't be said for the others. The leaders of the Devil Army had long since seen Xianxia charging out and slaughtering his way through the Devil Army. Kill him. The exalted Devil Emperor Qi Lai has sent 2 incarnations, one to deal with Hua Tiandu, and the other to deal with the Council of Elders from the Dashuan Empire. We have to take control of the teleportation portal on Coiling Dragon Planet. There are plenty of dragon eggs and dragonfolk ruins here on Coiling Dragon Planet. If you search carefully, you'll find plenty. Under the canopy, an unbelievably handsome young man with a dignified aura turned into a beam of black light and pounced on Feng Han. His powerful spiritual fluctuations shrouded the surroundings. As he pounced, a gust of devil chi flew out of his body and condensed into a pitch-black devil dragon with wings on its back and devil flames spewing from its mouth. This was a cosmic form that could only be cultivated at the 9th level of the Abhijna realm. The cosmic form of this handsome young man was actually a devil dragon, and he cultivated the supreme Abhijna of the devil race, the devil dragon Tao. Don't forget that after you die. You'll die at the hands of my crown prince, Qi Feng. Qi Feng's powerful psychic fluctuations and his devil dragon primordial spirit arrived above Feng Han's head like an eagle hunting a rabbit. He pressed down. Idiot. You're courting death. Feng Han's eyes turned cold, and his body suddenly disappeared. Pop. In a thousandth of an instant, he'd appeared by Qi Feng's side and punched out. It was like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. The crown prince of the demons, Qi Feng's robe and armor, felt a strong sense of danger. They emitted demonic light, trying their best to protect their owner. However, it was useless. More than 100 layers of demonic light were shattered. The formation inside the peerless treasured artifact-level robe collapsed, exploding inch by inch. Thousands of fragments rich in spiritual chi sputtered everywhere. Just one punch, and the supreme-grade bejeweled armor and robe on Qi Feng's body were all shattered. Luckily, his devil dragon primordial spirit had retreated back into his body, saving his life. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. He was like a dead dog. I'll spare your life this time, but don't be so presumptuous in front of me next time. Feng Han fell after him, but he didn't kill him. Instead, he burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Qi Feng. Crown Prince. Seeing this sudden change, the demon experts under the canopy rushed over, but they were too late. When they saw Crown Prince Qi Feng lying on the ground, they quickly put him under the canopy to protect him. They poured their vital chi into him, and it took him a long time to wake up. This guy is so strong, Qi Feng said, his face ashen. If I hadn't pulled back my Dharma idol in time to protect myself, I would be dead. He had been born with a noble status, and had never suffered a loss like this before. If he had known that Feng Han was so strong, he would have used his Dao item Skull Devil Canopy. That way, he wouldn't have been knocked unconscious. Should we chase him? If he can burrow into the ground, how are we supposed to chase him? Considering how strong he is, we won't be a match for him unless a Devil Emperor makes a move. Let's send the army to Coiling Dragon and fill the teleportation portals with magical crystals and jade. What do we do? The devil folk have taken over the teleportation portals, and there are a lot of imperial children in the Dashuan Empire. How are we supposed to get out? Feng Han, Prince Yi, and the others burrowed into the ground for more than 2 hours. When they emerged, they were no longer in the subterranean world, but rather, on the surface of the Xianxia Great World. What are you afraid of? Prince Yi said. If all the princes are dead, you won't have any opponents left. Although, they won't die so easily. Hua Tiandu is holding on, and the fourth prince, Prince Yi, and some other Jindan princes won't die. Feng Han breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he was out of danger, he was curious to see how the Devil Emperor would fare against Hua Tiandu. Unfortunately, it was too dangerous. You're right, Prince Yi said. None of them are easy to deal with. Besides, our Council of Elders hasn't been completely wiped out. I'm sure it won't be long before some of the prime elders from the imperial house of the Dashuan Empire arrive. It's hard to say who will win. Prince Yi was well aware of how strong the imperial house was. Well, let's go back and wait for the news. The ancient giants of the Longevity Secret Realm have made their move. We can't intervene, and we can't. If anything goes wrong, we'll die without a burial place. Feng Han flew toward the Xianhuang city of the Dashuan Empire. After half a day, he returned to Prince Yi's palace. The two discussed in the study while waiting for the news. After waiting for 3 days, the news finally came. Many members of the imperial family of the Dashuan Empire had died, but some Jindan princes, Consolidation Realm experts, and Immortal Celestial Realm cultivators were all fine. In this battle, several prime elders of the Dashuan Empire and even the Emperor Xian had personally taken action to fight the Devil Emperors Qi Ba and Qi Lai of the Devil Clan. After destroying thousands of miles of the subterranean world and rescuing the people trapped on the Coiling Dragon Star, the ancient transmission formation was completely destroyed in the battle between the two sides. In other words, from now on, unless someone with great supernatural power could open a space-time tunnel to reach the Coiling Dragon Star in the depths of the distant starry sky, they would never be able to go there again. Hua Tiandu, on the other hand, was slightly injured in the battle with the Devil Emperor Qi Lai, but it was nothing serious. He had returned to the Ascension Gate to heal his injuries and cultivate in seclusion. But he didn't go to the Tai Gate. The battle between the Devil Clan and the Dashuan Empire had come to an end. Neither side fought for the control of the Coiling Dragon Star. This planet, which contained countless mysteries of the Dragon Clan, countless dragon eggs, and countless ruins, returned to peace. Feng Han also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no doubt that he had gained the most from this treasure hunt. Feng Han was indeed the one who gained the most from this trip to the Coiling Dragon Star. The Heavenly Dragon Skeleton, the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain, the Divine Dragon Pill, and 8 supreme-grade precious weapons were needless to say. Mastering the Great Devouring Technique and subduing the Dark King was a great achievement. The Dark King was a 9th-level Transcendent Realm expert. His status was much more honorable than Jindan, a 7th-level Transcendent Realm expert. Once he was subdued, he would be of great use. Moreover, Feng Han had planted a talisman condensed from Avicii demonic chi in his dark primordial spirit. He wasn't afraid that the Dark King would betray him. If he did, he would die immediately. Feng Han stayed out of the battle between the underground devil race and the Dashuan Empire. However, Hua Tiandu wasn't seriously injured by the ancient giant of the Longevity Secret Realm. He only suffered minor injuries, which made him a little disappointed. As for Hua Tiandu returning to the Ascension Gate, he would certainly use a series of methods to rope in disciples and suppress the disciples of Feng Han's faction and Callan's society. However, Feng Qingxue would be there to take care of all these. Feng Han wasn't worried about any mistakes. He was now at ease outside, plundering resources to cultivate, and coordinating horizontally and vertically. Grasping with both hands, he worked from both sides simultaneously. Prince Yi, I came out this time to deliver a letter to the Gemini Gate. I didn't expect to be delayed for so long. Now I have to set off. After 3 months, we will meet at Exquisite Paradise. We will send a birthday gift to Venerable Linglong together. In these 3 months, you should cultivate well and consolidate your consolidation realm. As Feng Han spoke, his body disappeared, leaving only a lingering sound. You really come and go without a trace. Princey said enviously. At this moment, 2 sword lights, one black and one white, suddenly shot from the sky. They revolved around his body and stopped. They were actually 2 supreme-grade precious weapons. They were all nimble and ethereal, displaying terrifying destructive power. One of these 2 flying swords is called the Ghost Snake Sword. It is the flying sword that the Ghost Emperor had painstakingly cultivated. Although it is not a Dao treasure, its lethality is extraordinary and it is the most mysterious. As for the other one, it is Song Wei's soul sword. It was born from his bones and is also a supreme treasure. The 2 swords, one black and one white, symbolized yin and yang. The 8 magic weapons I got in the Dragon Palace are actually a set. They can't be separated at will, or their power will be greatly reduced. So I'm giving you these 2 swords. After you get them, your strength will increase greatly, and you will be able to compete with the ordinary Jin Dan tycoons. Feng Han's voice came from the 2 swords. Good stuff. The prince was overjoyed. The Ghost Snake Sword, a spiritual sword. These were all famous swords. Instead of using the magical treasures of the Dragon Palace, why don't I use these 2 swords together? With my current cultivation, I can indeed contend against an ordinary Jin Dan expert. Among the imperial family disciples, I can be ranked in the top 13. Up in the sky, Feng Han was leisurely flying through the clouds. He held a treasured ruler in his hand, which emitted powerful spiritual energy. He picked it up and waved it casually, and the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Streaks of dazzling light surrounded him. It was actually a supreme magical treasure he had gotten in the Dragon Palace on Coiling Dragon Planet. This ruler is called the 8 Tribes Dragon King Ruler. After it's completely refined, it'll be a magical treasure on the level of a Dao treasure. But for now, it's just a supreme magical treasure. Just its power alone is incredible. If it's infused with the blood of a heavenly dragon, it'll be even more powerful. I've taken the divine dragon pill before, so I have the blood of a heavenly dragon in me. If I sprinkle a drop of my essence blood on it, I'll be able to sneak up on an Jin Dan expert. He fiddled with the ruler as he thought to himself. He had obtained a heavenly dragon secret tome that specialized in refining magical treasures and medicinal pills. Naturally, he knew the effects and uses of the 8 magical treasures he had collected. They were a set of magical treasures. In truth, Feng Han wasn't an expert in refining magical treasures or medicinal pills. He was used to killing his enemies and snatching their magical treasures. However, after obtaining a heavenly dragon secret tome, as long as he studied it carefully, he could become a master. After reading the heavenly dragon secret tome, the 8 magical treasures were the Dragon King Ruler, the coral prayer beads, the pill cauldron, the crystal ball, the great drum, the copper bell, the sky-splitting halberd, and the Ming King axe. It was a part of the 8 Tribes Stupa, an earth-shattering magical treasure refined by the ancient heavenly dragon. In the records of the heavenly dragon secret tome, the strongest magical treasure of the dragon tribe was called the 8 Tribes Stupa. A stupa was an existence that was shaped like a pagoda. To refine the 8 Tribes Stupa, one had to first refine 8 magical treasures, which were the 8 magical treasures that Feng Han had collected. They had to be refined into a Dao treasure, giving birth to a powerful weapon spirit. Then, a stupa had to be refined into a Dao treasure according to the method. Finally, the 8 magical treasures had to be placed in the 8 Tribes Stupa. Then, a great ability would be activated, allowing billions of living beings to worship and consecrate it. Finally, the 8 Tribes Stupa would be formed. Once this treasure was refined, its magical power would be boundless. It could suppress all evil and all kinds of heretics. It was an existence that was close to an immortal item. However, with Feng Han's current ability, it was impossible for him to refine the 8 Tribes Stupa. Even the sect master of the Ascension Gate, Feng Baiyu, couldn't do it. Unless it was an expert like Tai Huang Tian, the ancient demon lord, or the mysterious man. Moreover, it was impossible for one person to refine it. they would need to work together. Of course, they would also need many years and use various methods to refine the 8-tribe stupa. This kind of magical treasure was already a legend. That immemorial heavenly dragon actually wanted to refine the 8-tribe stupa? How is that possible? No wonder it died so miserably. Feng Han thought of the skeleton of the immemorial heavenly dragon and shook his head. Suddenly, he stopped and waved his hand. Suddenly, 5 people wearing starlight robes flew out from the Acheron map. At first, these people were so drunk and muddle-headed. However, when Feng Han spat out a mouthful of immortal qi, they all recovered their spirits. These people were the true disciples of the Gemini Gate that Feng Han had collected in the Demon Ceiling Ridge. They were plotted against by the pure fox demon girl and then were taken into the Acheron map and had been sleeping. Now that Feng Han was going to the Gemini Gate, he naturally rescued these people and healed their injuries. Who are you? As soon as these people woke up, they immediately became alert. Looking at Feng Han in front of them, they each operated their magical power and spat out the flying swords they refined. Are you looking for death? Suddenly, Xingyun Baby jumped out of the sun and moon pentagram bracelet. With a wave of her hand, starlight directly shone over and captured these true disciples, making them unable to move. Xingyun Baby. Young sect master. No, you have cultivated to the 5th level of the divine power, the celestial realm. So fast. How did you break through so quickly? These true disciples felt Xingyun Baby's monstrous magical power, and their eyes flashed with infinite shock. I know you are 7th senior brothers people. Xingyun Baby yawned, patted her mouth with her hand, and made a noise, but this time when I went out to travel, I met my big brother, Feng Han, and his cultivation improved greatly. You fought with the pure fox demon girl in the Demon Ceiling Ridge and fell into her trap. You were about to die, but you were saved by my big brother, Feng Han. Your big brother, Feng Han? That's the one who killed the Ghost Emperor. The one who killed the moon-piercing pirates, exterminated the star pirates, and defeated Meng Xiaobai, Feng Han? The #1 genius of the Ascension Gate? These 5 true disciples of the Gemini Gate looked at Feng Han, and their bodies subconsciously trembled. Yes. That's me. Feng Han nodded. Among these 5 disciples of the Gemini Gate, 3 of them had cultivated true qi and were at the 2nd level of the divine power, the true element boundary. 2 of them were at the 1st level of the divine power boundary. None of them were outstanding. He could kill hundreds of such people in an instant. Naturally, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. So it's senior brother Feng Han, sorry for being rude. The 5 disciples changed very quickly, and they were respectful as if they were facing their own elders. Obviously, Feng Han's ferocious might had spread in all directions. However, these 5 disciples still didn't know that Feng Han had killed the Tai Gate's small tycoons, Zhao Xuani and Song Wei. Otherwise, they would have been scared silly. We will never forget senior brother's life-saving grace. As for the matter of me saving you, as well as the matter of the pure fox which, do not reveal a single word. Just say that you were traveling and happened to run into me. Do you understand? The pure fox which has already become my maid. Feng Han's face was cold. There are secrets beneath Demon Ceiling Ridge. You all know this. However, this secret is not something that you can come into contact with. Do you understand? Yes, senior brother is right. We promised to keep our mouths shut. What do you mean keep your mouths shut? Nothing happened at all? When we came out to travel, we ran into senior brother Feng Han and asked him to guide us in our cultivation. The 5 disciples hurriedly guaranteed. You all are quite sensible. Dark King, give them some benefits. Feng Han originally wanted to give these 5 disciples some benefits, but he was clean and had several powerful magic tools on him. For example, the remnants of the 8-section stupa and the divine dragon pill, he obviously couldn't give them. Originally, he had a small treasury that contained the magic tool bags he obtained from killing the 6 divine lords, but he had sold them all. After thinking for a moment, he called out the Dark King. Yes, sect master. As soon as the Dark King came out, he took out 5 black spikes from his magic tool bag. Demonic clouds swirled around them. He gave one to each of them. These are Thunder spikes refined from the Azure bone spikes. They are low-grade artifacts. There is thunder on them. When you want to kill someone, aim them at the enemy and release them with force. You can find the enemy's aura. If the enemy tries to block them, they will immediately explode. Even if a Heaven Realm expert is caught off guard, they will be seriously injured. The Dark King was an expert of the Acheron evil sect, the Serena Jurahal. The magic tools he refined were vicious and extremely powerful. Dark King? You are a transcendent level 9,000-year-old monster of the Acheron evil sect? The Dark Underworld King. The 5 disciples were shocked and their faces turned ashen. That's right, I am. I have already submitted to Sect Master Feng Han. In the future, Sect Master Feng Han will unify the Acheron evil sect and become a great emperor. The Dark King said coldly and retreated to Feng Han's side like a loyal guard. What? The 5 disciples held the divine spikes in their hands and felt that they were burning. It's nothing. I am the elder brother of Xingyun Baby. I will help him ascend to the position of Sect Master of the Gemini Gate in the future. Now that Xingyun Baby has cultivated to level 5 of the Transcendent level, Jin Dan will also have hope in the near future. You have to support him in the Gemini Gate. Do you understand? Feng Han flew up. Let's go to the Gemini Gate. Feng Han's trip to the Gemini Gate was smooth and smooth. He flew to the Fallen Star Mountain smoothly. Standing high in the clouds, he looked into the distance. All he could see were continuous mountains. The depths of the horizon were unknown. Mountain peaks rose from the ground. Some were tall and straight into the clouds, some were beautiful, some were rugged, and some were surrounded by waterfalls. The feng shui was excellent. Looking down at the Fallen Star Mountain from the sky, one could feel that this incomparably huge mountain range was constantly emitting a desolate and mysterious aura from the outer space. This mountain range seemed to have a mysterious connection with the countless stars in the outer space. In Feng Han's spiritual sense, the surging power of the stars was constantly falling from the sky and merging with the mountain range, causing this continuous mountain range to have a vast amount of spiritual energy. The vegetation was lush and spiritual herbs were everywhere. Even some of the animals in the mountain, such as tigers, leopards, jackals, wolves, rabbits, sheep, deer, foxes, snakes, insects, rats, and ants, all had extraordinary spirituality. This mountain range is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's deep, mysterious, and unfathomable. Looks like it does have the atmosphere of a large immortal sect. Speaking of which, I've never been to the Gemini Gate before, so I don't know where to go. Xingyun Baby, lead the way. Feng Han said. Senior Martial Brother, the palace of our Gemini Gate is in the 9 heavens astral wind layer. It was refined from an ancient meteorite. It was refined by the elders and grand elders of the Gemini Gate, and countless grotto heavens were formed inside. All of the outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples cultivate in the grotto heavens and don't come out easily. Unless there's a sect mission, they will be issued talismans and fly down from the 9 heavens astral wind layer. It's not like the Ascension Gate, where all the disciples cultivate on the mountain range. A true disciple hurriedly said as if to curry favor. Seeing that the famous Dark Underworld King of the demonic path was subdued by Feng Han, the true disciples could only look up to him. Oh? In the 9 heavens astral wind layer. Then let's go. However, with your magical powers, it's quite difficult to enter the 9 heavens astral wind layer. Do you have a talisman given by the sect? When Feng Han heard this, he was very interested in the Gemini Gate and immediately flew up. In the records of the various worlds, the difference between the Gemini Gate and the Ascension Gate was that the Ascension Gate's disciples were free to go out and travel around. On the other hand, the Gemini Gate's disciples were all cultivating in the sect. It was equivalent to being kept in captivity. Ordinary disciples couldn't come out even if they wanted to because they were in the 9 heavens astral wind layer. Even experts at the 1st or 2nd level of the magical realm would find it difficult to come and go freely. In the Xianxia Great World, the higher one flew, the more violent the heavenly wind was. After rising to a height of tens of thousands of feet, the violent airflow was enough to tear a person into pieces. This was the so-called astral wind. This wind was comparable to the Taoists' astral qi, so it was called astral wind. In other words, people who hadn't cultivated to the third level of the magical realm had no way to survive in the nine heavens astral wind layer. Unless they had a powerful protective treasure. Of course, even people who had cultivated to the third level of the magical realm had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be exhausted in the astral wind layer and finally be smashed into pieces. Only those who had cultivated to the fifth level of the magical realm, the celestial realm, could come and go freely in the astral wind layer without any danger. Of course, it was just that there was no danger. After a long time, it would still consume a lot of spiritual power. Of course, there were many treasures in the astral wind layer, such as the powerful Jinni. Capturing one and sealing it in a flying sword would increase the flying sword's speed and power. Moreover, there were some treasures condensed from the brilliance of the stars, the essence of the sun and the moon, and the essence of meteorites in the astral wind layer. In addition, there were some treasured swords of ancient cultivators. Many ancient cultivators liked to sacrifice their treasured swords in the nine heavens astral wind layer, borrowing the power of the astral wind to temper their spirituality. A good flying sword needed to be tempered for thousands of years. It was rumored that when Panwu Immortal Venerable sacrificed his flying sword, he sealed it in the fire of the earth for thousands of years, and then sacrificed it in the astral wind for thousands of years. Finally, it transformed into an extremely sharp sword that could kill gods and demons. Of course, many ancient cultivators spent a lot of effort to refine their treasured swords and placed them in the nine heavens astral wind layer. Before they finished tempering the swords, they would encounter a tribulation, be killed by others, or suffer chi deviation, or die of old age. These flying swords would become ownerless objects, and if they were accidentally obtained by others, they would become rich. When Feng Han flew into the nine heavens astral wind layer, he felt the wind roaring violently in all directions, and the sky was filled with the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. It was as if trillions of astral chi realm masters were using wind magic to attack him. As far as the eye could see, some black wind pillars formed into tornadoes, drifting in all directions as if they had spirituality, as if they were looking for flesh and blood creatures to devour. Such a terrifying scene, ordinary divinity realm masters would be torn to pieces directly. But who was Feng Han? He did not use the five emperors' canopy to protect himself, but just used the great devouring technique. Suddenly, countless black holes formed around him. Any astral wind that blew into the black holes dissipated, and the power of the airflow was swallowed up. For a time, there was no astral wind around him for a few miles, and all the power was sucked out. Keek, the nine heavens astral wind is most suitable for tempering the body. Comfortable. Within the Yellow Springs diagram, Yen-Lu cackled strangely. He had used the demonic spirit possession technique to attach himself to the immemorial celestial dragon skeleton. He had to refine the impurities within and fuse the various heroic spirits with himself to manifest his true body. This was not an easy task and required endless effort. Now, a bone dragon was coiled on top of the blood dragon crystal mountain. The blood-red liquid in the blood dragon crystal mountain was forcibly extracted by Yen Li's spiritual power, and then cast on the bones. Gradually, blood and chi filled the bones, and flesh and blood grew on the bones. This blood dragon crystal mountain was the place where the immemorial celestial dragon shed its skin. Every time the celestial dragon shed its skin, fresh blood would seep into the mountain. The celestial dragon shed its skin countless times in its life, hundreds or thousands of times. Therefore, this mountain was full of dragon blood and dragon power. Originally, the reason why the immemorial celestial dragon shed its skin on this mountain was to build the foundation for refining the 8-section stupa in the future. The most difficult part of the 8-section stupa to refine was the stupa. And this mountain, after the celestial dragon shed its skin thousands of times, had an extremely powerful spirituality, and was a good material for refining the stupa. But now, Yen Lu was using the dragon blood essence within to perfect his body. Now, the nine heavens astral wind was blowing into the Acheron map, and around the blood dragon crystal mountain. These astral winds were like sharp blades scraping bones, and immediately scraped Yen Li's skeleton, causing sparks to fly. But Yen Lu looked very comfortable. This was the astral wind tempering the body, and it was very comfortable for Yen Lu. After I visit the Gemini Gate, I'll use the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor's Chi to help you cultivate. I'll use the Fire Emperor's Chi to refine your skeleton, and shorten the time you need to transform. Feng Han said. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Although the Fire Emperor's chi can shorten the time, I'll have to suffer a lot. Yanle shuddered. In that case, you can cultivate on your own. Seeing Yanle like this, Feng Han couldn't help but smile. Feng Han flew higher and higher, and gradually reached a height of 100,000 feet above the 9 heavens. The astral winds here were even more violent, and even a lump of steel would be blown into powder, but he was indifferent. The 5 true disciples of the Gemini Gate next to him all held up a talisman, and they were very careful. At the same time, they also admired Feng Han's great ability to come and go freely in the depths of the astral winds. I didn't find any wind jinn in the astral winds, but this is normal. This is the location of the Gemini Gate, and the wind jinn would have been captured long ago. Feng Han shook his head and continued to fly. At this moment, he suddenly saw a giant meteorite floating in the endless astral winds, motionless. It was larger than a city, and had an ancient and majestic aura. And yet, in the midst of the astral winds, it was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. On the surface, it didn't have the slightest aura of life, as if it had been dead for 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, or even longer. Incredible. Feng Han looked at the meteorite, his heart pounding. The aura of this meteorite is similar to that of the Emperor Brush. He could tell that it was a magical treasure, and an extremely powerful one at that. It was definitely a consummate Dao item, and infinitely close to being an immortal item. However, he had no intention of taking it. After all, this was the headquarters of the Gemini Gate, and no almighty entity had ever been vicious enough to take the headquarters of one of the 10 great sects of the Tao of Immortals. It was unknown what kind of otherworldly variant this meteorite was. It had been collected by the founder of the astral sect and placed in the astral winds, where it had been tempered day and night, absorbing its power for tens of thousands of years. Feng Han knew that one day, this meteorite would be tempered to the limit, and then transformed into an immortal item. Let's go. We're here. Let's go in. Xingyin baby was very familiar with the place. As soon as she saw the meteorite, she tugged on Feng Han's clothes and flew over. When they got within 100 kilometers of the meteorite, the wind stopped, as if some force had absorbed the Empyrean energy of the 9 heavens. As he flew closer to the ancient meteorite, Feng Han saw a magnificent stone gate on top of it. Outside the gate were stone steps, and a row of disciples who had not reached the divine realm were guarding the gate. They were obviously outer disciples, but they were all full of energy and spirit, patrolling back and forth without slacking off. Who are you? Ah, the junior house lord is back. A few of the outermost patrolling disciples saw a few rays of light flying over and quickly shouted. Then, they saw the light of Xingyin baby's Sunmoon 5-star bracelet and quickly nodded to greet her respectfully. At the same time, some disciples sized up Feng Han, wondering who had come to visit the Gemini Gate this time. This is senior brother Feng Han from the Ascension Gate. He has a letter from the sect master of the Ascension Gate and wants to give it to the sect master. All of you, line up according to the etiquette. The 5 successor disciples immediately flew forward and landed in front of the huge stone gate, opening the way for Feng Han. Okay. Feng Han nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded from behind the stone gate. The 5 of you are back? There are only 3 days left until 7th senior brother's 100th birthday. Have you finished buying the gifts you went out to buy? Ah, senior brother Zhou, 7th senior brother's birthday gift, we. The 5 true disciples were shocked. We were delayed because of one thing. What? You were delayed? Don't you know that this is the most glorious moment of 7th senior brother's 100th birthday? Countless disciples of the Gemini Gate came to congratulate him. You went out for so long and didn't even bring back a decent birthday gift. You're courting death. A palm condensed from starlight flew out and slapped the 5 true disciples 5 times in an instant. You're a bunch of trash. What a waste of my efforts to nurture you. Who's outside? A tall and skinny middle-aged man flew out along with the starlight palm. His eyes were like a vulture's, and there was a hint of killing intent between his brows. This middle-aged man was actually an expert at the 5th level of the divinity, the celestial realm. An enlightened master was able to dominate a region. No wonder he was so arrogant. Feng Han knew that the cliques in the Gemini Gate were much more serious than in the Ascension Gate. However, this was normal. Every big sect had this kind of situation. Zhou, you're really annoying. These junior brothers have been following me for a long time. How dare you hit them? I'll slap you to death. Xingyin baby couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly flew out and slapped Zhou, whose face was starlight. Xingyin baby? Zhou saw that it was the young gate master. However, he was an enlightened master at the 5th level of the divinity. How could he let someone slap him? Moreover, he was 7th senior brother's subordinate. He wasn't part of Xingyin baby's faction. He was someone who would support 7th senior brother to become the sect master of the Gemini Gate. Why would he care about Xingyin baby? Young sect master, you'd better cultivate for a bit more time and raise your magic power a bit more before you fight for supremacy. You're 2 or 3 levels away from me. It's useless. When Zhou saw the incoming starlight, he summoned another stream of starlight to defend himself. Laughing heartily, his expression flickered as he realized that the starlight was as heavy as a mountain. No, wait. You're already in the Deva realm. And... before he could finish his sentence, the starlight he emitted was shattered. Then, he received a solid slap to the face and was knocked down on the steps. Xingyin baby originally cultivated the future constellation grand art, a supreme sacred art. Then, she comprehended the sacred art of the infinite star book with Feng Han. She swallowed the yin-yang longevity pill and tempered her body with the inextinguishable lightning talisman. Then, she ate the nirvana pill, fused with Zhao Xuani's 26 sacred arts, and ate the divine dragon pill. Her cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. Now, she could even contend with a small Jin Dan powerhouse. How could a mere Zhou be her opponent? Puff. Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several big teeth. He stared at Xingyin baby with resentful eyes, but he did not dare to fight back. Okay, go back and tell 7th senior brother that there's no need for the 100th birthday celebration. The other Jin Dan powerhouse's birthdays are not as exaggerated as his. He actually wants his junior brother to go around collecting gifts. If the other sects see this, it'll be a big joke. Xingyin baby clapped her hands and walked in with Feng Han. Damn it. Seeing Xingyin baby, Feng Han, and the 5 true disciples walk in, Zhou got up and found a group of patrolling outer disciples hiding far away and pointing at him. He couldn't help but roar and viciously say, Xingyin baby, just you wait. I can't do anything to you, but 7th senior brother can. At this time, Feng Han had already entered the ancient meteorite. As soon as he stepped out of the stone door, he felt that the sky was vast and the earth was boundless. It was as if he had entered another world. He only felt a fresh and peaceful aura blowing in his face. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters everywhere. There were flowing springs and waterfalls, jade plants and exotic flowers, birds and beasts that were intelligent, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was really a pure land. There were countless mountains and many palaces built on top of them. There were also some depths of the void that emitted a strong aura. It seemed to be a paradise that had been opened up by people with profound spiritual power. On the ground, there were some cities and towns. The bustling crowd was actually ordinary people. These ordinary people lived peacefully. They did not need to plow or farm. Every day, they went to the big temples in the cities to pray and worship. Then, the disciples of the Gemini Gate in the temples would give them rich food and clothes. They even had all kinds of luxuries and enjoyed life. In this ancient meteorite, the space was incomparably vast. It was actually not inferior to a vast country like the Dali dynasty. Brother Feng Han, in the mountain gate of the Gemini Gate, there are tens of millions of ordinary people. They don't have to work as hard as in the secular world. The Gemini Gate will provide them with endless food and countless luxuries. The only thing they have to pay is constant prayer. The more devout the prayer, the stronger the power of the paradise of the Gemini Gate. Xingyin baby saw the surprise in Feng Han's eyes and could not help but explain. Yes, I know this. Feng Han used his mind power to sense it and found that the power of the prayers of millions of people in the secular world below had condensed into a vast amount of mind power. It poured into the space and continuously tempered the primordial meteorite. This is a method of refining a powerful Dharma treasure. It is also recorded in the secret book of the heavenly dragon that to refine the 8-section stupa, one must gather billions of living beings and devoutly worship in the stupa. Only by gathering 1,000 or 10,000 years of powerful wish power can the treasure transform. Feng Han thought to himself, I wonder if there are any ordinary people in the levitation heavenly palace of the Ascension Gate? Praying every day? The power of wish was one of the most mysterious and vast forces in the world. Feng Han suddenly remembered that in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability, there was also a way to gather the power of wish of living beings, cultivate the body and soul, and refine Dharma treasures. No wonder Hua Tiandu's Dharma power is so strong. He can split the earth and uproot mountains and kill whoever he wants. Even the demon emperor of the secret realm of longevity can't do anything to him. Could it be that in his great desolation ancient furnace, there are also living beings gathered to worship him every day? Providing him with a powerful power of wish? Feng Han, in the end, a powerful Dharma treasure has to be condensed with power of wish. In the Acheron map, the Emperor Huangquan once collected billions of living beings. Some people, such as the Sky Demon, established a kingdom in it. It took him a few thousand years to raise the Acheron map to the level of a supreme-grade Tao treasure. Its scale was much larger than the Gemini Gate. However, when he ascended to become an immortal, his power spread to the Acheron map and all the living beings died. Yan seemed to have guessed Feng Han's thoughts and sent out a mental wave. The 3 Emperor's supreme treasures, the Emperor's Mirror, the Earth Emperor's Book, and the Emperor's Brush. They have gathered the power of wish of tens of thousands of people over tens of thousands of years. When you have the time, take in more living beings and move them into the Yellow Springs diagram. Provide for them and teach them the Tao, and they will pray to you purely. This is a good deal. It is also the most powerful method to refine Dharma treasures and cultivate techniques. Alright, let's talk about it when we have time. Collecting living beings, feeding them, and making them pray is an extremely troublesome thing. You have to manage it well, just like planting seeds carefully. Feng Han knew how troublesome it was. In front of us is the main hub of the Gemini Gate. It's called the Taiji Star Palace. My parents are cultivating there. Let's go in together. While flying, Xingyun Baby pointed to the void in front of him. There was a looming grand palace that seemed to be completely formed by the power of the stars. Feng Han didn't fly in immediately. Instead, he gathered the vitality in his chest and said, Feng Han of the Ascension Gate is here to visit the Gemini Gate's sect master, Feng Baiyu, the immortal lord's decree. Buzz, Feng Han's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. It was also like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. With him as the center, the airflow within 1,000 miles rubbed against each other, surged, shook, and turned the world upside down. The invisible sound waves spread endlessly into the distance. This time, he was sure that almost everyone in the Gemini Gate could hear him. His current magic power was unbelievably powerful. A long time ago, he had the power of 1,000,000 horses galloping. Now, after many fortuitous encounters, he had cultivated to the consolidation realm and condensed the life talisman. His strength had increased by 8 to 9 times. He almost had the power of 8,000,000 horses galloping. If he reached the void core realm, he could even reach 10,000,000. What did it mean to have the power of 10,000,000 horses galloping? There was no need to say more. It was equivalent to the 10th level of the transcendent power, a profound figure among the powerhouses who defied the heavens and changed their fate. However, Feng Han knew that Hua Tiandu's magic power was much higher than he had imagined. It was several times stronger than his. He was close to the immortal realm. Clang, just as he exhaled and the sound waves spread in all directions. In the depths of this ancient meteorite, on a mountain peak with flourishing flowers and plants, in a magnificent palace, Zhou Hu, who had just been slapped to the ground by Xingyun Baby, was crying and complaining to a big shot sitting on a golden throne. 7th senior brother, that Xingyun Baby has cultivated to the celestial realm. And she is very strong? She has many kinds of transcendent power. Without using the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet, she completely defeated my transcendent power. I didn't have any strength to fight back. Oh? Sitting on the golden throne was a young man. He was one of the big shots of the Gemini Gate, the 7th senior brother. His body contained majestic astral power. As he breathed, nebulas condensed on top of his head. What? Xingyun baby has cultivated so fast? She has reached the 5th level of the transcendent power? No? The scars on your body have the aura of a transcendent power cultivated by a Jin Dan expert. The young 7th senior brother moved his fingers twice and suddenly grabbed in the air. Instantly, a faint aura on Zhou whose face was caught and wrapped around his fingertips. Great solar fire. This is one of the supreme transcendent powers of the Tai Gate. Moreover, this transcendent power has already undergone transformation. Only a Jin Dan expert can cultivate it. How can Xingyun baby have it? Could it be that he has obtained the Jin Dan of a Tai Gate expert? Or perhaps, an elder of the Tai Gate imparted the transcendent power that he had painstakingly cultivated to him? This is impossible. 7th senior brother, why don't we go and take a look? If Xingyun baby can cultivate to the 5th level of the transcendent power, then the threat will be great. If someone from the Tai Gate supports him and imparts the transcendent power to him, then it will be even more terrifying. After a few hundred years, 7th senior brother will no longer have the possibility of ascending to the position of headmaster of the Gemini Gate. A direct disciple of the Gemini Gate below 7th senior brother said, since Xingyun baby has returned, let's go and take a look and see what level his cultivation has reached. 7th senior brother, that Xingyun baby also brought an outsider with him. Zhou Hu hurriedly said. Outsider? Which sect is he from? Is he strong? 7th senior brother frowned and asked, is he from the Tai Gate? No, but I can't tell if he is strong or not. It seems that this person hasn't cultivated the Jin Dan yet. Zhou Hu recalled and said, right now, they seem to have gone to the Taiji Star Palace. If he hasn't cultivated the Jin Dan, then he is a piece of trash. However, Xingyun baby's magic power has greatly improved and can't be underestimated. However, he actually dared to hit you in public. He even tried to steal my disciple. Does that mean he wants to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? He is the son of the sect leader, and I am the descendant of a prime elder. Although I can't personally deal with him, I definitely have to deal with that outsider by his side and teach him a lesson. 7th senior brother stood up and chuckled coldly. Just at this moment, an enormous spiritual fluctuation suddenly transmitted over from afar, causing everyone's minds to freeze. Feng Han from the Ascension Gate. Feng Han from the Ascension Gate. Everyone could only hear this voice in their ears. What incredible power! What? Feng Han from the Ascension Gate? Xingyun baby's disciple is Feng Han from the Ascension Gate? 7th senior brother stopped in his tracks. 7th senior brother. Feng Han from the Ascension Gate. That's the guy who killed the Ghost Emperor, the Star Destroyer pirate, and the Moon-piercing bandit. He also cultivated the divine abilities of the 5 Emperor's devils in the Land of 5 Elements, which are on the same level as the Tai Gate's Doomsday Calamity. He's Feng Han. He's cultivated 55 divine abilities, and is incredibly powerful. He even defeated the Ascension Gate's consummate genius, Meng Xiaobai. You mustn't let your guard down. At this moment, an expert beside him shouted. Feng Han. It's Feng Han. Xingyun baby found such a powerful backer. 7th senior brother's face twisted. He killed Song Wei and Zhao Xuani in the Land of 5 Elements, 2 Jin Dan leaders from the Tai Gate. He's completely lawless, and no one can do anything to him. You probably don't know about this, but I do. This is no small matter. Let's go. Where are we going? To see the other senior brothers. Things have reached a critical point. With Feng Han's arrival, he's definitely going to stir up a storm and stir up a huge commotion in our Gemini Gate. 7th senior brother suddenly disappeared. When Feng Han appeared, he knew that he wouldn't be able to contend against him alone. However, there were many true disciples in the Gemini Gate, and there would definitely be someone who could contend against Feng Han. Feng Han's arrival clearly showed that he wanted to support Xingyun baby. That meant that he was standing on the opposite side of all the true disciples, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Everyone was going to compete for the position of the Gemini Gate's leader in several hundred years, so how could they let Xingyun baby ascend to the position? Not to mention that Feng Han's shout had alarmed all the disciples in the Gemini Gate, and they all rushed over. Even the Taiji Star Palace reacted. 1,000-mile-long bridge of stars was laid out from the Star Palace and reached Feng Han's feet directly. Nephew Feng Han, no need to be so polite. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A deep voice came from the end of the bridge of stars. As soon as Feng Han heard the voice, he knew that it belonged to a tyrannical existence among the ancient giants, who was as unfathomable as Feng Baiyu. Apparently, it was the Gemini Gate's sect master, the Star Lord. Hearing the other party call him nephew, Feng Han felt relieved. He stepped on the bridge of stars. Suddenly, the fantasy stars flickered, and he and Xingyun baby arrived at a cultivation cave. This cave was empty on all sides, and there were no decorations. A middle-aged man in a starry robe sat cross-legged in the void and smiled at him. "Daddy," Xingyun baby said lazily when she saw the middle-aged man. This was enough to prove the identity of this person. He was the sect master, the overlord of the 10 immortal Dao sects, and a supergiant. Junior greets the Star Lord. Feng Han hurriedly bowed. He was not arrogant enough to look down on the Star Lord. In fact, he had enough respect for any ancient giant and tried his best not to have any conflicts with them. "Nephew, you're here to deliver the letter on behalf of brother Feng Baiyu, right?" "Actually, I already know the content of the letter. It's to unite the forces of our two sects to open the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion and obtain the treasures inside to strengthen the strength of our two sections." The Star Lord took the letter from Feng Han and put it in his sleeve without reading it carefully. Unite the two sects to obtain the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion? Feng Han was stunned. But what about the Tai Gate and the other sects? It's hard to guarantee that they won't get a share of the pie. Demon Dao, Sky Demon, Earth Demon. Although the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion was tempting, it would affect the whole situation. Brother Feng Baiyu and I both know this, but we have an absolute advantage. That advantage is you, do you know? The Star Lord said leisurely. Me? Feng Han did not understand. There's an extremely powerful senior sealed in the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion. During the 18 years you were in the mansion, this senior guided your cultivation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have cultivated so quickly. Is that so? The Star Lord asked. Yes, but how would I know? The Star Lord said, in fact, the moment Feng Baiyu used the Sky Emperor mirror to open the gate of the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion, the senior transmitted his thoughts to him and they reached a deal. The Ascension Gate will help him open the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion and get out of there. Now, he has already figured out the mystery of the Xianping Gate in the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion. With the help of Brother Feng, he can control the main hub of the entire mansion and gain control of the entire mansion. Of course, after he succeeds, he will give all the Dharma treasures inside to the Ascension Gate. This is a win-win situation for both sides, but it depends on the trust between the two sides. But there's you. That mysterious man believes in you. Oh? What's the plan of the sect master and the Star Lord? Feng Han said calmly. I still have to discuss the details with Feng Baiyu, but it's been decided that after the matter is successful, the mysterious man will give you control of one of the 3 Xianping gates in the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion. Then, all the pills, Dharma treasures, Dao books, and endless treasures will belong to you. You will distribute them. Because you're now equivalent to an in-name disciple of his. The Star Lord said, because of this, you caused a great disaster by killing their Jin Dan disciple and offending the Tai Gate. This is also one of the reasons why Feng Baiyu is trying his best to protect you. Compared to the Dharma treasures of the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion, the Jin Dan disciple is nothing. Even the ancient giants of the Longevity Secret Zone can be sacrificed. Hee, the Star Lord's words are playful. It sounds like you're trying to drive a wedge between us. Feng Han smiled inwardly, but he didn't show it. He just nodded and said, of course, but my cultivation is still shallow. It's simply impossible to complete such an important task. I have to cultivate to the Longevity Secret Zone and become an ancient giant before I can do such a task. Otherwise, I'll be turned into ashes if I'm not careful. In order to quickly improve my strength, I wonder if the Star Lord can give me some benefits? Xingyun baby followed me. I spent 1 billion pills to buy a Nirvana pill from the 9 Cauldrons Immortal Venerable. Now, I'm bankrupt. To be honest, Feng Han wasn't interested in such a dangerous thing as seizing the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion. It wasn't because it wasn't tempting, but because with his little strength, he would be killed with a flip of the hand. Even giants like Feng Baiyu and the Star Lord had to plan carefully. They might not be able to control the situation and even be unable to protect themselves. However, under this premise, he naturally had to get enough benefits for himself. I heard that you make a lot of money every day and can refine 1 million yuaning pills a month. Even I'm not as rich as you. The Star Lord smiled. However, you spent a huge sum of 1 billion pills to buy a nirvana pill for Xingyun baby. I can't not express my gratitude. I don't want Feng Baiyu to say that I'm stingy if word gets out. I see that you're about to condense the Jing Dan. What you lack is a large amount of yuan qi. Moreover, you've cultivated the Panwu great strength mystique. Although this mystique is powerful, its drawback is that it's extremely difficult to raise your cultivation level. Every time you raise your cultivation level, you'll have to expend a lot of yuan qi. I'll give you something now. Go and cultivate on your own. As he spoke, the Star Lord took out a gourd from his sleeve. This gourd wasn't a treasure, but when he shook it slightly, a pure force was transmitted from it. This force wasn't Dharma power, nor was it yuan qi. Feng Han used his mind to sense it and sensed that there seemed to be an endless number of living beings in this force. They were constantly praying and pleading. Pure wishes appeared inside. The wish power of all living beings. Feng Han's expression changed. That's right, it's the wish power of all living beings. You saw it on your way here. My Gemini Gate has raised millions of living beings and provided them with food and water. The only thing they have to do is pray non-stop. This gourd of wish power of all living beings was accumulated over 10 years of prayer by 80 million people. I originally wanted to use it to refine a Dao artifact, but since you need it now, I'll give it to you. How about it? It's comparable to the Nirvana pill, right? The Star Lord said with a smile. It's comparable, it's comparable. With this gourd of wish power, I can use the Panwu great strength mystique to expand my mind and open up a third, or even a fourth or fifth spiritual sea. Feng Han hurriedly took the gourd. It's not comparable. This gourd of wish power is worth a nirvana pill, but Big Brother Feng Han also gave me a yin yang longevity pill and a divine dragon pill. He also refined Xiao Xuani's Jing Dan for me. It's a priceless treasure. Of course, there's another thing. Feng Han told me about infinitesimal, the cultivation method of the Infinite Stars book. Xingyun baby said. What? Infinitesimal. The cultivation method of the Infinite Stars book. The Star Lord's expression suddenly changed. No one would have thought that the Star Lord, the leader of the Gemini Gate, would lose his composure. Not even the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion could make him lose his composure, but a divine power could make his expression change. It could be seen that infinitesimal must be closely related to the Gemini Gate. Feng Han suddenly remembered that the place he had just entered was called the Taiji Star Palace. In the book, infinity gave birth to Taiji, and Taiji gave birth to Yin and Yang. Was there a hidden meaning in this? At this time, the Star Lord did not speak. He just grabbed the Xingyun baby with his hand and probed him with his spiritual power. After a while, he seemed to have discovered the mystery of the infinite book of the stars. Xingyun baby had now begun to cultivate this supreme divine power and condensed Gang Qi. Although it had not been long and it was impossible for him to cultivate a divine power, it was enough for the Star Lord to find some clues. Senior, Xingyun baby's cultivation is still shallow. If you want to truly understand the mystery of the infinite book of the stars, I can show you the array. As he spoke, Feng Han flicked his fingers and a book completely composed of starlight flew out. The pages flipped, and the power of countless stars fluctuated inside. There were also countless dense runes. Until now, Feng Han had not fully understood it. This divine power that he had taken from the space pirates was very mysterious. Oh? The Star Lord stared at the book and did not move. No one knew what he was doing. It seemed that he was comprehending the mystery of this book. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. He still did not move. Feng Han was also very patient. He sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate this divine power. After a full 7 days, the Star Lord suddenly opened his eyes. I understand. The true mystery of the infinite book of the stars. It is completely made up for the flaws of the Gemini Gate's Taoist spells. From now on, the divine power cultivation method has reached perfection. It will no longer be inferior to infinitesimal. In the future, it can also prevent a great disaster for the Gemini Gate. In the meantime, a Wuji Book of the Stars appeared above the great authority's head. This infinite book of stars was 10 times larger than Feng Han's. It was also much thicker. It radiated a power that could contain stars. It was obvious that the Master of Stars had mastered this supreme technique in 7 days. This caused Feng Han to be speechless. It must be noted that it took the space pirates hundreds of years to master the technique, but the Star Lord had done it in 7 days. This simply made him want to vomit blood and die. But then again, the other party was the sect master of the Gemini Gate, an ancient giant. His cultivation was simply too high. The amount of immortal world yuan qi he could absorb was a terrifying number. Not to mention that he had spent his entire life cultivating star divine arts. The amount of astral energy he could gather in his body was immeasurable. It wasn't strange for him to be able to cultivate it in 7 days. Feng Han, you've done me a great favor by allowing me to comprehend the cultivation method of the Infinite Star Book. Humph. The people of Infinitesimal have intervened in the Xianxia Great World. If I had known that the space pirates were from Infinitesimal, I would have waited. Why would I wait until now? As the Master of Stars spoke, he put the Infinite Star Book back into his body. There was a layer of enlightenment in his aura. This divine art is extremely powerful. If it's truly mastered, it won't be any weaker than your 5 Emperors' fiend divine art. However, the space pirate's cultivation method wasn't complete. It was only half of it, so he didn't make it very powerful. It took me 7 days to assimilate the essence of the astral sect and 1,000 years of my lifespan to finally deduce the complete cultivation method of this divine ability. Now, I'm imparting it to you as a form of reciprocation. A mysterious thought came rushing over. Feng Han knew that it was a cultivation method after a brief contact, so he quickly accepted it. It was indeed the complete cultivation method of the Infinite Star Book, along with some of the Master of Stars' understanding. With this, his comprehension of the Star Tao improved by a whole level. There was no one else in the world who had the deepest understanding of the Tao of Stars, except for the Master of Gemini Gate. Alright, Feng Han. Study this divine art carefully. It will be of great use to you in the future. But you have to be careful. If you meet the people of Infinitesimal in the future, don't reveal that you know this divine art. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, the Master of Stars warned. Infinitesimal? Is it stronger than the Tai Gate? Feng Han shrugged. Of course it's stronger. It's just that this sect isn't in the Xianxia Great World. In the vast universe, there are infinite spaces and infinite cultivators. Look at the ruins of the temple in the wilderness. It was left behind by the ancient Buddhist cultivators. In the depths of the universe, there are Buddhist temples thousands of times larger than the Tai Gate. That's a real sect. The Master of Stars said, even if you use your imagination, you won't be able to imagine how vast and strange this world is. The bigger your heart, the bigger the world. When you cultivate to the immortal realm and can feel the immortal realm, your vision will be completely opened. Your vision will also be broadened. When Feng Han heard the words, the bigger your heart, the bigger the world, he suddenly thought of Bai Haichan. He also heard him say this for the first time. And Bai Haichan was a disciple of the Gemini Gate. He remembered that Bai Haichan asked him to steal the White Sun Soaring Sutra and then give it to the Master of Stars so that he could be revived. But Feng Han now knew that even the Master of Stars couldn't revive Bai Haichan now, and it was impossible for him to do so. He was also a little confused about this matter. However, he would have to wait until he reached the highest level of the longevity secret realm before he could truly fight for it. Now, there was nothing to talk about. Alright, you and Xingyun baby protecting each other is the most gratifying thing I've ever seen. The Master of Stars waved his hand. I still need to go into seclusion to comprehend for a while. After I come out, I will personally look for Feng Baiyu to discuss important matters. Oh right, I have one more thing to ask of you. Venerable Ling Long's 4000th birthday is in 3 months. As the Master, it's not convenient for me to go personally. But it's not good for me not to go, so I need baby to go. You can bring him along to the birthday celebration. I will give you the birthday gift when the time comes. During these 3 months, don't go anywhere. Just cultivate in the Gemini gate. This is a VIP talisman. Take it, it means that you are a VIP of the Gemini gate. It will be more convenient for you to move around. A palm-sized star token fell into Fang Han's hand. At the same time, a force sent him and Xingyun baby out of the Tai Chi Star Palace. I actually got this gourd of living beings wish force. This trade is indeed worth it. It's even purer than the Qi of war and slaughter. Fang Han shook the gourd in his hand and felt a little happy. In the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, opening the second, third, and even the fourth sea of consciousness required the Qi of war and slaughter. However, opening them with the Qi of living beings wish force had a better effect. In fact, the Qi of war and slaughter and the Qi of living beings wish force were the spiritual thoughts of living beings. However, the Qi of war and slaughter was easy to collect. One just needed to find a place with war and collect it directly. On the other hand, the Qi of living beings wish force was to raise a group of living beings, educate them, and then make them pray every day to convert their souls. It was just like planting spiritual herbs. Because of this, the Qi of living beings wish force was a level higher than the Qi of war and slaughter. It was a precious force that could last for a long time and nourish the soul, increasing one's luck and fortune. It was the best source of energy to refine magical treasures and adjust one's earth energy. However, only a few big sects could do something like raising living beings. Ordinary transcendent secret realm experts would spend all their time cultivating and refining pills. Where would they find the time to raise thousands of living beings? With this gourd of Qi of living beings wish force, Fang Han could expand his sea of consciousness and accommodate more divinity arts. He could even refine the Nine Ghosts origin spirit. There was a fundamental difference between refining the Nine Ghosts origin spirit before cultivating the Jin Dan and refining it after cultivating the Jin Dan. This was related to the issue of divinity arts. The Nine Ghosts origin spirit contained more than 30 divinity arts, all of which were divinity arts and extremely powerful. If he could integrate it into the talisman before cultivating the Jin Dan and then transform it into a divinity art, then Fang Han's lifespan could really be increased to the limit in one fell swoop and become 9,000 years old. After refining the Jin Dan, it would only increase its power and would have no effect on one's lifespan. The limit of the divinity realm was 9,000 years. No matter what, it could not exceed 10,000 years. This was the law of the immortal realm. Xingyun baby, where is suitable for cultivation? I'm going to cultivate now. Fang Han thought for a while and came up with a detailed cultivation plan. Let's go to my Xingyun peak. That's where I live. Xingyun baby pointed to a mountain peak in the distance. There were green peaks and green valleys, shrouded in countless starlight, clouds, and mist, and ripples like water everywhere. Okay. Fang Han flew over and landed on the mountain peak. He first spat out a blood light and let the blade of blood fly out and revolve around the mountain peak to prevent outsiders from disturbing him. Then he entered a palace, went to the pill room, and sat down cross-legged. Without saying a word, he immersed his divine sense into the Avicii door of the Acheron map. Now, the Acheron map was under his control. Yan Yan was bitterly training and could not display any effect at all. As soon as he entered the door of Avicii, Fang Han saw a devil with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a skull staff, a butcher's knife, and other ferocious magical items. It was none other than the nascent divinity of 9 ghosts, which the Ghost Emperor had painstakingly cultivated for over 3,000 years. As a matter of fact, the Ghost Emperor and Venerable Ling Long were figures of the same era. However, the difference between them was too great. One was the supreme master of the immortal Tao with boundless magical power, while the other had died. Even the heaven and earth Dharma image that she had painstakingly cultivated had become someone else's dowry. Now that the 9 ghosts' primordial spirit had been tempered in the door of Avicii for a long time, all of the Ghost Emperor's thoughts had been refined. All that was left was pure mana and various mystique formations. 34. The Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts' primordial spirit contains a total of 34 mystiques. So powerful. If I can refine all of them, wouldn't I have 90 mystiques? Fang Han slowly examined the 9 ghosts' primordial spirit. Thinking of this number, he couldn't help but feel excited. 90 mystiques, 90 mystiques. Doesn't that mean I'm close to the Emperor Huangquan? Emperor Huangquan only has 99 mystiques. If I can refine the 9 ghosts primordial spirit, I'll be the #1 cultivator below the immortal secret realm. Feng Han was excited as he studied the 9 ghosts primordial spirit. The Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts primordial spirit contained 34 mystiques, and none of them overlapped with his own mystiques. The Ghost Emperor cultivated demonic arts of the Tao of Ghosts, while Feng Han's mystiques were either the immortal arts of the Tai Gate or the Tao of the Stars. Although the 5 emperors' fiend god mystiques were imbued with the word devil, they were actually supreme arts of the 5 elements. They couldn't be considered devils at all. Don't celebrate too early. The 99 mystiques that Emperor Huangquan cultivates are all supreme. Furthermore, the 99 mystiques are a set of legacies that complement each other. They form the grand reincarnation art, which is incomparably pure and reflects the magical laws of heaven and earth. As for your current mystiques, they are the Tao of the Stars, the art of blessings, and the art of illusions. They are a chaotic mess, and some of them even counter each other. If not for the fact that you cultivate the 5 emperors' fiend god mystiques, you would have long since died from chi deviation. When you reach the secret realm of longevity, you must refine your mystiques. Remove the unnecessary ones and seal them in your magical treasures. Yan seemed to have sensed Feng Han's spirit and poured cold water on him. Of course I know that. When I reach the secret realm of longevity, I will naturally refine my mystiques. The changes will be pure, but there's no need to talk about it now. I'm still in the primitive accumulation stage and can't refine it. I have to do everything possible to improve my strength. Feng Han was very clear about his own situation. Apart from the 5 emperors' fiend god mystiques, the great cleaving technique, and the great strength mystique that he cultivated himself, the rest of his mystiques were all looted and devoured. His foundation was very unstable. Although he could rely on this primitive accumulation to reach the secret realm of longevity, there was still a long way to go after the secret realm of longevity. This road was very difficult for someone like him who had a sudden breakthrough. The secret realm of longevity also had 10 levels. Each level contained the laws of heaven and earth. When cultivating, it was impossible to rely on looting. Basically, one had to rely on one's own comprehension. Feng Han knew that sooner or later, he would have to refine his mystiques and walk his own path. He might even create his own supreme mystiques like Venerable Ling Long. However, this was a matter for the future. Now was not the time to think about it. What he needed to do now was to loot, and loot again to complete the primitive accumulation. Regarding all this, his heart was like a mirror. He also understood the path of cultivation very well. There was not a trace of confusion. What to do in the future, what to do in the divine mystique realm, and what to do in the secret realm of longevity, he had a clear plan. He believed that everything he did was right, and there was absolutely no hesitation in doing so. This was the mind of a great sage and a pioneer. The path that he had decided on would not waver even if it was condemned by thousands of people. If a cultivator's heart was confused, he would not be able to achieve the great Tao. In the Taiyuan immortal abode, he had followed the mysterious man for 18 years and had laid a solid foundation for his beliefs and perseverance. Let me see what kind of mystiques the 9 ghosts primordial spirit contains. Dark King, come and take a look too. You are more familiar with the ghostly Tao. This old dragon Yen can't do anything now. With a grab, Feng Han grabbed the Dark King and pulled him into the door of Avicii. This was the first time the Dark King had seen the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts primordial spirit being suppressed. The Ghost Emperor was his predecessor, who had made his name 2,000 years earlier than him. He was a ferocious character among the 10 halls of the Netherworld Devil sect. But now, he had been directly suppressed by Feng Han, and even his cosmic form had been refined. The Dark King felt a chill in his heart. This was a living, bloody example, and he could not help but feel terrified. The Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts primordial spirit is extremely powerful. It was once tempered in the demonic chi of the great underworld for 500 years in the underground abyss. His 34 mystiques are the essence of the ghostly Tao. Other than the core 5 elements demonic arts, there are 29 other mystiques. The Dark King seemed to be very familiar with the Ghost Emperor's cultivation methods. Since they were from the same sect, he naturally knew them like the back of his hand. The 5 Elements Demonic Arts is the core foundation. It is a branch of the sect leader's 5 Emperors' demonic mystique. It is also very powerful. It gathers the essence of the 5 elements and then fuses it with the souls of millions of living beings. It is refined into 5 great demons. It is a natal demon and can absorb the souls of mortals to grow. Oh? How much sin would that require? Feng Han knew that this mystique required him to kill people. And he had to kill a lot of people. Of course, the cultivation techniques of the demonic Tao usually required him to kill people to cultivate. Therefore, it was not tolerated by the righteous Tao. Although Feng Han was unscrupulous when it came to plundering, he knew his limits. He would not go to the mortal world to kill the innocent and extract souls, placentas, and bone marrow to cultivate his mystique. That was an act that the heavens could not tolerate. Therefore, he was still a member of the righteous Tao. How can there be no sin when cultivating the demonic Tao? The deeper the sin, the stronger the demonic Tao. If you kill 100 people, you become a ghost. If you kill 10,000, you become a demon. If you kill 1,000,000, you become a demon emperor. If you kill 1,000,000,000, you become a demon among demons. The Black Spirit King said. Obviously, he had killed many innocent people to cultivate the demonic Tao. His demonic nature was hard to tame. After you follow me, you must not kill the innocent and cultivate your mystique. Otherwise, I will not tolerate you. The Ascension Gate will not tolerate you. Feng Han said. As for doing more good in the future to make up for your sins, I don't think you can do that. However, you can kill more evil people in the demonic Tao in the future. Kill one and save millions. You can even plunder their demonic Tao. That is doable. Stop killing with killing, curb violence with violence. This has always been my method. Yes. Sect leader. The Black Spirit King's eyes flashed. He did not dare to resist Feng Han. Alright, tell me about the other 29 mystiques of the Ghost Emperor's 9 Ghosts primordial spirit. Tell me the details. I'm listening. Feng Han asked the Black King to identify the person. Seclord, the Ghost Emperor cultivates the Ghost Soul Energy Art, Cipher Devil Sinister Lightning, Whitebone Soul Chasing Hand, Hungry Ghost God Devouring Art, Profoundine Beast Convergence Art, Black Baleful Grand Palm, Myriad Devil Soul Locking Grand Magic, Ghost Soul Chain, Superlunar God Slaying Magic, Vengeful Ghost Young Absorption Art, 7 Emotions Grand Palm, 6 Desires Wretch Dragon Energy, Mother Child Heaven Ghost Incarnation, 3 Corpses Nascent Souls, Black Rain Immortal. Slaughtering Grand Magic, Black Azure Silk Net Formation, Mad Devil Grand Energy Art, Yin Yang Consummation Art, Joyful Confusion Art, God Soul Sword Energy, Blood Nascent Soul Sword Energy, Vicious Ghost Dharma Body, Netherworld Violet Placenta, Nascent Embryo Devil Seed, Ghost King Claw, Soul Sucking Devil Sound, Heaven Corpse Energy, and Netherworld Ghost Flame. Originally, the Ghost Emperor cultivated 36 different divine abilities from the Tao of Ghosts. However, in order to create the Ghost Snake Sword and the Sky Demon Hand, he fused the Ghost Snake Energy Art and the Sky Demon Art with them. The Dark Netherworld King went on to explain all of the various divine abilities from the Tao of Ghosts to Feng Han. He was an old monster who had practiced cultivation for 1,000 years, and had a deep understanding of the Tao of Devils. Therefore, he didn't seem to be confused at all. For example, the God Soul Sword Energy, he mentioned how many babies were born at noon. For the Blood Nascent Sword, he mentioned how many pairs of children were needed. For the Ghost Nascent Sword Energy, he mentioned how many souls were needed. As for the Netherworld Violet Placenta, he mentioned how many placentas were needed, how to create it, and all sorts of other cruel and vicious methods. It was a terrifying picture of the Tao of Devils. Even Feng Han felt a chill run down his spine when he heard all of this. Only now did he realize that compared to people from the Tao of Devils, people like Zhao Xuani and Hua Tiandu were as kind as children. At most, they might be a bit more sinister and vicious, but they weren't cruel. Only now did he understand why the Tao of Devils was called the Tao of Devils, and why the Tao of Righteousness was called the Tao of Righteousness. It was a clear distinction. There were people from the Tao of Righteousness who harbored evil intentions, but not to the point where they were completely devoid of humanity. It seems that I have to turn the Acheron evil sect back to the Tao of Righteousness. I don't want them to be good people, but I can't let them be bad people. Feng Han now had a much deeper understanding of what it meant to be a devil. Cultivating the 9 ghosts' nascent divinities has caused a lot of evil. If I absorb them into my body, I'll have to bear some of the evil karma and resentment created by the Ghost Emperor, which will affect my own luck and fortune. But it would be a pity to give up on these divine abilities so easily. Feng Han thought for a moment. In any case, I've already made a grand vow to subdue the Acheron evil sect and return them to the Tao of righteousness. I don't know how much evil they'll cause in the future, but it'll also be a great blessing. There's no harm in refining the 9 ghosts' nascent divinities. Luck, immortal fate, karma, these things were very mysterious. They involved the past, present, and future, and were infinitely deep changes. Even experts in the secret realm of immortality couldn't see through them. Only cultivators who were infinitely close to the immortal realm could know some of the changes in luck. Feng Han was now at the 6th level of the transcendent realm. It was impossible for him to understand such a deep level of things. Of course, he was different from other cultivators. He had comprehended the mysteries and received guidance from experts. He also had a deep understanding of the art of blessing. He had some understanding of his own luck. His current luck was at its peak, so there was basically no danger in whatever he did. However, there would always be a time when one's luck declined. At that time, one would have to be careful. Otherwise, even drinking cold water would be stuck between one's teeth. A truly brilliant cultivator would learn to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. When they were lucky, they would reap a big harvest. When they were unlucky, they would hide in a safe place and not come out. There were even some supreme experts who did things that were in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. At all times, their luck was at its peak. This kind of person was unbelievably terrifying. Dark King, you can go out now. Guard me on the mountain peak. If anyone disturbs me, chase them away. I'm going to use a gourd of people's will to open up my mind and cultivate a supreme divine ability. Once I've mastered it, you'll also benefit a lot. Feng Han waved his hand and let the Dark King go out. After that, he poured the gourd of people's will into the Acheron map and washed it first. He didn't trust anyone, not even the Star Lord. First, he had to wash the gourd of people's will and refine it before he could absorb it. The gourd of people's power of will entered the water of oblivion and rinsed it 90,000 times. Feng Han was still not satisfied, so he rinsed it 90,000 times again with the Avicii demonic chi. Then, he carefully took out a trace of it and meditated with his supernatural powers. Finally, after confirming that the Master of Stars did not tamper with it, he opened his mouth and absorbed all the people's power of will into his body. Although the Master of Stars did not need to tamper with it, he still had to be vigilant. This gourd of people's power of will was condensed from the prayers of 80 million living beings raised by the Gemini Gate for 10 years. If it were not for Feng Han's great help to Xingyun baby, the Master of Stars would not have given him such a precious gift even if he had given him a greeting gift. The vast people's power of will showed a faint golden color, but it was not the color of gold. Instead, it was a crystal-like pale golden color, symbolizing purity, preciousness, piety, beauty, and wishes. This kind of power was much more beautiful than any grievance, battle intent, or hatred. It was also the most peaceful. It could suppress evil thoughts, heal wounds, and assist in cultivation. It was said that Buddhism was the best at using the power of will. As soon as it was absorbed into his mind, there was no danger. Feng Han followed the cultivation method of the Panwu Great Strength technique and opened up an independent spiritual space in his mind. It was the 3rd spiritual sea. Then, the powerful people's power of will was not consumed much, and it was opened up again. When he opened up the 5th spiritual sea, the people's power of will was exhausted. However, the Panwu Great Strength technique in his natal talisman grew a lot after this nourishment. After opening up the 5th spiritual sea, Feng Han closed his eyes and meditated. Suddenly, he saw 5 mysterious spiritual spaces in his mind, parallel to each other, not interfering with each other and operating independently. He could not help but praise the profoundness of the Panwu Great Strength technique. He also deeply understood why Hua Tiandu's magical power was so strong. He could uproot mountains, tear the earth, and dry up lakes. My current magical power is close to the power of 10 million galloping horses. And Hua Tiandu is several times stronger than me. It's even close to the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm. Furthermore, the quality of its magical power is much higher than mine. However, the nine-ghost primordial spirit is also at the 10th level of the transcendent realm, a quality that defies the heavens and changes one's destiny. After I refine it, he won't be able to do anything to me. Although he had opened up 5 Sea of Consciousness, only 2 of them had magical powers and divine abilities. The rest of the Sea of Consciousness were empty. If he didn't fill it up, his strength wouldn't increase at all. Rumor had it that the experts in the secret realm of immortality had the strength of 100 million horses. According to the ancient records, the strength of a heavenly dragon was equivalent to the strength of 100 million galloping horses. The number 100 million represented a kind of law of the universe. Beside it was the word human. Next to the word human was the word second, which looked like a dragon. The Taoist book explained that humans and dragons were neck and neck. It was 100 million. From this, one could see how powerful the experts of the secret realm of longevity were. Above the 100 million was the word trillion. Trillion was an omen. Omens were also a kind of fate, a kind of law of the universe. Only the most respected existences in the secret realm of immortality could obtain it. Possessing this kind of power was equivalent to obtaining fate. Feng Han knew that he had first refined the 9 ghosts primordial spirit and then condensed it into the Jin Dan. With 90 natural mystiques, his spiritual power was close to this 100 million. 9 ghosts primordial spirit, break. The fist slammed into the 9 ghosts' nascent divinity, shattering it into pieces and transforming into 34 different types of ghost Dao divine abilities. The most powerful of which were 5 devil ghosts. One was green, one was pitch black, one was covered with golden scales, one was burning with flames, and one was earth yellow. This was the core mystique of the Ghost Emperor, the 5 elements demonic arts. However, as soon as the 5 devil ghosts flew out, they instinctively wanted to devour the humans. But when Feng Han flew out of his natural talisman, the 5 emperor's great demon mystiques appeared, immediately suppressing the 5 demons and keeping them in his mind. Then, one by one, the demonic Dao mystiques were absorbed. These mystiques were unbelievably powerful. They were close to the secret realm of immortality, and contained some of the mysteries of defying the heavens and changing fate. After refining all of them and keeping them in his mind, Feng Han felt a trace of mystery. This made him more confident in his future cultivation of mystiques. A total of 34 demonic Dao mystiques poured into Feng Han's mind. Suddenly, his 5 seas of knowledge were filled with demonic qi. Vengeful spirits rose, and there was a hint of backlash. If he were an ordinary expert, he would not be able to refine the 9 ghosts primordial spirit. Even an expert of the Jin Dan would not be able to refine it. He would be devoured by the demonic qi and go berserk. But he was Feng Han, the talisman with 56 mystiques. Feng Han also had the Great Devouring Technique, a demonic Dao mystique evolved from the Kunping Dome. This natural talisman could suppress all demons. Therefore, although the demonic qi in the 9 ghosts primordial spirit affected one's mind and caused one to go berserk, it had no effect on him. Instead, it tempered his will. Right now, he was like an ancient Buddha, sitting upright in the void and using his own strength to subdue all kinds of demons, turning demons into Dao, turning evil into peace. No matter how many demons tore at him, he remained unmoved and held the pearl of wisdom in his hands. After an unknown period of time, the monstrous demonic qi and the endless resentment of the massacred living beings were suppressed by his great will. Slowly, the wounds healed. Immortal and demonic unity. It circulated endlessly, and was about to merge into the natural talisman. If these 34 demonic Dao mystiques were merged into the natural talisman, then the natural talisman would truly be immortal and demonic unity. Its changes would be endless, and its power would increase greatly. It would have 90 mystiques. In this critical moment, Feng Han didn't dare to waver in the slightest. He knew this was the most critical moment. The vital energy of the immortal world inside of him flowed freely into his sea of consciousness. The natural talisman burned fiercely in his mind, burning away the demonic Dao mystiques and infusing them with his own life essence aura. The Great Devouring Technique worked even harder to devour the demonic Dao mystiques, then spit them out and transformed them into new mystiques. All of a sudden, all of the demonic Tao mystiques were merged into the natural talisman. However, Feng Han's natural talisman didn't increase in power. Instead, a strange will flowed out of it, and the Ghost Emperor's life experiences began to appear. Eventually, it formed into an illusory image of the Ghost Emperor. It was almost as if the Ghost Emperor had been resurrected. Ha 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 ha, Feng Han. I have been cultivating for more than 3,000 years. I am a figure of the same generation as Venerable Ling Long. If it wasn't for the holy water of Acheron, I would have already reached the immortality secret realm. Do you think you can kill me so easily? In fact, I have been using the demonic Tao mystique, hiding my will and waiting for this moment. Now, I have entered your mind, completely controlled your body, and seized your mystiques. Everything you have will become my wedding dress. After seizing your mystiques, I can become the owner of the Acheron map, and cultivate to the immortality secret realm, becoming an eternal overlord. Do you know who the true eternal overlord is? The Ghost Emperor had really been resurrected. A 3,000-year-old ghost wasn't that easy to deal with. At the most critical moment, he actually used the demonic Tao mystique to regain his consciousness, and wanted to seize Feng Han's body. He wanted to seize all of Feng Han's achievements. Feng Han, do you think you can do anything to me if I didn't let you seize me on purpose? Do you think you can do anything to a peerless expert with a 10th level divine ability? I have waited for a long time, and today, my dream has finally come true. I am going to become an eternal overlord of the immortality secret realm. Ha 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 ha. The Ghost Emperor's powerful thought filled Feng Han's entire spiritual space. His thought formed a terrifying and eerie shadow that grabbed Feng Han's natal talisman. Humph. Do you think I didn't prepare for this? I knew you weren't that easy to deal with. Of course, I have my own plans. If I can't even prepare for this, how can I be worthy of being the descendant of the Emperor Huangquan? I won't be qualified to be the descendant of the Acheron evil sect in the future. It's a good opportunity to test the power of my new magical treasure, the 8-section stupa. Although it's defective, it's still a precious treasure used by the ancient sky dragons to suppress wretch devils. Using you as an example is worth it. Ever since I captured you, you've been using a seed magic to put all of your thoughts into a state of nirvana. You've only just awakened. You probably don't know how much I've improved, and how much power I've gained. Feng Han wasn't the least bit flustered in the face of such a situation. Instead, he snorted coldly. 8 powerful magical treasures suddenly appeared around him: a ruler, a copper bell, a drum, a pill furnace, a steel wheel, an axe, a halberd, a coral prayer beads, and a crystal ball. Each magical treasure sent out a projection that transformed into a magical symbol that entered his mind and trapped the Ghost Emperor. The 8-section stupa. The legendary treasure of the dragon folk, an immortal item that can suppress everything. The 8-section stupa. Impossible. It can't be in your hands. Aya. The Ghost Emperor screamed, but Feng Han didn't move. In fact, he already knew that the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts' primordial spirit wouldn't be easy to refine. Luck played a part in this. Now that the Ghost Emperor had appeared, it was equivalent to his tribulation. However, he was already prepared. He used the 8-section stupa to resolve this tribulation. Once this tribulation was over, his luck would flourish again. If it were an immortal item, even if 10,000 Ghost Emperor were to die, I would still be able to get rid of you even without using the parts of the 8-section stupa. It's just a little more work. Feng Han said calmly. He activated his spiritual power and completely destroyed the Ghost Emperor's remnant consciousness. Ghost Emperor, you can't beat me. On the contrary, if you let me refine you quietly, I'll have some obstacles in the future. Now that you've jumped out, I'll destroy you. You've helped me block some unseen disasters. Just as Feng Han and the Ghost Emperor were fighting again and firmly gaining the upper hand, a few powerful auras suddenly flew towards the mountain peak where Xingyun Baby was. Rumble. The entire mountain peak was shaken by the auras. Then, a few powerful auras stopped, revealing a few Taoists who were extremely powerful. Eldest Elder Brother, Second Elder Brother, Seventh Elder Brother, Star Destroyer, Song Wei, Yu Tianhua, and Wu Zishu are here to pay you a visit. Junior Brother Feng Han, please come out and greet us. Unexpectedly, these newcomers were elite figures among the true disciples of the Gemini Gate. They were people with profound magical power. Seventh junior brother, this Feng Han is really something. Look at this mountain peak. He's actually using a Dao treasure to guard it. What is he doing? Is he cultivating some sort of divine ability? Other than eldest elder brother, second elder brother, and third elder brother, none of us have a Dao treasure. One of the female cultivators said to Wu Zixu. Feng Han was a powerful figure. The things he did were earth-shattering. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he had received the inheritance of the Devil Gates Emperor Huang Quan and had the Acheron map, a Dao treasure that could shake both the immortal and devil Dao, was enough to attract the attention of many. Now that he had come to the Gemini Gate and openly supported Xingyun Baby, the true disciples who had hopes of ascending to the position of sect master felt a strong sense of threat. Therefore, they came to see what was going on. The Gemini Gate was one of the 10 immortal Dao sects. They had more true disciples than the Ascension Gate, and some of them were unfathomable. Of course, the Ascension Gate's Hua Tiandu, Meng Xiaobai, Fang Qingxue, and Feng Han were dazzling. They supported the might of the Ascension Gate and were chasing after the Tai Gate. Senior sister Hua, this Dao treasure is called the Blade of Blood. It's an extremely powerful peerless treasure from the Sky Demon clan. Later on, Feng Han made a great contribution and was helped by the Ascension Gate's master Qianxia to refine it into a low-grade Dao treasure. It's extremely powerful. Wu Zixu was the genius disciple who had turned 100 years old. He was a small powerhouse in Jindan. He was as famous as many Jindan powerhouses in the Tai Gate. This female cultivator was the 6th powerhouse in the Gemini Gate. Her name was Hua Wumei. She was also a powerful cultivator who had dominated the world of cultivation for many years. As for the other cultivators, they were even more terrifying. One of them was a middle-aged cultivator who was sitting on a white cloud in the shape of a lotus. There were many white lotuses above his head and golden lamps formed a canopy around him, making him look like a celestial lord. This person was at the divine arcana state. He was at the 10th level of the heavenly arcana state and was also a powerhouse who had the potential to enter the immortal arcana state. He was the most powerful cultivator in the Gemini Gate, the senior brother, Xianxia. Although he wasn't as powerful as Hua Tiandu on the immortal substitute list, he was still in the top 10. He was a person who used the heavenly Dao and had profound Dharma powers. However, Feng Han had become too famous recently. He even dared to kill a Jindan disciple of the Tai Gate. He couldn't help but come out to see what kind of monster Feng Han was. Even the demonic sect emperors didn't dare to kill a Jindan disciple of the Tai Gate. Why would he? Because of the demon marshal, Jindan of the Tai Gate went to the Khanate demon sect and was chased away by the demonic sect's Khanate great emperor. They didn't dare to kill him. This Feng Han's background is a little too big. So many of us came together, but he didn't even reply? Does he really think he's a demonic emperor? A powerhouse? I want to see just how powerful he is. Let's take Xianxia and let him know that he's not the strongest in the world. At this moment, someone spoke. This person looked to be in his 30s and had a perfect body. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. There were thousands of silver threads on the whisk. No one knew what it was made of, but it exuded a terrifying power. There was a powerful weapon spirit fluctuating inside. It was a Dao artifact. That's right, this horsetail whisk was a Dao artifact. It was a rare Dao artifact in the world. Even the Jindan powerhouses of the Tai Gate didn't have a Dao artifact. The Demon Marshal, the Ghost Emperor, and the Dark Underworld King didn't have a Dao artifact, but he did. This was the 3rd senior brother of the Gemini Gate, Yu Tianhua. The horsetail whisk in his hand was called the Ancient Cloud Whisk. It was an ancient treasure left behind by an immemorial cultivator. It was a Dao artifact. It was extremely powerful. Although it was also a low-grade Dao artifact, its power was enough. As he spoke, he flung the ancient cloud whisk in his hand downwards. Instantly, millions upon millions of silver particles shot out from the horsetail whisk, which then shot toward the blood-colored clouds. As soon as they touched the clouds, they exploded, causing Devil Saber Xuezong's body to emit a buzzing sound. This was the divine lightning that the ancient cloud whisk was born with. It hurt so much. This is a show of force, a naked show of force. You're courting death. The Blood Knight monarch was originally guarding the mountain peak, but when he saw so many experts coming and one of them suddenly attacking him, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Clang! Its body vibrated at high speed, and all of the blood clouds disappeared. In the next instant, a beam of blood light pierced through the air like a demonic blade, appearing on Yu Tianhua's forehead. Not good. Yu Tianhua was shocked. He didn't expect this demonic saber to be so powerful. It killed him in an instant, as fast as lightning. In fact, ever since Feng Han had cultivated the Five Emperors' great demon mystique, the mighty Golden Emperor Chop's aura had been nurturing this demonic blade. At the same time, Feng Han's essence blood had also nourished it. In another 1,000 years, the Blade of Blood would definitely be able to improve further and become a mid-grade Dao artifact. It would have the same power as the Panwu Immortal Sword. Even now, with the vitality of the mighty Golden Emperor Chop, the Blade of Blood's power had increased greatly. In his rage, he used the Golden Emperor Chop, which was much faster than the instant kill technique. Yu Tianhua's protective chi exploded continuously, but it couldn't stop the furious Lord of the Bloody Night. Just as his head was about to be cut in half, a patch of starlight appeared on Yu Tianhua's forehead. It condensed into a baby-like figure, blocking the Lord of the Bloody Night. Then, he flung the horsetail whisk. The ancient cloud whisk immediately wrapped around the Blade of Blood. Buzz! Once the Blade of Blood was bound, it couldn't move. After all, it was a newly upgraded Dao artifact. It wasn't as mysterious as the ancient cloud whisk. The ancient cultivator who refined the ancient cloud whisk was even stronger than Master Qianxia. Demonic artifact. How dare you do this? Originally, Yu Tianhua only wanted to suppress the Blade of Blood and give Feng Han a heads up so that he wouldn't openly support the Xingyun baby. He also didn't want to interfere with the internal affairs of the Gemini Gate. But now, this demonic blade had almost threatened his life. He was furious and decided to heavily injure the weapon spirit of this demonic blade. Although Feng Han had killed the Ghost Emperor, he wasn't afraid because he had a Dao artifact. What was a Dao artifact? It was extremely powerful. After obtaining it, it could grow along with the user's strength. Star God Dharma Idol. As he roared, the starlight baby between his eyebrows expanded inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious giant wearing armor. When it opened its arms, it was a starlight hand. When it exhaled, it was a starlight thunder. Its power was vast. Yu Tianhua was a peak level 9 Dharma idol. He had cultivated the Dharma idol for many years and was half a step away from the level 10 Dharma idol. He could change fate and his spiritual power was tyrannical. He had almost suffered a loss this time. How could he endure it? He couldn't keep his face. My sect master is in seclusion. Guyunzi Yu Tianhua, don't be arrogant. You can't suppress this blood firmament. At this moment, a shocking black aura rushed up, revealing a demonic shadow. It was the dark primordial spirit of the Dark King. He was ordered to protect Feng Han in seclusion. He couldn't not make a move now. Dark primordial spirit? You're the Dark King? How dare you sneak into the Gemini Gate? The Dark Underworld King was a famous old devil of the Netherworld Devil sect and secluded hall. His appearance immediately aroused the anger of many true disciples of the Astral sect. It should be known that such an old devil was someone that everyone had the right to kill. If he sneaked into the Gemini Gate, who knew how many disciples would be killed? Immediately, 7th senior brother Wu Zixu, 6th senior sister Hua Wumei, 5th senior brother and 4th senior brother attacked at the same time. 4 Jin Dan flew out and smacked the Dark King's primordial spirit back. There were a total of 7 experts from the Stellaris sect who had come to visit Feng Han. 2 of them had refined their golden elixirs, while the other 2 had passed the great trials of wind and fire. The 3 experts were the eldest senior brother, Xing Mixi, the 2nd senior brother, Song Wei, and the 3rd senior brother, Yu Tianhua. One of them was a 10th tier Abhijna expert, while the other 2 were 9th tier Abhijna experts. What was more amazing was that the 3 senior brothers all had Dao artifacts. However, the core disciples of the Gemini Gate and Xingyun Baby had 4 Dao artifacts, while the core disciples of the Ascension Gate had 5. Hua Tiandu had 2, Feng Han had 2, and Feng Xingshui had won. They were stronger than the Gemini Gate. Why is the Jing Dan of the four experts so pressured? No wonder the Gemini Gate is known for its vast spiritual energy. The Dark King groaned inwardly. Although he was strong, he couldn't do much against the pressure of the four Jing Dan experts, especially two of them who had passed the tribulation of wind and fire. Of course, he wasn't afraid at all. One had to know that the Gemini Gate's Tao techniques and mystiques were known for their vast spiritual energy. They were constantly in contact with the stars and had the power to destroy evil. They were a great threat to the ghostly Tao. Who would have thought that a demon like the Dark King would sneak into our stars? It's better to capture him and prevent him from causing trouble. All of a sudden, second senior brother Song Wei let out a long sigh. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw out a magical treasure. It was a circle with a golden glow. It was unknown how many layers of talismans and clouds were on it. Within the golden circle, there was a strong flow of spiritual energy. It was actually another Tao artifact, Rui Vajra Circle, another low-grade Tao artifact. Second senior brother Song Wei knew that the Dark King wouldn't be easy to subdue. He was ruthless and immediately brought out his trump card. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, causing starlight to appear in the air, which transformed into numerous flying swords. There were a total of 9,999 of them, and they were none other than the glittering starlight sword formation. It was also his trump card. Not good. The Dark King knew that he was no match for second senior brother Song Wei in a one-on-one fight. Of course, second senior brother Song Wei wouldn't be able to hurt him even if he had a Tao artifact. But now that he was besieged, he was in a very difficult situation. Moreover, this was the Gemini Gate. If he used his demonic techniques and flew around, he might be trapped in some deadly formation and die instantly. In an instant, he was caught in a dilemma. The Rui Vajra circle fell and wrapped around his dark primordial spirit. No matter how he changed, he couldn't break free. The pressure from the wishful Vajra ring, the four Jing Dan, and the majestic power of the constellation floating light sword formation made it hard for the Dark King to breathe. Could it be that I have to cut off my arm again? Use the devil's sacrifice. The Dark King cursed in his heart. Why was he so unlucky to have met Hua Tiandu, who had caused him to lose an arm? Then to have met Feng Han, who had completely suppressed him and made him his servant. Now that he was in the Gemini Gate, he was being bullied by these righteous experts. He had never been so aggrieved in 1,000 years. Humph. Dark King, you devil, I knew you were full of evil. Today, you will be punished by the heavens. Second senior brother Song Wei saw that his wishful Vajra ring had trapped the Dark King's primordial spirit. At the same time, 9,999 sword formations were set up outside, constantly shuttling back and forth, consuming his vitality. I've turned over a new leaf and joined Feng Han. I've become a righteous person, and now I'm protecting Feng Han. What do you mean by treating me like this? Do you want to deal with the distinguished guests of the Gemini Gate? The Dark King roared and continuously used his demonic mystic arts to activate his cosmic form. The Dark King's primordial spirit was constantly rotating. Devil, how dare you talk back? At this time, Yu Tianhua had almost completely suppressed the blade of blood. Although he was unable to harm the weapon spirit, he was able to immobilize the Lord of the Bloody Night. He was a peak level 9 expert, and also had the ancient cloud brush. Although it was difficult to suppress the blade of blood with the two of them working together, it was not impossible. At this time, with this suppression, he took the time to open his mouth and spit out a flying sword that he had refined. It flew towards the Dark King's body at the foot of the mountain. Devil, you have committed so many sins in your life. Even if Feng Han wants you to turn over a new leaf, you can't escape death. I'll first destroy your body and make you homeless. He had actually used a ruthless move to kill the Dark Underworld King's physical body. Once the physical body was destroyed, even if the Dark Underworld King could take over the body, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Furthermore, the soul and the physical body would not be able to merge. Without the innate compatibility, it would be impossible to cultivate the immortal secret realm. He was secretly surprised that an old devil like the Dark Underworld King had joined Feng Han's side. He didn't know how Feng Han had subdued this old devil. But now that Feng Han was in seclusion, one of his right-hand men had been killed. Moreover, it was a demon, so there was nothing he could say. My body. The dark underworld king turned pale with fright. If he lost an arm, he could still reattach it and train hard. However, if his physical body was destroyed, he would sink into a sea of bitterness. At that moment, he repeatedly used the transformations of his mysterious art. He actually separated a strand of devil chi from his gloomy origin spirit and blocked Yu Tianhua's flying sword. This old devil is so powerful. I can't even take care of him like this. Seventh senior brother, Wu Zixu, was filled with killing intent. He repeatedly activated his Jin Dan and bombarded the other party's gloomy origin spirit. At the same time, he spat out Yuan Qi from his mouth. The Jin Dan actually burned with its own life-immortal fire. He didn't hesitate to expend his Yuan Qi to suppress the Dark Underworld King. At this moment, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th ranked experts of the Gemini Gate surrounded the Dark Underworld King and beat him until he was better off dead. Among the 6 experts, 2 of them had heaven and earth manifestation and possessed Tao treasures. The other 2 were at the 8th level of the God Art and had undergone the tribulation of wind and fire. The other 2 were at the peak of the 7th level of the God Art, the Jin Dan. The combined strength of these 6 experts was not far from Hua Tiandu's. The pressure they gave the Dark Underworld King was overwhelming. However, the Dark Underworld King was a 1,000-year-old devil. He wouldn't die so easily. Humph. At this moment, the unfathomable eldest senior brother, Xing Mixi, who was ranked in the top 10 of the longevity substitute list and was even above Yujizi, seemed to have sensed something. He snorted and was about to stand up to deal with the Dark Underworld King. Just as he stood up, a shocking talisman rushed out from the mountain peak, surrounded by countless stars. At the same time, a 5 emperor's canopy appeared at the center. Outside, black lines cut through the canopy, and a bloody mouth appeared. At the same time, countless ghosts, blood infants, and ghostly shadows floated within, suppressing the entire place. This talisman was the size of a door. Once it appeared, its power was immense. Almost the entire Gemini Gate was shaking, and the mountain peak was about to collapse. It was as if this space couldn't withstand the power of this talisman and was about to collapse. No one could describe the power of this talisman. It was as if an immortal from the immemorial heavens had thrown a talisman into the mortal realm. At the same time, it was as if an ancient god emperor had sent a piece of paper he had painstakingly written down into heaven and earth. It was as if all of the profound mysteries of heaven and earth had been congealed together to form a mysterious pattern. Immense power and various divine abilities merged together, including the Tao of immortals and the Tao of devils. No one could possibly stand up to the pressure of this talisman. It contained 90 different divine abilities, and all of the power of the Ghost Emperor's Anima Destiny talisman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boundless magical power that was 100 times, no, 1,000 times more powerful than the Empyrean winds of the 9 heavens. Wu Zixu, Hua Wumei, Yu Tianhua, and Song Rui were all shoved backward. No matter what magical power they unleashed, they couldn't stabilize themselves. Bam, the ancient cloud brush, which had trapped the blade of blood, and the wishful Vajra ring, which had bound the nascent divinity of gloom and gloom, were shoved aside. The Lord of the Bloody Night and the Dark Underworld King were both out of danger. Then the talisman trembled, and an area of 50 kilometers in all directions was enveloped by magical power. An egg-shaped canopy descended, forming a personal domain that locked down the 7 most powerful core disciples of the Gemini Gate. The 7 core disciples' faces flickered. Fang Han, one of them said. "You're incredible. I can't believe you actually refined the nascent divinity of the Ghost Emperor. Your sea of consciousness can hold so much divine abilities and magical power. That's terrifying." The number 1 core disciple of the Gemini Gate, who was in the top 10 on the Live Forever substitute list, was none other than the star extermination wretch Dao. As it turned out, this was Fang Han's Anima Destiny talisman. He had finally refined the Ghost Emperor's nascent divinity of the Ghost Emperor, and had destroyed his will. Back to a moment ago. When the 7 core disciples arrived, Fang Han already knew what was going on outside. Humph. I've already calculated that the core disciples of the Gemini Gate would come to destroy my prestige. That's why I used the 8-section stupa to suppress the Ghost Emperor. Looks like I was right. It seems like I'm really good at scheming. Otherwise, I would have lost all face if they had defeated Xianxia and the Dark King. At that moment, he exerted his strength, and the Ghost Emperor's will in his sea of consciousness let out a blood-curdling scream, and was completely annihilated. Feng Han, you're really something. I can't even outsmart you. Then, Feng Han poured all the immortal qi he had accumulated into his Anima Destiny talisman. In just a few moments, the talisman was completely refined. A rare Anima Destiny talisman with 90 divine abilities was born. As soon as it flew out, it emitted an earth-shattering pressure. It saved the Lord of the Bloody Night and the Dark King. It forced the 7 core disciples to retreat. If it had been in the past, although the 56 divine abilities could have saved them, it would have been far less powerful. The 7 core disciples of the Gemini Gate were not to be underestimated, especially Xianxia. Feng Han could feel that although he was not as strong as Hua Tiandu, he was definitely much stronger than the Ghost Emperor. He was even stronger than Tiangong and the Elder of the Ascension Gate. Everyone, I'm a distinguished guest of the Gemini Gate. While I was cultivating my divine abilities, you came to suppress my Tao artifact and kill my servants. Is this how you treat your guests? Feng Han let the Anima Destiny talisman above his head transform into an egg-shaped canopy that enveloped everyone. Then, he swept his gaze over them like lightning. Daoist Feng Han, since you've come to the Gemini Gate as a guest, you should follow the host's lead. Don't overshadow the host. At this moment, Yu Tianhua spoke. Please don't interfere in the internal affairs of the Gemini Gate. Oh? What did I do to interfere? Feng Han asked as he held the blade of blood in his hand. He rubbed the blade with his finger, but the blade could not cut through his skin. The 7 core disciples' eyes tightened again. Is this person's physical body so strong? Everyone has a tacit understanding about this. It's not convenient for outsiders to interfere in the battle for the position of the leader of the Gemini Gate. After all, Xingyan baby is still young. Don't drag her down the wrong path. You alone have offended the Tai Gate, but you want to drag others down with you and harm the baby. That seems to be a bit too vicious. You let Xingyan baby refine a gene Dan of a Tai Gate disciple, which is equivalent to stealing the divine powers of the Tai Gate. This is already an irreconcilable feud with the Tai Gate. What if the Tai Gate becomes ruthless in the future? What should you do? Xiaxing said in a deep voice. The Tai Gate doesn't care about morality and honor. As the saying goes, a just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. It will definitely decline in the future. I'm helping Xingyan baby to improve his strength by assisting him. In the years of cultivation, everything is fake. Only having one's own strength is real. You've all cultivated for much longer than me, so you should know this principle, right? Now, Xingyan baby already has the strength to compete with Jin Dan masters. With time, his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. When he condenses the Jin Dan, he won't be afraid of anyone. If he cultivates to the immortal mystic realm in a few hundred years, who will find trouble with him? Feng Han chuckled softly. Feng Han, your natal talisman has cultivated 90 divine powers. Now, your Dharma power is already above mine. However, your cultivation level hasn't reached the level of Jin Dan. Compared to me, you're still far behind. I'm interested in fighting with you. Let's make a deal. If you defeat me, I'll retire and become an elder of the Gemini Gate. I'll no longer be a successor disciple. However, if I defeat you, you won't interfere with the internal affairs of the Gemini Gate anymore. How about that? Also, lend me your talisman of the 5 elements and the love for getting water in the Acheron map. Xiaxing took a step forward and looked at the sky above, as if he was trying to figure out Feng Han's strength and compare it with his. I've seen you on the immortal substitute list. You're ranked 7th. Xiaxing. Feng Han narrowed his eyes. If Xiaxing became an elder, it would be tantamount to withdrawing from the competition for the position of Gate Master. I came to the Cluster Star sect for an exchange. Feng Han did not decline when he heard Xing Mixi, the first true disciple of the Cluster Star sect. When Feng Baiyu, the sect master of the Ascension Gate, asked him to deliver a letter, he specifically asked him to exchange pointers with the disciples of the Gemini Gate. He wanted to test the strength of the successor disciples of the Gemini Gate. This was also to test the waters for the immortal assembly 3 years later. The successor disciples of the Gemini Gate were indeed powerful. Although they couldn't be compared with the Tai Gate, Xianxia was unfathomable and ranked 7th on the immortal substitute list. On the immortal substitute list, the top 10 characters all operated the heavenly Tao. Their magical power was tyrannical and their realm was extremely high. Perhaps today Tianyi would have an epiphany and step into the immortal secret realm tomorrow and become an eternal giant. Even if the Ghost Emperor was resurrected, he couldn't be compared with these people in his heyday. If Feng Han hadn't refined the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts primordial spirit, he could only protect himself and escape when facing this group of people. Even his natal talisman, which had 56 kinds of divine powers and the power of 10 million galloping horses, was not enough. The difference in realm was too big, and the quality of his magical power was not good enough. But now, he had refined the 9 ghosts primordial spirit, which had 34 kinds of demonic divine powers, all of which were at the level of changing fate. After countless baptisms, the quality was no different from others. Now, it could be said that he had leaped into the top 10 of the immortal substitute list with his own strength. Moreover, his strength had doubled. The power of 20 million galloping horses. Although it was still not as good as Hua Tiandu, it was a rare figure in the divine arcane realm. Once he transformed into a Jin Dan, his magical power would be incomparably strong, close to 100 million. An expert close to the immortal arcane realm, he would be the number 1 in the divine arcane realm. It was not impossible to suppress Hua Tiandu. Of course, now that his natal talisman had merged 90 kinds of divine powers, the vitality required to transform into a Jin Dan was too great. It would be difficult to cultivate in a short time. Even with the world tree and the constant infusion of the immortal world's vitality, it was very difficult. 90 kinds of divine powers. What kind of concept was that? Although these divine powers were too complicated and chaotic, and he would definitely have to recultivate them in the future, abandoning some of the great divine powers and cultivating all of the supreme divine powers, this was a matter for after he reached the immortal arcane realm. Since that's the case, junior brothers, please step aside. Although you want to fight with Feng Han, he has now devoured the Ghost Emperor, become one with the immortal and demon unity, and his natal talisman has 90 kinds of divine powers. You can no longer defeat him. And I need his pressure to break through to the immortal arcane realm. Xianxia suddenly laughed, and then looked around coldly. He waved his sleeve, and the other true disciples stepped back. The other disciples, Wu Zixu, Hua Wumei, Yu Tianhua, and Song Wei, looked at each other and silently stepped back. Xianxia said that he wanted to use Feng Han's pressure to break through to the immortal arcane realm. This was no longer a fight in the ordinary sense. And there was no falsehood in his words. Although this person was ranked behind Hua Tiandu, that was because Hua Tiandu had a powerful high-grade Dao artifact, and the coiling martial Herculean divine powers was boundless. But in terms of cultivation level, the two were not that far apart. Maybe Xianxia really did enter the immortal arcane realm earlier than Hua Tiandu. Anyway, they were just one layer away. Whoever could break through it first would be an eternal giant. Of course, if Hua Tiandu cultivated to the immortal arcane realm, his achievements would be higher than Xianxia. Alright then, since you want to use me as a stepping stone to enter the immortal arcane realm, then I also want to test how strong my newly cultivated talisman is, and use you as a test. You are ranked 7th on the immortal substitute list if I defeat you. Feng Han laughed. If you defeat me, after you cultivate the Jin Dan, you will definitely be able to defeat Hua Tiandu. But the more divine powers you have, the harder it is to cultivate the Jin Dan. Now that you have so many divine powers, it is rare. But in the future, every step will be extremely difficult, and it may not be a good thing. Xianxia said indifferently, actually, after cultivating to the immortal arcane realm, cultivating divine powers is very easy. And in the future, you will have to cultivate divine powers again, abandon some unnecessary ones, and cultivate some that are suitable for you. How would I not know that? Feng Han's expression didn't change, but this is considered a spar, and we will stop when the time is right. We won't hurt the relationship between the Gemini Gate and the Ascension Gate, unlike my fight with Zhao Xuani and Song Wei of the Tai Gate. Of course we will stop when the time is right. Actually, at our level of cultivation, it is already very difficult to kill each other. The white lotus above Xianxia's head swayed, and suddenly transformed into an umbrella. The umbrella was pure white, embroidered with white lotuses and golden lanterns. It emanated a mysterious Zen aura, and as it spun, ancient sounds could be heard. It was like the sound of morning bells or evening drums that could cleanse one's soul. The golden lanterns emitted dazzling light that seemed to illuminate the path to the future. This umbrella, it was a powerful magic treasure. A Tao treasure, and a mid-grade Tao treasure at that. However, this Tao treasure was a little strange. It didn't seem to be refined with immortal techniques, nor was it refined with demonic Tao techniques, but it was similar to the refining method of the great Brahma ship. It was a cultivation method of the Buddhist sections. He didn't know how Xianxia had obtained this powerful Tao treasure. Although there was no Buddhist sect in the Xianhuang Great World, Feng Han now had the great Brahma ship and the 18 Arhat puppets. Such magic treasures gave him some understanding of the Buddhist sections. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon's secret manual's most powerful magic treasure, the 8-division stupa, also seemed to have some connection with the Buddhist sections. If there was time, Feng Han would definitely learn more about the Buddhist mystiques, and then study them together to see if he could understand some principles. This magic treasure is called the Dipankara Ancient Buddhist Umbrella. I obtained it in an ancient ruin in the ultimate. It is neither demonic nor Tao, and has been refined by me for 800 years with a secret technique. Finally, it is compatible with my soul, and has boundless power. Even if you use the Jin Dan to blow me up, you might not be able to injure me. You have to be careful. As Xianxia spoke, he opened the umbrella. Instantly, many white lotus flowers appeared on the umbrella, supporting a huge golden lantern. Within the golden lantern's flame sat a bald man dressed in strange clothes. His entire body was covered in pure gold, and his chest was bare. This bald man was very kind. One look at him and one would have the urge to worship and convert. This was clearly an extremely powerful spiritual seduction technique. Feng Han immediately knew that the bald man in the lantern's flame was the image of the legendary Buddhist sect cultivator. Buddhist sect cultivators were all bald. However, what surprised Feng Han the most was that there was a huge space around the Buddha statue in the lantern's flame. Within it, there were many sky demon worshipping it. It was as though they had been subdued by the Buddha statue. These sky demon didn't have the usual fierceness and violence of the sky demon. Their eyes were benevolent, and they were all sitting upright, chanting sutras, and worshipping devoutly. He didn't know how many there were. Feng Han could even feel that there was a vast power flowing within, similar to the will of all living beings. That was the power produced by the devout prayers of the sky demon after they had been subdued. The artifact spirit of my Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella is an ancient Buddha. It can subdue the sky demon and convert the sky demon. The more sky demon it subdues, the more powerful it becomes. In all my years of cultivation, I have subdued a total of 5 million sky demons. Its power is already overwhelming. Evil Star Xianxia said, "Let me see which one is better, the nether spring diagram, or this treasure of mine, and which one is worse? Artifact spirit. Go." At this moment, Xianxia, the number 1 true disciple of the Gemini Gate, made his move. Bam! On top of the Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella, the great Buddha artifact spirit looked at Feng Han. Suddenly, wherever its eyes looked, everything turned golden. Then, a rumbling voice resounded from all directions. Convert! 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 Otherwise, you will fall into eternal hell. In the eyes of the Buddha artifact spirit, a giant golden hand viciously grabbed at Feng Han. Countless twisted scriptures formed an inescapable net. What incredible power! It might not be as strong as the Great Desolation ancient furnace, but it's definitely strong enough to contend with the Acheron map. Feng Han was also shocked by the power. He quickly put away his natal talisman and activated all 90 kinds of supernatural powers. The vibrations were high. Instantly, a destructive wave spread out. Whether it was the golden light, the sutras, the incantations, or the giant hand, everything was destroyed. Bang! 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 Countless explosions rang out as the ancient Buddha artifact spirit's body shook violently. It was as though it could not sit still on the White Lotus platform. The surrounding heavenly devils that were praying seemed to be affected by the powerful shockwaves as they exploded one after another. Tens of thousands of heavenly devils were killed. Oh no! Xianxia's heart thumped. He didn't expect Feng Han's intrinsic talisman to be so powerful. Even the Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella, a mid-grade Tao treasure that he had cultivated for hundreds of years, couldn't stop it. It had even been shattered, and the heavenly demon had been stored inside. Although the heavenly demons could be collected at any time and had nothing to do with their own magic treasures, it would be a pity if all of them were destroyed in battle. After all, these heavenly demons were all devout believers. If he collected more in the future, when he entered the longevity mystery realm, he could refine this treasure and collect more sky demon. Then, it could evolve into a high-grade Tao treasure. At that time, its power would be incomparable. A mid-grade Tao treasure might be powerful, but it can't deal with my intrinsic talisman. He probably doesn't know the power of the 5 Emperors' great demon mystiques. Feng Han smiled coldly and activated the talisman. It suddenly turned into 90 rays of treasure light and shot towards Xianxia. These 90 rays of treasure light were formed from 90 different mystiques. The immortal and demonic auras were evenly distributed. It was like a taiji that represented the universe, with yin and yang opposing each other. They complemented each other perfectly. I thought that although he had forcibly refined the 9 ghosts' primordial spirit, he couldn't suppress the demonic aura within. I didn't expect him to complete the fusion. Immortal and demonic as one. Xianxia was shocked. Primordial spirit starlight body. Seeing that Feng Han's 90 life talismans had turned into rays of light and shot towards him, Evil Star Destroyer flew out of his cosmic form. It was also a vast god of the stars. Star ribbons floated around his body. He held a starlight spear in his hand. As he attacked, the spear shook violently. Thousands of starlights bloomed like fireworks. When each starlight bloomed, it gave off an extremely powerful thunder explosion. It was actually the Star Sand Thunder Blast, similar to the Star Sand Thunder Blast. Moreover, Evil Destroyer Xing's Star Sand Thunder Blast had boundless power. It was 10 times stronger than the Star Sand Thunder Blast that Evil Destroyer Xing had used. Even the 20 star mystiques in Feng Han's natal talisman were suppressed by his starlight. They were even slightly activated. If not for the suppression of the 5 Emperors' great demon mystiques, they would have been scattered. Evil Destroyer Xing's cosmic form was called the Primordial Spirit Starlight Body. It was different from Hua Tiandu, the Dark Underworld King, the Ghost Emperor, the 4th Prince, Prince Yi, and Meng Xiaobai's cosmic form. It was extremely powerful, surging with battle intent, and invincible in spear arts. It condensed a destructive and indestructible power. With one spear strike, even ghosts and gods could be destroyed. Meng Xiaobai's assassination was unpredictable, but Evil Destroyer Xing's spear strike was upright, as vast as a raging river. The tide surged, like the general trend of the world, unstoppable. In order to refine my primordial spirit starlight body, I specially came to the mortal world to play for 500 years. I observed the rise and fall of dynasties in the mortal world, and comprehended the changes in the world. I created this spear art for my cosmic form. It is called the rise and fall of 1,000 years, a sigh. Now, I would like to ask Taoist Feng Han for guidance. As Evil Star Destroyer spoke, the primordial spirit starlight body didn't stop moving its spear. It unleashed even more spear shadows that shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of spear energies shot out. Wherever the tip of the spear touched, the airflow there would become chaotic and collapse. There were even faint signs of withering, as if the airflow was withering. Tens of thousands of explosions rang out as they landed on Feng Han's natal talisman amulet. The Abhijna's brilliance was all blasted away, and the natal talisman amulet was restored. This person is really powerful. Those who can enter the top 10 of the longevity substitute list are indeed amazing. At first, I did not believe him when he said that he could enter the longevity mystery realm with me. But now, it seems that he was not boasting. Feng Han Star Sand Spear Art. The rise and fall, a sigh, and fall. Sigh. Hats was actually Destroyer Spirit Starlight Body. Spirit Starlight Body sigh. Starlight Spirit Heavens' sigh. Had spirit even was. Moreover, he could not see clearly how many mystiques the primordial spirit starlight body contained. Evil destroyer Xing could not suppress Fang Han in terms of spiritual power. However, he was still 4 levels higher than Fang Han. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary 10th level divine ability expert. He was only 1 step away from breaking through his limits and becoming an eternal hegemon in the immortality secret realm. Moreover, he also had a mid-grade Dao item. The mysterious Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella, which could subdue the sky demon and make them worship it devoutly. With the 2 of them working together, even an expert of the longevity mystery realm could not kill him. Whoosh, Fang Han withdrew his natal talisman. It floated above his head, no longer expanding its power. Instead, he tried his best to shrink it and protect himself. First, he was in an invincible position. At this moment, he already knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat the Gemini Gate's #1 true disciple before he cultivated the Jin Dan. However, he had an advantage. No one could compete with him in terms of longevity. His spiritual power was supplied by the World Tree and the Immortal World's Qi. As long as the immortal world was not destroyed, he would exist. Shrinking the talisman to protect his whole body, he was suddenly invulnerable. Fang Han's body vibrated at high speed. The talisman with the power of 20 million galloping horses activated the mighty Golden Emperor Chop, the devouring demonic art. It appeared directly around evil destroyer Xing and attacked fiercely. This was an instant killing of the flesh. His mighty Golden Emperor Chop was faster and more ferocious. His body's attacking power was stronger than before. It could be said that now, there was a mountain made of fine steel in front of him. He could tear it apart with a pounce. He completely had the power of Hua Tiandu to tear the earth apart. As soon as he got close to evil destroyer Xing, more than half of his protective starlight was torn apart. Whoosh! Evil destroyer Xing saw a ghostly shadow tearing at him. His protective starlight cracked inch by inch, and there was no way to stop this power. He couldn't help but roar. His primordial starlight body moved, and the tip of the spear pointed at the ghostly shadow. Thousands of spear shadows erupted again. The breath of 1,000 years, his spear technique was cultivated by comprehending the general trend of the mortal world. It was infinitely close to a kind of truth, and had the charm of breaking through the immortal secret realm. Fang Han turned into a ghostly shadow. Every spear strike hit Fang Han's protective talisman, but only a deafening explosion and endless starlight sparks. It couldn't break Fang Han's defense at all. Oh my god! How strong is this person's defense? Even eldest senior brother's 1,000-year rise and fall sight couldn't break through his defense. What in the world could kill him? If he cultivates the Jin Dan, what will happen? He won't be able to sweep through all the experts in the supernatural secret realm. The experts watching from the outside, including Wu Zixu and Hua Wumei, almost had their eyes fall out. They knew how powerful evil destroyer Xing was. That's right. But this Fang Han can't do anything to eldest senior brother. He can't break eldest senior brother's primordial starlight body, let alone the Dipankara ancient Buddha umbrella. Eldest senior brother is now in an invincible position. Yu Tianhua, who had the ancient cloud whisk, a low-grade Dao treasure, shuddered. He now knew that he wasn't Fang Han's match. Fang Han was too terrifying. He was only at the 6th level of the supernatural power realm, but he already had such strong battle strength. What would happen in the future? While the 7 core disciples were talking, Fang Han's incarnation had already exchanged thousands of punches and spears with the primordial spirit astral body. Evil destroyer Xing's primordial starlight body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. He couldn't withstand Fang Han's ferocious attacks. However, whenever a crack appeared on his primordial spirit starlight body, the ancient Buddha in the flame of the Dipankara ancient Buddha umbrella shot out a beam of golden light, making his starlight body even more condensed. His physical body held up the umbrella and the light shrouded more than 10 miles, shining on the primordial spirit starlight body. Obviously, this magical Buddhist Tao item and his cosmic form were nourishing each other. The power of the primordial spirit starlight body increased and the aura became fiercer. This person's strongest weapon seems to be the Acheron map. Even this treasure hasn't appeared. If it does, it's hard to say who will win. The Acheron map. I heard that this treasure is broken. Unless you're at the top of the longevity secret realm, you can't repair it. While the 6 true disciples were discussing, many people in the Gemini Gate Grotto Heaven were watching this battle. In some empty spaces, some experts of the Gemini Gate's longevity secret realm were talking to each other. The battle between Feng Han and evil destroyer Xing was equivalent to a battle between the disciples of the Gemini Gate and the Ascension Gate. It was also equivalent to a battle between the Gemini Gate and the Ascension Gate in the future. In the illusory Grotto Heaven, an old man with extremely long eyebrows that reached the ground spoke first. He watched the battle between Feng Han and evil destroyer Xing closely. The 5 Emperor's great demon mystique. I've seen Emperor Huangquan use it before. It shocked the heavens. If the Tai Gate didn't have an immortal treasure, it would have been destroyed. Later, the immortal realm intervened and suppressed Emperor Huangquan. Now, Feng Han is using it. Although it's weak, it has great potential. However, in order to increase his cultivation, he forcefully stole other people's mystique. I'm afraid that his cultivation will be greatly hindered in the future. He's too eager for quick success. This old man with extremely long eyebrows was called Elder Xianxia. He was an expert in the Gemini Gate who had the power to punish people. He was one of the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm, just like the Master Xianxia of the Ascension Gate. I think this kid seems to understand this very well. It's just a temporary transition. In the future, he'll have to cultivate his mystique again. If he doesn't understand this, he won't be able to suppress the demonic chi of the 9 Ghosts' primordial spirit. His current mentality is to treat the 9 Ghosts' primordial spirit as a boat. As the saying goes, abandon the boat when it reaches the shore. It's because of this mentality and wisdom that he was able to resolve the sins of the 9 Ghosts' primordial spirit. This kid is not simple. He's not simple at all. Otherwise, the Ghost Emperor would have been deeply obsessed and lost his humanity. It would have affected his mood long ago. But now, it seems that he has already subdued the demonic chi with great determination. Another elder said. This elder seemed to be an illusory human figure. He didn't have a real body. He was like a void creature. Obviously, his cultivation was very deep. He had reached an immortal body and was an expert who began to comprehend the mysteries of space. If that's the case, this kid is terrifying. Another elder said. This elder was an expert of the 10th level of the divine power. He hadn't become an ancient giant yet. It's indeed terrifying. Xianxia is only half a step away from entering the longevity secret realm. He can't even take care of him. There's a difference of 4 levels between them. An elder who only had the 9th level of the divine power side. Moreover, his peerless spear technique, eternal rise and fall, has comprehended the mysteries of ghosts and gods. In the future, he might evolve his own supreme mystique. He's the best candidate for the future sect master of the Gemini Gate. Although Xingyun Baby's cultivation is fast, she hasn't gone through any training. She's not cut out to be the sect master. Xianxia has gone through 1,000 years of training. He became a core disciple back then and is my senior. If Feng Han can cultivate the Jin Dan, even an expert of the 1st level of the longevity secret realm won't be able to suppress him. Even Xianxia isn't his opponent. But now? The outcome is still 50-50. Xianxia hasn't used his last trump card yet. There are 5 million Sky Demon in his Dipankara Ancient Buddha umbrella. If they all die, the power produced will be incredible. Even I will be hurt. Elder Xianxia, who had extremely long eyebrows, said if he wins this time, he can get some of Feng Han's emotion for getting water and borrow Feng Han's 5 elemental talisman. He can cultivate in the 5 elemental land again and break through the longevity secret realm. However, if he uses this move and injures Feng Han, then the relationship between our Gemini Gate and the Ascension Gate will be broken. It won't be easy to deal with. Yes, Xianxia has always been hesitant about killing him. If 5 million Sky Demon die together, the power produced will be incredible. It can injure an expert of the longevity secret realm. However, after the Sky Demon dies, he will have to collect new Sky Demons. It will be a waste of time. Now it seems that Xianxia won't use this method. He still has some methods to defeat the enemy. Moreover, I can feel that Feng Han's Acheron map seems to be in a transformation stage and can't display its power for the time being. If he doesn't use the Acheron map, Feng Han won't be able to defeat Xianxia. The elder, who looked like a void creature, spoke again. This elder was called the Moving Star Elder. In other words, he was a super powerful figure who specialized in adjusting the power of the stars in the sky and even made some small stars move. In the sky outside the Xianhuan Great World, there were many small stars that blocked the light of the stars. They needed to form a formation so that the disciples of the Gemini Gate could better absorb the power of the stars. The Moving Star Elder did this kind of thing. It was impossible if his magical power wasn't strong enough. Of course, he only moved things that didn't emit light and didn't have the power of the stars. A planet that could emit the power of the stars was called a star. It was an incomparably huge existence in the universe. No sect could compare to it. Eternity meant eternity. Its power was so great that no one could move it, unless it was an immortal. Of course, even if it wasn't a star, it was still a small star with a radius of thousands of miles, such as the flesh quagmire. Its magical power was countless times stronger than Hua Tiandu's mountain uprooting and earth tearing. It had surpassed the second level of the immortal body of the immortal realm and began to understand the various laws of the universe. Therefore, this elder moving star's insight was extremely accurate. What he said made people have no choice but to believe him. Sure enough, as he said, Feng Han couldn't defeat Evil Star Destroyer without using the Acheron map, even with the natal talisman that had cultivated 90 theurgies. The natal talisman hung above his head and wrapped around his body. Feng Han's speed was pushed to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in all directions and attacked Evil Star Destroyer. The power of each punch was enough to shake mountains and destroy the vitality within dozens of miles. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The more powerful he was, the faster he attacked. Evil Destroyer Star's nascent divinity starlight body grew stronger, and the spear became fiercer. Each spear was aimed at Evil Destroyer Star's fist. Man as one. Feng Han's body trembled and the natal talisman shrank again, turning into talismans that stuck to his skin. The magical power of the natal talisman entered his body and meridians. He was intimately connected with the 99 theurgies. He was covered in a layer of talisman clothing. Suddenly, his offensive power skyrocketed. He took a step forward, causing the airflow to explode and the vital energy to collapse. He waved his hand and punched Evil Star Destroyer's primordial spirit starlight body away. He was going to suppress Evil Star Destroyer and force him to surrender. My fleshly body is as strong as a Tao treasure. My 5 viscera and 6 bowels are as deep as the abyss. Man as one can destroy heaven and earth. Admit defeat, Evil Star Destroyer. Another punch, Feng Han broke through most of the Dipunkara ancient Buddhist umbrella's golden protection and was about to grab Evil Star Destroyer's fleshly body. As long as he could break the umbrella's protection and capture Evil Star Destroyer's fleshly body, he could force him to surrender. Then he would not hurt this person. Now that the two of them were fighting, neither of them was going for the kill. How can it be so easy? Evil Star Destroyer's back was straight. His fleshly body emitted a golden light that flowed all over his body. His skin turned into a pure gold color, the same color as the ancient Buddhist treasure spirit in the Dipunkara ancient Buddhist umbrella. He was like a golden man exuding a strong power. It was also a kind of body-refining mystique. Although ordinary cultivators had strong fleshly bodies, they rarely cultivated body-refining mystiques, such as the investiture of the gods. This kind of cultivation technique was also very rare. Feng Han had the Yama golden body as his foundation and swallowed many elixirs. With the 5 emperors' great demon mystique's 5 elements chi protecting his internal organs, and then refining the 6-eyed god seal tablet into his body, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were combined. Only then did he fuse with the sky demon hand and the sky covering technique. Otherwise, anyone who copied him would die. The fleshly body was fragile and could not be casually tempered. But now, Evil Star Destroyer was the same as Feng Han. He had cultivated some kind of body-refining mystique, and his fleshly body was strong. Vajra Arhat, Bodhisattva ancient Buddha, pure land of the 10 directions, indestructible golden body. Feng Han, do you think my fleshly body is also very fragile? I have cultivated the mysterious indestructible golden body of the Buddhist sect. Once I enter the immortal secret realm, my Dharma form and fleshly body will become one. It will be easier for me to achieve an immortal body than ordinary ancient giants. Evil Star Destroyer's body let out a lion's roar. The indestructible golden body punched out exquisitely. The angle was perfect, and the power was condensed. Like a cannonball, he blocked Fang Han's attack with just one punch. At the same time, his primordial spirit astral light body shone from behind. It formed a huge formation that wrapped Fang Han inside. Dipankara Ancient Buddhist Umbrella. Evil Star Destroyers will exploded. The Dipankara Ancient Buddhist Umbrella burst out with millions of golden light. The golden light was accompanied by a spell that suppressed Fang Han's head. The 5 million sky demon in this ancient Buddhist umbrella chanted in unison. Their melodious voices transformed the power of will into a suppressive force that struck directly at Fang Han's head. So powerful? Fang Han rushed into the core, but was blocked by Evil Star Destroyer's indestructible golden body. His primordial spirit counterattacked, and he used the power of the ancient Buddhist umbrella to suppress. This time, he was in a predicament. Dense starlight surrounded him, and he could no longer see the situation outside. Especially in the dense starlight, waves of Sanskrit chants were transmitted. Each chant suppressed his soul, making his heart indescribably heavy. This Dipankara Ancient Buddhist umbrella has a self-contained space inside. It's much more powerful than my 5 Hells King Cauldron. After collecting 8 million Sky Demon, my 5 Hells King Cauldron's power is on par with a Tao treasure. But it can't turn a Sky Demon into a believer and provide an endless supply of power of will. And this Dipankara Ancient Buddhist umbrella can collect more than 5 million Sky Demon. It's possible that it can collect 50 million. But Evil Star Destroyer can only provide 5 million Sky Demon Yuan Qi. If this magic treasure is given to me, I can raise the Sky Demon and use their power of will to cultivate the Panwu Great Strength Mystique. It'll be twice the result with half the effort. Although he was being suppressed, Fang Han wasn't afraid at all. His Tao item, the Devil Saber Bloody Firmament, spun, and suddenly, his flesh, blood, and the vital energy of the White Sovereign and the Metal Sovereign combined. Instantly, a blood-red glow erupted, and golden light seethed. Using his body as a saber, he slashed out like a primeval god of creation, splitting heaven and earth apart. Cleaving the waves, free and unfettered. In one move, Fang Han broke free from the suppression and regained his freedom. Although Evil Star Destroyer was powerful, it was not easy to suppress Fang Han, who had cultivated 90 types of mystiques and had a Tao treasure. Although the Lord of the Bloody Night did not have the ability to collect objects, its pure destructive power was earth-shattering. Especially when combined with Fang Han's mighty Golden Emperor chop, its power was even greater. And Fang Han's blood now contained dragon power. Activating the Lord of the Bloody Night, the blade light slashed with disdain. After breaking free, a mysterious blood-red light flickered. It was only 20 to 30 feet long, but the saber chi within it was constantly being spat out. The surrounding airflow was constantly being shattered. Wherever the saber chi passed by, a pitch-black cave would be created, madly absorbing all the origin chi. Buzz. Thousands of bee-like blades vibrated. The blade light of the Lord of the Bloody Night appeared in many places around Evil Star Destroyer, but did not kill him. Instead, it formed thousands of dark holes, trapping Evil Star Destroyer and tearing apart his Yuan Qi. As soon as he broke free, he used the Great Devouring Technique to devour Yuan Qi. In an instant, thousands of Yuan Qi black holes were created. Fang Han's body was hidden in the blade light. He tried his best to shrink his body's power, looking for an opportunity to burst out with his strongest attack. Sure enough, this move was effective. Thousands of black holes created by the violent loss of Yuan Qi pulled Evil Star Destroyer, causing the lantern flame above his head to shake, as if it was about to be extinguished. Fang Han, you are indeed powerful. In that case, I won't fight fair. This is the paradise of the Gemini Gate. I only need to use the star unification technique. Activate the power of heaven and earth. Under the pull of the Yuan Qi black holes, Evil Star Destroyer's face changed. He suddenly burst out with a powerful divine sense, sweeping around. His whole person entered a state of unity with heaven and earth. Poof, countless stars twinkled in the sky above the Stellaris sect's paradise. The power of the stars that the Stellaris sect had accumulated over millions of years poured into Xianxia's body like it didn't cost anything. The boundless power of the stars shook. The thousands of Yuan-Chi black holes all exploded and were swept away. He actually mobilized the power of heaven and earth. The essence of the stars, this was borrowing the power of the Gemini Gate Paradise. Since the creation of the Gemini Gate Paradise, who knows how much power of the stars it had absorbed in the past tens of thousands of years. When the disciples of the Gemini Gate fought in the paradise, they could mobilize the power of the stars for their own use. This was borrowing the power of heaven and earth, although it was an unfair victory, but in the competition, there was no agreement that this method could not be used, right? At the critical moment, Evil Star Destroyer could not care less. He used the geographical advantage to mobilize the power of the stars to suppress Feng Han. With his cultivation, he had cultivated in the Gemini Gate Paradise for countless years. The degree of compatibility with the entire paradise had reached an inseparable degree. This time, he fully mobilized the power of the stars in the paradise. His strength doubled. His entire primordial spirit starlight body was the size of a mountain. It expanded endlessly, looking down at Feng Han from above. It was like a god above the 9 heavens looking at an ant. The huge war spear struck down. The void around Feng Han constantly cracked. Jin Dan. Feng Han had actually cultivated Jin Dan. Moreover, it was a true Jin Dan with 90 types of divine abilities. It was rare for someone to reach Jin Dan with 90 types of divine abilities in 10,000 years. How difficult was it to reach Jin Dan with 90 types of divine abilities? It wasn't that one could succeed just because one had enough vitality. The key was that the more divine abilities one had, the more chaotic the vitality would be. One needed great wisdom and determination to subdue and regulate it. Moreover, the more divine abilities one had, the harder it was to raise one's realm. Although each divine ability was a great magical power, it was also an obstacle. As the saying went, the greater the divine ability, the deeper the obstacle. There was once an ancient cultivator who proposed this theory. Some cultivators even proposed the absurd theory that divine abilities were not important and that cultivation did not require divine abilities. However, the more divine abilities one had, the harder it was to raise one's realm. This was an ironclad fact. Feng Han was actually able to cultivate it. It could be said that he had seized the fortune of heaven and earth, gathered the essence of the sun and moon, and comprehended the mysteries of immortals and devils. Comprehending the rules of the universe. It was his deep understanding of cultivation and breaking through the obstacles. Bravely advancing. In the past, Feng Han thought that he would first cultivate Jin Dan and then refine the 9 ghost primordial spirit. At that time, he could also sweep through the existence of the divine ability secret realm and had hopes of defeating Hua Tiandu. But now, he actually refined the 9 ghost primordial spirit first and then cultivated Jin Dan. That power would be even stronger. There was a fundamental difference between the former and the latter. Now, his 90 types of divine abilities could be said to be his natural divine abilities and were closely related to his life. The Ghost Emperor's powerful demonic divine ability had been integrated into his flesh and blood. The demonic chi had also been subdued by his great determination and turned into Tao. His magical power was infinitely close to 100 million. 1 man and 1 dragon. It was 100 million. At this moment, although he was a level 7 Jin Dan expert, the strength of his magical power was already at the peak of level 10. Next, it would be up to him to pass the 8 tribulations of wind and fire, the 9 tribulations of heaven and earth, and the 10 tribulations of defying the heavens and changing fate. The 3 realms also needed to be comprehended one by one. Now, even a first-level longevity secret realm expert would not be able to kill him. He could escape unscathed. Just like Hua Tiandu, when facing the Devil Emperor, he was also at ease. With one step, Feng Han's speed suddenly increased by several times. At this moment, his attack was infinitely close to that of the ancient tycoons in the secret territory of immortality. Although he didn't have the oppressive power of the ancient tycoons, he still had a domineering aura. Evil Destroyer Star's eyes widened. Feng Han arrived in front of him in a single step. The protective golden light of his Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella was constantly being torn apart with irresistible force. Although it was a mid-grade Dao treasure, its power had been greatly reduced by the burning of the 5 million devout sky demon. It could not withstand Fang Han's attack. Just as Fang Han was about to land a punch on his body, he saw that Fang Han was about to land a punch on him. Determination appeared on Evil Destroyer Star's face. He shrank back, and the primordial spirit astral light body covered his entire body. Then he exhaled and combined it with the indestructible golden body, and punched out. The power of the stars and Stellaris cave gathered crazily on his body. He once again mobilized the power of heaven and earth. But it was futile. The two fists collided. Fang Han's body only shook slightly. Starlight exploded on Evil Destroyer Star's body, and he was sent flying like a firework. He glided hundreds of miles in the air and crashed into a mountain peak. His face was slightly pale. Fang Han was in the air, walking with majestic steps. His aura was majestic, like a star shining, like the sun and moon in the sky, giving people a heavy pressure. He took another step and 6 shadows appeared. They appeared beside the 6 disciples who were watching from the periphery and pressed their palms down. Wu Zixu, Hua Wumei, Yu Tianhua, Song Wei, and the 2 experts who had passed the great trial of wind and fire were shocked. They shouted at the same time, and used their Dharma treasures and mystiques to resist. But Fang Han pressed down easily, and all their Dharma treasures and mystiques were shattered. They fell to the ground. But Fang Han had no intention of hurting them. He waved his sleeve, and a gentle wind lifted them up and sent them to Evil Destroyer Star's side. Everyone, I've just cultivated a new mystique. I can't control it. I hope you can understand. Fellow Daoist Evil Destroyer Star, how about we stop here? Fang Han stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He watched Evil Destroyer Star use his Dharma power to heal some minor internal injuries. He didn't use too much strength this time. At this moment, they were in the Gemini Gate Grotto Heaven. He definitely couldn't kill a true disciple of the Gemini Gate with great potential. Moreover, Fang Han still wanted to rope them in. This was just to show his strength. This person's Dharma power is too terrifying. He attacked all 6 of us at the same time and sent us flying. Yu Tianhua's body trembled. Although he wasn't injured, he also felt how dangerous it was to provoke Fang Han just now. Now that he has completed his Jin Dan, in terms of strength, he can be ranked in the top 3 of the longevity substitute role. I wonder how his fight with Hua Tiandu will turn out in the future. Now, no one needs to attack. Listen to me, Evil Destroyer Star said. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Fang Han, for completing your Jin Dan. A Jin Dan with 90 mystiques is rare. But the more mystiques there are, the more evil creatures there are. Fellow Daoist, your next step is to experience the most terrifying trials of wind and fire. The more powerful your mystique is, the more severe the trials of wind and fire will be. If you can survive, your Dharma power will be condensed again. If you can't survive, all your cultivation will be gone. Evil Destroyer Star flew up, his eyes flashing. I lost this time. I will fulfill my promise and no longer be a true disciple. I will become an elder. You don't have to do that. Fang Han smiled. Actually, I don't want to care about the internal affairs of the Gemini Gate. But now that the Great Tribulation has descended, the world of cultivation is not peaceful. We need to work together and not hate each other. Fellow Daoist Star, you need the water of forgetfulness. I won't be stingy. Take it. As for the talisman of the 5 elements, I came to the Gemini Gate this time to discuss the formation of a group of elite disciples to protect the peace of the immortal Tao. But this group of elite disciples must be strong cultivators. So, I am willing to let go of the 5 elements and cultivate together. As for Xingyun baby, although I am his big brother, I am not willing to spoil his growth. If you withdraw from the fight for the position of Gate Master, then he will have a smooth life in the future without any pressure and his achievements will not be great. Just like our Ascension Gate, because I had a duel with Hua Tiandu, I was able to grow quickly. So, for the sake of the Gemini Gate, for the sake of Xingyun baby, you should not withdraw from being a true disciple and become an elder. A stream of yellow water vapor rushed directly to Evil Destroyer Star. Forgotten love water. Evil Destroyer Star was overjoyed. He quickly took out a gourd and put it all in. With this water, my chances of breaking through to the immortal secret realm will be much higher. At this moment, he swept away the decadence of losing to Feng Han. Forgotten love water was something that even Master Xianxia needed. It could cleanse one's vitality and assist in cultivating the immortal body. Emperor Huangquan was able to cultivate to the 10th level of the immortal secret realm back then, partly because of the power of forgotten love water. The matter of forming a law enforcement disciple is very important. But it is great that you are willing to share the 5 elements land. So, I have to report to the sect master and discuss with the elders. Evil Destroyer Star was in a good mood after receiving the forgotten love water. After all, for people like him, no grievances or honor were more important than cultivating to the immortal secret realm. For the immortal secret realm, he could give up everything. I'm going to stay here for a while to discuss with you all. Oh right, Taoist Star, you have cultivated a mysterious Buddhist divine art. I also have a Buddhist Dharma treasure, but I don't know how to refine it. Let's exchange Tao techniques. When it's Venerable Ling Long's 4000th birthday, I'll send her a gift. Feng Han was very interested in Evil Destroyer Star's Dipunkara ancient Buddhist umbrella. The main thing was to collect the Sky Demon. It could turn the Sky Demon from violent to devout. This was simply a heaven-defying method. The Sky Demon was arrogant and unruly. Even if Feng Han used the Acheron map, he could only suppress them and turn them into medicinal pills. It was impossible to turn them into devout. If he could learn this method, it would be very useful for him to refine his natal Dharma treasure in the future. He could even change the structure of the 5 Hells King Cauldron. Think about it, if he collected 8 million Sky Demon from the 5 Hells King Cauldron and turned them into devout believers, how much power of will would he be able to provide? It would certainly help him advance further in his cultivation. Of course, the amount of yuan qi needed to support 8 million Sky Demon was also astonishing. Even Evil Destroyer Star could only support 5 million Sky Demon. However, Feng Han had the World Tree, so he wasn't afraid. He could afford it. Congratulate Venerable Ling Long on her birthday? That's a big deal. Evil Destroyer Star also knew about this matter. Venerable Ling Long is very generous. Her exquisite paradise is a place where female cultivators gather. Many cultivators are willing to go there to see if they can form an immortal fate with the female disciples. They can gain enlightenment together. This time, I've also prepared a gift for her. Not to make friends with female cultivators, but because exquisite paradise produces a type of Buddha-like grass. If I can get it, I can use it to refine my Dipunkara ancient Buddhist umbrella and increase its power. Exquisite paradise is a true paradise. Almost all the rare and precious immortal herbs in the world can be found there. Feng Han had read about the various worlds. It had recorded some things about exquisite paradise in detail. When Feng Han received Evil Destroyer Star with the Oblivion Water, many elders heaved a sigh of relief. This Feng Han really isn't aggressive. Elder Star Punishment nodded. I also want to see the wonders of the Oblivion Water. It's also very helpful for me to cultivate the immortal body. It seems like I'll have to find an opportunity to ask Feng Han for some of it. I don't want the Oblivion Water. I just want to ask him what kind of star divine ability he cultivates. It can actually restrain the divine ability of our Gemini Gate. Elder Moving Star, who had cultivated the immortal body and began to comprehend the mysteries of space, said. He had a deep impression of Feng Han when he used the star divine ability to absorb the power of the stars. With his level of cultivation, his intuition told him that Feng Han's supernatural powers were profound beyond compare. He was able to move the stars and set up the array. Indeed. I don't know where the star divine ability he cultivates came from. Logically speaking, no one in the Xianhuang Great World can compare to our Gemini Gate in terms of the Tao of stars. Even the Tai Gate is suppressed. Elder Star Punishment nodded. However, it seems that Feng Han wants to accept us. In the future, he'll definitely divulge the secrets of this divine ability. Feng Han's Oblivion Water aside, his star divine ability is also a big secret. It's worth it for us to accept him. I have a feeling that if we can get the secrets of this technique of his, our Gemini Gate will definitely be able to make up for some of our shortcomings and contend with Infinitesimal. Elder Moving Star sighed. Infinitesimal. Infinitesimal. One day, our Gemini Gate will completely destroy it. When the name infinitesimal was mentioned, all the elders fell silent. It was as if this mysterious sect in the depths of the cosmos had an irreconcilable grudge with the Gemini Gate. While many of the Gemini Gate's elders were interested in Feng Han's star divine ability, Feng Han wasn't interested in it at all. In fact, the infinite book of stars was indeed not inferior to the five emperors' great demon divine ability. After cultivating it, one could use the power of the stars to condense a book. It could contain anything. However, Feng Han didn't cultivate the Tao of stars. Moreover, his understanding of the Tao of stars wasn't very deep, so he didn't know the value of this divine ability to the Gemini Gate. Otherwise, he could have used the secret of this divine ability to exchange for more things. He could have even asked the Star Lord to consume his lifespan to increase his magic power and impart 1,000 years of cultivation to him. He might even have been able to exchange it for a Tao treasure from the Gemini Gate. Fellow Taoist Star Destroyer, since we've turned hostility into friendship, why don't we cultivate together? It just so happens that I also cultivate a bit of the Tao of stars. However, my understanding of the stars is far less profound than yours. Moreover, I've also cultivated the great sun fire of the Tai Gate. Logically speaking, the sun is also a star. I'm willing to contribute the cultivation method of this supreme divine ability to you so that you can study it carefully. Feng Han wasn't stingy when it came to cultivation methods. Moreover, it was a divine ability of the Tai Gate. If the disciples of the Gemini Gate cultivated it, it would be a small open scheme that no one could refuse. The cultivation method couldn't be shared casually. After the disciples of the Gemini Gate learned it, they would definitely leak it out. When that happened, they would have a conflict with the Tai Gate. Wouldn't they have another strong ally? Right now, Feng Han and the Gemini Gate only had a cooperative relationship. It was impossible for this sect to go against the Tai Gate. No one in the world was a fool. Sure enough, after hearing this, Evil Star Destroyer's expression changed for a while. He was speechless, as if he was worried. He knew that Feng Han was planning something by offering the Tai Gate's cultivation method, but it was too tempting. The 3 disasters and 9 disasters divine ability of the Tai Gate and the 12 arts of the celestial sect were famous since the ancient times. They were invincible, especially the Doomsday disaster, which had the magical effect of turning the universe upside down and shaking the universe. The fire of the great sun was indeed a celestial supernatural power. If Evil Destroyer Star learned it, even if he didn't cultivate it, it would still be beneficial for him to comprehend the cultivation method. Perhaps he could really find a new way of cultivation from it and step into the secret realm of immortality and become an eternal giant. After thinking about it, he finally gritted his teeth. The Tai Gate's cultivation method is mysterious. I've long wanted to see it. If you don't mind, please teach me a thing or two. Of course, of course. Let's go down to the alchemy room to talk. Feng Han was secretly happy, and his body descended into the distance. He arrived at the peak of the Xingyun Baby's mountain and entered the alchemy room. Evil Star Destroyer turned into a ray of starlight and flew in. He saw the Xingyun Baby sitting beside a pill furnace. It was chubby and dozing off. But when he looked at it, his heart trembled. This chubby giant baby's body contained a mysterious power, especially the starlight that shot out from the pores of its body. Above its head, there was a book condensed from star power that was constantly flipping. This faintly discernible book caused a suppressive force to emerge from the depths of his heart. What kind of divine ability is this? I've read the supreme scripture of our Gemini Gate, the Taiji Star Scripture. I know all the supreme divine abilities, but I've never seen such a divine ability. It can actually faintly restrain my cultivation method? Evil Star Destroyer was shocked. It was simply incomparable. Fellow Taoist Evil Star Destroyer, this is the cultivation method of the Tai Gate's great solar fire. Please take a look. But I'm very interested in the divine ability that you use to convert the sky demon. I wonder if you can give me a pointer or two. A ball of true solar fire flew out from Feng Han's hand. Many scriptures appeared in it, but it didn't fly out. Oh? So you're interested in this? Evil Star Destroyer was obviously relieved when he heard Feng Han's question. If you want to ask me about the Gemini Gate's cultivation method, I can't reveal it. This is the sect's rule. But this cultivation method is a supreme divine ability of ancient Buddhism. I comprehended it from the Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella. It's not within the sect's rules. The Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella is a Tao artifact I obtained during an adventure. However, this supreme divine ability of Buddhism is extremely difficult to cultivate. I tried many times but failed. I was able to refine the sky demon because of the ancient Buddhist umbrella. When the ancient Buddhist umbrella shines, even a demon king will be converted. This supreme divine ability is called the Great Salvation Zen Light. If you must cultivate it, I can give it to you to study. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip. He left his divine sense in the jade slip and threw it over. Feng Han caught it and used his divine sense to read it. Indeed, he saw many cultivation methods. It was simply incredible. It was very different from ordinary Tao arts and the Tao of immortals and demons. After reading it, Feng Han was silent for a while. Then, he also gave the cultivation method of the Great Solar Fire to Evil Star Destroyer. Immediately, Feng Han accepted Evil Star Destroyer, the first true disciple of the Gemini Gate. The two sides turned hostility into friendship. Feng Han's strength had won his respect, and he had also given him benefits. Naturally, this person would not be so stubborn. In the following time, Feng Han and Evil Star Destroyer discussed and exchanged Tao arts. Feng Han explained in detail the Tao arts of the Tai Gate, except for the Great Solar Fire and the Black Sun Hurricane. The supreme Tao arts of the Tai Gate shocked the cultivation world. Evil Star Destroyer was overjoyed to receive these two Tao arts. He also explained the secrets of the Great Salvation Zen Light to Feng Han. After a long discussion, they both benefited greatly. After a full 3 days and 3 nights, Evil Star Destroyer left satisfied. After Evil Star Destroyer left, Feng Han's face was solemn. He quietly studied for half a day. His face showed an expression of enlightenment. This Great Salvation Zen Light is actually a supreme Tao art. Today, I truly understood the subtleties of Buddhist Tao arts. It's really broad and profound. It's opened up a new path. Bewitching people's hearts is ranked first. Not even the soul-sucking grand magic or bewitching grand magic of the devil schools can match up to it. If the Buddhist schools spread their teachings to the Xianxia great world, then there would be no place for either the Tao of immortals or the Tao of devils. After all, in the impure lands, all humans are Buddhists. Even birds and beasts worship Buddhas. This Tao art is a supreme Tao art that can convert people's hearts. Use your own thoughts of compassion, the courage of charity, the heart of benevolence and righteousness. Condense them into Zen light to deliver all living beings. After days of contemplation, Feng Han had come to understand the profundity of Buddhist Tao arts. Buddhist Tao arts didn't rely on external forces, nor did they rely on the vital energy of heaven and earth or the true energy of the 5 phases. Instead, they focused on compassion, charity, benevolence, righteousness, and other types of goodwill, which could be used to influence others. Even the most vicious of people would have goodwill, but it would be covered up by evil. At the same time, even the kindest of people would have evil. Because of that, any living being could cultivate this Tao art. Even fiendish fiends like the Ghost Emperor could do it. However, after cultivating it, one's own divine abilities from the Tao of ghosts would be suppressed, and one's magical power would be weakened. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to cultivate this Tao art to the level of complete mastery. After all, this Tao art didn't rely on external forces. It relied purely on one's own heart. True energy and medicinal pills were all useless. That was why Evil Destroyer Star felt that this Tao art was purely a cultivation of the heart. It took too much time, didn't increase one's longevity, and had almost no offensive power. Even when using the Great Salvation Zen Light, he would only be able to convert some of the weaker sky demon. Even someone with a strong will wouldn't be able to do it, much less use it against an enemy. Furthermore, even when converting the sky demon, Evil Destroyer Star had relied on the power of the Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella. That was why he had generously given it to Feng Han. Without the Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella, this Tao art was of little value. With a wave of his hand, Feng Han formed a hand seal. He activated the compassion, courage, benevolence, and all kinds of good thoughts in the depths of his heart. In an instant, his expression became compassionate. He suppressed the thoughts of killing people, stealing their treasures, and scheming in the depths of his heart. As all kinds of good thoughts continued to condense, Feng Han's entire person revealed a kind of compassionate temperament that made people respect him at first sight. He gathered the good thoughts in his heart and activated them according to the cultivation method of the Great Salvation Zen light. Suddenly, a faint Buddhist light twined between his fingers. This Buddhist light was the Great Salvation Zen light. However, the Great Salvation Zen light that Feng Han had condensed was very weak. It couldn't even convert a fierce tiger without eating meat, let alone the sky demon. It seems that the cultivation of the Great Salvation Zen light is indeed very difficult. Feng Han nodded. Just as he was about to give up on condensing the Zen light, he suddenly felt something on his body move. It seemed to have been triggered by the Great Salvation Zen light. What kind of magic treasure is this? Feng Han hurriedly used his mind to observe. It was actually a talisman stored in the Acheron map. It was the talisman that led to the land of the 5 elements. On it, there were the runes of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. This talisman couldn't be used to fight enemies. It was purely a teleportation talisman. However, now that it had been triggered by the Great Salvation Zen light, it seemed to contain some kind of unknown secret. This talisman was left behind by the Buddhists. The archaic Buddhists suppressed the ancient demon lord. Could there be a connection? Could this talisman be some kind of magic treasure? Feng Han immediately took out the talisman and looked at it. At the same time, in the depths of the distant starry sky, in the land of the 5 elements, the ancient demon lord sitting under the 5 element spiritual roots suddenly opened his eyes. There's a problem with the talisman. Feng Han hadn't expected that cultivating the Great Salvation Dhyana light would cause a reaction to the talisman of the 5 elements. It seemed that there were still some mysteries that he hadn't fully understood. But since that was the case, he decided to use his Great Salvation Dhyana light to refine the talisman and see what would come out of it. With a thought, he entered the Acheron map. At this time, in the map of the underworld, Yen was still entrenched on the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain in a state of silence. It was no longer a bone dragon, but a body of flesh and blood. Its scales and beard were vivid and lifelike. It was not an illusion, but a real body of flesh and blood. It had borrowed the dragon blood essence in the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain and integrated it with Feng Han's Wood Emperor's Gang Qi to finally cultivate its true form. He was 3,000 meters long and brimmed with pure yang energy. However, he didn't move at all. The holy water of Acheron swirled around him, purifying the last of his impurities. Feng Han hadn't used the Acheron map when he fought with Hex Destroyer Star because Yan's cultivation had reached a critical juncture. If the Acheron map were to vibrate too much, it would affect his cultivation and cause him to suffer cultivation deviation. If that happened, Feng Han wouldn't be able to open the door to the Acheron treasure vault. Since you're working so hard, I'll give you a hand. Feng Han looked on for a moment, then smiled. The gate of heaven opened in his head, and a golden core flew out. Immediately, delicate, gentle, and lingering flames burst out from it. Like red silk, they wrapped around Yen Changda's 1,000-meter-long body and penetrated his scales. Yen didn't seem to notice. He didn't seem to feel the heat of the flames at all. However, his body had shrunk a bit, and black and gray energy seeped out of the gaps in his scales, along with a fishy stench. It was the result of impurities being refined. Yan's dragon scales had become exquisite, soft, glossy, and elastic. His body had become even more perfect. His body was so smooth that it was pleasing to the eye, and there were bursts of divine majesty. Moo. He opened his eyes and roared, who would have thought that one day, I would be able to transform into my true form, into a true dragon. As long as I absorb enough pure yang true qi to restore my undying body, I can open the plate of samsara and recover all of my magic power. And now, the bridge of helplessness. Open it for me. With a wave of its claw, the Acheron map underwent an earth-shattering change. Demonic qi surged, and a heavy stone bridge appeared on the Acheron's sacred river. This time, it was completely revealed. The stone bridge was covered with bloodstains from the great war of gods and devils. When Feng Han saw the bridge of helplessness appear, he strode forward like a dragon and crossed an endless distance in one step. He directly reached the stone bridge. The Jing Dan above his head, which contained 90 types of divine arts, only shone and suppressed the bridge of helplessness. He stood on the stone bridge and stroked the railing with his hand. The wind brought about by the flowing Acheron River caused his clothes to flutter. As of this moment, he was the true controller of the Bridge of Helplessness. Feng Han, you actually cultivated the Jin Dan. I can't believe you actually succeeded. Yan shaken let out a long sigh. He was completely unaware of the battle between Feng Han and Xianxia because he was completely immersed in cultivation. That's right, Xianxia said. I cultivated the Jin Dan, giving me a longevity of more than 9,000 years. And my magic power is as strong as 90 million galloping horses. I'm close to 10,000 years, and close to 100 million. Smiling, Feng Han said, mountain uprooting. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he flew up to the top of the mountain of blood dragon crystals. Then, he unleashed an immense power that caused the entire mountain to rise up into the air. Just like Hua Tiandu, he now had the power to uproot mountains and shatter the earth. You used the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor's Qi to help me. That's why I was able to refine the heavenly dragon skeleton so quickly. After opening the Avicii door and the Bridge of Helplessness, the power of the Acheron map is equivalent to that of a high-grade Dao item. I can now go head-to-head with Feng Qingshua's inextinguishable lightning talisman and Hua Tiandu's great barren ancient furnace. Yan exuded a powerful battle intent. Now, I'm very confident that I can fight Hua Tiandu. I'll fulfill my long-cherished wish of 20 years. Although only 3 years had passed, Feng Han had actually spent 18 years in the Taiyuan immortal abode. Reaching the Golden Core realm in 20 years was a speed that was rarely seen since ancient times. Now, in terms of cultivation, Feng Han was not as good as Hua Tiandu, but his magic power and the quality of his magic power were infinitely close. In terms of magic treasures, the Great Barren Ancient Furnace and the current Acheron map were equally matched. Now, he was not afraid of Hua Tiandu at all. However, it would be difficult to completely kill Hua Tiandu. After all, even the ancient giants of the Longevity Secret Territory could not kill him. Even so, with his strength, Feng Han was vaguely aiming for the number 1 position in the Divine Secret Territory. I wonder how powerful Fan Qingying and Yan Shui, who are ranked above Hua Tiandu, are. Hua Tiandu is infinitely close to the ancient giants of the Longevity Secret Territory. I can't imagine how powerful they are above him. Yan Shui is Hua Tiandu's fiancée. She once broke the formation of an ancient giant, Xingwu Xue. She's quite powerful. Let's see if we can meet. If we can meet, I'd like to have a good fight. Feng Han was naturally thinking about the top 2 experts on the longevity substitute list who were above Hua Tiandu. Feng Han, if Hua Tiandu breaks through the Longevity Secret Territory and becomes an ancient giant, his magic power will undergo another transformation. It's unbelievable. With the help of the Pill of Rebirth, he can achieve an immortal body. By then, it won't be difficult for him to defeat you. However, the more divine abilities you have, the harder it will be to increase your cultivation level. The next tribulation of wind and fire will be your life and death. If you can pass it, it'll be a flat plain. If you can't, you'll be turned into ashes. Yan Shui did not seem optimistic. The tribulation of wind and fire is just right for me to refine my Jin Dan. After I've accumulated for a period of time, I'll comprehend its profundity and see if I can ignite the tribulation of wind and fire and rush through it. Moreover, I'll give Venerable Ling Long Jin Dan's birthday gift. It won't be difficult for me to get her to guide me in my cultivation. Feng Han was not afraid at all. Now, I'll refine the prototype of a magical treasure. It'll be my natal magical treasure in the future, the 8-section stupa. The blood dragon crystal mountain that he had absorbed with his magic power started to spin violently. The giant mountain weighed an unknown amount of kilograms. However, Feng Han used his magic power to make it spin like a top. The airflow it created a hurricane in the Acheron map. Although Yan Shui had absorbed a lot of blood energy from the blood dragon crystal mountain, it was still crystal clear and filled with blood energy. 8-section Dragon King Ruler. Dragon Incinerating Cauldron. Dragon Eye Sphere. Drum of Dusk. Morning Bell. Prayer Beads. Sky-Splitting Halberd. Ming King Axe. Come out, 8-section stupa. As he waved his hands, 8 powerful artifacts flew out and approached the blood dragon crystal mountain that was spinning at high speed. Feng Han opened his mouth and spat out 1,000 feet-long flame, fusing the mountain with the 8 artifacts. Then, according to the basic security method of the 8-section stupa in the Heavenly Dragon's secret manual, he formed various seals. Feng Han was not refining the magical treasure, but piecing them together. He still did not have the ability to refine the 8-section stupa. If it was in the past, he would not even have the strength to piece these magical treasures together. Under the refinement of his flame, the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain absorbed enough flame energy. Suddenly, one side of the mountain collapsed, revealing 8 lattices. The mountain vaguely looked like a pagoda, the 8-section stupa. As soon as the 8 supreme grade treasures were embedded into the mountain, all sorts of transformations began to take place. The most significant change was the small copper bell. It burst out with golden light that intertwined into a huge bell and rang melodiously. As for the drum, it automatically began to rumble. Boom. Dong. The sound was shocking, but not because of the murderous aura of the war drum, but because of the awakening of the evening drum. In the Heavenly Dragon's secret manual, these 2 artifacts were called the morning bell and the evening drum. They could cleanse one's heart and drive away all distracting thoughts. In fact, if they were to become Tao artifacts, they would be like the Dipankara ancient Buddha umbrella, able to purify all living beings. After studying the refining methods in the Heavenly Dragon's secret manual, Feng Han felt that the Heavenly Dragons were similar to the Buddhist schools. Therefore, he had traded the fire of the Great Sun and wind of the Black Sun for the Great Salvation Zen light. Thanks to Feng Han's powerful magical power, the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain and the 8 supreme artifacts were finally pieced together according to the refining methods in the Heavenly Dragon's secret manual. Together, they formed a huge supreme artifact. That's right, it was a supreme artifact, not a Tao artifact. Because Feng Han was not an expert in the secret realm of longevity, no matter how many supreme artifacts were put together, they would not be able to transform into a Tao artifact and give birth to a powerful artifact spirit. But now, the embryonic form of the 8-section stupa was showing great power. After all, it was made up of 8 supreme artifacts and a Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain. Its power was unparalleled. A single supreme artifact was a supreme artifact. For example, the 8-section Dragon King ruler could resist a Jin Dan expert. However, the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain did not shrink. It was still huge. Therefore, there were very few people who could use this artifact. And using this artifact to attack was not as fast as using one's own magical power. Generally speaking, the embryonic form of the 8-section stupa could only be used to suppress enemies. Ha 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 ha, Feng Han, how are you going to use this artifact to fight your enemies? Are you going to throw a mountain out to kill your enemies? That's too slow. Yen laughed. Forget it. I don't expect this 8-section stupa to be used to fight my enemies. Feng Han admired the embryonic form of the 8-section stupa. The tall mountain peak and layers of artifacts were magnificent. Feng Han landed on the mountain peak and walked around leisurely. It was as if he was admiring the scenery on his own reincarnation peak. He was very satisfied. However, the back of the mountain peak was bare like a cliff. There were no carvings or drawings. It felt a little monotonous. Feng Han was about to write a few words himself when he suddenly had an idea. He took out the 5 elements earth talisman and stuck it on the back of the mountain, on the 1,000-feet-tall cliff. Boom! This time, the entire Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain shook and started to shrink. Feng Han was shocked. No one would have thought that the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain would transform the moment the talisman inscribed with the 6 words Om Ma and I Pa Mi Hum was pasted onto it. Shrink! It was as if a mysterious force in the 5 elements talisman was triggered by the Heavenly Dragon bloodline. Feng Han was dumbfounded by the power of the mountain peak. He had condensed his golden core and 90 kinds of divine powers. His Dharma power was so strong that he could be considered the strongest person below the immortal secret realm. However, he did not expect such a change. The 5 elements talisman contained a mysterious force. He knew that the 5 elements talisman contained a mysterious force. Especially the 6 words on it, it seemed to contain the mysterious profundity of the beginning of the world. However, he could not understand it. He guessed that he could not understand such a mysterious thing at his current level. The talisman's secrets were related to the ancient Buddhist elder suppressing the primordial demon lord. At the very least, Feng Han would have to wait until he reached the longevity secret realm before he could understand it. When he was cultivating the great salvation Zen light, the talisman moved a little. However, it did not move after that. Feng Han knew that his great salvation Zen light was too weak and could not trigger the power in the talisman. He pasted the talisman on the mountain peak because he felt that the mountain peak was missing something. This was an idea that came to him on a whim. He felt that the mountain peak in the Five Elements talisman was similar to the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain. Therefore, he thought of pasting the talisman on it. Under the power of the Six Runes talisman, the huge Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain, the embryonic form of the 8-section stupa, shrunk again and again. It was like the situation when the Emperor brush shrunk. With Feng Han's current mystique, it was impossible for him to refine the mountain peak to an extremely small size. He had to reach the longevity secret realm or even understand the rules of space before he could do it. However, the talisman had such power, the embryonic form of the 8-section stupa continued to shrink. In the end, it became an 8-inch pagoda. On one side of the pagoda, there were 8 supreme weapons. On the other side, there was the 6 runes talisman. It was as if the two had merged into one. It was as if the talisman had found a form of sustenance. They actually merged into one. As Feng Han was observing the changes, the pagoda seemed to have a mind of its own and wanted to fly away. Could it be? The pagoda has a weapon spirit? Then it must be a Dao weapon. It can actually fly away on its own. Come back quickly, humph. Even if you have a weapon spirit, you can't fly out of the Acheron map. Even if you aren't in the Acheron map, you can't fly away under the cover of my Jing Dan. Feng Han waved his hand and a surge of mystique enveloped the transformed pagoda. He didn't know what had happened to the pagoda to be able to give birth to a spirit. However, Lin Fan was well aware of this situation. When crafting a supreme-grade treasure, if it was refined to the limit and turned into a Dao weapon, the weapon spirit that would be born from it would have an unyielding nature and would fly off into the void. At this time, the refiner would have to use his own mystique to subdue the weapon spirit. Then, he would integrate his own will into the weapon spirit and control it completely. This was a newly born weapon. Some ancient weapons, such as the Acheron map, the Emperor brush, the inextinguishable lightning talisman, and even the Great Baron ancient furnace, were not refined by humans. Instead, they were chosen as successors. Feng Han's mystique enveloped the embryonic form of the 8-section pagoda. Immediately, the weapon struggled violently. The 8 supreme weapons on it vibrated, especially the Sky Splitter halberd and the Ming King axe. They emitted a strong light and the shadow of a huge axe chopped down on Feng Han. The Sky Splitter halberd was faintly discernible. Suddenly, it aimed at Feng Han's Achilles heel and attacked. Feng Han didn't even look. He flicked his fingers and 2 rays of starlight shot out, forming a blade light. It was the mystique of the star-refining demon slayer saber. It directly repelled the power of the Sky Splitter halberd and the Ming King axe. At the same time, he channeled his mystique and the Jing Dan above his head flew out and suppressed it. In an instant, the pagoda was suppressed to the bottom of the Acheron River. However, the 8-section pagoda was still shaking under the suppression of Feng Han's Jing Dan. It was like an ancient demon god that had been chained up. With a shake, the Acheron map shook. What great power! After the talisman of the 5 elements, the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain, and the 8-section pagoda combined, they actually developed spirituality. But it doesn't seem to be a Dao treasure. Because the 8 mystique treasures are supreme weapons. Only the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain seems to have something seeped into it. Feng Han opened his mouth and exhaled again. The immortal world chi absorbed by the world tree between his eyebrows was all converted into mystique. He channeled his mystique into the Jing Dan and suppressed the embryonic form of the 8-section pagoda. It was deeply immobilized. His current strength was close to 100 million. The strength of 100 million galloping horses was infinitely close to the secret realm of immortality. The power of the Jing Dan could uproot mountains and split the earth. It also had the geographical advantage in the Acheron map. It was able to suppress the 8-section pagoda. It couldn't resist at all. But he was also surprised. Why did this mystique treasure have such great power? Feng Han used his mind power to penetrate the magic treasure. He immediately saw that all the dragon blood chi in the blood dragon crystal mountain was slowly condensing, as if it was about to condense into the shadow of a large Buddha. It was like the ancient Buddha in the Dipankara ancient Buddha umbrella. However, this ancient Buddha's shadow was blood red. It was a blood Buddha in name. Its aura was completely different from the Buddha on the Dipankara ancient Buddha umbrella. It was incomparably powerful. It put its palms together and chanted in Sanskrit. It was like the secret voice of the heavenly dragon. It was mixed with the sound of the morning bell and evening drum. It had the power to purify all living things, just like the great salvation Zen light. However, with Feng Han's level of cultivation, he was not affected by it. So it's the talisman of the 5 elements. This talisman can actually transform the blood dragon crystal and condense a blood Buddha inside. Feng Han observed. At this moment, Yan also came over and carefully observed the embryonic form of the 8-sectioned pagoda that Feng Han had suppressed. Only then did he know that this pagoda had not transformed into a doctrine artifact. It was the blood Buddha inside that was causing trouble. And it was the talisman of the 5 elements that created the blood Buddha. This talisman actually had the power to condense blood into a Buddha. With my blood. Suppress the pagoda. Feng Han understood the situation and hurriedly used his chi to force out his blood. He spat it out and merged it with the blood Buddha of the embryonic form of the 8-sectioned pagoda. Then he gradually understood that this blood Buddha was similar to the spirit of the Lord of the Bloody Night, but it did not give birth to real power. But in this 8-sectioned pagoda, there was a huge space inside it. There were 8 layers in total. Each layer had a radius of dozens of miles. In the center of each space, there was a magic treasure floating and suppressing it. On the highest floor of the stupa sat a blood-red Buddha with a blurry face. It was chanting the 6 words Om Mani Padme Hum over and over again. Every time it chanted, a mysterious power seemed to be transmitted from the void and added to the 8-sectioned pagoda. This mysterious power was not the chi of the world of immortals, the power of godhood, or any other kind of chi of heaven and earth, but it was somewhat similar to the great salvation Zen light. The 5 elements talisman was still sitting quietly on the back of the 8-sectioned pagoda. Feng Han scanned it with his consciousness and found that the talisman could be activated and lead to the 5 elements talisman. He'd used the great salvation Zen light to refine the talisman and activate some of its potential. That was why the talisman had merged with the blood dragon crystal mountain. It had shrunk a huge mountain and condensed the blood energy inside into the embryonic form of a blood Buddha. At the same time, it had given birth to a huge space. Good. Feng Han, the methods of the ancient Buddhist sects are indeed extraordinary. I think this 5 elements talisman is far more than just the power to travel through space. This time, it actually helped you condense the 8-sectioned pagoda and condense the blood Buddha. At the same time, it opened up a space inside. It can be said that it has completed the initial refining of this magic treasure. Without the power of this talisman, you can't condense the blood dragon crystal mountain unless you've cultivated an immortal body and comprehended the mysteries of space, Yan Gaga shouted. This is unusual. The 8-sectioned pagoda is now very powerful. It's between a doctrine artifact and a supreme-grade treasure. However, I feel that there's something strange about this. Because this talisman is out of my control. It seems to be actively refining a magic treasure. There's some kind of conspiracy. Feng Han said in a low voice. He really couldn't fully control this talisman. He'd originally wanted to refine the 8-sectioned pagoda into his natal magic treasure, but now, this talisman had taken the lead. Although he had integrated his blood into the blood Buddha that had yet to take shape, Feng Han felt that it was different. In the future, he might be making a wedding dress for a powerful existence. It's nothing. Anyway, you haven't lost anything now. At least you can use this magic treasure to suppress others. Moreover, I think this talisman works because of your great salvation Zen light. Why don't you refine the talisman with the great salvation Zen light every day? Maybe this talisman will refine the 8-sectioned pagoda for you. Yan Gaga suggested. That's the only way. Feng Han nodded. I'm clean now. The Blackwater Kingsnake and even the Divine Dragon Pill have turned into primordial chi because of the cultivation of the Jing Dan. Venerable Ling Long's birthday is coming to an end. I'll set off in 10 days. When I arrive at Exquisite Paradise, I can't just give away a Jin Dan for free. I need to establish a good relationship with them. I also need to give some magic treasures and elixirs to some female disciples. This is a big problem. Yan Gaga shook his head. Now, Feng Han only had Song Wei's Jin Dan left. He didn't have any other elixirs or magic treasures. The immortal world primordial qi accumulated by the world tree these days was also depleted. It wasn't refined into a yuaning pill. Although you've refined your natal Jin Dan, the amount of dermic power required to activate the Jin Dan is astonishing. Every time the Jin Dan moves, its dermic power will be consumed. Alas! The immortal world primordial qi of the world tree is just enough for you. Now, Feng Han was really clean. There was nothing on him. He was a pauper. The 8-section stupa had already merged with the talisman of the 5 elements. He could not give it away. And all the magic treasures and pills he had taken from the Dragon Palace had been used up. The vitality accumulated by the world tree every day had to be converted into his own magic power. He could not refine the yuaning pill. Now that he had 5 spiritual Cs, how much magic power could they hold, especially since his Jin Dan contained 90 kinds of divine powers. Every time he used the Jin Dan, it would consume a huge amount of magic power. Without the support of the world tree's vitality, he could not use it at all. If he were to give his golden core to someone else, such as the Ghost Emperor or the Dark Underworld King, these experts would only need to circulate it once and all of their magic power would be depleted. He would be exhausted and unable to move. The 90 kinds of divine powers of the Jin Dan was equivalent to a mountain. Even a 10th level divine ability realm expert could not use it more than a few times. Therefore, the vitality absorbed by Feng Han every day had to be stored in his spiritual sea as the power to use the Jin Dan's divine powers. Every time he circulated his gold core, he consumed enough energy from the immortal realm to refine 10,000 nascent soul pills. The primordial qi of 10,000 nascent soul elixirs was enough for Feng Han to activate his golden core slightly. Who could afford this kind of consumption? This kind of divine power could only be used by the ancient powerhouses of the immortal realm. If not for the world tree absorbing the vitality of the immortal realm, Feng Han would not be able to use the 90 kinds of divine powers of the Jin Dan. Instead, it would be a burden. The 90 kinds of divine powers of the Jin Dan was already a heaven-defying act. The current situation was like this. The daily absorption of the immortal realm's vitality by the world tree could no longer be used to refine the yuaning pill. It could only be stored as the power to activate the Jin Dan. Therefore, Feng Han had basically lost the ability to make a lot of money every day. It was no longer possible for him to take out 1,000,000 medicinal pills or 1,000,000,000 medicinal pills to befriend others and buy or sell things. Strength came with a price. It was just like the martial arts experts in the secular world. Although they were powerful, they had to eat and drink well every day. If Feng Han did not have the world tree, who knew how many magic crystals and jade stones he would have to prepare to activate the Jin Dan? Every time he moved, the magic crystals and jade stones he consumed would be enough to bankrupt an expert at the 5th level of the transcendent realm. Feng Han's current assets were the map of the underworld, the demonic saber Xuezong Qiong, the 5 elements earth spirit talisman, and the 8-section stupa formed by the blood dragon crystal mountains, the ultimate treasure of the Dragon Palace. Although the mountain peak of the Ascension Gate had some protective arrays, such as the unfolding moon sword array, the giant spirit flag, the 5 hells royal cauldron, the shooting star arrow, and the falling star bow. However, they would be used in the future to guard against the invasion of the gods. Now, they were being controlled by the witch. None of these could be given out. Now that they had arrived at Exquisite Paradise, it would be too shabby if they could only take out Jin Dan's birthday gift. Poor. Poor. Who would have thought that I, Feng Han, who had cultivated the great Jin Dan with 90 types of divine abilities and nearly 100,000,000 magic power, would become a pauper? It would be great if I could find a large fragment of the world tree. What Feng Han needed most now was to find another fragment of the world tree. If he could find a large number of fragments and a large amount of immortal world yuan qi, he would be able to activate his Jin Dan more flexibly. Moreover, he would be able to use the excess energy to refine pills. Why was it that experts of the secret realm of longevity could absorb immortal world yuan qi, but could not refine pills? That was because the yuan qi they absorbed from the immortal world was just used for their own cultivation. Now, Fang Han was in such an awkward situation. It was just right for him to use. How about this? Why don't we go to the 5-elemental land and capture a few xuanwu, ting serpents, vermilion birds, and bring them back as gifts? Yen suggested. Forget it. The 5-elemental land is not a good place. I have always felt that the ancient demon Venerable is somewhat mysterious and strange. Moreover, the Tai Gate is eyeing the 5-elemental land covetously. An expert like Tai Huang Tian almost killed me in the starry sky last time. If I can't recruit more experts to go to the 5-elemental land, I won't be willing to go there so easily. You should know that I have already mastered 90 types of Jin Dan. There is hope for the secret realm of longevity. If something goes wrong, all my efforts will be in vain. Fang Han shook his head. With his current ability, he did not want to get involved in the battle between the giants of the secret realm of longevity. What should we do now? Let's go to the Dashuan Empire to find Prince Yi and see what gifts he has. This guy is rich. It's better to borrow his influence. Fang Han made up his mind. At this moment, a ray of starlight suddenly descended. It was the gigantic Xingyun baby. What's wrong? Xingyun baby? You are back from the Tai Chi Star Palace. What gifts did the Star Lord give you to celebrate Venerable Ling Long's birthday? Fang Han asked. 300 star condensation pills, 300 tail starlight beasts, 300 supreme grade flying swords, and 300 supreme grade dharma robes. None of them are good things. My father said that big brother Fang Han is rich and overbearing, so I will follow you and give the gifts. Xingyun baby said naively. Follow me and give the gifts? I am so poor that I only have magic power left. Fang Han shook his head with a wry smile. You didn't give me many gifts. I wanted to borrow some from you. But it seems that I can't do it now. By the way, how will Xianxia go? He has prepared his own gifts and is already on his way to exquisite paradise. He definitely won't be willing to go with you. Xingyun baby said, Big brother, you are going to give the Jin Dan to the Tai Gate's disciple. Who will follow you and get involved in this kind of trouble? Let's go. Let's go to the Dashuan Empire and meet Prince Yi. Fang Han waved his big sleeve and wrapped Xingyun baby, then flew out of the Gemini Gate's grotto heaven. This time, he gained a lot in the Gemini Gate's grotto heaven. Not only did he cultivate the Jin Dan, but he also learned some Buddhist techniques. He even deepened his understanding of the Tao of Stars, which would be more thorough for his future cultivation. The only thing was that he had nothing on him now. He was a pauper. After flying out of the Gemini Gate's grotto heaven, Fang Han directly shuttled through the 9 heavens astral wind layer instead of landing on the ground. Originally, flying in the 9 heavens astral wind layer consumed a lot of magic power. However, this amount of astral wind was nothing to Fang Han. He shuttled through the astral wind layer to find some wind jinn or encounter flying swords left behind by seniors in the astral wind layer. He wanted to subdue them and give them as gifts. I didn't expect that I would fall to the point where I have to pick herbs and catch spirit beasts myself. If I had 1 billion pills in the past, I would have gone to buy them. Or I would have used them to smash people. Fang Han couldn't adapt to the fact that he couldn't use the immortal world's vitality to condense the Yuanying pill. He was used to being extravagant in the past. Now that he was living a tight life, he was really sullen. In particular, the next trip to exquisite paradise was a place with a huge expenditure. It was rumored that Fang Han's wealth was comparable to that of a sect. But when he arrived at exquisite paradise, all the female disciples saw that he was so poor that he couldn't take out anything. That would be a big embarrassment, not to mention making friends everywhere. However, although the 9 heavens astral wind layer was vast and boundless, the valuable wind jinn had long been collected by some experts. Fang Han didn't have any good luck and didn't encounter any. Not to mention the flying swords left behind by seniors. Ever since he condensed the Jin Dan, Fang Han felt that his luck seemed to have been exhausted. Exquisite paradise was rumored to be far away in the sea. Across the ocean, there were countless immortal mountains and jade lakes at the end. In the depths of the changing space, there was a female sect that could contend with the Tai Gate. Venerable Ling Long, as the first person in 3,000 years, had profound magical force that was much stronger than Feng Baiyu and Star Lord. She had traversed the myriad of worlds and created the supreme divine ability of exquisite Great Luo Heaven. She was known as Great Luo. In Great Luo, all spacetime was eternal and free. This was no longer the realm of the longevity secret domain, but the realm of the immortals in the immortal world. Feng Han had studied the divine ability of exquisite Great Luo Heaven. It was indeed unfathomable. It wasn't inferior to the Infinite Stars book and the Five Monarchs' Great Devil Art. However, the exquisite Great Luo Heaven that Fairy Huiyun cultivated wasn't complete. It seemed to be only a small part of it. Although the experts of Jin Dan were small overlords, it was impossible to impart such a supreme divine ability to all of them at once. Such a supreme divine ability was so profound that it could only be comprehended in the longevity secret domain. The same was true for the Five Monarchs' Great Devil Art that Feng Han cultivated. After cultivating it to an extremely high level in the longevity secret domain, one could even learn from the ancient Buddhist sect and evolve the 5 elemental spiritual roots to suppress the devil venerables. One could even evolve a heaven and earth and open up a new world. The 9 heavens astral wind was tearing and howling around him. It was getting fiercer and fiercer. However, Feng Han didn't care about it at all. With a glance, he could even see the ground below through the astral wind layer and determine where he was flying to. He wasn't going to exquisite paradise, but to the Dashuan Empire. All of a sudden, something unexpected happened during his flight. The astral wind layer that was several hundred miles in radius actually disappeared without a trace. Then, fog filled the air. Clouds of smoke curled up, and water vapor filled the air. Even with Feng Han's ability, he couldn't feel any fluctuation of magical force at all. It was extremely quiet. In the surrounding mist and water, there were the sounds of birds chirping and flowers blooming. Then, flowers bloomed and rivers flowed among the flowers. The sun shone down from the void. The mist and water were hazy, and the sunlight refracted a rainbow. In an instant, someone used a great magical force to create a world like a paradise in the 9 heavens astral wind layer. There were mountains of flowers and seas of flowers, and everywhere was rippling with the feeling of happiness. Who used great magical force to create such a great disparity? Feng Han went deep into it and felt that it was boundless. He couldn't see the 9 heavens astral wind layer, nor could he see the ground. It was as if he had fallen into a void illusion. Needless to say, this was an extremely clever method to ambush him on the way. Feng Han of the Ascension Gate, in the depths of the sea of flowers, a lot of mist and water formed a hazy female figure. It was really like mist and water, like a fairy walking on waves, like a water spirit in a river. Yan Shuai, the number 1 direct disciple of the Tai Gate, the fiancé of Hua Tiandu. Feng Han's pupils contracted. You have such great magical force. No wonder Xing Wuxue of the longevity secret realm couldn't kill you. You can actually recognize me? No wonder you can fight Hua Tiandu. Your magical force is so vast? How many divine powers did you cultivate in your Jin Dan? 80, 90? The woman formed by mist and water gradually became clearer and clearer. She stared at Feng Han. The person who came was actually the number 1 direct disciple of the Tai Gate. Yan Shuai was ranked 2nd on the longevity substitute list. She was infinitely close to the longevity secret realm. It was said that this woman had stepped into the 10th level of the Abhijna and changed fate for many years. Her magical force was unfathomable. She had countless magical treasures and even Dao artifacts. Her strength was even higher than Hua Tiandu's. Feng Han had never imagined that there would be someone more powerful than Hua Tiandu in the divine Arcana land. Hua Tiandu was a ferocious and powerful figure who could step into the immortal Arcana land at any time. Now he finally understood. Why was Yan Shuai ranked higher than Hua Tiandu? Just this one move alone, to create a void environment in the 9 heavens squall that was between reality and illusion, was almost at the level of the longevity secret realm. Moreover, Feng Han felt a continuous power from this person. It was as majestic as mountains and as hazy as mist. Feng Han tried his best to use his eyesight, but he couldn't see what this person looked like. Is it strange? This misty realm is formed by my second primordial spirit. My second primordial spirit is a pearl called the Neptunian Divine Pearl. It's a Tao artifact left behind by the ancient water god. I successfully cultivated it with the external incarnation technique. It became my second primordial spirit. You're trapped in it and can't get out. I'm the reincarnation of a wisp of the ancient water god spirit, just like Feng Qingshui in the Ascension Gate. But she's the spirit of the lightning mother, and I'm the spirit of the water god. Now you know what kind of existence I am. Yan Shui finally revealed her figure. She was dressed in a robe that was like smoke and water. Her face was like a lotus flower in clear water. There was a faint water mark between her eyebrows, which added to her mystery. At first glance, this person was not a cultivator of the mortal world, but the reincarnation of an ancient god of nature. She didn't have any aura of the mortal world, which was completely different from human aura. Feng Han even felt that this woman was an anomaly, not a human. Although Feng Qingshui was known as the reincarnation of the lightning mother, she still had a strong aura of human aura. However, this woman didn't have any aura of human aura. It was terrifying. The ancient god of nature was different from the god race. The god of nature was a powerful existence born from the chi of heaven and earth over countless years. For example, Lady, the lightning mother, the water god, and even the mountain god Pearl that Feng Han saw at the auction last time were all god of nature, but they were still in the process of being nurtured. After 100 million years of nurturing, they would become mountain gods. In fact, the white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, and moat snake in the land of 5 elements were also god of nature. However, they weren't strong enough to be called god of nature. If they were a true god of nature, a white tiger could be called the white tiger god. Or the gunmetal god. It was equivalent to an extremely powerful existence in the secret realm of immortality. Feng Han would probably be killed in a single blow, let alone refine it. If Feng Han's 5 emperors fiend god theurgy reached the highest level, then the White Emperor, Golden Emperor, Red Emperor, and Fire Emperor would also become powerful existences similar to God of Nature. At that time, they would be true Khanate sovereigns. The 5 elements and 10 directions would all be under their control. These God of Nature were extremely talented. If they were reincarnated, their cultivation speed would be unbelievably fast. Feng Qingshui was a classic example. She was the reincarnation of the ancient lightning goddess. Even Hua Tiandu didn't want to provoke her. But now, Yan Shui was even stronger than Feng Qingshui. The Neptunian Divine Pearl is an existence similar to the inextinguishable lightning talisman. I didn't expect you to be the reincarnation of a wisp of the primordial water god. A god of nature. And you've cultivated the Neptunian Divine Pearl into a second primordial spirit. No wonder you have such powerful dermic powers. You came to find me this time because you want to spar with me? You should know. Even Tai Huang Tian of the Tai Gate can't kill me. Feng Han's eyes narrowed into slits. I know that, but Lord Tai Huang Tian was stopped by the primordial demon lord. I know the secrets of the land of 5 elements better than you. Feng Han. The primordial demon lord can't use dermic powers to come to the Xianhuang Great World because the Temple of Desolation still exists. However, I didn't come to find you this time to fight. You and I have no enmity, and Hua Tiandu's hatred for you has nothing to do with me. However, you want to give the Jin Dan of the Tai Gate's disciples as a birthday gift to Venerable Immortal Ling Long. This is absolutely not allowed. I came here today to make a deal with you. If you return the Jin Dan of the Tai Gate's disciples to me, I'll give you a Tao artifact. How about it? Yan Shui's voice was faint. Her lotus-like face didn't have the slightest expression, but it wasn't cold. Instead, it was calm. No one could guess what she was thinking in the depths of her heart at this moment. A Tao artifact in exchange for Song Wei's Jin Dan? This is a good deal. However, why do I see that you were prepared to rob me at first, but changed your mind immediately after seeing that I've cultivated the Jin Dan? You probably don't know that I've cultivated the Jin Dan and refined the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghosts primordial spirit. My dermic powers are so strong that I'm the strongest in the divine ability secret realm. As long as you don't break through to the immortal secret realm, you won't be my opponent. Feng Han's body shook. He stood in the sky with a majestic gait like a giant, revealing his sharp claws and fangs. The strongest in the divine ability secret realm isn't like this. Xianxia shook her head. She didn't mock him, as if she was seriously stating a fact. I have my heaven and earth dharma form, the calamity primordial spirit. I also have my second primordial spirit, the Neptunian divine pearl. My dharmic powers are not below yours. Although the Ghost Emperor is an expert, he's not my opponent. I only need to use one of my incarnations to annihilate him. The only thing I'm wary of is your 5 Emperor's great demon mystique. Although your cultivation is only at the Jin Dan, it's not that easy to break through this mystique. Therefore, although I have a 70% chance of winning against you, I might suffer some minor injuries, or lose one of my incarnations, before I can completely suppress you. This is the most crucial moment for me to cultivate to the immortal secret realm. I don't want to be injured and affect my cultivation. That's why I'm willing to exchange a Dao treasure for junior brother Song Wei's Jin Dan. As he spoke, a small green sword appeared at Yan Shui's fingertips. A green mist rose from the sword and condensed into a young lady in green clothes. She was graceful and graceful. She was actually the weapon spirit of the green sword. This small green sword was also a low-grade Dao weapon. The green-clothed girl's strength was in no way inferior to the Bloody Knight Monarch. This is... Fong Han's fingers moved. This is the rare Bloodshed Soft Water Sword. Although the elder of the Bloodshed Demon sect, the Bloodshed Old Monster, refined a Bloodshed sword, it was only a supreme treasure. It can't compare to this sword. In particular, this sword can be paired with your demonic saber, Bloody Firmament. The blade of blood was refined by a powerful figure in the sky demon through blood sacrifice. It's a fierce and violent treasure for killing. As for my sword, it's extremely gentle. 2 weapon spirits dual cultivate, refining and fusing with each other. Its power is limitless. It's worth much more than a Jin Dan. Moreover, after the exchange, the grudge between you and the Tai Gate will be written off. The disciples and elders of the Tai Gate will no longer cause trouble for you. What, you're not willing to exchange? Yan Shui caressed the bloodshed soft water sword as she spoke quietly. There was no need for any pressure. It was a pure transaction. The blade of blood on Fong Han's body trembled. What? Lord of the Bloody Knight? Fong Han asked. The weapon spirit of this bloodshed soft cloud sword is indeed complementary to me. If we dual cultivate, 1 blade and 1 sword, we'll definitely be able to make up for each other's weaknesses. It'll shorten the time it takes for me to become a mid-grade Dao treasure. If I dual cultivate with this bloodshed soft water sword, we'll be able to contend against Hua Tiandu's coiling martial divine sword. The Lord of the Bloody Knight seemed to be getting lustful. When he saw the weapon spirit of the graceful girl in green, he couldn't help but roar. I don't think she's that kind. I hope you don't get sucked dry. Fong Han chuckled and said to Yan Shui, this sword is indeed a good match for my demonic saber, Bloody Firmament. It's worth much more than a Jin Dan. You're indeed the #1 disciple of the Tai Gate. You have so many Dao treasures. But what? Yan Shui asked without any change in his expression. But I'll give the Jin Dan of the Tai Gate to Venerable Ling Long. I wonder how much she'll give me. Fong Han calculated, Venerable Ling Long's generosity is well known in the cultivation world. I don't lack any magical treasures now. I just want to improve my cultivation and reach the immortal secret realm as soon as possible. How much can she teach me? You can't compare to her. So? You don't want to trade? Yan Shui shook his head and sighed, why do you have to do this? It's not easy for you and me to cultivate to this level. We should be lenient whenever possible. Only then can we live forever. With your personality, stubbornness, and greed, you'll get into big trouble. I already have a lot of trouble, so I don't care about this. But we can still trade. I don't want the Dao treasure. If you agree to a few of my conditions, I'll return the Jin Dan to the Tai Gate. Fong Han said. What conditions? Tell me. First, Hua Tiandu and I have a 10-year agreement. We're about to fight. You and Hua Tiandu have a marriage agreement. Because of this, we have a grudge against each other. I'm afraid you'll scheme against me during the trade. So, you have to break off the marriage agreement with Hua Tiandu. Fong Han said frankly. break off the marriage agreement? That's not impossible. Yan Shui declined to comment, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. My engagement with Hua Tiandu is just a transaction with him. Even if we get married, it's still not enough. Even if we're married, I won't really dual cultivate with him and become Dao companions. On this point, you've helped me by giving me an excuse. But in my opinion, since you've mentioned the first condition, there's a second condition. How about it? Secondly, how about my marriage agreement with him? Fang Han's words were shocking. What did you say? Say it again? Yan Shui didn't seem to have heard Fang Han's second point clearly and wanted to confirm it. Second, you said that after we make the deal, the Tai Gate will forget about the grudge between me and them and won't cause me any more trouble. This is indeed tempting. Back then, I was forced to do so because I didn't want to incur the grudge of the Tai Gate. However, I don't believe that you can forget about it just like that. After all, I killed the 2 Jin Dan giants of the Tai Gate. Even if the demon emperor of the demon sect killed them, he would be in a lot of trouble. Fang Han analyzed the points one by one. He wasn't making trouble for no reason. Instead, it was reasonable. It's normal that you don't believe me. To be honest, I can't stop the other elders from taking revenge on you. Yan Shui continued, you are wise and resourceful. I'd like to hear what you have in mind. It's very simple. Fang Han's eyes flashed with a hint of conspiracy. You can announce the annulment of your engagement with Hua Tiandu and then announce your engagement with me. Anyway, this is just a facade. I can't really dual cultivate with you. However, once the news gets out, it means that the grudge between me and the Tai Gate has been resolved. This doesn't mean anything. We cultivators don't care about status or anything like that. What we care about is cultivation and reaching the secret realm of immortality. Then, we can comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and not care about anything else. How about it? If you agree to these 2 points, I will not only make the deal with you. I will also give you some emotion for getting water as a token of our engagement. I can even give you the blade of blood. You can use a blade and a sword to complement each other. Do you know about the emotion for getting water? It's something you need to reach the secret realm of immortality. Perhaps, with the emotion for getting water, you can cleanse your magic power and break through to the secret realm of immortality. Yan Shui heard the tempting voice. Also, when we reach the secret realm of immortality, we can use the Acheron map to open the door to Acheron's treasury. He took out Acheron's treasure trove. Why don't you share it with me? Fang Han proposed 2 conditions. First, let Yan Shui and Hua Tiandu cancel the engagement. Secondly, he wanted Yan Shui to be engaged to him again. Even though it was ridiculous, he wasn't intentionally toying with him. He knew that for a cultivator like Yan Shui, everything would be based on the greatest benefits. As long as he could cultivate to the longevity secret realm, he could give up and disregard everything else. Moreover, whether it was a marriage contract with Hua Tiandu or himself, it was just a verbal reputation. There was nothing substantial about it. Fang Han didn't think that he could really cultivate with Yan Shui. Of course, he didn't have such thoughts. As for Hua Tiandu, it was impossible for him to cultivate with Yan Shui. What a joke. Yan Shui was the reincarnation of the ancient water god. She inherited the wisdom and foundation of the ancient nature god. How could she give herself to a mortal cultivator? Fang Han proposed this condition with the temptation of the emotion for getting water and the blade of blood. He even brought out the temptation of Acheron's treasury. The main reason was to attack Hua Tiandu. The emotion for getting water, the blade of blood, and the temptation of the legendary Acheron's treasury. Fang Han believed that no matter who it was, they would be tempted. Moreover, Yan Shui wouldn't really lose anything. Especially the emotion for getting water. Yan Shui was the reincarnation of the water god's original soul. The emotion for getting water was one of the most miraculous primordial waters in the universe. If she obtained it, she could immediately reach the secret realm of immortality. Fang Han saw this point. That was why he dared to propose this condition. After saying a series of benefits, Fang Han looked at Yan Shui. He observed the changes in her expression so that he could figure out everything. Then, he could carry out his own scheme. Who would have thought that this Yan Shui only smiled and nodded, I didn't expect that when I used the bloodshed soft water sword to tempt you, you would instead use the demonic saber blood firmament, oblivion water, and even the Yellow Springs treasury to tempt me. To be honest, I don't care about the blade of blood. The Tai Gate has always wanted Acheron's treasury. However, it has nothing to do with me. The emotion for getting water is a rare treasure. As the saying goes, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also age. The most taboo thing for cultivators is the word love. Even the water god can't control this water. If I can obtain it, it will be beneficial to my cultivation. I can immediately step into the secret realm of immortality and comprehend the gate of the immortal world. This temptation is too great. That's right. Do you agree? If you agree, in the 9 heavens astral wind layer, you can achieve the immortal world of immortality. Then you can achieve the immortal mystic realm. Feng Han's tone was like a devil tempting mortals. Of course Yan Shui said indifferently. I won't agree. What? Feng Han's expression suddenly turned cold. He let out a long sigh and calmed down. If I say to cancel the second condition and only ask you to break off the engagement with Hua Tiandu, then I will give you the blood spear. But I'll still give you the blood firmament dome and the water of oblivion. How about we get the Yellow Springs Devil Palace together? This was a huge step back. Perhaps, breaking off the engagement with Hua Tiandu and getting engaged with Feng Han was too absurd. However, if the second condition was removed, it would be much more generous. Most importantly, Yan Shui didn't have any feelings for Hua Tiandu. In fact, this woman was as calm as water. She had transcended the mortal world and her magic power was overwhelming. She didn't have any feelings for anyone. Moreover, Feng Han saw that she didn't seem to have any deep feelings for the Tai Gate. At this step, Feng Han believed that this woman had no reason to reject him. He was retreating in order to advance. As long as he hooked up with this woman and broke her psychological barrier, he would immediately have thousands of methods and thousands of schemes to make all of her magic treasures his. Now, Feng Han was confident that he was on the same level as Hua Tiandu. He was even a little stronger than him. However, it was still difficult to defeat and kill him. If Yan Shui broke off the engagement, it would be an indelible blow to Hua Tiandu. Once the seed of failure was planted, it would be much easier to defeat and kill him. He was looking forward to Yan Shui's nod and breaking off the engagement. Feng Han's heart was relieved. However, the misty woman smiled again and said, "People say that you, Feng Han, have thousands of evil plans and conspiracies in your heart. You can come up with thousands of schemes with just a thought. I didn't believe it, but today, I've finally seen it for myself." Anyone would be tempted by these words. Unfortunately, I won't be tempted. We cultivators have our own paths in our hearts. We will cut through all obstacles and open up an immortal path in the void. We will not rely on others. Although the water of forgetfulness can help me reach the secret realm of immortality, I won't force it. Even if you give me the water of forgetfulness unconditionally, I won't take it. I want to enter the gate of immortality with my own will. I won't rely on any external objects. If I can rely on external objects, what treasures does the Tai Gate lack? I've already reached the secret realm of immortality. Why would I wait until now? This woman. Hearing Yan Shui's words, Feng Han swallowed his saliva. This woman's state of mind is really terrifying. I've tempted her so many times and lowered my conditions, but she's still unmoved. She's invulnerable to poison, fire, and water. It seems like today's matter won't end well. We'll have to fight. This was the first time Feng Han felt that his schemes had no effect at all. In front of such a determined person, everything was fake. If you still don't agree, then I have no other choice. I can only give Song Wei's Jin Dan to Venerable Ling Long as a birthday gift. Feng Han shook his head. So, Feng Han, you're forcing me to do it? Yan Shui shook her head. I really don't want to do it. Especially for someone like you who has a profound cultivation base and thousands of tricks hidden in your heart. If I can't kill you, I'll have endless troubles in the future. Even if I kill you, I'll have to pay a price. It's best if we don't do it. Nonsense. Let me see how strong your Neptunian Divine Pearl and Second Primordial Spirit are. Bridge of Helplessness, Gate of Avicii, open the illusory void for me." Feng Han was extremely bold. Since he couldn't tempt this woman, he would use violence to make her yield. When wisdom was of no use, at this moment, the only thing that could override wisdom was eternal power. In the illusory void, there was a high-grade Dao tool, Neptunian Divine Pearl, which was similar to the inextinguishable lightning talisman. Moreover, the tool spirit of the Neptunian Divine Pearl had almost merged with Yan Shui, turning into her second primordial spirit. However, ever since Yan Shui had cultivated a true form and was reborn with the help of the immemorial celestial dragon's remains, his body was filled with pure yang qi. His magical power had increased tremendously, and he had opened the bridge of helplessness. The Acheron map had started to become really powerful. It wasn't inferior to any high-grade Dao tool. Feng Han channeled his magical power. Immediately, the gate of Avicii appeared behind him. Demonic qi surged, and an ancient stone bridge with faint traces of fiend god's blood appeared. It connected the illusory void and the real world. The airflow in the air exploded and rolled. Everywhere, scenes of the destruction of the world appeared. Feng Han destroyed the illusory void with a single strike. He stood on the bridge of helplessness. His hand was wide and thick, and it flickered with a fine luster. It seemed to contain the most terrifying power in the world. It made people feel like he could blot out the sky with a wave of his hand. Blot out the sky with a single hand. His clothes fluttered as he stood on the ancient stone bridge. He was like an ancient fiend god that had descended to the human world. He destroyed the illusory void with a single strike. He did not stop there. He extended his hand, and a ball of terrifying energy immediately condensed. It formed a cavern in his hand, wildly devouring the energy of the world. In a single moment, the layer of atmospheric wind within several dozen kilometers completely collapsed. Even the illusory world created by the Neptunian Divine Pearl condensed, about to be cast into Feng Han's hand. He used his great devouring technique to kill Yan Shui in a single strike. Even if he could not kill him, he wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson. The great devouring technique was Feng Han's most powerful ability right now. Who knew how much energy of the immortal world the Kuanping Dome had devoured before it finally condensed into this form? He actually wanted to devour the Neptunian Divine Pearl immediately. This was the first time Feng Han faced a powerful enemy after cultivating the Jing Dan. So, he did not hold back at all. He attacked viciously and cruelly. If he held back against a reincarnated god like Yan Shui, even the current Feng Han would be at a disadvantage. After all, Yan Shui was someone who could destroy the eternal demon formation of the longevity secret realm hundreds of years ago. He used the great devouring technique right away, and it directly turned into a gaping mouth. It covered the world like a dog swallowing the sun. It enveloped over, wanting to devour the Neptunian Divine Pearl. However, the Neptunian Divine Pearl was a high-grade Dao artifact after all. It was the treasure of the ancient water god. As soon as it was threatened, it immediately turned into a ball the size of a fist. Waves rumbled inside, and a gust of wind blew, eliminating all the pressure in the surroundings. Then, the figure of a woman appeared below the Neptunian Divine Pearl. It was Yan Shui. "I have cultivated the Jing Dan with 90 abilities. I can conquer the world and dominate the world. Are you a match for me?" Feng Han gathered essence qi in his palm. He did not leave just yet. He took a step forward. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. He was like a dragon, a tiger, a wolf, and a leopard. He was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. He almost shortened the distance between them. He instantly appeared in front of Yan Shui and threw a punch. No one could describe the speed of this punch, and no one could describe how tyrannical it was. It was absolutely tyrannical. It shook time and space. It was close to 100 million dermic powers. A crystalline color appeared on Feng Han's skin. Lightning flowed on it, and the 5 elemental energy surged. There was even an aura of the fusion of the divine investiture art and the sky demon art. His organs rumbled like heavenly drums, and there was also the sound of a conch blowing. It was so powerful that it could even destroy a steel mountain. His body was already extremely strong. After going through the baptism of the Jing Dan's transformation, it had undergone a sublimation. All the powers in it, such as the power of lightning, the power of the dragon, the power of the divine investiture tablet, the power of the sky demon hand, and the 5 elemental energy, had been fused into one. Although it was not as strong as the immortal body, there were very few Dharma treasures that could destroy his body. Bang! This punch, which was like a meteor streaking across the sky, was like an ancient divine arrow that could kill the sun in the sky, was actually blocked. Yan Shui stretched out a palm and casually clapped. When the fist and palm met, it actually blocked Fang Han's punch directly. Fang Han felt that all the power of the punch was completely dissolved, as if it had bombarded the sea. His opponent's body really seemed to have a boundless sea. This palm technique of mine was created by the ancient water god. It's called the ancient vast ocean wave palm. I hope it won't disappoint you, Taoist Fang Han. After blocking Fang Han's punch, Yan Shui's face was expressionless. Her body flickered, and she struck out with her palm. Suddenly, the sound of surging waves could be heard in the void. The power of the waves, which came from the ancient times, rushed towards Fang Han wave after wave. Yan Shui and Fang Han, these two peerless experts who were below the immortal secret realm, were really fighting. The two masters were fighting in the 9 heavens astral wind layer. The boundless astral wind was blowing everywhere. Although it could even destroy ordinary flying swords, it had no effect on these two masters. Both of them had close to 100 million Dharma powers. They were infinitely close to the immortal secret realm. When Fang Han saw Yan Shui using the ancient vast ocean wave palm on him, he knew that this woman would be difficult to deal with. There were palm shadows in all directions, and her speed was not slower than his. Moreover, the whole world changed, as if it had turned into a world of water. Moreover, the water was not restrained by his dark water emperor fist at all. This is a supreme superpower. It's a combination of Dharma and martial arts. This woman's speed is actually comparable to mine. Why is she so powerful? However, this is normal. This woman is the reincarnation of the ancient water god's original spirit. She's ranked above Hua Tiandu. At this moment, Fang Han did not dare to be careless. He crossed his palms, and his natal Jin Dan flew out and floated above his head. Rays of superpower turned into rays of light, protecting his body. At the same time, he stepped on the bridge of helplessness, and opened the door of Avicii behind him to resist his opponent's superpower. 10 punches. 100 punches. 10,000 punches. 100,000 punches. Fang Han used all his spiritual power without holding back. His body flashed, and he directly used the Dark Water Emperor Fist mystique. He did not believe that his Dark Water Emperor Fist, which could restrain all water in the world, could not defeat Yan Shui with the addition of the Water of Oblivion. The fist wind was swift and fierce, and the combination of hardness and softness. The Dark Water Emperor Fist was different from the Mighty Golden Emperor Chop. The Mighty Golden Emperor Chop was purely for its sharpness, and speed. It was an instant kill, and with a flash of light, a head fell to the ground. However, the Dark Water Emperor Fist was mainly for its surging momentum, long-lasting, dense, and tenacious. Wave after wave, it was like the tides of the sun and the moon. It was a series of attacks, and each punch had more than 100,000 waves of force. No matter who it was, they would not be able to withstand the impact of so many forces. Fang Han wanted to use water to counter water. Let's see whose water was more powerful. Consecutive explosions. In the 9 heavens astral wind layer, large bubbles rose one after another. Each bubble was dozens of square meters in size, and densely packed in the void for hundreds of li. Then, they exploded. If at this moment, even a Jin Dan expert was caught in the shockwaves of the two, he would be reduced to dust and die immediately. 12 breaths. Only 12 breaths left. Fang Han. Yan Shui. One of them executed the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist, while the other executed the ancient vast ocean waves palm. Both sides had exchanged 129,600 punches. It was exactly the number of yuan. In 10 breaths, more than 100,000 punches had been thrown. Each punch had the power to shatter mountains. Only someone like Fang Han, who had the world tree and was constantly absorbing the immortal world's vital energy, could withstand it. If it were people like the Ghost Emperor or Elder Sword Mania, they would be like a lamp that had run out of oil. Of course, it was strange that Yan Shui also had such a long period of spiritual power. However, Feng Han saw the Neptunian divine pearl above his head. It was not strange. This pearl was a high-grade Tao treasure, and it had been refined into a second primordial spirit. The mysteries of a high-grade Tao treasure were unimaginable. Just look at the Acheron map now. Especially water-type mystiques, their spiritual power was the most abundant. Hua Tiandu was known for his spiritual power. Yan Shui, who was ranked above him, would definitely be stronger. Feng Han now knew that anyone who could be ranked in the top 10 of the longevity substitute list would have extremely perverse abilities. Of course, his own abilities were also perverse enough. Although Yan Shui and Feng Qingxue were both reincarnated natural gods, their fighting styles were completely different. Feng Qingxue was extremely domineering and murderous. This was the personality of the goddess of lightning. She used the power of thunder to send down heavenly punishment and kill her enemies. She would never hesitate and kill her enemies cleanly. On the other hand, Yan Shui's spiritual power was long, vigorous, and endless. Each layer was stronger than the previous one. However, there was also a hidden killing intent. More importantly, his mind was incomparably firm. He would not be swayed by any external factors. Once he had decided on something, he would not be swayed even by thunder. Both of them were powerful characters. However, because Yan Shui had cultivated for many years, he was much stronger than Feng Qingxue. However, there was no guarantee that Feng Qingxue would surpass him in the future. Feng Han made a comparison in his heart between the two women who were reincarnated as natural gods. He thought of hundreds of schemes to deal with Yan Shui's personality, but he found that they were all useless. This woman was immune to poison and insisted on fighting with him. With Feng Han's current strength, even if he could not defeat this woman, he could still escape unscathed. However, he felt too aggrieved. He had just cultivated the Jin Dan and was ready to sweep the world and become the strongest person in the divine ability secret realm. Suddenly, the second person on the longevity substitute list came and wanted to beat him up. What was this? Feng Han might as well go all out. With the support of the World Tree, he would fight to the death with Yan Shui. He would refine Hua Tiandu's fiancé, the first true disciple of the Tai Gate, into a Dharma treasure. Boom, fists and palms collided. Their figures flashed. After 129,600 punches, Feng Han and Yan Shui were actually fighting head-on. The strength of their spiritual power and the strength of their physical bodies. You are indeed the reincarnation of the ancient water god's original spirit. My physical body is almost as strong as the immortal body of the longevity secret realm. I can't believe I can't defeat your physical body. With a glide, Feng Han once again stepped firmly on the Naraka bridge. He tried his best to calm the roiling qi and blood in his body. Within his 5 Cs of consciousness, his spiritual power was being consumed rapidly. It was like a dam that had opened its floodgates and released a flood. Using the great Jin Dan's 90 divine abilities consumed too much of his spiritual power. The originally thick and viscous spiritual power in his 5 Cs of consciousness had now become thin. Feng Han's spiritual power in his 5 Cs of consciousness was a crystalline and transparent liquid. It was like a melted crystal, revealing the purity of his spiritual power. After 100,000 punches, the crystal-like liquid in his sea of consciousness slowly turned into a thin gas. This was because he had consumed too much of his spiritual power. However, just as the spiritual power in his 5 Cs of consciousness began to thin, the world tree between his brows moved. Every leaf on it released a large amount of immortal world qi, which rushed into his sea of consciousness and fused with his thin spiritual power. Immediately, the gas-like spiritual power gradually solidified into a crystal-like liquid, urging the natal Jin Dan to quickly circulate. In the blink of an eye, he was full of vigor again. With so much immortal world qi, how many pills could I have refined? Now it's all gone. Feng Han felt a pang of regret. He no longer refined the Yuanying pill. Instead, he stored the immortal world qi he absorbed every day, using it as a source of strength in battle. You've recovered your spiritual power in the blink of an eye. The treasure between your brows is the real treasure. How about this? I don't want your love for getting water or your blade of blood. I don't even care if you open Acheron's treasury in the future. As long as you give me the treasure between your brows, how about it? I'll agree to all of your conditions. Yan Shui suddenly spoke. He seemed to want to negotiate with Fang Han again. Yan Shui also retreated. Seeing that Fang Han had recovered his spiritual power within a few breaths, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. She stared at Fang Han's forehead as if she wanted to see something. But how could she tell that it was the world tree sapling? Even Elder Moving Star could not tell. You want my world tree? Fang Han's heart skipped a beat. He then laughed loudly. You are really greedy. But as long as you and I have a dual cultivation, I can use the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist to absorb the Water God original soul in your body to strengthen my 5 Emperors demonic mystique. I can also share this treasure with you. The world tree sapling was the most important treasure in his entire body. Even if he had to give up the Acheron map, he could not give up this thing. If he gave it up now, his spiritual power would be depleted within 2 or 3 rounds when he used the Jing Dan. Of course, his Jing Dan's power was not something that ordinary people could withstand. However, if he were to encounter a longevity secret realm expert or an existence with a high-grade Dao artifact, he would definitely be beaten to death if he didn't have enough battle prowess. If he were to fight against Hua Tiandu, he would definitely be defeated. However, this was also because his cultivation level was not high enough. If he had cultivated to the 10th level of the mystique, the heaven-defying fate-changing realm, his sea of knowledge would have expanded further. At that time, he would be able to store more spiritual power. Then, he would not need the world tree to sustain himself for a long time. If you are not willing, I will take it myself. Yan Shui shook his head and sent out another light palm strike. Immediately, clouds of smoke rose up and covered the entire area. The heaven and earth were vast and boundless. Yan Shui sent out another palm strike. Smoke rose and fog filled the air. He completely lost sight of her. Fang Han scanned with his spiritual will and was shocked to find that he could not penetrate the thick fog to lock onto her figure. 5 Emperors canopy, no evil can invade. In an instant, he condensed the 5 Emperors' demonic mystique into a canopy that floated above his head. Sure enough, just as he was about to defend himself, a terrifying force came from behind him and hit him without any warning. Dang, this force shook the 5 Monarch canopy, causing it to spin continuously, but it did not break through the defense. Fang Han's 5 Emperors' great demon mystiques were already unbelievably powerful. When he transformed into Jing Dan, he had taken another step forward. If he could go one step further and pass the great tribulation of wind and fire, his 5 elements Gang Qi would be tempered by the great tribulation of wind and fire. He would be truly powerful. Even the Emperor Brush would need hundreds of strokes to kill him. Now, the Emperor Brush only needed a few dozen strokes. Before refining the Jing Dan, the Emperor Brush only needed 4 strokes to kill Fang Han. The 5 Emperors' great demon mystique is indeed the highest mystique of the demonic Dao. Even the Neptunian Divine Pearl can't do anything to you. It looks like I'll have to use my own cosmic aspect, the Calamity Soul. Yan Shui walked out of the fog and strolled among the clouds. Wherever she went, the fog turned into a cloud path for her. On both sides of the cloud path, there were cloud dragons, cloud tigers, and cloud fairies, worshipping her. She was the supreme deity who stood high above the 9 heavens, the boundless heaven beyond heaven. At this moment, the Neptunian Divine Pearl had already disappeared. It seemed to have been kept in her body, or hidden by her to ambush Fang Han. As she spoke, a dark cloud rushed out of the top of her head. Within the dark cloud, there were lightning bolts and volcanic eruptions. There was an aura of the end of the world. It was completely different from the calmness from before. Doomsday Calamity! Fang Han exclaimed. He had seen this remarkable ability before. It was the highest remarkable ability that the 12 Jing Dan little giants of the Greater One sect jointly activated in the land of the 5 elements. It was a doomsday calamity that was completely comparable to the remarkable ability of the 5 emperors. Now, Yan Shui was able to cast it alone. This was simply unheard of. Just how much magic power did he have? How high was her cultivation level? Moreover, the doomsday calamity that this woman cast was much more exquisite than the one cast by the 12 Jing Dan giants of the Tai Gate. It was also much more destructive. This woman's cosmic form was called the Calamity Primordial Spirit. It was a calamity. Calamities were invincible. The cultivation of the doomsday calamity mystique was no easier than the five emperors' great demon mystique. It required one to combine the great sun fire, black sun wind, earth disaster, human disaster, demon god disaster, samadhi disaster, nature disaster, karma disaster, mind disaster, soul disaster, and other ultimate mystiques. Then, one had to use one's own willpower to subdue the calamities and fuse them into one. The difficulty of this was 10 times or 100 times more difficult than Feng Han subduing the demon in the Ghost Emperor's primordial spirit. Over the years, the number of people who had cultivated the Doomsday Calamity mystique could be counted on one hand. This mystique could not be cultivated with resources alone. It required one to use one's mind, extreme wisdom and willpower, meditating until death, cultivating for 1,000 years. However, once cultivated and comprehended the heavenly calamity mystique realm, one could be said to be invincible. Many calamities could not support one's body. Once Xianxia flew out of her cosmic form, the calamity primordial spirit condensed into a tribulation cloud. It did not have a physical form. It just enveloped Feng Han. Instantly, the sound of volcanoes erupting, the earth tearing apart, the sea drying up and the rocks crumbling, all sorts of loud noises could be heard. Feng Han only felt his vision turn black. He did not have time to fly out. Once he was enveloped, the surrounding destructive power came in waves, binding him to the point that he could not move. He was like a fly that was frozen in amber. This woman is actually able to trap me. The Doomsday Calamity mystique is indeed powerful. She has truly grasped the essence of it. However, to kill me with this ultimate mystique is simply wishful thinking. Break for me. Feng Han was trapped in it. He struggled continuously, but it was useless. Huge forces shook from all sides. The void kept collapsing. In an instant, demon god, wind, fire, water, and other calamities came one after another. Although they could not hurt him, how could he endure such difficulties? Instantly, he was angered. He retracted his power. His originally tall body shrunk to a height of 1 to 2 feet, like a baby. As for his natal Jin Dan, it shrunk to the size of a sesame seed. This time, he used all his skills. Now, he could not be bothered to waste time with this woman. He might as well use brute force to create a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the calamity primordial spirit could not destroy him. This person is really terrifying. Just as Feng Han was shocked that Yan Shui could cultivate doomsday calamity to trap him, Yan Shui was also shocked by Feng Han's ability to withstand attacks. This doomsday calamity was terrifying and lawless. Ever since Yan Shui cultivated it, ordinary Tier 10 mystiques could shatter the opponent's magic treasures and flesh into dust. The cosmic form would be severely injured and flee in panic. One move could kill an expert of the same level. But now, Feng Han was trapped in it. Other than some hindrance in his movements, he was completely fine. The power of the calamity primordial spirit could not corrode the radiance of the Jin Dan on his head. He did not even spit out a mouthful of blood and was still alive and kicking. He is not even injured. How terrifying is this person? At this moment, she also knew how terrifying the 90 types of mystiques Jin Dan was. Just as she was about to circulate her powers again, there was an empty space in the middle. She saw Feng Han shrinking. The originally huge Jin Dan had also shrunk to the size of a sesame seed. She could not help but exclaim in her heart. She hurriedly retracted the calamity primordial spirit. Bang! After Feng Han's Jin Dan shrunk to the size of a sesame seed, it expanded by 1,000 times in an instant. It was as if the sun had exploded in the sky, causing the layers of space to tremble. The 9 heavens squall within 1,000 miles seemed to be suffocating for a moment. The squall stopped moving. A Jin Dan the size of a house hung in the void. Mystiques shot out in all directions, slicing and devouring. Yan Shui's calamity primordial spirit was directly shattered and flew hundreds of miles away. It then condensed into a tribulation cloud and returned to Yan Shui's body. There is no need to fear calamity primordial spirit. There is no need to fear calamity primordial spirit. Even if you have cultivated the 3 calamities and 9 disasters, I will not be affected by it. Feng Han broke his primordial spirit and escaped. He did not stop. Carrying the power of the Jin Dan, he took a step forward. The Acheron map was shaken and the bridge of helplessness was built between him and Yan Shuai. He punched out. This punch sucked in all the yuan qi and squall in all directions. Moreover, it sucked in, pulled, and twisted endlessly. Who knew how many streams of air became chaotic? Yan Shui's body kept changing. In a flash, she was hundreds of miles away. But when she turned back, she saw the bridge of helplessness behind her. Fang Han jumped down from the bridge like a god descending from the heavens or an eagle swooping down on a rabbit. This bridge actually has such a mystique. So close, yet worlds apart, lock on to my aura. Yan Shuai squinted her eyes and stopped flying. The Neptunian divine pearl flew out from her forehead and turned into a fist. It made thousands of gestures before it turned into a seal that seemed to gather the domineering aura of all the emperors in the world. It slashed towards Fang Han. This seal was the same one that Tai Huan Tian used when he fought against the primordial demon sovereign in the starry sky. It was profound and its power was earth-shattering. Fang Han's punch was fierce. Yan Shui's seal contained a supreme technique that could shake the universe. The two collided in the sky without any hesitation. Fang Han only felt like his head had been hit 1,000,000 times by a sledgehammer. His powers were in a mess and the Jin Dan's radiance dimmed. The Neptunian divine pearl was directly sent back into Yan Shui's body. The woman was sent flying by the huge impact. Her face paled slightly as if she had been slightly injured. Neither of them gained anything from the clash. Just as Fang Han's powers were in a mess and the golden light dimmed, something suddenly happened. Even higher up in the sky, in a secret location, a sure-kill sword energy suddenly exploded. It charged towards Fang Han. This sword light was no weaker than Hua Tiandu's Panwu divine sword. It was actually a sneak attack, an assassination. Behind the sword light, Fang Han saw a woman in green clothes. She was mysterious and unfathomable. First on the longevity substitute roll, Fan Qingying. First of the 40 great bandits. At this critical moment, Fang Han suddenly understood who the assassin was, the first of the 40 great bandits in the overseas cultivator world, the abandoned heavenly bandit. He was extremely mysterious and powerful. It was rumored that this bandit was going to cultivate to the longevity secret realm and then establish an immortal sect. Fang Han also knew from the secret information inside the Ascension Gate that this bandit was probably supported by the divines. However, no one knew the name of this abandoned heavenly bandit. However, with his intuition, Fang Han knew that the first of the longevity substitute roll, the mysterious woman, Fan Qingying, should be the legendary first of the great bandits. This was because the top 10 people on the roll all had their own sections. Only the first of the 40 great bandits was unknown. Who else could it be but the first of the 40 great bandits? Moreover, Fang Han also had a grudge against the 40 great bandits. He had killed the Piercing Moon Bandit and the Annihilating Star Bandit and even refined their Jin Dan. It would be strange if the abandoned Heavenly Bandit, who was ranked first, did not come to kill him. Moreover, he had now cultivated the natal Jin Dan of 90 mystiques. With the support of the World Tree and the Immortal Realm Vital Qi, he could uproot mountains and split the earth with a wave of his hand. His mystiques were indescribable. If an ordinary person came to kill him, he could crush the enemy into dust with a wave of his hand. Only the top 10 of the longevity substitute roll could deal him a fatal blow. Qi. The sword pierced the sky. This attack took advantage of his clash with Yan Shuai. His spiritual power was in a mess and he could not circulate it well. The mighty eagle strike was aimed at his weak spot. At first, it was silent. However, after locking onto Fang Han, it immediately shone brightly and a murderous aura surged between heaven and earth. This sword could kill gods, however, just as the sword was about to strike, Fang Han could not block it in time. A huge dragon claw reached out from behind the Avicii gate. This dragon claw was the size of a house and exuded an extremely strong pure yang qi. Its scales were even more ferocious. Its 5 fingers were like pillars and its nails were sharp. It blocked the sword light instantly. It was Yan. Ever since Yan absorbed the remains of the heavenly dragon, he had condensed his true body. His spiritual power was strong and his physical body was tough. The remains of the heavenly dragon had been refined by the 9 heavens squall and the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor Qi. All the impurities had been removed. Even the Lord of the Bloody Night couldn't kill it. Now that Feng Han was in danger, he immediately came out to protect his master. His dragon claw was a demonic path abhijna, the great soul-searching claw. Between the claw, the demonic sound of the demonic sect could be heard. It was mixed with countless dragon roars that shook heaven and earth. The airflow in all directions was first distorted, then collapsed and then expanded. With Yan's current strength, after refining the remains of the immemorial heavenly dragon and opening the bridge of helplessness, even though the Acheron map couldn't compete with the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm, it was comparable to any experts of the 10th level of the Abhijna. If Yan's strength improved further, he would be able to open the most mysterious, terrifying and unfathomable rebirth plate formation in the Acheron map. Then, he would be able to suppress the ancient giants and go against treasures like the Emperor Brush and Sky Emperor Mirror. The dragon claw and the sword shadow collided in the air. Immediately, light and shadow swirled in the air as Yan's claws shrank and expanded. His fingernails formed numerous hand seals in order to prevent the sharp sword energy from cutting his claws. As for the sword energy that was flying toward him, it swayed slightly before sword energy swept out in all directions. Numerous clear shadows stabbed into Yan's body. Yan's body trembled and he opened his eyes. He couldn't believe that the scales on his body were sliced off piece by the sword chi. Almost his bones were exposed. Great thunderclap swordsmanship. Yan seemed to have recognized this swordsmanship. His body trembled. The door of Avicii and the bridge of helplessness were executed at a superb level by him. He was much more skillful than Feng Han. After all, he was the master of the Acheron map. The ancient stone bridge was stained with the blood of gods and devils, and as it stretched from north to south, it trembled violently like a dragon. Next, one Avicii gate after another opened on either side of the bridge, sending out billowing devil energy that covered the sky for hundreds of kilometers. Yan was hidden in the midst of all of this, a dragon whose head could be seen but not its tail. In an instant, Yan unleashed the full power of the Acheron map and fought against the sword light that was trying to assassinate Feng Han. The sword light that was trying to assassinate Feng Han didn't speak. Suddenly, it shrank and turned into the shadow of a green female cultivator. There was a circle of light behind her head and her face was blurry. However, she emitted waves of power that could shatter the void. The sword in her hand suddenly trembled. Bam! All of a sudden, the surrounding void cracked open, and countless bolts of lightning gushed out. These bolts of lightning were not the lightning in the sky, but a kind of chaotic aura. There were faint thunderous vibrations coming from them, as if a world was being born within them. Great chaos Leifa. Yan's body trembled and he was shocked. He was about to flee, but it was too late. Countless bolts of lightning exploded. The world seemed to have turned into a chaotic color. The powerful Avicii fiend god Chi was also completely blown away. The bridge of helplessness shook from the explosion like a small boat in a storm. The dragon scales on Yan's body fluttered. His back was blasted open, revealing his eerie white bones. If it weren't for the fact that his bones were of the immemorial celestial dragon, which was almost equivalent to an immortal body, his bones would have been blown apart. Shrink, Yan knew that he was no match for this woman. The legendary Great Chaos Leifa was the sovereign of lightning, the origin of all lightning. Its power was on par with the Great Calamity Doomsday and the Five Emperors' Fiend God Arts. He hadn't cultivated an immortal body yet. If he took a hit head-on, his body would be shattered. He didn't know how much pure yang qi he would need to recover. Its body shrank. Whether it was the Avicii Gate or the Bridge of Helplessness, they all disappeared. There was only a scroll left in the air. It was the Acheron map. No matter how many bolts of lightning struck the Acheron map, it was useless. The essence of this scroll was a supreme-grade Dao artifact. It wasn't something that could be destroyed so easily. Yan retreated. However, his display of power had bought Feng Han precious time to catch his breath. I'm afraid I won't have a good ending today. I can't deal with a single one of them. And Fan Qingying is here too. The two of them are surrounding me. I can't keep going even with my powerful techniques. It's better for me to leave now. At this moment, Feng Han finally suppressed his chaotic blood qi and surging magical power. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, grabbing the Acheron map in the air. The Jin Dan above his head shone in all directions. Immediately, the great chaos Leifa that were surging towards him disintegrated under the light of the Jin Dan, disappearing without a trace. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that the first and second on the longevity substitute list would come to kill me, an expert of the Jin Dan. Do you think I'm an ancient overlord of the longevity secret realm? The two of you have an unfair advantage in killing me. I'm more than willing to fight you one-on-one. However, I'm going to celebrate Venerable Ling Long's birthday today. Forgive me for not keeping you company. Fong Han laughed and waved his sleeves. His body rose up like a divine dragon. After a few leaps, he teleported and broke out of the encirclement. Although he was strong, facing two experts at the same time, even the ancient overlords of the longevity secret realm would be in trouble, let alone him. In the face of absolute defeat, Fong Han wouldn't put on a brave front and left immediately. Although he wasn't a match for the two of them, he could at least escape. With Fong Han's current cultivation base, even the ancient overlords of the longevity secret realm wouldn't be able to kill him if he wanted to escape and keep his name. Moreover, Fong Han didn't have any psychological trauma when he tried to escape. Two people were trying to kill him. If he didn't run, was he going to wait for death? Trying to run? Yan Shui seemed to be prepared. While Yan Shui and Fan Qingying were fighting, he circulated his qi and waved his hand. A magical treasure that looked like a handkerchief flew out and turned into a cloud of smoke. It shrouded the surroundings. This was a supreme-grade artifact called the 1,000 Miles Cloud Barrier. Just as Fong Han was about to run, the 1,000 Miles Cloud Barrier was activated. Rolling white clouds formed a cloud wall and blocked Fong Han's path. Break for me. Without hesitation, Fong Han grabbed with both hands and tore apart the billowing cloud wall like a hot knife through butter. The 10,000 Miles Cloud Barrier immediately turned back into a handkerchief. However, the middle of the handkerchief was broken. The supreme-grade treasure item was already in tatters. Fong Han destroyed the supreme-grade artifact with a wave of his hand. Now, his strength could even injure a low-grade Dao artifact. For example, the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron could explode with a single punch. Yan Shui didn't feel the slightest pain when the 1,000 Miles Cloud Barrier was destroyed. It was as if he had sacrificed a magical treasure to stop Fong Han for a moment and buy a chance for her to escape. Whoosh! As expected, when Fong Han destroyed the 1,000 Miles Cloud Barrier, he paused for a moment. What kind of expert was Yan Shui? He immediately found an opening. The Neptunian Divine Pearl rotated slightly and suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi burst out. These sword chi were all in the form of swords. Each sword was like a pool of autumn water and a touch of frost. They were extremely cold, as if they were refined from a mysterious crystal. Fong Han knew at a glance that each sword was an extremely powerful treasure. They were refined from the essence of water. Tens of thousands of swords must have taken a long time to refine. The moment the swords flew out, a formation scroll flew out from the Neptunian Divine Pearl. There were countless figures of female immortals holding swords on it. Every single female immortal had a different appearance, but they all seemed like fairies. The tens of thousands of swords fell into the formation diagram. The swords in the hands of the fairies came alive and spread out, immediately trapping Fong Han in the middle. This was an extremely powerful sword formation, the 1,000 Fairy Sword Formation. The tens of thousands of swords were all made from 10,000 years frost iron essence, 10,000 layers of soft crystal, 9 heavens astral wind, and black ice primordial water. Yan Shui couldn't refine tens of thousands of swords in one go. Even an ancient expert would need thousands of years to do so. This was left behind by the water god. Whoosh! Fong Han was trapped in the sword formation. Instantly, countless female immortals holding plain maiden swords appeared in the white clouds and shot out powerful sword chi at him. Yan Shui moved and entered the surging 10,000 fairy sword formation. As for Fan Qingying, who was trying to assassinate Fong Han, she didn't say a word. Her body moved and the clear light melted. She also entered the sword formation, as if she wanted to help kill Fong Han. A female immortal suddenly attacked Fong Han with the plain maiden sword. Her power was comparable to a 5th-level divine ability expert, a celestial realm expert. She had condensed the energy of the 5 elements into a formation. With a flick of Feng Han's finger, the female immortal was reduced to a fine powder by a vast force. Feng Han did indeed have the ability to kill a 5th-level divine ability expert with a flick of his finger. However, after the female immortal was reduced to dust, the plain maiden sword suddenly vibrated along with all the other plain maiden swords in the sword formation. Immediately, Feng Han felt that the destructive power he had used to flick his finger was divided equally by all the treasured swords. Hence, the treasured sword suffered very little power, and with a whoosh, it entered the formation map. Plain maiden sword art. At this time, thousands of female immortals flew out from the clouds, all of them wielding plain maiden swords and urging sword energy to attack Feng Han. Suddenly, the flying swords fell like rain and hail. Sword chi surged. A mountainous forest of swords, a world of swords, completely enveloped Feng Han. The enormous sword energy was much stronger than Meng Xiaobai's lifeless Tao of Slaughter and Grand Prince Yi's formless sword formation. Of course, who was Yan Shuai? The number one true disciple of the Tai Gate, the reincarnation of the water god's nascent spirit. If he fought with Meng Xiaobai and Grand Prince Yi, he could crush them in one move. Once he cultivated to the immortality secret realm and became an eternal titan, he would be the vice-sect leader of the Tai Gate. This was the rule of the Tai Gate's true disciples. The same was true of the Ascension Gate. True legacy disciples who cultivated to the secret realm of longevity and became hegemons of ancient times would be vice-sect leaders, not elders. Once the sect leader retired, they would be able to ascend to the position of sect leader. This was Hua Tiandu's wishful thinking. Sword mountain, sword sea, sword forest, sword tide. There were no words that could describe the number of flying swords Feng Han had encountered. At this moment, he felt as if he was facing the microdust sword formation, the sun and moon sword formation, and the heaven-span sword formation, which had shaken both the immortal and demonic realms. Immediately, Feng Han did not hesitate to let his Jin down float above his head. The 5 emperors' canopy in the depths of the core opened, impenetrable by all evils and impenetrable by all spells. Then, he clawed at the air with both hands. One after another, pitch-black holes appeared around him. It was the great devouring technique. He wanted to devour all of the flying swords and then refine them with the mighty Golden Emperor Chop and the Black Water Emperor Fist. These plain maiden swords were made of cold iron, refined from water. They borrowed the power of metal to create water, causing the water to surge. If he devoured all of them, his Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist and mighty Golden Emperor Chop would improve greatly. Of course, the most ideal outcome would be to devour the Neptunian Divine Pearl. Then, the benefits would be no less than the verdant Emperor Wood Emperor technique that had obtained the spiritual chi of the world tree. Sword mountain, sword sea, sword tide, sword forest. The vast amount of sword chi was immediately devoured by Feng Han's great devouring technique, sucking them into the black hole. Feng Han was overjoyed. Just as he was about to refine them, the huge sword formation immediately began to operate. The heavens and the earth turned upside down, and space turned upside down. The sword chi of all the devoured flying swords shook, and a great force was transmitted to them. At the same time, they shook and actually broke free from the suppression of the great devouring technique. They flew out and reformed the sword formation, stabbing towards Feng Han again. Thousands of flying swords and the plain maiden fairy stabbed towards Feng Han's 5 emperors' canopy, causing it to spin and sparks to fly. The Neptunian Divine Pearl is actually suppressing the center of the formation. No wonder I can't devour these flying swords. Feng Han's eyes flickered. Immediately, he saw Yan Shui's figure in the Neptunian Divine Pearl at the center of the formation. Yan Shui's figure was constantly moving, forming one seal after another. In the hidden depths of the formation, a clear figure moved about. It seemed to be Fan Qingying. Suddenly, she flew out and slashed at the 5 emperors' canopy. Pop! The slash contained the great chaos Leifa. It directly stopped Feng Han's 5 emperors' canopy, causing cracks to appear on it. What? Feng Han was shocked. The 5 emperors' canopy had actually cracked. This was something that had never happened before. The 5 emperors' great demon god commanded the demons and suppressed the 5 elements and 10 directions. It was invincible. After cultivating it, Feng Han had never encountered any danger. He relied on this ability to slay gods and demons. but now, it was cracked by a single slash. Although it wasn't completely destroyed, it was still extremely dangerous. 8-section stupa. In a moment of desperation, Feng Han took out his newly refined Dharma treasure, the 8-section stupa. A pagoda, 8 Dharma treasures, and a talisman of the 5 elements spun on it. In an instant, it reached Fan Qingying's head and suppressed her. Pop. Although the 8-section stupa wasn't a Dao artifact, it was extraordinarily powerful. It suppressed the clear light that Fan Qingying had transformed into, and the talisman of the 5 elements kept flashing. In an instant, Feng Han felt that the talisman had connected to the 5 elements. In his spiritual consciousness, the planet of the 5 elements rotated continuously. The majestic power of the 5 elements was transmitted from the spiritual talisman and repaired his 5 emperors' imperial canopy. The talisman of the 5 elements actually has such a miraculous effect. Looks like I'll have to use the Great Salvation Zen light every day to refine it. Feng Han was overjoyed. He knew that the talisman of the 5 elements was definitely an incredible treasure. It was just that he didn't know any Buddhist techniques and couldn't refine it, so he couldn't unleash its power. Now that he had the cultivation method of the Great Salvation Zen light, he had already developed the various abilities of this talisman. Fan Qingying was stunned. Her body was suffocated for a moment, and her true form was revealed. It was a woman in green. There was a clear halo behind her head. Her face was pure, as if she was the purest existence in the world. The only thing that ruined her image was that her eyes were empty. There were no eyeballs, as if she was blind. And she was silent, as if she was mute. She couldn't hear anything, as if she was deaf. She was a pure girl in plain clothes, blind, mute, and deaf. She couldn't see anything, couldn't speak, and couldn't hear anything. She was born with a pure face, but she wasn't given the right to see the world, speak, or listen to sounds. Feng Han could even feel the loneliness in the depths of this woman's heart. It was like a dead sea, always calm. It gave people a strange feeling. They sympathized with her, but at the same time, they respected her. Feng Han, on the other hand, was terrified. This woman was blind, deaf, and mute. She had cultivated to such a level and was about to break through the immortal secret realm. How strong would she be? How strong was this woman's mind? No wonder she was called the abandoned sky bandit. She was abandoned by the heavens. A surge of anger and resentment made her unparalleled cultivation base. Looking at this blind woman, Feng Han felt that even if he fought her alone, he might not be able to win her and take the first place of the super secret realm. After being suppressed by the 8-section stupa, Fan Qingying, who was blind and pure, didn't have any expression on her face. She stabbed up with a sword in her hand. Immediately, boundless great chaos Leifa shook the pagoda. In just a moment, the pagoda was shaken away. Her body turned illusory, and the tip of her sword pointed at Feng Han's countless acupoints. Feng Han felt that even if his body was strong, he would be disintegrated if he was stabbed. The sword in this woman's hand was no weaker than Hua Tiandu's Panwu divine sword. He didn't know what kind of Dao treasure it was, but the great chaos lightning was unleashed from this sword. It could even break the 5 monarch canopy. These 2 perverted women chased after me, wanting to kill me no matter what. I can't fight them with 2 fists, how can I escape? Do I really have to use the talisman of the 5 elemental land to teleport to the 5 elemental land? Feng Han's body flashed, and he threw out 100,000 punches, clashing with Fan Qingying's sword light. Finally, he stopped the woman's sword light from destroying him. She seemed to have sensed Feng Han's intention. Suddenly, a talisman flew out from Yan Shui's hand and burned. Suddenly, a vast power of space enveloped the sword array. Feng Han immediately felt that the space around him was sealed. His connection with the 5 elemental land was temporarily cut off. This is the universe talisman, created by Lord Tai Huang Tian. It can block your 5 elemental land talisman for an hour. You won't be able to escape. Don't think that the primordial demon lord is protecting you. You are just a pawn. Now, the Tai Gate is going to seize the 5 elemental land and kill the primordial demon lord. As long as you hand over the disciple of the Tai Gate, Jin Dan, I will let you escape unscathed. Yan Shui had the intention to let Feng Han go. However, her attack was even more ruthless. After burning the universe talisman, she flicked her hand, and a dark green sword light flew into the sword light. It was the bloodshed soft water sword, a low-grade Dao tool. It was actually integrated into the sword array. Suddenly, the power of the sword array skyrocketed. This time, Feng Han really lost all the qualifications to escape. The talisman of the 5 elemental land had been sealed. Obviously, someone was targeting him. No matter how scheming he was, how could he outsmart Tai Huang Tian? He didn't expect that such a supreme figure would scheme against him. They really thought too highly of him. Indeed, in the eyes of a person like Tai Huang Tian, the ancient giants of the longevity secret domain were nothing. Perhaps only ferocious figures like Venerable Immortal Ling Long and Emperor Huangquan could enter his eyes. Even Feng Baiyu, the Star Lord, and Tai Huang Tian might not really care about them. The blind girl Fan Qingying's sword tip flicked again. Together with Yan Shuai, they attacked Feng Han. The great primal chaos Leifa condensed into thousands of primal chaos balls, which were even more powerful. One after another, they exploded on Feng Han's Jin Dan, causing the 5 emperors' imperial canopy to dim. Feng Han couldn't do anything about the pincer attack of the 2 masters. He could only condense the Jin Dan and condense its power. At the same time, he activated the Acheron map, the Blade of Blood, and the 8-sex Stupa Pagoda. He had to protect himself and try to survive for an hour before escaping. The number 1 and number 2 experts were trying to kill him. It was already good enough for him to survive. These 2 women could even kill the ancient giants of the first level of the longevity secret domain with their Dao treasures. If Master Tianqing was caught in their treasures, he would lose a layer of his skin even if he didn't die. It was already good enough that Feng Han was able to hold on without dying or being injured. However, the attacks of the 2 women were getting fiercer and fiercer. The light of Feng Han's Jin Dan was getting dimmer and dimmer. Looks like I have to fight with all my might. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape today. 2 perverted women. When my cultivation reaches a higher level in the future, I will capture both of you and refine you into magical treasures so that you will never be reincarnated. Feng Han was struggling to hold on. There were a few times when his arcane energy dissipated. If it wasn't for the support of the World Tree, his Jin Dan would have been broken. Although his Jin Dan was strong and had 90 mystiques, a fierce tiger couldn't win against a pack of wolves. Moreover, the 2 women were on the same level as him. Especially the blind woman, Fan Qingying. She was stronger than him. With the nameless sword in her hand, she could unleash endless great chaos Leifa with a casual wave. Such an attack was terrifying. It was no weaker than the apocalypse. It could blow up all matter into chaos energy. Even the 5 emperors' canopy of the 5 emperors' great demon mystiques could barely hold on. Yan Shuai used the plain maiden thousand immortal sword formation to trap him. The Neptunian divine pearl was in the center of the formation, preventing him from escaping. The burning power of the universal talisman also prevented the 5 elemental talisman from escaping. Even more powerful was that Yan Shui's natural disaster primordial spirit would fly out from time to time and suppress Feng Han. The power of the apocalypse made Feng Han wish he was dead. The natural disaster primordial spirit worked together with the Neptunian divine pearl. The natural primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit were used alternately. Wave after wave, they never stopped. It was like waves crashing against a reef. One day, even the reef would be crushed. Pop, another great chaos Leifa struck Feng Han's head. The 5 emperors' canopy shook. Fan Qingying's sword shot out millions of sword shadows, blocking the 8-section Stupa's pagoda. The sharp sword chi seeped into the pagoda and attacked the 8 magical treasures inside. At the same time, the tip of the sword produced a suction force, as if it wanted to suck the pagoda into its pocket. The woman could tell that the pagoda was very magical, but it wasn't a Dao treasure. It didn't produce a primordial spirit, and the blood Buddha inside hadn't formed yet. If she could break the seals inside, she could take it for herself. Feng Han was shocked to see this. He couldn't care less about his Jin Dan being attacked. The blade of blood spun at his fingertips, turning into millions of blood-red blade rays. They intertwined and clashed with Fan Qingying's sword chi, preventing her sword chi from destroying the 8-section stupa. When the blood-red blade rays clashed with the chaotic sword chi, all the blade rays were disintegrated by the sword chi. Lord of the Bloody Night shuddered, almost disintegrating. What a powerful sword qi. You're still a low-grade Taoist instrument, and you've only been refining it for more than a year. There's no way you can compete with this kind of Taoist instrument. I don't know where this woman's sword came from, but it's able to release the great chaos thunder. Now, I can only combine your blood power with the 8 buter. With your power, the 8-section stupa will transform. You will be the 8-section stupa, and the 8-section stupa will be you. Fan Qingying's sword qi broke through the blood-red blade rays, and Feng Han immediately retreated. But as he retreated, he suddenly pointed at the blade of blood, and the demonic blade turned into millions of blood-red talisman, entering the top of the 8-section stupa, into the body of the Buddha. Feng Han didn't even think. Lord of the Bloody Night. Today, you will become a Buddha, the Nammo blood-crossing Buddha. The moment the Lord of the Bloody Night turned into millions of blood-red talisman entered the body of the Buddha, boom. The Buddha immediately formed a body, and its body expanded. The blood-red light and Buddha light shone on each other, and the face of the Buddha appeared to be that of the Lord of the Bloody Night. Of course, the Lord of the Bloody Night's appearance was Feng Han's. Feng Han had used the power of the Lord of the Bloody Night to devour the blood-red Buddha, and merged the 8-section stupa with the Xuezhangqiong, greatly increasing its power. Originally, the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain was used to increase the power of the Xuezhangqiong, but after Feng Han cultivated the Jing Dan, he wanted to refine the 8-section stupa, and accidentally attached the 5 elements earth talisman to it, transforming it into a magic treasure that no one knew what it was. He wasn't sure if he could control this magic treasure or not. Originally, he didn't want to spend too much time on it. What if the magic treasure suddenly flew away after he painstakingly refined it? That was simply asking for death. Unfortunately, the situation was too dangerous, and he had no choice but to combine the Lord of the Bloody Night and the blood-red Buddha to try to break free. The blood-colored Buddha and the Lord of the Bloody Night merged, causing the 5 elements earth talisman inside to flicker. In the blink of an eye, the 8-section stupa transformed into an enormous blood-red Buddha. The Buddha wore a monastic robe, which was formed from the light of the 5 elements earth talisman. It was inscribed with the scriptures of Om Mani Padme Hum. Sitting at the very top of the stupa, it reached out and grabbed Fan Qingying's primal chaos Leifa. This is my chance. It was rare for Feng Han to have such an opportunity. He opened his mouth and spewed out his dermic powers and immortal realm vital qi into his golden elixir. The Jing Dan shrank down and shone with dazzling light, then began to expand. Yan Shui's calamity primordial spirit was blasted apart. Then, the great devouring art swept across the battlefield. The bridge of helplessness and the door of Avicii opened. Like a dancing dragon, it broke through the layers of sword formations and reached the edge of the formation. However, as soon as he reached the edge of the formation, he saw that there were many flesh-colored pillars outside of the formation, which sealed off the area around him. It would be difficult to even fight his way out, let alone escape. This was the power of Tai Huang Tian's Grand Universe Talisman. If even the 5 elements earth talisman was sealed, then there was no way he could escape. This is bad, he thought. When Feng Han saw this, he knew that he was in trouble. This was the biggest tribulation he had ever faced in his life. You can't escape, Feng Han, Xianxia said. Unless you can hold out for an hour, the power of the Grand Universe Talisman will fade. At that point, it won't be difficult for you to escape. Unfortunately, you can't hold out for an hour now. That magic treasure of yours is called the 8-section stupa, right? You took it from Coiling Dragon Planet. You actually fused it with the talisman of the 5 elements and opened up a space inside it. You even fused the Bloody Night King with the Blood Buddha in it, turning it into a magic treasure that is neither a prized treasure nor a Tao treasure. Although it is very powerful, it is still a patchwork. Unless you cultivate to the secret realm of longevity, you'll be able to fuse them together. But you can't do that now. Yan Shui regained his strength, his tribulation nascent divinity reformed, and the spell formation rotated to suppress Feng Han. Fan Qingying still didn't make a sound. Her fine black hair flew up, each strand glowed with a green light that condensed into a ball of lightning that resembled a heart. This heart-like lightning ball was jumping around. It really was a living heart. Heart Thunder Art. Feng Han was taken aback when he saw it. He was very familiar with the Leifa of heaven and earth, because he had discussed Tao techniques with Feng Qingxue. The most ferocious lightning in heaven and earth were the void lightning, the grand chaos Leifa, and the heart thunder art. The void lightning was the lightning that the experts of the secret realm of longevity used when they tore open the gates to the immortal world. It came from the void and was traceless. Even an expert like Feng Baiyu would be killed by it. The grand chaos Leifa was the Leifa that the ancient god tribe used to open up heaven and earth in the void. The heart thunder art was an immortal Tao technique, one of the supreme mystiques. Moving with one's heart, it would explode in all directions, multiplying and multiplying endlessly. Once one was trapped by the heart thunder, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Boom, Feng Han was trapped in the middle of a sea of hearts. Then, they exploded together. Feng Han's body was surrounded by shattered primordial qi, and his golden elixir began to crack. Pfft! Feng Han almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. There's no other way. The birthday gift for Venerable Ling Long, the Jin Dan, must explode. Only by exploding the Jin Dan can I have a chance of survival. But I still have to endure for another hour. When the power of the universal talisman dissipates, I will be able to explode the Jin Dan and escape. Feng Han swore in his heart. A few vicious schemes were running in his mind. You're courting death. Don't force me. If you force me, I'll go all out and die with you. Do you really think I won't dare to explode the Jin Dan? A Jin Dan formed from 90 mystiques, including the mystiques of the 5 emperors' great fiends. You should know how terrifying it is. Feng Han roared while running his vicious schemes in his mind. Sure enough, this roar. Yan Shui and Fan Qingying paused for a moment. If Feng Han's Jin Dan exploded, no matter how powerful they were, they would be doomed eternally. How powerful would the explosion of a Jin Dan with 90 mystiques be? It would probably be comparable to the explosion of an ancient powerhouse in the longevity secret realm. Before Feng Han died, he could drag them down with him. Humph. I have the Neptunian divine orb. The moment you self-destruct, I have the Neptunian divine orb. When you explode, I can enter the Neptunian divine pearl. At most, you will destroy the Neptunian divine pearl, and I will go back and refine it again. Yan Shui's voice drifted out. Others are afraid of the Jin Dan's explosion, but those with Tao artifacts are not. Just as she said she was not afraid, something happened. Bang, an earth-shattering pressure came from outside. Immediately, space-time became chaotic and the array cracked. Feng Han could even see the flesh-colored pillars outside crumbling one by one. Even the universal talisman was destroyed. What kind of power was this? An ancient powerhouse in the longevity secret realm? You actually intercepted the person who came to give me a birthday gift. Tai Huang Tian also schemed against a junior. This is too degrading. A voice sounded. Venerable Immortal Ling Long. Yan Shui trembled like a mouse seeing a cat. Under Yan Shui's astonished gaze, the distant void was torn apart by an invisible force. A beautiful young man walked out of it. This beautiful young man was wearing a brocade robe. Obviously, she was disguised as a man, but there was a natural charm about her. She was handsome, elegant, graceful, and carefree. She could travel across the myriad of worlds with a snap of her fingers. As soon as the cross-dressing beautiful young man walked out, she looked at Feng Han and gave him a faint smile. Is this the famous Venerable Ling Long of both the Immortal Tao and the Demon Tao? The Venerable Ling Long that even the Tai Gate couldn't deal with? The one who established her own sect and is in an invincible position? Feng Han almost couldn't believe his eyes. The cross-dressing beautiful young man walking towards them from afar was actually the venerable sect master of a great sect. This was simply too different from the Venerable Ling Long in his imagination. In his imagination, this venerable sect master should be sitting high above the 9 layers of clouds, overlooking all living beings. However, this cross-dressing beautiful young man in front of him had broken the universe talisman and the surging 10,000 immortal sword formation. If it wasn't for this Venerable Ling Long, how could she have such great strength? Don't be afraid. She's just a clone. Her true body is currently in the Zoomer sect in the depths of the starry sky. She can't come back at all. Just now, her clone destroyed the universe talisman and consumed a lot of energy. We don't have to be afraid of her. Yan Shui immediately saw through the clues. It seemed that he had been instructed by someone before he came out. After the initial shock, the Calamity Primordial Spirit calmed down and attacked the clone of Venerable Ling Long. The Calamity Primordial Spirit transformed into a boundless calamity cloud. The sound of volcanoes erupting and tectonic plates moving could be heard from within. It was enough to injure the experts of the immortal realm. The Doomsday Calamity was the supreme supernatural power of the Tai Gate. It required 12 Jin Dan experts to work together to cast it. Countless Sky Demon King's self-detonation had been useless. Fan Qingying also flashed, and the Great Chaos Leifa appeared at the tip of her sword. Her hair exploded with the Thunder Heart technique again, trapping Fang Han. At the same time, a halo of light flew out from behind her head, and it turned into a powerful cosmic image. It wrapped around Fang Han like a ghost, not allowing him to escape. This woman had actually held back her strength at the beginning. Her strength was above Fang Han's. If Fang Han wanted to escape, he would have to give it his all. Yan Shui, you're just a strand of the water god's Yuan spirit. Even if you're the real immemorial water god, your strength is only equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the immortal realm. You're still no match for me. Although I'm just a clone, I'm still not someone you can contend against. When the beautiful young man saw the Calamity Primordial Spirit pressing towards her, the void around her body flickered. Numerous spatial cracks appeared, and an incomparably violent space-time storm flickered within. The force of the Calamity Primordial Spirit's attack rolled past her body, but it couldn't harm her body no matter what. At this moment, the cross-dressing beautiful youth was like a divine statue that stood between the heavens and earth. Even after millions of years, she remained unmoved, immortal and indestructible. Ling Long Great Luo Tian. Yan Shui's body shook. The Neptunian Divine Pearl spun, and the surging 10,000 immortal sword formation pressed towards her. At the same time, the Neptunian Divine Pearl, a high-grade Dao tool, shot out thousands of water streams, turning the heavens and earth into a world of water. The sea is changing, the water power is gathering. Ling Long. You and I are both disciples of the Tai Gate. I don't believe that a strand of the power of your clone can contend against my full strength and the Neptunian Divine Pearl. Even Tai Huang Tian can't do anything to me. How can a tiny pearl like you release its brilliance? The expression of Venerable Ling Long's clone suddenly turned solemn. Her brocade robe fluttered in the wind. Without any movement, the space around her changed automatically like an incomparably huge chessboard. It was still the divine ability of Ling Long Great Luo Tian. All the water streams were seeped into the spatial cracks. She walked over step by step, and no power could stop her. Water God descends. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Yan Shui suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the Neptunian Divine Pearl. The Neptunian Divine Pearl expanded 10 times in an instant. Boundless water Yuan Qi swarmed towards it. Even the Water Emperor's astral qi in Fang Han's body was surging. It was about to break out of his body and be triggered by the Neptunian Divine Pearl. Yan Shui's mouthful of blood was no small matter. It contained 60 years of her lifespan and the Yuan Qi that she had painstakingly cultivated. It was a great self-harming art. She wouldn't use it against Fang Han because it wasn't worth it. However, it was different for Venerable Ling Long. Although it was just a clone, it was still extraordinary. Amidst the 9 heavens' astral winds, the elemental energy of water gathered in a frenzy, forming a gigantic ocean in the sky. Following which, a water god appeared in the ocean. It was entirely azure in color, holding an ancient spade in its hand. Its upper body was that of a human, while its lower body was that of a snake. Its long hair was azure in color, and it was over 100 zhang tall. Within the clouds, it opened its dazed eyes. It was actually the form of the immemorial water god. The moment the form of the immemorial water god was formed, the pressure increased tenfold. Fang Han circulated the 5 monarchs' great devil art with all his might to stabilize the surging Water Emperor's qi. It wasn't because the quality of the Water Emperor's qi was too poor, but because his cultivation base was too weak and his realm was too low. No matter how majestic his strength was, he was still in the realm of Jin Dan. What is a great heavenly immortal? All time and space are eternal and free. This is what a great heavenly immortal is. What is a golden immortal? Gold is immortal and indestructible. As the water god was formed, the pressure was monstrous. An ocean appeared in the sky. The clone of Venerable Ling Long wasn't afraid at all. She walked forward slowly. No matter how ferocious the water lightning was, it had no effect on her. It was as if she was in another parallel space. Wherever she walked, the water ripples would disperse. In an instant, the space under her feet became infinitely condensed. The world in front of her shrunk. The whole time and space were under her control. The whole heaven and earth were changing according to her. She was the master of time and space. Even a mysterious origin point appeared in the sky. In the origin point, a door was faintly visible. It was as if one could enter the immortal world as long as this door was pushed open. Voila. All of a sudden, the door trembled slightly. The boundless immortal world Yuan Qi inside collapsed and fell on the head of the water god. The 100-zhong-tall water god collapsed in an instant. The water god that Yan Shui had condensed after spending 60 years of his lifespan was defeated in an instant. How powerful was this Venerable Ling Long? Unbelievable, Yan Shui hastily retreated. He was about to escape, but it was too late. Venerable Ling Long pointed with her finger. A huge chessboard appeared around Yan Shui. The texture of the chessboard was the crack of time and space. It wrapped around Yan Shui tightly. Poo. All the water elemental energy was almost dispersed. Yan Shui spurted out another mouthful of blood. Disperse. Venerable Ling Long pointed her finger again. Immediately, the Neptunian divine pearl was enveloped by the chessboard. The power of spacetime slashed the Neptunian divine pearl, causing the water and clouds inside to surge. It was severely damaged. Chi. Fan Qingying saw that the situation wasn't good. She gave up on Feng Han and struck out with her sword. Chaotic Leifa was everywhere, blasting towards Venerable Ling Long. The power of the attack was much stronger than the attack on Feng Han. Even the chessboard formed by Ling Long's great overarching heaven divine ability shook violently. Chaotic Leifa, you've only cultivated one level of power. You can't break time and space and turn everything into chaos. I'll teach you 2 moves so that you'll know what the real Chaotic Leifa is. Venerable Ling Long pointed with her finger again. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of chaotic lightning balls flew out from the crack in the void and blasted Fan Qingying. They directly broke the blind girl's Leifa and bombarded her body. Fan Qingying was startled. She waved the sword in her hand and wrapped herself in it. However, it was useless. The sword was blasted apart and she was sent flying. Blood flowed out from her blind eyes. Great overarching Ling Long, eternal suppression. After defeating Fan Qingying, Venerable Ling Long turned her palm and pressed Yan Shui under the 9 heavens astral wind. Even the Neptunian divine pearl was captured. Break! The surging immortals formation was also broken by Venerable Ling Long's lightning. Tens of thousands of treasured swords were flying everywhere. The bloodshed soft water sword was also blasted out of its original form. A graceful girl in green clothes panicked. This is my chance. Feng Han finally broke free. With a wave of his hand, the 8-section stupa flew out and suppressed the sword. The blood-red Buddha inside opened its hand and grabbed the flying sword. It kept bouncing. Crazy demon life reduction. Yan Shui immediately swallowed a pill when she saw the scene. Her magical power skyrocketed. The Neptunian divine pearl was triggered once again. It expanded to its limit and suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of water talisman. Each of the water talisman was like a dragon or a snake. They were all absorbed into her body. Worldly water escape. At this moment, she escaped without hesitation. Venerable Ling Long raised her hand again. A huge force bombarded the void. Bang! The girl was forced out of the void. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into the water cloud. Her speed increased by thousands of times. She had actually used the blood escape. Fan Qingying also jumped up and down a few times. She was even faster than Yan Shui. In an instant, the murderous aura in the sky dissipated. The water cloud was swept away by the astral wind. Only a sword formation was left. Tens of thousands of flying swords were flying around. When Yan Shui left, she didn't have time to take the surging 10,000 immortals formation with her. Now, these flying swords and formation diagrams were about to fly away automatically. But how could she let them do as they wished? Venerable Ling Long waved her hand and the chessboard of the great Luo heaven shrouded down, trapping all the flying swords and formation diagrams. The chessboard turned into a picture. Those flying swords were all on the picture. They were all refined in an instant. Venerable Ling Long, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever. You will live as long as the heavens. Feng Han was shocked to the extreme when he saw Venerable Ling Long defeating the two great experts. After calming himself down, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet and flatter Venerable Ling Long. There's no need to be so polite. This is not my real body. My real body is in the depths of the starry sky 500 billion miles away. I'm a guest of the Zuma sect. I sensed that you, who gave me a gift, was in danger, so I plucked out a strand of my hair and gave me 1,000 years of cultivation to travel through time and space. The form you see now is transformed from a strand of my hair. I've already used up my 1,000 years of cultivation and will return to my original form. Venerable Ling Long waved her hand and her body became blurry. Her yuan qi was thin, and there was a strand of long hair in the middle. What? A strand of hair has such a great ability? It's just too ridiculous. Feng Han's heart shrank in fright. He thought that this beautiful young man in luxurious clothes was a powerful incarnation, but he didn't expect that it was actually a strand of hair. Venerable Ling Long was a guest of the Zuma sect hundreds of billions of miles away. She sensed a small matter in the Xianxia great world and plucked out a strand of her hair. She condensed 1,000 years of cultivation on it and threw it through time and space, repelling the number 1 and number 2 experts of the divine ability secret realm. What was this method? It was indescribable. Even a lawless person like Feng Han couldn't imagine it. He had seen a lot of great figures, but someone as powerful as Venerable Ling Long was probably a little weaker than the sealed ancient demon Venerable and the mysterious man. Of course, these people were either sealed or trapped. Feng Han didn't know their true strength. At this moment, Feng Han finally understood. Why was Venerable Ling Long able to support a great sect and fight against the Tai Gate with her own strength? She has cultivated to such a level in just 4,000 years. How powerful is that? Yan, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Why don't you take a look at Venerable Ling Long's cultivation base? Feng Han said in his heart. Puff. 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 Yan, who was in the Acheron map, was trembling with fear. Too powerful, too powerful. How is it possible? How can she cultivate to such a level? A strand of her hair with 1,000 years of cultivation base can repel 2 experts? She's almost as powerful as the Emperor Huang Quan. Could it be that Venerable Ling Long is an expert of the 9th or 10th level of the longevity secret realm? Has she really reached the level where she can live as long as the heavens and earth? Venerable Ling Long only has a total of 4,000 years of lifespan. It's a great loss to lose 1,000 years of cultivation base, Feng Han said in his heart. Although she has a lifespan of 4,000 years, the amount of immortal world yuan qi that she breathes every day is equivalent to 1,000 times that of an ordinary longevity secret realm expert. In other words, an expert like Master Qianxia needs to cultivate for 1,000 days to equal the yuan qi she accumulates in one day. The 1,000 years of cultivation base she mentioned is actually the yuan qi essence she accumulates in 1 year. It's just a drop in the ocean for her. Yan had yet to eliminate the fear in his heart. Seeing Yan's action, Feng Han knew that he was truly afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agitated and fearful. Acheron map? I've heard of this magical treasure in the past, but it's a pity. I've never fought with Emperor Huang Quan before. Back then, I had yet to complete my cultivation, and Emperor Huang Quan was a devil emperor who tore open the gate of the immortal world. It's a pity that only such a devil emperor is qualified to fight with me. The current devil emperors, including Xianxia, have a shallow cultivation base. It's really disappointing. However, I can see the shadow of Emperor Huang Quan in you. Venerable Ling Long's thin shadow continued to speak. Thank you for your teachings, Venerable Ling Long. Feng Han hurriedly said to the handsome young man in luxurious clothes respectfully. This was the humility that came from his strength. He should remain humble in front of such an existence. Teachings? Venerable Ling Long laughed. You killed the little tycoon of Jin Dan in the Tai Gate and traveled thousands of miles just to present the Jin Dan to me as a birthday gift. Who would dare to give me such a big gift if you were killed halfway? However, Yan Shuai and Fan Qingying are really powerful. I almost couldn't defeat them. If they step into the immortal secret realm one day, their strength will increase tenfold. At that time, I will have to use another Yuan spirit. Not even a strand of hair can do it. Please give me some pointers on my cultivation base. Fang Han hastily said. It would be a failure if he didn't receive pointers from an existence like Venerable Ling Long. You cultivated the divine ability of my great Luo Ling Long heaven. You obtained Hui Yun'er's Jin Dan when she was trapped in the Taiyuan immortal matter. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fate that you were able to come out of the Taiyuan immortal matter. In the future, I still need to rely on your strength to prepare for the opening of the immortal world with the help of the Xianping Gate. I don't have much time to guide your cultivation now. By the time you come to my exquisite paradise, my true body will have already returned. Let me tell you in detail about the profundity of this supreme divine ability of great Luo Ling Long heaven. As for the divine ability of the 5 monarch devils, I won't guide you. However, this 8-section stupa of yours was originally the supreme treasure of the heavenly dragon race. It's quite rare for you to use the power of the 5-elemental earth spirit talisman to refine it into an embryonic form. Venerable Ling Long looked at Fang Han. She wasn't interested in the Acheron map, but she had some understanding of the 8-section stupa. Venerable, what exactly is this 5-elemental earth spirit talisman? I've been unable to grasp it for a long time. Moreover, when I was cultivating, I accidentally integrated it into the 8-section stupa. My cultivation base is still shallow, so I don't know what will happen if it flies away in the future. It's quite painful for me to waste all my previous efforts. Fang Han didn't know what the 5-elemental earth spirit talisman was. To be honest, cultivating the 8-section stupa had always been the most confusing thing for him. Especially now, when he had integrated the Lord of the Bloody Night into the Blood Buddha. It would be a great loss if he lost a Dao tool in the future due to some unforeseen event. I know a little about the 5-elemental earth spirit talisman. It's the most mysterious talisman of 6 syllables of the ancient Buddhist sect. The 6 syllables on the talisman are the seed syllables that existed before the heaven and earth were created. It symbolizes all the blessings of the heaven and earth and the universe. It's used to enhance a magical treasure. Originally, the ancient Buddhist sect had suppressed Scarlet Abyss Devil Venerable and left behind this divine talisman in the hope that one day, this divine talisman and the 5-elemental earth spirit talisman could refine Scarlet Abyss Devil Venerable and his 840 million sky demon subordinates into an earth-shattering magical treasure. Unexpectedly, Scarlet Abyss Devil Venerable was so powerful that he actually weakened the power of the talisman and gradually controlled the 5-elemental earth spirit talisman to break free. The power of this talisman has been greatly reduced. Its previous power was enough to kill an expert of the immortal secret realm. Venerable Ling Long's voice was as soft as flowing water as she explained to Fang Han in detail. She even mentioned the name of the ancient demon Venerable. Apparently, she was very familiar with some of the immemorial events. Then what should I do? Fang Han's face turned pale. Nothing much. This talisman has the power of enhancement. In other words, it will slowly enhance the magical treasure's power when it's attached to it. Since you know the Buddhist sect's cultivation method, you can use it to refine this talisman every day. As time goes by, the magical treasure's power will gradually increase. As for the 8-section stupa, I've seen some immemorial dragon kings refining it for tens of thousands of years, but none of them succeeded. But with this divine talisman, perhaps one day you will succeed in refining it. Venerable Ling Long said, You have suppressed the bloodshed soft water sword, right? This sword is no small matter. It was refined by the ancient water god using the bloodshed vermilion and the water spirit. It has been nurtured for many years. Its power will certainly increase greatly when it cultivates with your bloodshed firmament. When you have completely subdued this sword, you can place it in the 8-section stupa and condense the blood Buddha. Finally, you can turn the 8-section stupa into a Dao tool. At that time, its power will be unimaginable. While they were talking, Venerable Ling Long's body gradually became thinner and her yuan qi dispersed. The black hair flew towards Fang Han and wrapped around Fang Han's fingertip. Venerable Ling Long's voice was transmitted from the void. Although this strand of hair has used up its 1,000 years of cultivation, it still has an incredible ability. It will wrap around your fingertip and save your life when necessary. Well, Zuma sect is very far away from the Xianxia Great World. With my divine ability, it won't be able to exist for a long time. Take care of yourself on your way to exquisite paradise. Then, there was silence. The myriad immortal sword formation also flew over and fell into Fang Han's hand. The handsome young man dressed in luxurious robes, the overlord of a generation, Venerable Ling Long, had disappeared without a trace. However, it was deeply engraved in the depths of Fang Han's heart. There's actually such a powerful person in this world. I simply can't imagine how I could cultivate to such a level. Fang Han looked at the strand of black hair and didn't speak for a long time. You're only in the Jin Dan realm now. You're still far away from the immortal secret realm. Yanqing poured cold water on him. This immortal venerable's cultivation has already reached the heavenly Tao of cloud body, which is close to the realm of being as long as heaven and earth. If Emperor Huang Quan is resurrected, he may not be able to do anything to her. Only the immortal King Zhao Hua in the immortal world can completely destroy her. Immortal secret realm. That's right, I must improve my realm. I'm only in the Jin Dan realm now. I thought I could sweep the world, but now it seems that my realm is still too low. I must improve further to save my life. If I'm in the 8th or 9th level today, I may be able to escape calmly and even defeat the two of them. At this time, Fang Han had another plan in his mind. Fang Han, we've also gained a lot this time. We've actually suppressed a Dao artifact, the bloodshed soft water sword. We've also obtained this formation map and tens of thousands of precious flying swords. The rippling myriad immortal sword formation is one of the immemorial sword formations. Yan Cheng's mood became better. Forget it. This sword formation must be given to the female disciples of exquisite paradise. Since Venerable Ling Long gave it to me, I can't keep it for myself. Naturally, I have to give it to her. I'm just earning a favor. If I'm so boring, Venerable Ling Long will look down on me. Fang Han understood. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Fortunately, Xingyun Baby didn't suffer any injuries. During the battle, Xingyun Baby had already hidden in the depths of the Sun and Moon pentagram bracelet and then in the Acheron map. With the double protection, she didn't suffer any injuries. In such a battle, which was close to the immortal secret realm, she could only hide. Helping would only be more of a hindrance. So powerful. Xingyun Baby crawled out and swung her big head. I almost died. That Venerable Ling Long is more powerful than my parents combined. Venerable Ling Long fought against the Tai Gate alone. There's no supreme elder in her sect. If she wasn't so powerful, her sect would have been wiped out long ago. Fang Han nodded. She's indeed a few levels stronger than your father, the Star Lord. Let's go. I want to see how powerful her true body is. She's a guest in the Zuma sect? What's the Zuma sect? How come I've never heard of it? Xingyun Baby asked doubtfully. I don't know what the Zuma sect is either. I guess it's a mysterious and powerful sect in the starry sky, similar to infinitesimal. Fang Han shook his head. There are enough forces in the Xianxia Great World, but the number of cultivators in the universe is like the grains of sand in the Milky Way. It's endless. One day, when I reach the immortal secret realm and comprehend the void, I'll be able to tear the void and travel through space. Then, I'll leave the Xianxia Great World and travel through the vast starry sky. I'll see the Buddhist sect, the God race, the sky demon, the heavenly dragon, all kinds of divine beasts, monsters, and other living beings. Let's go. We'll go to the Dashuan Empire to find Princey first, and then we'll go to Exquisite Paradise to celebrate his birthday. Yen Dao said, when we arrive at Exquisite Paradise, Venerable Ling Long's true body will return. By then, she'll guide you in your cultivation. You might be able to pass the great tribulation of wind and fire, and condense your heaven and earth Dharma idol. The Jin Dan is a threshold. Once you cross it, your cultivation will improve. Fang Han didn't say anything and flew towards the Dashuan Empire. With his current speed, he had reached 1,000 times the speed of sound after cultivating the Jingdan. Not long after, he arrived at the capital of the Dashuan Empire, Xianxia City, and landed in the direction of Prince Yi's residence. After experiencing this crisis, Feng Han's desire to sweep through the entire divine ability secret realm had lessened a little. The divine abilities and Dao weapons of Fan Qingying and Yan Shui had made him very wary. Fortunately, he had received help from Venerable Ling Long to repel the enemies and save his life. Otherwise, Feng Han would really self-destruct Jing Dan and perish together with them. Hua Tiandu and Hua Tiandu's cultivation levels are about the same. If I were to fight Hua Tiandu now and kill him, I would have to pay a huge price. If he were to detonate his Yuan spirit at the last moment, he would drag me down with him. You can die with me. After this battle, Feng Han had gradually perfected some of his previous conjectures. He had also found some ways to kill Hua Tiandu without being counterattacked by the other party. Otherwise, with his current cultivation base, even if he could defeat the other party, he would be seriously injured by the other party's desperate counterattack. He would lose his physical body and would never be able to cultivate to the immortality secret realm. That would be too great a loss. It was not worth it. If he wanted to kill Hua Tiandu completely without giving him a chance to counterattack, his cultivation level had to be improved. At the very least, he had to be at the same cultivation level as Hua Tiandu, which was the 10th level of the divine ability secret realm. He was also very clear about the flaws of his cultivation base. Although the power of the 90 types of Jing Dan was great and could instantly kill an expert of the same cultivation level, because his cultivation level was too low, he did not have enough spiritual power to activate it. If it were not for the support of the World Tree, his spiritual power would be exhausted after activating it once or twice. If he cultivated to the 10th level of the divine ability secret realm, his sea of consciousness would expand and accumulate more spiritual power. His breath would be longer and he would be able to fight for a long time without the help of the World Tree. At that time, he would really be able to move freely in the vast world. His current spiritual power was close to the power of 100 million galloping horses. However, this was explosive power. This was the ultimate power. It was impossible to go further and expand this ultimate power, unless he broke through to the immortality secret realm. Feng Han saw the limits of the divine ability secret realm in this battle. The explosive spiritual power could not exceed 100 million. Even the power of a high-grade Dao artifact could not exceed 100 million. His lifespan could not exceed 10,000 years, and his spiritual power could not exceed 100 million. This was the limit of the divine ability secret realm. The only difference was who could last longer and whose spiritual power could last longer. To be able to burst for a longer time. Feng Han's most powerful move in this battle was to compress the Jing Dan and then suddenly expand it to the power of 100 million galloping horses. However, he only used it twice before his spiritual power could not be replenished. Otherwise, if he used it a few more times, he would have broken through the encirclement and escaped. Using it twice in a row was already the limit. If he cultivated to the 10th level of the divine ability secret realm, his sea of consciousness would expand and accommodate more spiritual power, and he would be able to use it many times. He could even compress, expand, compress, and expand again in an instant. The 90 types of divine ability secret realm could be used dozens of times in an instant. If it was the power of 100 million galloping horses each time, no one would be able to withstand it. At that time, Hua Tiandu would probably vomit blood when he saw it. He would not have a chance to fight back. At that level of cultivation, there was no need for any Dharma treasures. The heaven and earth Dharma that Jing Dan transformed into was the most powerful Dharma treasure. The heaven and earth Dharma at the 9th level of the divine ability secret realm was much more condensed than the Jing Dan, and he was more proficient in using it. Thinking of this, Feng Han's desire to improve his cultivation level became even stronger. It swept away the impulsiveness of Jing Dan's cultivation. After Jing Dan cultivated it, he thought that he was the number one person in the divine ability secret realm and could dominate the world. But today's battle, whether it was Yan Shui or Fan Qingying, they had used vivid facts to teach him a lesson. They had taught him that there was always someone better than him. He had to be careful at all times, and his cultivation level would never be enough. It was not difficult to find Prince Yi. The 24th prince was waiting for him in his residence. When he saw Feng Han's arrival, he was overjoyed. Feng Han, I've been waiting here day and night, and finally, you're here. I've prepared some gifts for the trip to exquisite paradise. They're flying swords and Dharma treasures worth about 2 to 300 million pills. What did you bring? I know that you're making a lot of money every day, and we've gained a lot of benefits on coiling Dragon Star. Can you lend me 500 million pills, and we'll go to the Heaven Dao Pavilion to buy some treasures? The gifts this time are more shocking. I heard that many experts from the sects have sent gifts. Now that you're famous, you're giving fewer gifts than others. That's too shabby. In the treasury of Prince Yi's residence, enlightened Master Xiaoyu and a large number of recruited rogue cultivators counted the gifts. There were various low-level talismans, such as the Gale Talisman, the Sharp Metal Talisman, the Armor Talisman. They were for the disciples of the physical body realm. There were also a large number of flying swords, low-grade weapons, and pills. There was a dazzling array of items, and there were hundreds of Dharma treasure pouches. When Feng Han heard this, he laughed bitterly in his heart. How could he still make a lot of money every day? The World Tree's immortal world chi was not enough, and he wished he could double it. And the treasures on him were clean and smooth. The rippling 10,000 Immortals plain sword formation was collected by Venerable Immortal Ling Long. He could not bring himself to show off as a gift. However, in front of Prince Yi, he naturally had to pretend to be rich and imposing. That's not a problem, leave it to me. Since you've already made arrangements, I'm relieved. Prince Yi was very assured of Feng Han. After all, he was too powerful. Suddenly, he looked at Feng Han with a serious expression, as if he was chewing on the aura. Suddenly, his body shook violently. You've cultivated the Jin Dan? That's right, I've cultivated the Jin Dan. Feng Han slightly released the aura of his Jin Dan. And it's a Jin Dan with 90 kinds of divine arts. I've already refined the Ghost Emperor's 9 ghost primordial spirit. It's not a problem for me to sweep through the top experts of the divine arts secret realm. Even if the first and second on the longevity substitute list come together, they won't be able to kill me. Plop. Plop, Prince Yi was not the only one. Even Reverend Xiaoyu, Reverend Xianxia, Reverend Liangshan, Reverend Xihua, and the sect masters of the rogue sects knelt down like tortoises on the ground. They could not stand the powerful pressure of Feng Han's Jin Dan. Not only did they submit physically, but they also submitted mentally. Feng Han knew that at this moment, he had truly subdued the sect masters of these rogue sections. Feng Han withdrew his Jin Dan aura into his body. Only then did these rogue cultivators feel relieved. After taking a breather, they regained their senses and looked at Feng Han with fear in their eyes. 90 kinds of divine arts. A Jin Dan with 90 kinds of divine arts. Since the ancient times, how many people have managed to cultivate it? You've actually cultivated the Jin Dan. And it's a Jin Dan with 90 kinds of divine arts. Ha 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 ha, you're indeed the number one figure below the longevity secret realm. According to the ranking of strength, you're number one on the longevity substitute list. Prince Yi laughed loudly. His laughter shook the room. Report. The fourth prince, Prince Yi, is here. At this moment, a few 10th level physical body realm and divine transformation realm guards ran into the room. What? Fourth brother is here? He's gotten a lot of benefits from coiling Dragon Star. I heard that he's recruited a lot of experts recently. Could it be that he's going to deliver a birthday gift to Venerable Ling Long? Prince Yi stared blankly at Feng Han. Come, let's go out and welcome them. Feng Han transformed into the life-stealing scholar, still using the Acheron map's art of reincarnation. Now that the Acheron map had opened the bridge of helplessness, even the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm couldn't see Feng Han's true face. As soon as he walked out of the gate, Feng Han saw the fourth prince, Prince Yi, the 13th prince, and Prince Zhan. When they reached the gate, several black-clothed men with powerful auras stood behind them. These black-clothed men were dressed mysteriously. They looked like rogue cultivators, but also like demonic experts. However, there wasn't a trace of demonic chi in them. Their bodies seemed to contain a terrifying power. Their every movement carried an aura of superiority, as if they would forever look down on and enslave all living beings. whether it was demons, immortals, or demons, all of them were a level lower than them. Feng Han was very familiar with this gaze. Especially the world tree between his eyebrows, which was vibrating violently. Because these black-clothed men were from the divines, the powerful divines, moreover, these black-clothed men were much stronger than Huan Ling and Huan Zhen. They seemed to be immortal kings, who were above the Jin Dan experts of the Tao sect. Immortal kings from the divines? What are they doing? Are they trying to infiltrate the Dashuan Empire? Although the divines are a treasure trove, immortal kings are very difficult to kill. Maybe they have immortal emperors behind them? In the divines, immortal kings are equivalent to celestial realm experts, and immortal kings are equivalent to Jin Dan experts. If these immortal kings were all ordinary Jin Dan experts, I could kill them all. But these immortal kings are unfathomable. When Feng Han saw these immortal kings, his heart was like boiling water. In the divines, immortal kings were equivalent to Tier 5 or Tier 6 experts of the mystical realm. Immortal kings were equivalent to Tier 7 Jin Dan, Tier 8, Tier 9, and Tier 10 experts of the mystical realm. They could all be called kings. As for immortal emperors, they were the ancient giants of the immortal realm. Their power was boundless. On the surface, these immortal kings looked very ordinary. For example, Immortal Xiaoya, Immortal Xianxia, and Immortal Shihua were rogue cultivators. If one were to probe them with ordinary Tao techniques, they would be able to tell that they were all at the 3rd or 5th tier of the mystique. However, Feng Han could sense through the world tree that they were all king of gods. Especially the two immortal kings, their eyes flashed with cold light that conveyed inhuman despair. It was unknown how high their cultivation was. The divine power of these divines was different from the gangqi of ordinary cultivators. Its power was also much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Fourth brother, what brings you here today? Prince Yi didn't know the origin of these divines and thought that they were ordinary cultivators recruited by Prince Yi. He had Feng Han as his backing. Now, other than the ancient giants of the immortal mystic realm, no one was worthy of his attention. 24th brother, haven't you been planning to celebrate Venerable Ling Long's birthday? Of course I'm going. We can take care of each other on the way. Also, this cultivator you recruited, the life-stealing scholar, was able to snatch a Dharma treasure from Hua Tiandu on Coiling Dragon Star. With his help, you'll definitely succeed. Princey looked at Feng Han with a faint smile. No one knew what this profound prince was thinking at the moment. Oh? The life-stealing scholar? He was able to snatch a Dharma treasure from Hua Tiandu? At this moment, a black-clothed man behind Grand Princey stepped forward. He looked Feng Han up and down with his cold eyes, as if he didn't believe Feng Han. His eyes were cold and inhuman, as if he could see through anyone's life and death. Who is this? Feng Han waved the fan in his hand and said casually, I wonder where Princey recruited this rogue cultivator. This is a cultivator from Dishi Mountain, Mr. Xia. The 13th prince, Prince Zhan, introduced. He had once been a disciple of Feng Han and admired Feng Han's magic power very much. Dishi Mountain? I've never heard of it. Feng Han smiled faintly. It's just a rogue cultivator sect from overseas. It's not worth mentioning. Mr. Xia, the mysterious divine king of the black-robed divine clan, stared at Feng Han for a long time before saying slowly, life-stealing scholar, this name takes one's life. Unfortunately, it's too overbearing. If someone were to take one's life, it would be because of this name. Is that so? I've been roaming the world for countless years, and I've only taken people's lives. No one has ever taken my life. I'd like to see who can take my life. Feng Han closed his fan and patted his palm. What a heroic spirit. Exquisite Paradise is rumored to be located far away in the sea. The sea is extremely dangerous, and the 40 great bandits are extremely fierce. Since life-stealing scholar has such magic power, I'm sure we won't be in any danger. Another black-clothed man stepped forward and said, this one is Mr. Yamato from Dishi Mountain. Feng Han sneered in his heart. Mr. Xia and Mr. Yamato were the most unfathomable existences among these divine kings. They were the leaders of this group. However, their true strength could only be estimated after exchanging blows. The divine race was different from cultivators, and he didn't know what kind of magic treasures these people had. The treasures stored in the bodies of the previous divine monarchs were equivalent to a treasury. How many treasures did these divine kings have? However, Feng Han obviously couldn't act rashly. Prince Zhan introduced the cultivators from Dishi Mountain to Feng Han one by one. Apart from Mr. Xia and Mr. Yamato, there were a total of 5 other cultivators. There were a total of 7 divine kings present. The world tree between Feng Han's eyebrows was surging wildly. If it weren't for Feng Han trying his best to suppress it, it might have burst out and devoured these 7 divine kings. The world tree was the nemesis of the divine race. Otherwise, the almighty divine race experts from the primordial era wouldn't have cut it down. However, Feng Han would not rashly attack this group of divine kings before he had a clear idea of their background. However, this group of divine kings seemed to want to kill Feng Han. They looked at him as if he was a pig waiting to be slaughtered. These god kings are plotting against me? Perhaps they want to get close to the 4th prince and gain his trust. Then they can kill me to prove their allegiance. However, it's not certain who will kill who. Let's go together. We'll talk on the way. Feng Han immediately waved his fan and said, since everything is ready, let's set off. Venerable Ling Long's 40th birthday celebration is less than 10 days away. Any slight delay will delay it. That's true. 24th brother, let's go. Grand Princey looked deeply at Feng Han. There's no time to lose. All right. Princey and Feng Han soared into the sky. The 4th prince, the 13th prince, and the 7 divine kings also flew up. The magic power of the 2 sides connected and formed a divine rainbow that flew toward the sea, overseas. The waves rolled as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Countless demons and ghosts were hidden in the sea. Not to mention the myriad return immortal island, which was the strongest among the cultivators. Even the immortal cave of Lady opened by Feng Qingshui was among them. When Feng Han flew above the vast sea, he suddenly thought of the immortal cave of Lady. He wondered how the business of the immortal cave of Lady was doing. The sea was difficult to cross. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the divine realm, the celestial realm, wouldn't be able to cross it in one go. They would have to find some islands and rest midway. However, these people were all people with profound magic power and wealth. They were absorbing magic crystals and jades as if they didn't cost anything. They didn't need to rest. While flying, Mr. Xia suddenly spoke to Feng Han in a sinister voice. Life-stealing scholar, you've hidden your cultivation base very well. We can't even see through it. I wonder if you've cultivated to the Jingdan realm, the 8th, 9th, or even 10th level. The magic treasure on your body that conceals your aura and changes your form is very mysterious. Feng Han was shocked. He didn't expect this Mr. Xia to be able to guess the miraculous use of his Acheron map, the art of reincarnation. I have many magic treasures on me that conceal my aura. I don't know which one Mr. Xia is referring to. Hee, Mr. Xia laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, his expression changed and he pointed forward. Sky Demon. Everyone, be careful. Princey was taken aback. Sure enough, he saw a sinister wind blowing in front of him. The entire surface of the sea had turned a gloomy color. Countless ghostly wails and howls could be heard from afar. Dark clouds were galloping like horses. Who knew how many formless heavenly demons had transformed into distorted forms and were flying over? Feng Han even saw that for every 10,000 sky demon, there was a demon king level expert leading and commanding them. When all these sky demon were gathered into one, there were countless troops of sky demon. It was as if the demon race's army had descended upon the mortal realm to conquer the world. Even though Feng Han had seen countless sky demon battlefield, blood and flesh quagmire, and Water Goo's 100,000 strong army, he still couldn't believe his eyes when he saw so many sky demons in front of him. The sky demon army in front of him stretched as far as the eye could see, extending into the distant void. Why are there so many sky demon on the sea? Could it be that these divine kings from the god race are playing tricks? You must know that the sky demon was once a war puppet created by the god race. Although it later betrayed them, the god race is still able to create sky demon for their own use. Feng Han hurriedly used his divine perception to scan the 7 divine kings around him. Mr. Grand Summer retracted his body and separated from Feng Han. This is the Sky Demon Army. Let's fight our way out of this encirclement and regroup. Even as he spoke, the 7 divine kings, Grand Prince Yi, the 13th prince, and Grand Prince Zhan all flew off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the black mass of Sky Demon Army had already arrived. Leading the charge was a demon king wearing black demon armor and wielding a sky-piercer halberd. From the looks of it, he was an expert who had cultivated true energy and reached the 2nd stage of the divine ability realm. Of course, such a demon king wasn't worth mentioning. Feng Han could kill 100 of them with a snap of his fingers. However, there were no less than 100 demon kings in all directions. Each demon king led tens of thousands of powerful heavenly demons. They formed a formation, and the demonic chi between them connected as one. Feng Han looked over and saw that the densely packed Sky Demon and Sky Demon King were actually forming a huge devil formation that covered an area of 500 kilometers. Feng Han first protected himself, then flicked his finger, sending a bean-sized dot of starlight shooting toward the Demon King. This was the Star Sand Thunderblast divine ability. The Demon King chuckled and flicked his halberd at the dot of starlight. Suddenly, the starlight exploded into millions of specks of starlight, each of which was divine lightning. They exploded into the Sky Demon Army, causing thunderous booms to ring out. But then, the Sky Demon formation suddenly emitted a torrential Sky Demon energy that drowned out the Star Sand Thunderblast. So it really is a devil formation. Feng Han thought, his heart trembling. Although the Star Sand Thunderblast he used only contained 1/100th of his power, it was still enough to kill a large number of Sky Demon soldiers. And yet, not a single one had been killed. Mr. Xia, Mr. Yamato, Grand Prince Yi, the 13th Prince Warlord, and the 5 God Kings of the Divine Race stood atop the demonic formation, looking down at the demonic formation below. Mr. Grand Summer, Grand Prince Zhan said, "Do you think this devil formation can really trap Life-Sizer Scholar?" Of course, this heaven-hating demon formation is made up of 3,600,000 heavenly demons and 360 demon kings. Once trapped in it, even if one is not an ancient magnate from the longevity secret realm, he or she would have to shed a layer of skin. They are a part of the Sky Demon raised by the hateful Sky Compass, the most precious treasure of Ardishi Mountain. They have been lying in ambush here for a long time to eliminate the life-stealing scholar for the 4th prince. Mr. Xiao's eyes flickered with green light. Now, the 4th prince and the 13th prince should know our strength. The life-stealing scholar is a very mysterious cultivator. I've always suspected that he is another person. However, I'm not sure. This time, we should seize this opportunity to eliminate him or capture him and force him to join us. Otherwise, the 24th brother will be a big threat to me with his help. However, you should still be careful of his divine ability. This person can't be underestimated. He can destroy Forefather Green Goat with one move. The 4th prince he pointed downward with his left hand, as if he didn't believe that the Sky Demon formation could trap him. Forefather Green Goat? That kind of trash can be called forefather? A godly king said disdainfully, any one of us from Dishi Mountain can kill him 10 times over. Apart from the most powerful people in the Immortality Secret Realm and the top 10 on the Immortality Substitute list, we don't really care about those with profound cultivation and Dao artifacts. That's right. Mr. Yamato nodded. Even if this person is powerful, he can't be a powerful person. Besides, this hateful Sky Demon formation has 3.6 million Sky Demons and 360 Sky Demon King. It's only used to consume his magic power. Even if he breaks out of the formation, he will use up a lot of his magic power. At that time, I can easily suppress him and make him unable to rise again. Gentlemen, you can set up a Sky Demon formation like the hateful Sky Demon formation and raise so many Sky Demons. It really made me gasp in amazement. I've heard that the #1 true disciple of the Gemini Gate, Evil Star Destroyer, obtained an ancient Buddhist treasure called the Dipankara Ancient Buddhist Umbrella. Inside it, there were 5 million Sky Demon cultivators who were converted by this Buddhist treasure. They prayed every day and provided him with an endless supply of pure will. How does it compare to the heaven-hating compass that Mr. Xia mentioned? The 4th prince, Grand Prince Yi, looked down at the devilish formation. Devilish energy surged, and Life-Sizer Scholar protected himself with a sphere of starlight, making it impossible to see what divine ability he was using. However, from the looks of it, it was rather difficult. Dipankara Ancient Buddha Umbrella? This was a mid-grade Tao artifact. It was made from the Great Salvation Zen Light, a supreme Buddhist ability. It could purify the sky demon and its power was not to be underestimated. However, that mid-grade Tao artifact could only purify demon kings below the 5th level of the Abhijna realm. However, Dishi Mountain's heaven-hating compass can subdue demon kings below the 5th or 6th level of the Abhijna realm. Unless you cultivate the sky demon Jin Dan, you will never be able to escape from the heaven-hating compass. However, it's just a high-grade Tao artifact. Mr. Yamato also looked at the devilish formation and said casually, this life-sizer scholar didn't cultivate the Abhijna realm. He cultivated the true power of the stars. However, it seems that he can't break this heaven-hating sky demon formation. High-grade Tao artifact. Who is Dishi Mountain? The 13th prince, Grand Prince Zhan, was shocked. He communicated with the 4th prince, Grand Prince Yi, through telepathy. 4th brother, I feel that these Taoists are very mysterious. They came to us 2 months ago and suddenly joined us. They were able to get rid of life-sizer scholar and command so many sky demon cultivators. 3,600,000 sky demon cultivators were one thing, but 360 sky demon king cultivators were also one thing. One sky demon king cultivator was equivalent to a Abhijna realm expert. Even the true disciples of the big sects didn't have that many. Although the sky demon race had billions of times more than the human race, it was already the power of an eternal giant to subdue so many sky demon king cultivators. Also, what is a high-grade Tao artifact? The royal family of our Dashwan Empire only has one. However, we don't even have a single Tao artifact. I suspect that these people are cultivators from outer space. Dishi Mountain must be a mysterious and powerful sect from outer space. They aren't any weaker than the 10 immortal Tao sects. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a high-grade Tao artifact. Grand Prince Yi analyzed with his immortal will. They must have come to the Xianxia Great World for a purpose, but I can borrow their power. I think that life-sizer scholar isn't a simple character. Although the sky demon formation is powerful, it can't trap him. We can sit back and watch them fight each other. That's true. In this way, we can see the true strength of these 7 cultivators from Dishi Mountain and life-sizer scholar, the 13th prince, Grand Prince Zhan, said. Feng Han, why did we suddenly encounter so many sky demon cultivators on the sea? If there were such a sky demon cultivator on the sea, they would have been eradicated by the Wangue Immortal Island and the rogue cultivator sections. There are at least millions of sky demon cultivators and hundreds of sky demon king cultivators here. At this moment, Grand Prince Yi was enveloped in a halo of starlight by Feng Han. Feng Han flicked his fingers repeatedly, and many starlight transformed into star-refining devil-slaying sabers. They danced everywhere, slashing the many sky demon king cultivators in the formation. Grand Prince Yi used 2 starry divine abilities to protect himself. If I'm not mistaken, these heaven devils were set up by Grand Prince Yi's Grand Xia and Grand Prince Yamato. They want to kill us. Of course, they won't kill you, but they can kill me. Feng Han calculated a lot of plans in his mind. Grand Prince Yi's entire body shook. Impossible. Those cultivators from Dishi Mountain don't have a single Jin Dan cultivator. How could they have such a powerful ability? This is their hidden cultivation level. These people's cultivation levels are all 10 times stronger than forefather green goats. They can even compare to the disciples of the ancient giant Jin Dan of the Tai Gate. That Grand Prince Dahi and Grand Shang might even be stronger than the Dark Underworld King. How is this possible? Which rogue cultivator sect has this kind of power? They aren't rogue cultivator sections. They are a kind of terrifying existence. The reason why I haven't made a move is because I don't want to lose everything. If one of these people escapes, the terrifying existence behind them will notice us. Then we'll be doomed eternally. Feng Han was still slowly using the 2 starry divine abilities of star-refining devil-slaying sabers and star-gathering spirit-refining chi. One was a four-sided attack, while the other was a defensive divine ability. Although these sky demon king cultivators were powerful, they couldn't harm him for the time being. Now that he had cultivated the Jing Dan, he could use these two starry divine abilities to perfection. He was much more powerful than the true disciples of Gemini Gate. He was pondering over the situation first, and didn't want to act rashly. This person has been trapped in the array for half an hour, and there are no signs of his Dharma power being used. If this continues, I'm afraid that a long night will bring trouble. If some orthodox cultivator comes, it will ruin our plan. After half an hour, the life-stealing scholar, who was trapped in the center of the demonic array, was still emitting starlight, but it had dimmed slightly. One of the god kings frowned. All right, the 7 of us will work together and waste some of our Dharma power to catalyze the sky demon. Let's increase the power of this heaven's hatred array tenfold. Let's see if he can hold on. Mr. Yamato waved his hand. Okay. The other 6 god kings agreed together. They chanted a series of mysterious spells, and their faces turned red and green. Suddenly, they opened their mouths and spat out a stream of mysterious Dharma power. This Dharma power didn't belong to any kind of earth energy or essence energy. It didn't have the slightest warmth, but was cold, strange, and supreme, with the noble aura of a ruler. This was the god's blood of origin. If a sky demon absorbed a little of this god's blood of origin, its strength would increase greatly. It was like a cultivator eating a demented life reduction pill. The heavenly demon clan was created by the god clan. At that time, the expert who created the heavenly demons had imitated the bloodline of the god clan. However, compared to the god clan, the heavenly demons had always been lacking. If one could absorb the god's blood of origin, they could replenish their blood of origin and increase their strength tenfold, or even tenfold. Poof, a ball of God's blood of origin turned into mist and entered the heaven's hatred array formed by the 3,600,000 sky demon. Goo goo, goo goo. Instantly, all the sky demons swelled up like inflated toads. Some of the more powerful sky demon even began to transform. Their originally formless bodies actually grew scales. Some even grew several hands and several heads, showing signs of evolving into demon kings. The power of the heaven's hatred array suddenly increased, forming a millstone. 360 demon kings, each leading 10,000 sky demon, spun crazily, bringing with them sinister winds and ghostly howls. They wanted to completely crush Feng Han. Waves of demonic chi soared into the sky, and all the creatures within 1,000 miles of the sea, including fish, prawns, sea snakes, sea turtles, and even jellyfish in the deep sea, were swept up and their blood merged into the demonic array. In an instant, the sea within 1,000 miles of the sea became an azure slaughterhouse. This demonic array is so powerful. These people's yuan qi. It can actually transform the sky demon like this. What exactly is it? The 13th prince, the warring prince, shuddered. Even with his strength as a Jing Dan expert, he felt his body tremble and was about to be swept into the demonic array. I'm afraid I'll die if I'm trapped in this demonic array. The 4th prince, Prince Yi, secretly clenched his fists. He took out the invisible sword to protect his body. He suddenly shouted, "That life-stealing scholar can't hold on any longer." Before he finished speaking, Feng Han, who was in the array, had already sensed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The 7 demon kings spat out their yuan qi and catalyzed the sky demon, but they wouldn't be able to escape in time. If I don't make a move now, when will I? He gathered his spiritual power and suddenly took out his natal Jing Dan. It condensed again and suddenly expanded by 1,000 times. Rumble. Rumble, it was as if thousands of stars had exploded in the sky at the same time. The entire heaven's hatred sky demon array was blown to pieces. Feng Han's body rose, and black holes appeared around him one after another. This was the great devouring art. Countless sky demon king and sky demon were devoured. At the same time, a bridge of helplessness appeared under his feet, and doors of Avicii opened one after another. His Jing Dan was the size of a house. It floated in the sky and covered the sun's radiance. Jing Dan, the Jing Dan that contained 90 mystiques, with Feng Han's spiritual power and the boundless immortal realm's yuan qi, it was as if a deity who controlled the sun had descended to the mortal realm. It could kill almost all demons and existences below the immortal realm. Even people like Fan Qingying and Yan Shui would have to retreat if they didn't have Dao treasures to protect themselves. If they were a little slower, they would be injured. This time, the mysterious 7 divine kings had dared to plot against him. This gave him the best opportunity. If he killed this group of people, he would not only be able to obtain 7 powerful superpower fruits, but he would also be able to obtain countless magical treasures. Then, he would truly act like a tycoon when he went to exquisite paradise to pay his respects. One after another, doors of Avicii spewed out sky demon chi. Any sky demon and sky demon king that came into contact with it would lose their ability to move. They would be devoured by the great devouring art and transferred to the 8-section stupa's pagoda. The 8-section stupa had opened up a space that could accommodate many sky demon. Originally, after this magic treasure was refined, it had to contain countless creatures. Then, it would be subdued with the morning bell and evening drum, producing devout faith. They would pray at all times and produce power of will to temper the 8-section stupa. According to the records of the Heavenly Dragon's secret tome, the 8-section stupa would be successfully refined by opening up 3,000 small worlds inside. Each of the 840 million living beings would pray together for 10,000 years. The power of will would then be combined with the pagoda's body, turning the treasure into an immortal item. Of course, Feng Han couldn't do this. However, he could also increase the power of the 8-section stupa by collecting all the Sky Demon and Sky Demon King present and placing them in the pagoda. Subduing the Sky Demon was very difficult for ordinary cultivators. However, for existences who possessed the holy water of the netherworld, the Gate of Avicii, the Great Salvation Zen Light, the Drum of Dusk, and the Morning Bell, it was not difficult to tame the heavenly demons and turn them from violent to devout. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 million Sky Demon and 200 Sky Demon King were sucked into the 8-section stupa. The pagoda-shaped stupa suddenly flew out of Feng Han's body and expanded 1,000 times. It was still the size of the Blood Dragon Crystal Mountain from before. At the top of the blood-colored mountain, a blood-colored Buddha sat on a blood-colored lotus with its palms together. It kept chanting the 6-syllable mantra. It was like a cow's roar, a tiger's roar, and a dragon's roar. It was thought-provoking. The evening drum and morning bell were also ringing loudly. The Sky Demon and Sky Demon King that had been pulled into the 8-section stupa were already contaminated by the Avicii demonic chi. They were intoxicated and showed pain on their faces. They couldn't use the Sky Demon body disintegration technique to self-destruct. Now that these Buddhist chants entered their ears, they immediately cleansed their bodies and knelt before the blood-colored Buddha. The blood-colored Buddha had the appearance of Feng Han and also the appearance of the Lord of the Bloody Night. At this time, it was suppressing a dark green sword. On it was a graceful girl in green who was gnashing her teeth and cursing, but it was useless. This was the original body and soul of the bloodshed soft water sword. As long as the Lord of the Bloody Night could truly subdue this sword, the two would become one. Its quality and power would immediately skyrocket. It would transform into a mid-grade Tao treasure, much more powerful than the Dipankara ancient Buddhist umbrella. However, how miraculous was a Tao treasure flying sword? It wouldn't be easily refined. Even if Feng Han made a move, it would probably take several years. Now, Feng Han had already sent this sword into the 8-section stupa to let the Lord of the Bloody Night waste his energy. Now, the Lord of the Bloody Night could be said to be the weapon spirit of the 8-section stupa. The stronger he was, the more powerful the 8-section stupa would be. 1 million Sky Demons and 200 Sky Demon King entered the space of the 8-section stupa. They were directly tamed and devoutly converted. Immediately, they all knelt down in worship. In the blink of an eye, they gathered a powerful wish power and blessed the body of the Lord of the Bloody Night. The body of the Lord of the Bloody Night swelled again and became clearer. The bloody light on his body was also gradually stained with a pale gold color. Behind his head, a faint halo appeared. It was so comfortable that it squeaked loudly. And the weapon spirit of the bloodshed soft water sword showed a look of despair on its face. What a powerful wish power! These Sky Demon, compared to the Sky Demon raised by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, produce almost 10 times more wish power. How can this be? Yes, these Sky Demon are contaminated with the vitality of the god race's bloodline. It makes up for the defect of their bloodline, so they are countless times stronger. Naturally, their power of will be stronger. The stronger the living being, the more powerful the wish power produced. If anyone could subdue an ancient giant in the secret territory of immortality and convert him devoutly, then the wish power produced by this ancient giant's prayer would be inconceivable. However, this was tantamount to a fool's dream. Ancient giants were all super mighty figures with strong self-existence. How could they convert sincerely? It was possible to subdue them, but it was absolutely impossible to make them all become sincere. Feng Han instantly discovered this situation. Puff. Then he exhaled a mouthful of golden light, which was none other than the vital energy of the great deliverance dhyana that he had been working hard on recently. As soon as it entered the 8-section stupas, the talismans of the 5 phases glittered brightly, and the sound of the morning bell and the evening drum echoed out, causing all of the heaven devils to stop in place. This time, the power of the great devouring technique was even greater. With a swell and condense, it swallowed the remaining 2 million Sky Demon and 100 Sky Demon King and transported them into the space of the 8-section stupa. In almost 2 or 3 breaths. In just 2 or 3 breaths. Feng Han broke the formation and flew out of the Jing Dan. The great devouring technique on it swallowed 6 million Sky Demon and 360 powerful Sky Demon King and entered the 8-section stupa and converted instantly. Feng Han's Jing Dan pressed down on Mr. Xia, Mr. Yamato, and the 7-headed God King like Mount Tai. Ever since the battle with Yan Shui and Fan Qingying, they had narrowly escaped death. After gaining such a powerful experience, Feng Han also understood many wonderful uses of the Jing Dan. Now, with this pressure, a force field covered the sky like an eggshell. It enveloped the 7-headed God King, Grand Prince Yi, and the Grand Prince Zhan, making it impossible for them to escape. How can this be? Mr. Yamato had spat out his own divine blood to feed the heavenly demon, increasing the power of the heaven-hating demon formation. However, he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the turtle in the jar would turn into a vicious dragon. That's right. Feng Han was originally a turtle in a jar, but he suddenly exploded and became a wild dragon. He broke the formation, took all the Sky Demon, and killed the enemies. The Jing Dan with 90 divine powers floated above their heads and pressed down on them, twisting, squeezing, expanding, and collapsing. It instantly put them in a dangerous situation. Oh no! Grand Prince Yi was the first to come to his senses. He had already used an invisible sword formation to protect his body. Now that he saw that the situation was bad, he suddenly turned into an invisible beam of light and fled with the 13th prince, the War Prince. However, under the cover of Feng Han's Jing Dan, who could escape? Whoosh! A huge dragon claw clawed at the void and grabbed a ball of distorted air. With a roar, the door of Avicii swallowed Grand Prince Yi. This was King Yan's move. He had no choice but to imprison the 2 princes to prevent them from being killed and causing trouble. Of course, Feng Han would not let them go so easily. He would have to deal with the 7 divine kings first. This person is so strong. God King Yamato, God King Xia, and the rest of the God Kings were shocked and did their best to protect themselves. Rays of treasure light flew out of their bodies. They were all powerful magical treasures. This was especially true of the Grand Peace God King and the Grand Summer God King. One of them produced a saber wheel that looked like sunlight. It radiated bright light and flashed with lightning. As it spun at high speed, saber light spread out for thousands of meters and tore the void apart. God King Yamato summoned a saber wheel that looked like a full moon. It was shaped like a crescent moon. It also spun. Saber chi, lightning, and radiance spanned thousands of meters and combined with the sun-like saber light. It was extraordinarily powerful and clashed with Feng Han's saber light. In the blink of an eye, the 2 powerful magical treasures clashed with the radiance of Feng Han's Jing Dan. The Jing Dan was actually sent spinning. A Jing Dan and 2 magical treasures clashed head-on, producing earth-shattering sparks. The sparks were like a meteor shower between heaven and earth. It was like a kaleidoscope that sputtered everywhere. It was almost a rain of fire. What a guy. He actually used 2 Dao treasures. And it's a sun and a moon. It seems to be the legendary sun-moon wheel. The combination of the 2 wheels is invincible. Feng Han could tell at a glance that God King Yamato and God King Xia were actually using 2 Dao treasures. Moreover, these 2 Dao treasures were the combination of the 2 wheels. It was recorded in the refining manual of the Heavenly Dragon's secret manual. It was called the Sun-Moon Wheel. The combination of the two wheels was like the increase in power of the demonic saber blood firmament and the bloodshed soft water sword. The two Tao treasures, the Sun-Moon Wheel and the Sun-Moon Wheel, were both middle-grade Tao treasures with boundless spiritual power and remarkable abilities. Feng Han could even see that within the two wheels, there was an extremely arrogant man dressed in golden clothes. He was like a deity of the 9 heavens, and an extremely stern woman who was as cold as the moon. They were obviously the weapon spirits of the two Tao treasures. The power of a middle-grade Tao treasure could simply suppress an area. Just look at the Gemini Gate, a dignified sect and a giant of the 10 immortal Tao sects. Only Evil Star Destroyer had a middle-grade Tao treasure. Moreover, it was a Buddhist treasure that he had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. It could be seen how difficult it was to refine a middle-grade Tao treasure. The two middle-grade Tao treasures displayed the incomparably extravagant power of the divine Supreme God Kings. Feng Han originally thought that he could suppress the 7 Supreme God Kings at once. Now it seemed that after the other party took out 2 middle-grade Tao treasures, the situation was very likely to be reversed. Even Feng Han's demonic saber Empyrean blood and bloodshed soft water sword would have to expend an unimaginable amount of primordial qi, opportunities, and heavenly treasures in order to be upgraded to a middle-grade Tao weapon. Hua Tiandu's coiling martial divine sword was a middle-grade Tao artifact. Its power could tear apart mountains and split the earth. Even the dark primordial spirit that the Dark King had cultivated for thousands of years could not withstand it. Now, the Sun-Moon Wheel, 2 middle-grade Tao artifacts, combined, their power was stronger than the coiling martial divine sword. Although it was not as good as high-grade treasures like the inextinguishable lightning talisman and the deep-sea divine pearl, Lady's talisman of the water god. But if it encountered an ordinary expert's Jin Dan, it would be torn apart instantly. It was not afraid of the Jin Dan's explosion. Even the Jin Dan tycoons of the Tai Gate could not do anything to it. This person, Jin Dan, has 90 types of superpowers. It's no small matter. It must be Feng Han from the Ascension Gate. It seems like Feng Han, you already know our identity and our secret. The missing Sir God Huan Zhen and Sir God Huan Ling in the Ascension Gate must be your doing. Today, we know this secret. In this lifetime, you will not have a moment of peace. You are courting death by destroying our clan's plan. The Great Xia Divine King and the Great Harmony Divine King used the 2 powerful Tao artifacts, the Sun-Moon Wheel, to resist the pressure of Feng Han's Jin Dan. At the same time, their powerful spiritual sense swept over like a storm. The 2 divine kings had strong spiritual power. They were much stronger than the Jin Dan tycoons of the Tai Gate. Although they were not as strong as Hua Tiandu, Yan Shuai, Fan Qingying, who were in the top 10 on the longevity substitute list, their strength was enough to squeeze into the top 50. Such people were tycoons wherever they went in the Xianhuang Great World. Moreover, they were shrewd and discerning. They had already recognized Feng Han's true identity. The powerful soul consciousness was like thousands of swords, sweeping across the sky above the sea. When it met Feng Han, it was like a sharp thorn, fiercely drilling into his 5C of consciousness, trying to kill his soul. It even messed up his magic power. He felt waves of pain in his head. His vision went black and his magic power was almost interrupted. Psionic storm. Feng Han was taken aback. He knew that this was the unique skill of the God clan, psionic storm, which was much more mysterious than the magical skills of the devil path. It specialized in attacking people's souls. As long as it was used, ordinary celestial realm experts would be deranged and fall into a state of madness. Feng Han was originally invulnerable to all evil, but now that he had sacrificed Jin Dan, his mind had lost its suppression. Hence, it was empty, allowing the God race's psionic storm to take advantage of it. He had almost failed miserably. He did not expect that the God race would have 2 middle-grade Tao tools that worked in tandem. They were able to resist his Jin Dan. In an instant, Jin Dan dimmed. Feng Han's body also swayed. His divine soul has been pierced by my psionic storm. He can't use his magic power for the time being. Go up and kill him. When the Great Harmony God King and the Great Xia God King saw this scene, they were overjoyed. An even more powerful psionic storm spread out from their minds. Crackle. The airflow on the sea was torn apart out of thin air and attacked Feng Han once again. Jing Dan, return to the body. The Jing Dan in the sky suddenly disappeared. It entered Feng Han's body again. This time, Jing Dan disappeared, causing a huge collapse. The collapse of the airflow caused the 7 god kings to stagger again, trying their best to stabilize their bodies. First sacrificing Jing Dan to create pressure, then returning it to the body, causing the heaven and earth yuan qi to become unstable. Feng Han used his Jing Dan to perfection. Oh no! The Great Harmony Divine King and the Great Xia Divine King suddenly felt that their 2 magic treasures, the Sun Moon Wheel and the Great Xia Divine King, had no power at all. They immediately knew that things were going to be bad. They quickly withdrew their magic treasures to protect their bodies and at the same time, called for the other Divine Kings. But it was too late. Feng Han was waiting for this moment. In a thousandth of a second, his body swayed. Jing Dan was activated in his body, and all his magic power burned, turning into the power of Jing Dan. It moved at high speed, transforming into 7 shadows. Each shadow erupted with the power of hundreds of millions of horses, and attacked the 7 god kings, the power of hundreds of millions of horses. This was the boundless power that only the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm had. In other words, at this moment, the 7 god kings were attacked by the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm at the same time. Longevity secret realm. Longevity secret realm. The power of a heavenly dragon. Mr. Yamato's powerful divine will erupted. In a flash, a punch was thrown. He took Feng Han's punch head-on. At the same time, his body changed. Sharp horns grew on his head, his body arched, and his armor-like skin showed a noble color. He had completely transformed into the form of a god race warrior. However, although they were god kings, Feng Han's attack was too fierce. In a thousandth of a second, 7 attacks erupted. Each attack had the power of hundreds of millions of horses, which was equivalent to the attack of the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm. This kind of attack was too terrifying and too unbelievable. The 7 god kings punched at the same time, and forcibly received the punches of Feng Han's 7 shadows. Boom! The 7 fists collided with the 7 phantoms of Feng Han. Mountains crumbled, tsunamis roared, and the heavens and the earth cracked. The entire sky above the sea darkened, and the primordial qi showed signs of fragmentation and fragmentation. The 7 shadows of Feng Han disappeared, and the bodies of the 7 god kings were cracked inch by inch at the same time, and turned into porcelain. A large amount of blood seeped out, and was swept up by the Acheron map, and disappeared without a trace. They could not take a punch from Feng Han, they could not take a punch, and their bodies were shattered. It looked like they would not survive. However, they were not directly smashed into powder, which showed how strong their bodies were. My spiritual power is exhausted. The 7 shadows merged into one in the air, and turned into Feng Han's original form. At this time, Feng Han's face was incomparably pale, as if he was seriously ill. His body seemed to be unable to stand steadily in the air, and he fell to the sea. The spiritual power in his 5 seas of consciousness was completely empty, and there was not a trace of it left. The crystal-like spiritual power had completely evaporated and was exhausted. In this attack, it had completely become the driving force for Jing Dan and his body. This was the first time he had completely exhausted his spiritual power. He, who had the Tree of World, had exhausted his spiritual power. This won't do. I have to recover my vitality. Otherwise, a Jing Dan expert could come and kill me. Feng Han's face was pale. He took a deep breath, and the vital energy of the world of immortals that the Tree of World had absorbed rushed into his sea of consciousness. After a while, a sliver of spiritual power appeared in his sea of consciousness. This spiritual power was not crystal-like, but rather a wisp of mist. It was not enough to activate a divine ability, and could only be used to fly in the air. With a leap, he entered the Acheron map. At the same time, the 8-section stupa shrank and flew into it. The Acheron map sank to the bottom of the sea, and disappeared without a trace. He broke the formation in an instant and killed people. He has the power to make me face my father. He can actually explode with the power of 100 million galloping horses of the secret realm of immortality. The E-Prince was knowledgeable. His father, the emperor of the Dashuan Empire, the mystic emperor, was an ancient powerhouse of the secret realm of immortality. Naturally, he could see that Feng Han had killed 7 times with the power of 100 million galloping horses each time. Such immense power was terrifying. It could be said that even an ordinary person at the first level of the secret realm of immortality, the 10,000 years realm, could not explode with the power of 100 million galloping horses 7 times in a row. An expert at the secret realm of immortality had over 100 million spiritual power, but it did not mean that he could unleash such powerful attacks all the time. It was just like how an ordinary martial arts expert, who claimed to have the strength of 500 kilograms, could not unleash 500 kilograms of force with every punch. If Feng Han did not have the Tree of World, which was constantly absorbing vital energy from the immortal world, he would be completely drained. Sinking to the bottom of the sea, Feng Han circulated his vital energy. After a full 3 days and 3 nights, he finally recovered all of his spiritual power. Exploding with the power of 100 million galloping horses 7 times in a row almost drained me to death. If I can find more fragments of the world tree, then I can explode with the power of 100 million galloping horses 100 times, 1,000 times. Then Hua Tiandu could be killed directly. I don't need to blood bond with any magic treasures. Feng Han opened his eyes in the Acheron map. He felt his 5 seas of knowledge filled with crystal-like spiritual power. A Jin Dan floated within, nourishing and nurturing. A cultivator's Jin Dan was equivalent to explosive power. And spiritual power was equivalent to endurance. The more powerful one's spiritual power was, the longer one could fight. And the stronger the Jin Dan was, the greater its explosive power. Feng Han, you need to inject vital energy into the 8-section stupa to feed 3.6 million sky demons, 360 demon kings. Now, many of the sky demons are beginning to transform into demon kings. You need a lot of vital energy every day. They will produce an endless stream of power of will to temper the 8-section stupa. In a few months, I will be able to truly refine the bloodshed soft water sword. When it transforms into a mid-grade Dao treasure, the 8-section stupa will be even more powerful, the Lord of the Bloody Night suddenly said. What? I still need vital energy to feed? I am barely able to feed myself with the amount of vital energy in the immortal world. I still need to feed millions of sky demons. Feng Han was shocked, but there was nothing he could do about it. After taking in the sky demon, he had to feed it. Back then, he had fed 200,000 sky demons in the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, which required a lot of vital energy from pills every day. Now, the amount of pills and essence energy needed to sustain 3.6 million sky fiends and fiend kings was truly a terrifying number. The first true disciple of the Gemini Gate, Xianxia, had spent all of his wealth to feed 5 million sky demons. Poor. Let's go see the 7 imprisoned god kings. They must have a lot of pills on them. Good stuff. Feng Han's body flashed, and he was already in another hidden space on the Acheron map. This space was filled with Avicii devilish chi, and the 8-section stupa's pagoda was also above. Yan Yu walked in the Avicii devilish chi, chanting all sorts of syllables. The Bridge of Forgetfulness was also summoned. It crossed the north and south like a rainbow, and suppressed again. In the deepest part of the space, there were 7 extremely strong balls of divine light, flickering like volcanoes that could erupt at any time. They were 7 god kings, and they were still alive. Even the 8-section stupa's Bridge of Forgetfulness and the door of Avicii could barely suppress them. One could see how fierce these 7 god kings were. If not for Feng Han exhausting all his spiritual power and attacking with all his might, these 7 god kings would definitely have fled. They might even have used their powerful treasures to turn the tables. Feng Han looked at the 7 flickering balls of divine light and was secretly shocked by the strength of the god's vitality. If he had encountered them before he mastered the Jin Dan, he would have been surrounded and killed. Especially when one of them was shaped like a sun, and the other was shaped like a crescent moon. The light they emitted was even more intense, as if it wanted to pierce through the Avicii devilish chi and break free from the Acheron map. If not for the 8-section stupa's suppression and Yanbu's constant channeling of his abhijna, these 2 powerful abhijnas might have broken free of their restraints and flown out of the Yellow Springs diagram. Dark King. Xingyan baby. Come out and suppress these 2 Dao treasures. These two Dao treasures are middle-grade Dao treasures, and they can fly out at any time. If you can't suppress them, it will be a great loss. With a shout, the Dark King and Xingyun baby flew out from the depths of the Acheron map. When the Dark King appeared and saw the two middle-grade Dao treasures, he was shocked. He immediately used his dark primordial spirit to suppress the Sun Essence Wheel. Xingyun baby flew out of the Sun and Moon pentagram bracelet to help suppress the Moon Essence Wheel. However, the more the two treasures were suppressed, the stronger they became. They flew and spun. The saber aura was thousands of zhang long, cutting in all directions. They tried their best to fly out. Poof, Feng Han had no choice but to activate all the blood in his body. It seeped out from the tip of his tongue, and he spat it out. Instantly, the Acheron map was filled with blood. When the Avicii devilish chi came into contact with the blood, it was so strong that it almost gave birth to various Avicii devilish gods. The tragic scenes of hell appeared one by one. In order to suppress the two Dao treasures, he did not hesitate to consume his own blood essence. This was because the value of this pair of Dao treasures was too great. Obviously, they were the treasures of the 7 great divine kings. They were suppressed and their power was immense. Their value was also boundless. If they were to be auctioned in the market, even tens of billions of elixir pills would not be able to buy them. Who would buy a middle-grade Dao treasure? And a pair of middle-grade Dao treasures? It could be said that even the ancient giants of the major sects would not be able to own such a pair of middle-grade Dao treasures. Sun and Moon Essence Wheel. Feng Baiyu wanted to refine this pair of essence wheels. He had to collect the materials for thousands of years, and then go through thousands of years of tempering and fusion. Finally, it could be completed after thousands of years of transformation. If there were not enough materials, it could not be completed. Feng Han only had such extravagant items because he met the divine kings of the divine race. After consuming his blood essence to temporarily suppress the two middle-grade Dao treasures, Feng Han was not in a hurry to deal with the 7 great divine kings. Instead, he grabbed with his hand, and the Avicii devilish chi dissipated. 2 people appeared. They were the 13th prince, Prince Zhan, and the 4th prince, Prince Yi. Who are you? The 4th prince, Prince Yi, suddenly opened his eyes. They shone with a sharp light. Thousands of sword chi shot out from the pores of his body, cutting in all directions. He was trying his best to jump out. Stop dreaming. This is my magic treasure, a supreme grade Dao treasure. If you can escape, you will be an ancient giant. Feng Han casually pressed down and used a divine ability, the Great Devouring Technique. Immediately, Prince Yi's sword chi was devoured, and then completely absorbed into the Golden Emperor's earth energy. The invisible sword chi is indeed extraordinary. However, you have not mastered it. After swallowing the invisible sword chi, Feng Han felt that there was something special about this sword chi. If he could refine his sword chi so that it was invisible, it would be much easier to kill and rob. Kneel. After devouring the invisible sword chi, Feng Han opened his mouth and spat out 34 types of demonic divine abilities. They formed a 9 ghosts nascent spirit with 3 heads and 6 arms. It held a skull staff and a wolf fang sword. It roared down and immediately suppressed Prince Yi's body, making him crawl in the air like a toad. You colluded with the demons of Dishi Mountain and plotted against me. Originally, I wanted to kill you and seize your formless sword formation and formless origin spirit. However, you're a prince of the Grand Xian Empire, and I don't want to kill you for the time being. As long as you exercise some restraint in the future and give me some compensation, I'll let you leave safely. Who are you? You have such great power. An expert close to the immortal secret realm. Prince Yi roared and tried his best to stand up, but it was useless. I don't mind telling you. I am Feng Han from the Ascension Gate. It is indeed you. You have cultivated the Jin Dan and refined the 9 ghosts nascent spirit. The Jin Dan contains 90 types of divine abilities. It is a wonder of the last 10,000 years. Prince Zhan also crawled on the ground and roared, it seems that this is your Acheron map, the most precious treasure of the Acheron evil sect. Now that you know it is the Acheron map, don't even think about leaving. Give me compensation. Feng Han did not tell Prince Yi that the 7 deity kings were warriors of the deity race. He only said that they were of the demonic path. The appearance of the deity race in the Xianxia Great World was an absolute secret. In the future, the Ascension Gate would rely on this great calamity to surpass the Tai Gate. The fourth prince, Prince Yi, could not be killed. It was not worth it to offend the Dashuan Empire. However, this prince was one of the best among the many princes. He was rich and wealthy. It would not be right if he did not extort some. Who would have thought that the rich Feng Han would be lacking in pills and magic treasures? You have cultivated 90 types of Jin Dan. Every time you use it, it consumes an unimaginable amount of energy. It is equivalent to the consumption of hundreds of Jin Dan cultivators. No wonder you are lacking in pills. However, the 24th brother you are assisting has no chance of ascending the throne. Why don't you turn around and assist me? I guarantee that you will never lack pills again. How many do you want? 5 billion. 10 billion. If you assist me, I will give you 10 billion pills. The fourth prince's voice suddenly became serious. He actually wanted to rope in Feng Han. I have the highest cultivation among the princes. I have already cultivated to the 9th level of the deity realm, the avatar of heaven and earth. I am about to step into the realm of defying the heavens and changing my fate. I have a high chance of reaching the immortal realm. I am the one with the most hope of becoming the emperor. How many years did 24th brother need to cultivate to reach my level? Instead of refining copper, why not make a ready-made bell? If you give me the water of oblivion, I can step into the 10th level of the deity realm. When I become the emperor, you can have as many magic treasures as you want. The treasures of the Dashuan Empire are definitely much more than you can imagine. Do you think I would want your magic treasures? I have the Acheron map. I can open the Acheron treasury at any time. Feng Han laughed. The Acheron treasury is much more abundant than the Dashuan Empire's treasures. I am not plotting against the Dashuan Empire's resources. It is just that Hua Tiandu supports Prince Feng. I will also support one and kill that Hua Tiandu. Feng Han's eyes flashed. Assisting you and the 24th prince does not have much value to me. The Acheron treasury is not that easy to open. If it was that easy, the Tai Gate would have done it long ago. How about this? All my magic treasures will be used to celebrate Venerable Ling Long's birthday. This time I will give you 5 billion pills as compensation. What do you think? Let me out. Princey saw that he could not win over Feng Han and spoke again. 5 billion pills, what a lot of wealth. It is enough to buy a Dao item, or even an immortal pill like the pill of rebirth. Give it to me. I will let you out. Feng Han relaxed a little and let Princey stand up. Princey took out 50 crystal cards from his body. Each crystal card had the word 100 million on it. It was very vivid, but it was not from the Six Ways Alliance, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, or the Heaven Dao Pavilion. It was from the Dashuan Empire. However, he could still get the pills, and it was much more convenient than the 3 major chambers of commerce. It was even rumored that this item could be used in some markets in outer space. Feng Han waved his hand and kept all the pills into his bag. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a huge thunderbolt, sending Princey out of the Acheron map 1,000 miles away. At the same time, the Acheron map at the bottom of the sea shook a little and used the water escape technique to travel 1,000 miles away, heading straight for exquisite paradise. After 3 days and 3 nights at the bottom of the sea, Feng Han was afraid that he would miss Venerable Ling Long's birthday. Next, I will greet the deity kings of the deity race while traveling. These people have a lot of wealth on them. Feng Han grinned and walked over. 7 deity kings, Mr. Day, Mr. Xia, you don't have to struggle anymore. I am well aware of your identities. Although the celestial race is the noblest and most domineering race in this world, in my eyes, you are just a treasure trove. My inexhaustible treasure trove is inexhaustible. With you, I am the richest existence in this world. Last time, Sir God Huan Ling and Sir God Huan Zhen had sent me rich gifts. This time, your gifts will be even richer. Don't resist, lest you suffer more. Feng Han. You are very good. You are the first person to say such words to the noblest deity race. Now, you still have a choice. Join us. Be our loyal dog and servant. When the army of the deity race descends, we will give you enough glory and even let you rule the Xianxia great world and become the lord of a world. Amidst a ball of divine light, divine King Day spoke tempting words. This powerful deity king had actually recovered more than half of his injuries in a short period of time. He had shown a strong vitality that no one could match. End of chapter 154. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.